You are clearly a priest, who only knows how to hide in the back and heal, but has allocated all skill points to attack speed. Everyone mocks you for having a hole in your head, but they don't know, you have a 0.1% chance of instantly killing an opponent with each basic attack. If the basic attack does not trigger a kill, the next basic attack will stack a 0.1% kill chance until the opponent is killed. And the reason you chose the priest profession is because you know that besides healing skills, priests automatically target enemies with basic attacks, with a 100% accuracy rate. As for priests being squishy, as a reborn player, you certainly have ways to deal with that. At this moment, you head straight to the blacksmith shop in the newbie village. I want to craft a purple equipment. To the blacksmith's delight, the highest we can craft here is blue equipment, but if you can bring 3 Lord's Hearts, crafting purple equipment is also possible. This will prompt a message in front of you, triggering a hidden quest. Will you accept it? And indeed, you smiled. Player, if you can obtain a purple quality equipment early on, your growth speed will skyrocket, so this easily triggered hidden quest in front of you, when discovered in the previous life, caused quite a stir. But your goal is not for the purple equipment, but to complete the server's first hidden quest, which gives additional rewards. The pop necklace, with its skill, can convert the maximum damage dealt by basic attacks into the player's maximum health. With this equipment, combined with your talents and class, you'll definitely become a hex warrior in the later stages. Accept decisively, successfully take on the hidden quest, obtain 3 Lord's Hearts, achieve Purity 0. By defeating a few bosses outside the novice village, there's a 25% chance of obtaining a Lord's Heart. Among these bosses, the Rock Behemoth has the highest health and damage. However, in the first 3 minutes of the battle, it moves clumsily. After 3 minutes, it will enter a berserk mode, increasing its speed and strength by 100%. Therefore, skilled players can avoid damage and solo the Rock Behemoth flawlessly before it goes berserk by positioning themselves strategically. However, it's not the right time to go all out just yet. Next, you arrive at the spawning ground of the Gale Rabbits. In the early stages, you need to stack the probability of executing strikes by defeating minor enemies. If you aim to take down the Rock Behemoth within 3 minutes, you need to stack at least 3% first. At this moment, a rabbit appears nearby. A level 1 Gale Rabbit with 50 health and 2.5 attack. After calculating the distance, you launch a basic attack, dealing 7 damage. The talent did not trigger, increasing the execution probability by 0.1%, current probability at 0.2%. Continue engaging with the Gale Rabbit. After 7 basic attacks, congratulations on successfully defeating a level 1 Gale Rabbit. After gaining experience points, you repeat the previous actions and quickly eliminate 10 Gale Rabbits. You have reached level 2, gaining 5 free attribute points. Without hesitation, you allocate all points to attack speed, increasing it from 0.4 to 0.6. Glancing at the talent panel again, the current execute probability is 0.58%. You sighed, continued to grind monsters, and after over an hour, finally raised the execute probability to 5.7%. It's time to find the rock giant beast. After climbing over a rocky wall, you locked onto the muscular monster in the distance. Rock Giant Beast, level 15 boss, with 34,800 health points and 235 attack. Skills include Rampage, Stone Spikes, Stone Shock, Stone Summoning. Having just checked the information panel, a barrage of spikes quickly comes your way. However, with your precise movements, every spike narrowly misses your body. 5 seconds later, the stone spikes go on cooldown, while the Rock Giant Beast is casting its other 2 skills. Seizing the opportunity, you hit it with a normal attack -15, increasing the execute probability by 0.1%. The current execute probability is 5.72%. The Rock Giant Beast is fierce. Your demeanor had me thinking a disaster was coming, but it turns out the damage is not even worth a scratch. Okay, let's say this, health recovery plus 100. You're feeling bitter inside. This boss fight is really frustrating. But who asked me to rely on luck for a living? Before the talent triggered, you were proud. After the talent triggered, your fate became uncertain. Saying a few more lines, -17-15-15 to the Rock Giant Beast. Watching the player in front of you waving their staff and jumping around, their wise-looking head is filled with question marks. Is this player crazy? Trying to solo me with that little damage? If you could solo this beast with that damage. The beast fell on the spot, but as soon as he thought about it, a large damage value of -34,800 appeared on his head, successfully triggering the talent for a one-hit kill. Defeating the level 15 boss Rock Behemoth, gaining 1,540 experience points. Congratulations on reaching level 6. The rock behemoth dropped Lord's Heart blue boots. 5 free attribute points, you smirked. The items dropped by this boss are too spicy, but having the Lord's Heart as a backup is acceptable. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the server to kill the boss rock behemoth. The system will soon make a server-wide announcement. Do you want to hide your ID? Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player D for achieving the server's only achievement, boss first kill, hereby rewarded with a random red equipment piece and a boss first kill title. 1 random skill book, 20 free attribute points, 200 gold coins. As the server-wide announcement rings out, the world channel explodes. Damn! I just reached level 2 and already some big shot has cleared the boss first. Who is this wealthy tycoon? Or is it a big boss from a club? Nonsense, I'm also a club owner, why don't I have that kind of strength? Are the bosses in this game so weak? Forget about these weak mobs, brothers, join the team, I'll take you to boss farm. On the other side, you joyfully check your rewards. The boss break title effect, once equipped, your attacks will deal 100% additional damage to any boss. Not bad, this title can easily rival a B-grade talent. Blue boots, level 1 effect 1, plus 188 HP, effect 2, plus 2 speed, slightly better than a single effect green equipment, dominating over nothing. But then you saw a random piece of red equipment, and you smiled. When players in the previous world had already reached level 30, there were not more than 20 pieces of red equipment in the entire server. With red equipment being so rare, even the worst purple equipment could easily sell for over 1,000. As you unrolled the scroll, a beam of light flashed, congratulating you on obtaining the bloodstained battle armor. It can be forged to upgrade, with the effects of increasing health by 1050, adding 565 mana, boosting armor by 88, and increasing magic resistance by 85. When a player's health drops to 10%, they will receive 5 seconds of invincibility and 12% universal lifesteal. You felt a bit uncomfortable. These values are truly like a warrior's divine equipment in terms of skills. However, for you now, this is considered hard to come by. Wear it for now, test it out, and decide later. Afterward, you allocated all your free attribute points to attack speed. Just then, a player with the ID you wrong neither requested to add you as a friend. Isn't this the boss of the Star Universe Club? You are not unfamiliar with this person. In the previous world, when your sister was hospitalized, you earned money by farming gold for this person to pay for your sister Suyu's surgery. This boss is a childhood sweetheart, a decent person. However, 3 years later, as the game merged with reality, due to a resurrection item, they were stabbed by their most trusted subordinate. Resurrection items are not very valuable in the game, but when they appeared in reality, it attracted the attention of numerous big shots. You then agreed to the friend request, and soon the other person messaged you, "Hello, big shot. I am the boss of the Star Universe Club. Are you interested in joining our club? We have great benefits and equipment for gold coins." You replied, 200 gold coins. How much do you charge? Our gold farming team members in this game are valued at 20 yuan per gold coin. If the boss wants to sell, I'll take 5,000 for 200 gold coins. You raised your eyebrows. This boss is quite sincere. I've paid up, transferred 200 gold coins to the other party, and soon you received a 5,000 yuan transfer message. The transaction went smoothly. However, you politely declined to sell the red outfit. The reason is simple. The game has only been online for 2 hours, and the true value of the red outfit is unknown. At this moment, you noticed a sound coming from behind a rock not far away. Is it interesting to hide like that? As soon as the words fell, 3 figures emerged from behind the rock. One player with the ID Brother Cohen spoke up, unexpectedly, the esteemed boss is in the same newbie village as us. Even more surprising, you actually soloed this boss. Hand over the red outfit on you, or the player will die, at least dropping 2 pieces of equipment from the body. Obviously, after seeing the world announcement, they had ulterior motives, pursing their lips wanting my equipment. Do you 3 have that capability? Of course we don't. But players from our club have already arrived at Newbie Village 5178 one after another. However, our boss said, if you join our Bright Moon Club, you'll get top-tier red outfits and skill books, guaranteeing you 1,000,000 yuan annual salary. Watching the players gathering around, you chuckled and said, "Give me 2 minutes, I'll think about it." Koen Ge also smiled, looking at the appearance of this kid in front of him, he's probably smitten. Offering 1,000,000 annual salary, who wouldn't be moved? As for the $1,000,000 salary, it's just talk. If you don't end up with nothing left, I don't even deserve to be called Koen Ge. As time passes by, more and more people gather around Koen Ge. A little brother on the side speaks up, "Koen Ge, it's time." But before the words even finish, a massive shadow instantly looms overhead. Damn, it's a rock behemoth. The next second, the rock behemoth descends from the sky, engulfing Koen-ge and his group. The rock behemoth kills the players. Koen-ge says he got tanned. As you have already hidden several meters away, you wave to them and say, "I'll wait for the respawn." So, what are you waiting for? Naturally, no one responds to your words because at this moment, the players are already stunned by the terrifying stats of the boss in front of them, stuttering even when trying to speak. Seriously, how is this possible? Over 30,000 health points, is it fake? He can actually solo this level of existence. Run quickly! The rock behemoth roars, glaring with its blood-red eyes directly at you, a human who actually got himself killed. It's a huge disgrace. The rocks shake as the rock behemoth's feet stomp the ground vigorously, creating an invisible shockwave that rapidly spreads from him as the center. You seize the opportunity, leaping to avoid the shockwave beneath your feet, losing 33 HP. The residual effects of the skill still inflict minor damage on you. However, the others around you were not as fortunate. The rock giant slew player Koen-ge in a big way. As the rock giant killed the player, he claimed it was due to sunburn. A total of 76 notifications flashed before your eyes, indicating that all players surrounding you were wiped out. The rock giant, seeing this detestable human still alive, unleashes its blue bar as if it costs nothing. It once again uses the combat skill rock summoning, summoning 3 enormous rocks several meters wide, smashing towards you. Witnessing this scene, you dare not linger in battle any longer, decisively slipping away. Moreover, you take the opportunity to turn around and make a couple of rounds. Now the rock giant is even more furious, but helpless as you swiftly move away. Coupled with its slow movement, it can only watch helplessly as you retreat into the distance, just as you escape the nest of the onslaught. You see a very familiar ID in the world channel. You dog, better not let me catch you, or you'll face the consequences. You replied with just 4 words, practice more if you're bad. You block the world channel. By now, having left the boss's lair, you have already hidden in a relatively concealed location. The reason is simple. Just as you had left the boss's lair, you encountered a few players coming to besiege you. As for the outcome, when the leader of the group took a closer look and saw your terrifying HP of over 1,000, without even a word of greeting, they promptly fled with their group. With this group of people here, the boss definitely won't be able to level up. Looking at the time, it's almost 10 o'clock in the morning, that silly girl is probably coming back soon. After returning home, so you didn't follow the school's advice to go for a checkup, instead she went to the hospital alone. 3 months later, this girl suddenly fainted and was hospitalized. I only found out later, but by then it was too late. The condition worsened, missing the best opportunity for surgery. Besides, back then, you couldn't afford the high surgery costs. This time, she can't bear it alone anymore. Boss, it's not too late to level up in the afternoon. After confirming that there are no players within a 50-meter radius, your consciousness instantly returns to reality. As soon as you opened your eyes, you saw a dog's back silhouette in the bedroom. What are you doing? So you trembled slightly, quickly hiding the few bills in hand. It's nothing, I have to go to class. As the words fell, Suyu was about to make a run for it. But at that moment, a strong hand suddenly grabbed his arm. Suyu exclaimed in surprise, his foot dangling in the air. The sudden distance, coupled with inertia, caused him to lose control and fall backwards until his back was firmly against yours. Only then did his steps stabilize slightly. Suyu just wanted to catch his breath. Why did you come back to get something? Insisting on entering my room, sneaking around like a thief, afraid of me finding out. At that moment, a faint pink blush appeared on the exquisitely beautiful face of the girl. Smelling the unique fragrance emanating from the girl's body, you couldn't help but feel dazed, heart racing, sensing someone's rapid breathing. Suyu's beautiful eyes became even more flustered. A young man and woman alone in a room. What to do? What to do? They've only just come of age. Is it too early? Hey, what are you thinking? You reached out and waved in front of this girl's eyes. If I make a move, you won't be able to handle it. Suyu pouted and retorted, who's thinking about that? Seeing this girl's defiant expression, you couldn't help but find it amusing. In the past life, this girl was a little tsundere, coupled with your own somewhat dense personality, resulting in just this life for the two of you. Hee. Suyu explained in detail why she came back from school and the reason for entering her own bedroom. Since the school suggested a comprehensive examination for you, looking at the few hundred yuan tightly held in Suyu's hand, why did you only bring this amount and not ask me for more? Suyu waved her hand. This is simple, just a check will do, no need to waste so much money. Your expression suddenly became serious. I must do a comprehensive examination with the money, and next time, don't keep things from me. The first meeting, with a pleasant expression, a thorough examination, how much money will it cost, thinking about treating us to a drink next month. Before he could finish speaking, when you displayed the bank information on your phone in front of this girl, The voice suddenly stopped at 5,000. Suyu looked at the account balance displayed on the phone, then glanced at him beside him with a smile on his face. Swallowing nervously, quickly went to the window, drew the curtains, and asked cautiously, "Where did this money come from? You haven't done anything illegal, have you? I'm warning you." "Hold on, what are you thinking? This 5,000 was earned by playing games, from the lady boss." Suyu's eyebrows slightly furrowed, "Earned from playing games." He doesn't deny your gaming talent, nor does he deny that in this era, some people can earn quite a bit of money by playing games, but earning 5,000 in 2 hours. Wait, it seems like the focus isn't on the money. Suyu suddenly realized, with a resentful tone, "Lady boss, are you going to be a game companion? What are you thinking?" You didn't hide it either, simply revealing the matter of reporting your own game achievements for coins and then selling them to the lady boss. It's really just like that. Suyu tilted her head, although still somewhat hesitant, but she already believed most of it in her heart. "Why is my little you jealous?" "Who's jealous? I'm just a bit curious." Suyu snorted lightly, turned her head, unaware that everything she had just shown was seen by someone as having already committed to you. In a split second, her eyes widened like beans, jokingly saying, "Just out of curiosity, nothing else." Suyu Yang raised a foreign powder fist, grinning and saying, "Stop babbling. I'm going to the hospital. Will you accompany me for the checkup?" Wen Yen, resisting the urge to pinch the delicate face in front of her, pulled out a set of clothes from the wardrobe and changed in front of Suyu Yang. Seeing this, Suyu Yang quickly turned his back, blushing and asking, "Is playing games really that profitable? Then teach me." You raised your eyebrows and stopped going to school. Suyu Yang revealed a row of pearly white teeth, saying, "There's no future in going to school." After changing clothes, you approached Suyu Yang, tapped his head playfully, and said, "Then I'll buy you a virtual cabin." "Let's forget it. I don't know how to play games." Leaving the community, at Suyu Yang's strong insistence, the two of them didn't take a taxi but walked shoulder to shoulder towards Hangcheng Hospital. You and Suyu Yang arrived at Hangcheng People's Hospital, underwent around 4 to 5 examinations. You asked the middle-aged man sitting down, "Doctor, how are the results of my sister's checkup?" The middle-aged doctor, upon hearing this, smiled and said, "Child, don't worry. Your sister just has some minor issues." She patted your shoulder and a hint of pity flashed in her eyes. You quickly understood the situation and took the bag handed over by the doctor. You also felt grateful towards the doctor. As for Suyu Yan's condition, how could you not know it yourself? The doctor's words now were naturally to avoid breaking the patient's last defense. It is to avoid breaking through the patient's last defense in their heart. "Then may I ask, doctor, what minor ailment is it?" Suyu raised her head at this point, asking curiously. Hearing this, the doctor tried to lighten the mood and said, "It's just a minor issue in your head, girl, you don't need to worry. Just have a surgery within these 2 months. There won't be any major problems." You nodded and said, "Thank you very much, doctor." The doctor looked at the young couple leaving, his expression complex. Throughout the journey, no matter how you advised or spoke, Suyu kept her head down, silent, until the two returned home. You looked at Suyu, whose eyes were slightly red, and quickly reached out, grabbing her delicate and soft arm. The doctor said, "Having the surgery will make it better, it's definitely benign." "Don't be afraid, doctor." Suyu raised her head, her slightly moist beautiful eyes staring ahead. "If you're sincere, can we treat it with medication?" "I don't want surgery." He's not foolish. Despite the doctor's convincing demonstration, his sensitive nature wouldn't let him overlook it. "How can this be done?" "You're in a hurry but we don't have money." Suyu lowered her head again. Despite her efforts to endure, tears still fell from her eyes. Upon hearing this, you subconsciously recalled scenes from your past life. "Can you leave this to me?" You hugged the girl silently sobbing in front of you. Although Suyu's eyes, which were red from crying, had already dried up, upon hearing these words, her vision still couldn't help but blur, wiping away the tears. Blushing and stammering, "You must not have eaten yet. I'll go make it for you." You smiled, and in the blink of an eye, after finishing lunch, it was already 1 p.m., ready to return to the virtual cabin. Suyu also blushed the whole time, went back to school honestly. Your original intention was for this girl to take a break from school for 2 months, but she refused. Finally, after her repeated assurances that going to school was just a pastime, you reluctantly agreed. "Let's see what good things can happen in the next half day." Stepping into the virtual cabin, as you opened your eyes again, your consciousness had returned to the newbie village. Now that your ID is known to many, coupled with the watchful eyes of the Haoyue Club, to avoid unnecessary trouble, going to another newbie village to brush bosses is your only choice. Exactly, don't randomly teleport to some strange place. "Are you sure you want to go to newbie village 1588? Confirming it, the next second, your vision blurred. "Oh my, am I blind? You blinked, confirming that your eyes were open. Looking around, it was pitch black, the kind where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. How scary. What's going on? Could it be triggering a bug, and you were teleported into a wall? Instinctively, you tried to open the map, but the next second, you found no response, you couldn't open it. You looked bewildered. Isn't it only in certain designated instances that you can't use the map? As you crouch down and touch the ground, you find it to be made of stone bricks. Knocking on it, you realize there is some thickness, but underneath is actually hollow. There is another layer underground. What kind of strange building is this, where no sunlight can be seen? For now, all you can do in this dungeon is to feel your way along the wall in one direction until you seem to touch some kind of switch. In an instant, blinding lights illuminate in an orderly fashion from the walls. You find yourself in a rectangular passage entirely crafted with surveillance. On the walls of the passage, every few meters, there is a dragon head with its mouth open, containing an illuminating pearl inside. The sudden bright light makes you instinctively squint, but despite that, you notice right away a large red exclamation mark at the end of the passage. However, as you approach the mirror with the red exclamation mark and see the few words appearing out of nowhere, your pupils shrink. Welcome to the treasure trove. It's actually here. You can't help but feel incredulous. What luck! Remember, this is the hidden newbie village instance that players in the past generally only discovered by accident when reaching level 20, thanks to a lucky player. As the name suggests, each level here holds treasures. The deeper the level, the richer the treasures within. However, players must clear each level to obtain the treasures. To achieve this, a certain club in the past spared no expense, gathering over 100 players with at least one high-quality equipment in levels between 7 to 9, just managing to clear up to the 6th underground level. Just the treasure on the 6th underground floor has already brought a red equipment and several top-tier items to the guild. There are countless other rewards, and as for the total number of layers in this treasure location, no one knows the answer. Thinking about this, you seem a bit excited. If what the informant said is true, then those players who fought to enter the main city in their past lives have no idea how many opportunities they missed. Perhaps your ex-wife will have to stay in this place for a while. However, whether the information is true or false, you have to verify it yourself to know. You raise your hand towards the switch in front of you and apply a slight force. The stone door in front of you slowly opens, revealing a series of steps below. The hidden instance prompt states that only by uniting can one obtain countless treasures. You ignore yourself in front of you and head to the underground floor. The first thing that catches your eye is the several skeleton soldiers in the center of the passage, and at the end of the passage is a treasure chest. Quite simple, indeed there is treasure. You raise an eyebrow and start to check the information of these skeleton soldiers. Skeleton Soldier LV5, Elite Grade, HP 500, Attack 35, Skill, Thrust. Dealing with this kind of trash, you skip the small talk and summon the priest's staff. You aim at the skeleton soldier's position and cast a spell, straightforward -36, talent not triggered, killing probability 0.1%. The skeleton soldiers are alarmed, a hint of red lights up in their hollow eye sockets as they swiftly rush towards you. You're running pretty fast, your stylish moves reappear. With your average speed of taking down a skeleton soldier every 10 seconds, in less than 2 minutes, you smoothly cleared the first level underground. You arrive in front of the treasure chest at the end of the passage. As the chest slowly opens, a message appears in your eyes, congratulating you on successfully clearing the treasure land. On the first level underground, rewards include 50 times the gold coins, 1 war helmet, and 2 advanced skills. Wow, clearing the first level already gives you such good equipment. It truly lives up to being a treasure land, with such high drop rates. Quickly check the stats. The war helmet is at level 5, with the first effect restoring 6% of current health per second, the second effect increasing evasion by 3%, and the third effect adding 35 to attack. Wow, the current health recovery. If you have 1,000,000 health in the future, wouldn't it mean you can recover tens of thousands in just 1 second? Excited, you promptly put it on. Then you look at the 2 skills you obtained, Sword Feather and the Archer's normal attack with a 5% chance to trigger Arrow Shadow, causing widespread damage, and the advanced skill Power Charge. Charging up a punch will deal an additional 20% damage to the target, an advanced skill. A skill for an archer fighter? You twitch your mouth, none of them are suitable for you. Maybe you should just sell these 2 in the store. Oh, suddenly you remember, there's still a random skill book unused. Exciting, this thing has a chance to unlock an S-level skill. Congratulations on acquiring Frost Art. After use, your basic attack will turn into ice spikes, causing a 3-second strong control effect upon hitting the target. It's surprising that a B-grade skill is still a crowd control skill. You feel refreshed instantly. The cooldown for learning level 1 is only 15 seconds. If you level up to dozens of levels, wouldn't you be more and more eager? If you want to upgrade skills, you can't do without skill points. If you currently want to obtain skill points, besides going to the newbie village and completing related tasks to unlock, the only way to get them is by exchanging experience. However, this setting in the early stages of the game can be described as high input and low return. Can you solo bosses now, or will you lack experience in the future? Let's see what's going on in the second floor. Now, even if you can't defeat the small monsters on the second floor, you can still retreat with your own strength and skills, quickly opening the stone door. The space here is much larger than the first floor. Similarly, even the monsters here are the same. Toxic spiders, elite grade at level 6, with 650 health and 50 attack. It might be a bit difficult to deal with their skill, poisonous spider web. You gaze at the fierce expression of the toxic spider, as well as the occasional green venom oozing from its body. Your expression suddenly becomes serious. Dealing with 1 or 2 would be manageable, but now, in front of you, there are a total of 7 toxic spiders. Let's fight this out this time. Before you could attack, the toxic spider took the initiative to use its web skill. Luckily, you were prepared early, swiftly moving to the side to create distance and look for the opportunity to strike. Seeing several spider webs miss, the toxic spider's eyes become more worried. They decisively rush towards you to attack. 65-62-59 days of negative feedback, just a few moments of effort. The leading poisonous spider has already reached your vicinity. Nini decisively uses skill -80 to strike down with a spear. Taking advantage of the moment when this poisonous spider in front is controlled, launching a few basic attacks, dispersing the spider web above. During this time, several other poisonous spiders also quietly approach, relying on the sniper. You burst with speed, barely rolling forward to escape the spider web, but your arm still gets grazed by the web, causing your health to drop by nearly 200 in 5 seconds due to poison damage. For you at this moment, it's destined to be a fierce battle. 10 minutes later, triggering the Frostbolt skill, the final ice spike drops after depleting mana, quickly following up with a few flat attacks, finally taking down the last poisonous spider. Finally, it's over. You wipe the sweat off your forehead, panting heavily while supporting yourself with one hand. After this 10-minute fierce battle, although you successfully cleared the second level, not only is your mana depleted, but your health is barely over 500. Let's first see what treasures are on this level. Congratulations on successfully clearing the second level of the Treasure Trove Underground. Rewards include random items multiplied by 1, gold multiplied by 200, free attribute points multiplied by 10, and random items. Your eyes shine brightly. It's time to carve out your own destiny again. Congratulations on obtaining the dual mask. After wearing it, you can change your in-game nickname once. Once you remove the mask, your nickname will revert to its original state. This change does not affect friends you have already added in the game. What the heck? What's the point of having multiple IDs? Wait, your pupil's contract. If I remember correctly, in this game, the red name value setting only looks at player IDs, rather than looking at real name verification, right? In that case, the red name value I raised on my alternate account shouldn't affect my main account, right? Suddenly, I feel like the items in my hands have become valuable. I've encountered a player over level 90 before. Just because the red name value was too high, not only did I lose several levels directly after dying, but all my equipment exploded, leaving me with just a pair of pants. It was truly miserable. Suddenly, you came up with a clever idea, naming it Moonlight Battle. Upon confirmation, you were prompted that the nickname already exists. Please try another nickname. Is Zay not working? You raised an eyebrow, not feeling too surprised. You originally wanted to test if there were any loopholes in this item, allowing you to take a duplicate name and play the blame game. After all, you have quite a history with the boss of the Moonlight Club in your past life. So, let's name it Dominating the World. The prompt once confirmed cannot be changed. Surprisingly, no one wanted this exceptional ID. You decisively locked in this nickname, successfully naming it. Feeling strong, you put on the mask with the ghost face pattern in your hand. The next moment, the ID above your head instantly changed to Dominating the World. Well done. You are definitely unable to clear the third level now, so for safety's sake, find the way out. Remember the location of this hidden instance, and it's best to come back when your strength is enough next time. You quickly returned to the initial passage, followed the only path forward, walked about 1 to 200 meters, and at the end of the cave entrance, you saw a tightly closed stone door. Moving the switch beside it, the stone door slowly opened, and the dazzling sunlight outside gradually illuminated the entire cave. Seeing this scene, you couldn't wait to stick your head out, wanting to see where this hidden script was located. But when you did, you were truly shocked. Oh my goodness, your eyes widened, and your mouth twitched. To think that someone could find such a place in the past. Could that person have X-ray vision, or were they randomly transported like yourself? It's no wonder you are in this state now. Wanting to see this steep giant mountain that's nearly a kilometer high, is that reasonable? After some internal complaints, you found that the map could be opened. Let me see, the distance from the rock cave is tens of kilometers. After checking from such a distance, feeling helpless, you first marked your current location on the map before choosing to exit the game. That's right, since after exiting the game, going back will be directly transported to the newbie village. Why bother wasting energy? Besides, you now have a new identity and are not afraid of being targeted by those with ill intentions affecting your progress. Just as you disappeared, the stone door behind you slowly closed. The next second you logged back in, the current kill probability is 6.28%. Looking at the kill probability in the talent column, you are quite satisfied. Now go directly to deal with the stone man, and start a crazy burst mode. A few minutes later, inside the rocky cave, you are mercilessly pulling and torturing the helpless and angry stone man in front of you. Little did they know, at this moment, on the not-so-distant rocky wall, there is a thin and small figure, with eyes full of shock, watching this scene. Is it fake? He is actually soloing the boss. How is this possible? On Ho Xiaoyu's handsome and fair face, disbelief was written all over. Originally, he was just grinding monsters nearby, but happened to encounter this person going alone to the rocky cave. Out of curiosity, he came to take a look. Just one look, and he was cursing all over. The movement of the figure in the field seems effortless, yet every time it narrowly dodges the boss's attacks, and counterattacks perfectly. It's as if every attack by the boss is within this person's calculations. It's too terrifying. Ho Xiaoyu quickly recorded everything he saw, and a few seconds later, he sent it to a group called Haofeng Club, and tagged all members. After his reminder, many people in the group noticed this video for the first time, opening it with curiosity. A few seconds later, the originally calm group chat suddenly became lively. Someone is already using scripts in the game right after the server opened. They are in a hurry to play. Use your dog head to think carefully. Do you really think this first virtual online game is the same as computer games? The person in the video is probably a professional player. Haven't you noticed? His positioning seems to have become muscle memory. Even I couldn't achieve it in 1 or 2 years. When they read this, everyone fell silent. Within a day, encountering someone with a high chance of awakening an S-level talent or possessing extraordinary items is already unbelievable. Now, there's another one who relies solely on positioning. Can single-handedly defeat the boss just by positioning. Tianxia, should I give it a try? Should I recruit this skilled player into our club? Based on your skills, the probability of you defeating him alone is higher than successfully recruiting him. I will personally recruit such a skilled player. Ho Xiaoyu clenched his fists, not waiting for a response. Howie Yuntian replied, that person must have equipment on him. Take advantage of his fight with the forest boss, use your talent to strike. Killing him shouldn't be difficult. Just hand over the equipment afterwards, my good brother. Ho Xiaoyu replied, even if I manage to escape from the boss later, aren't you afraid he will target our club in the future? Who said you are part of our club? Neither you nor I mentioned it, nor did anyone in the group. After reading this reply, Xiaoyu gritted his teeth, his eyes slightly red. Why is everyone targeting me like this, ever since my mother passed away? His father brought back a so-called stepmother from outside. Compared to his brother, he has never been well treated in this family. Although the club was founded by his mother before her death, his father always favored his so-called legitimate eldest son who was raised elsewhere. Perhaps I was wrong from the beginning. How can I stay where I don't belong? Bold words earlier, why the silence now? Scared already? You're as weak as that woman. After reading this, Xiaoyu coldly dismissed the group. If I'm truly weak, I'll surpass you in your favorite field. Later, Xiaoyu stared at the figure in the field. To surpass, the first step is to target you. With a thought, he vanished instantly. Meanwhile, in the field, the roaring rock giant felt humiliated by his weak skills being dodged by this damn human. Bullying me when my berserk skill was on cooldown 3 minutes ago, Just wait. In 28 seconds, I'll hit -62,876, triggering the 100% killing spree talent, earning the boss first kill title, doubling damage. Killing the level 15 boss delayed behemoth grants 1,750 experience. Congratulations, you've reached level 7 before checking what the boss did. A chill down my spine, next second -50 HP, -48 HP. Someone's attacking from behind. You swiftly turn around, eyes on the scepter in your right hand. A flash of blue light triggers the skill, Frost Arc -88. As an ice spike lands on the attacker, the identity is revealed, player nickname Xiaoyu, only level 4, where did the audacity come from? How is this possible? How Xiaoyu, looking at the information displayed above the person's head, was full of panic. Even if this person is level 7, having 1,750 health points is unbelievable. And if he didn't remember incorrectly, was the boss just instantly killed? What's the point of this game? What's so impossible about that? You smirked, but since you want to kill me, I won't give you the chance to prepare any last words. Before Hao Xiaoyu could react, minus 79 to 80 Heavenly Father was not triggered. Your 2 basic attacks hit, the former's health instantly halved. At this moment, Hao Xiaoyu's claim of no regrets is false. Anger surged within him momentarily, even if he turned to run at full speed. How could Hao Xiaoyu, with his health boosted by 1 speed, compete against you in a fully equipped battle? Quickly, you hit Hao Xiaoyu with 4 consecutive basic attacks, sending him back to the fountain, all because you killed Hao Xiaoyu. Player drops 200 experience, Green Assassin's Dagger. You gaze at the trash dagger you obtained, muttering the name repeatedly. Why does this ID sound familiar? What did you suddenly think of? Wow, after I solo killed the future miracle assassin, Xiaoyu seemed quite friendly. But who could have imagined that in the future, he would single-handedly rout a powerful foreign army? In any case, you used to have top-tier awareness. You know very well how absurd the strength of this god-tier assassin is. But now, all you can say is to practice more if you want to improve. Your gaze returns to the boss's dropped items list, gold multiplied by 100, attribute points multiplied by 10, C-grade skills multiplied by 2, blue helmet, blue boots. 2 C-level skills, the drops this time are not bad, one is a swordsman skill, and the other, surprisingly, is a healing technique that restores the designated target's health after use. It restores 20% of your maximum health, you decisively choose to learn it. You look at the 2 blue equipment pieces, not needed by yourself, with 2 D-level skills, 1 C-level skill, and 350 gold coins. It's too troublesome to put them on the auction house, and you have to make a special trip to the store in the newbie village. Why not ask Boss Xingyu? With this in mind, you unreservedly displayed it to YNR in your friends list. On the other side, the big shot replies instantly, here are these things, if you want them, I'll give them to you, too lazy to put them in the store. In a certain newbie village, a white-haired lowly who just completed a skill task stared wide-eyed. 2 hours ago, he hired more than 10 people to grind elites. Even the small monsters only drop 2 pieces of green equipment, and the skills have just been learned. As for me, when I make a move, it's 2 blue items, 3 skills, and more than 300 gold coins. I want the big shot. As long as the big shot has enough things, it's okay to be packed full. I understand the meaning you want to convey, but why does it sound so strange? You tentatively mentioned the price, a total of 12,000. How about it? Deal. Deal, big shot, don't regret it. What do I have to regret? I'm afraid you'll regret it. Well, it seems like club owners are indeed wealthy and generous. The white-haired lowly looked at the 2 men's clothing in her backpack, excitedly dancing in place. He once again opened the friends list, asking the big shot if they're bringing a boss. The price is negotiable. You see this message, just reply casually, not interested for now, we'll talk later. When the big shot finishes, they must contact me immediately. After casually closing the chat interface, lock onto a nearby monster from this location, and head straight to the respawn point. Rock Monster LV5, Common Grade, HP 215, Attack 15, Skill, Hardening. This type of high-level, low-value monster is not only easy for new players to defeat, but also yields a lot of experience, a top-notch experience monster. However, for you, this is a tool to increase the probability of executing a kill. The blue light on your staff flashes, with a kill probability of 0.1%, considering your current situation. After reallocating all free attribute points to increase attack speed, your attack speed has reached a considerable level. With a bit of effort today, you can collect all 3 Lord's stars. Even if luck is not on your side, if you grind again tomorrow, you'll definitely collect them all. With hope in your heart, your hands don't stop moving for a moment. But at that moment, the sound of a branch breaking, ghostly, comes from behind you. Even though there are no monsters behind you, your eyes narrow. Instinctively shifting to the right while turning your body halfway back, without time to identify the newcomer, a basic attack lands, minus 82, talent not triggered. Hey, big brother, don't make a sound. In a panic with a hint of request, upon seeing the newcomer, you can't help but squint your eyes. It's you, the visitor is indeed Ho Xiaoyu. Big brother, I'm just passing by. As he spoke, Ho Xiaoyu glanced at the delayed pavilion behind you, sighing. Not only were the equipment destroyed and levels dropped, even the top-tier monster spawning spot you found was taken over. After a sideways glance, Xiaoyu threw the worthless green dagger from his backpack to the ground. Don't bother me unless you want to die again. Xiaoyu was slightly stunned, then quickly picked it up, bowing and saying, "Thank you very much, sir. Xiaoyu sent you 50 gold coins, please check carefully." You raised an eyebrow, this kid is quite thoughtful. Wait, the sudden voice made Xiaoyu stiffen. You turned your head, you can't refuse the gold coins. Join the team, at least it will help you level up by 2. Xiaoyu's eyes lit up as such a big shot wanted to take him along. After joining the team, Xiaoyu quickly came to your side, excitedly saying, "Sir, let me help you fight." You waved your hand to stop him, you don't need to watch from the sidelines. Xiaoyu was stunned by the speed of experience gain, feeling like riding a rocket. While you were fighting monsters, Xiaoyu stood quietly behind you. After all 8 wild monsters in the first round were eliminated, Xiaoyu finally mustered up the courage. "Sir, do you need any accessories?" As soon as he said that, he regretted it. Xiaoyu, you wanted to rely on your own efforts, but now that you've tasted a bit of success, do you want to take shortcuts? Is this fair to yourself? You turned your head, I don't need leg accessories, but I could use a few sponsors. Care to give it a shot? But big brother, I currently have shares in 3 companies and a club. Do you think I qualify? Just now, what was I thinking? I swore to surpass that guy by any means necessary. Since it's by any means, why not help each other out with the big shots and avoid any mistakes? But before he could hear the big shots reply, a sudden server-wide announcement rang out. Server-wide announcement, this game has been online for 6 hours. The ranking list has been opened. More rankings are yet to be opened. Players, please stay tuned. After 24 hours, the top 1,000 players on the ranking list will receive rewards from the system. The higher the rank, the more generous the reward. The sudden server-wide announcement made most players stop what they were doing. Especially upon seeing the words "generous rewards," many players immediately clicked on the newly appeared ranking list. Wow, big shot, you're actually ranked 2nd on the level ranking list. But who's this first place? Xiaoyu's voice was filled with disbelief. You raised an eyebrow, reminiscing about the past server reset. The highest level was only 8, and currently, the highest is just 6. Who could have a level higher than yours? You quickly opened the ranking list, but at a glance. First place, Emperor, level 7. Second place, Slaughter the World, level 7. Third place, Grandpa, level 6. Fourth place, Cold River Snow, level 6. Fifth place, Moon Dominance, level 6. Sixth place, One Kidney Can Last an Hour, level 6. Su Chen was confused. What's going on? 2 alter egos of his, ranking 1st and 2nd respectively? Does the double mask have this effect too? Does that mean rewards on the leaderboard after 24 hours? Can he claim 2 rewards by himself? You should know that not only the level leaderboard has ranking rewards, but also the future overall combat power leaderboard, including professional combat power leaderboard, equipment leaderboard, etc. All have rewards. The rewards are getting more and more outrageous. He remembered the rewards for the first place on the level leaderboard in his previous life. It's been a while. He can't remember the other rewards, but he seems to recall there was an A-level skill. Thinking of this, Su Chen was no longer sleepy. The characters on the leaderboard in this life, except for the top 2, are not much different from the previous life. There are gods who rely on their own strength, tycoons who hire people to level up, and lucky ones with astonishing luck. In short, those who can make it to the top 100 on the leaderboard are not ordinary people. Boss, I'll be satisfied if my level returns to 4. If you level up on your own, there's a high probability you'll surpass the first place, so don't take me with you. At this moment, Ho Xiaoyu scratched his head and said. He decisively clicked to exit the current team. Just the next second. Slaughter the World invites you to join the team, do you agree? Ho Xiaoyu hesitated. Boss, this. Su Chen glanced at him. Well. Seeing this look, Ho Xiaoyu had to obediently click to join the team. Then he changed the subject. But I feel bad delaying your leveling up. How about we exchange contact information, and I'll transfer 10,000 to you? Su Chen? Is what you're saying even human language? 10,000 right from the start? Are you trying to buy someone's life? It's like moral blackmail. Su Chen waved his hand, speechless, adding contacts is fine, no need for the transfer. I'll bring you to boss fights when I have time in the future. Ho Xiaoyu's face lit up. Great. In the blink of an eye, 7 hours later. The sky had long darkened, but Su Chen, dragging his somewhat weary body, had just returned to the newbie village. He had a thought. Player, Emperor. Talent, percentage kill, LV2. Level, LV9, 1899/6000. Occupation, Priest. Health, 2180/2180. Mana, 1150/1150. Attack, 75. Magic power, 25. Attack speed, 1. 58. Movement speed, 5. 5. Armor, 112. Magic resistance, 108. Physical penetration, 0%. Magic penetration, 0%. Available attribute points, 0. Equipment, Novice Staff, War Helmet, purple, Bloodstained Battle Armor, red, Swift Leggings, blue, War Boots, blue. Skills, Frost Spell LV1, Healing Spell LV1. Title, First Boss Kill. Backpack, Double Mask, Heart of the Lord X3, Gold Coins X420, Heavy Helmet, purple, blue Equipment X6, D-Level Skills X5, C-Level Skills X2. Phew, it's finally time. Su-Chen looked towards the nearby blacksmith shop, full of anticipation. In these 7 hours, he had fought 8 bosses in total, escaping quickly in 2 instances where he couldn't kill them within the first 3 minutes. Therefore, he successfully killed 6 bosses within 7 hours, but fortunately, these 6 times dropped 2 Lord's Hearts for him, plus the equipment skill in this backpack. Overall, the harvest was quite fruitful, but what is even more worth mentioning is, when he successfully killed 3 bosses and upgraded the Super S-level talent, his original initial kill probability, from 0.1% directly increased to 0.1%, even though the stacking probability hasn't changed, but he has a hunch. Perhaps when he upgrades the talent again, the increase will be in the stacking probability. Not because of anything else, just look at the upgrade requirements to know. Talent upgrade requirements: kill 1000 elite monsters, level requirement LV10 or above, current progress, 0/1000. Alright, let's take it slow. Fortunately, it's not killing 1000 small monsters. Su-Chen didn't have much complaint about this. If he could obtain a skill with a wide range of destructive power, this number wouldn't be difficult for him, even without a skill. Spending a day or 2 on it, he could still complete it. The only difficult part is, where can he find level 10 elite monsters? Even in the new player village, the highest is only level 9. Hey, young man, back again? Come in and have a look? Wang the blacksmith saw Su-Chen coming and opened his mouth with a smile. Su-Chen held 3 Lord's Hearts in his hand and said lightly, "No need to go in, I'm here to submit a hidden task." Wang the blacksmith was stunned. What? What did you say? The first hidden task in the whole server. You completed it in 1 day? Ha? What are you thinking? Su-Chen frowned. Alright. Wang the blacksmith hurriedly took the 3 Lord's Hearts and asked, "What part of the purple equipment do you want? I'll find it for you." Su-Chen looked at the data panel and said without hesitation, "Just the weapon." No problem. Wang the blacksmith had just stepped back into the blacksmith shop. Su-Chen's eyes suddenly narrowed. He quickly glanced in a certain direction behind him. A rat? It's him again? Interesting. Asking for a 5-star rating for more updates. These are very important to the old thief. The old thief will do anything for you, please. Su-Chen couldn't be bothered with the 2 rats behind him, because his purple equipment had arrived. Kid, here you go. He took the staff handed over by Wang the blacksmith. A line of information appeared before his eyes. Golden staff, purple, level, LV1. Effect 1, attack plus 60. Effect 2, magic power plus 40. Effect 3, attack range plus 3. Increase attack range? Not bad. Su-Chen put it on, and a line of system prompts appeared before his eyes. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the server to complete the hidden task of Wang the blacksmith. The system is about to make a server-wide announcement. Do you want to hide your ID? No. Just as Su-Chen refused to hide, the next moment, a system prompt appeared out of thin air in the eyes of every player. Server announcement. Congratulations to Player Emperor for being the first player in this server to complete the hidden task of Wang the blacksmith. Special reward, Ancient Necklace X1, Gold Coins X200, Free Attribute Points X20. Server announcement. Congratulations to Player Emperor for being the first player in this server to complete the hidden task of Wang the blacksmith. Special reward. Su-Chen looked at the ancient necklace added to his backpack, and a smile couldn't help but appear on his lips. It's indeed Ancient Necklace, Accessory, Level, LV1. Effect 1, increases 10% additional health. Skill effect, you can set the damage dealt by normal attacks to be equal to your maximum health, ineffective against players. Su-Chen decisively chose to wear it. The next moment, his health increased from 2180 to 2398, despite only increasing by a little over 200 health at the moment. Imagine, when his blood volume reaches tens of thousands in the future. How much additional blood volume will there be? Thousands? Tens of thousands? Or even more? Not to mention that the current simple necklace is only level 1. When it is upgraded in the future, it will increase even more additional blood volume. It may even have other effects. With this treasure in hand, soloing bosses and such, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? Just as Su Chen was preparing for the next step, when the players saw the server-wide announcement, each of them was no longer calm. Oh my goodness! I thought the top player on the level ranking list could solo bosses. His strength is already outrageous, but I didn't expect his luck to be so good too. Are you kidding me? There are hidden tasks in the newbie village? If I had known, I would have probed every NPC. Feels like I missed out on a billion. Damn, brothers, I'm here at Wang the Blacksmith's. There really is a hidden task. And it's the kind that everyone can trigger. Completing it gives purple equipment. Brothers, let's go. Is the top player's accessory out? I heard you can exchange it with beetle nuts. The one above is a biochemical mother. Don't believe the top player. Oh my god, bro, how did you know? The information in the world channel flowed like a waterfall, making it impossible to see how many people were discussing. Su Chen, the one who caused all this, just glanced at the world channel lightly, then shifted his gaze back to his own attribute panel. After using the 20 free attribute points he obtained, his attack speed had increased from the original 158 to 178, getting closer to breaking through too. After closing the attribute panel, Su Chen looked around. Seeing many players rushing towards the blacksmith shop, he quickly lifted his leg and walked towards the direction outside the newbie village. During the time when most players were searching for hidden tasks, he happened to use the necklace skill, boosting it fiercely. But before that, he had to deal with the rats in the sewer first. If not completely resolved, the rats would always bother you. Just as Su Chen left, behind a tree not far from the blacksmith shop. How go, look, he's leaving. The chubby boy with 2 twigs on his head reminded the sword warrior named Haogu beside him. Hearing this, Haogu quickly closed the content of the chat group in front of him, looked in the direction Su Chen was leaving, his eyes flashed, and grinned. He's actually leaving the newbie village? Isn't he seeking death? Let's go, let's follow him. The chubby boy hesitated after hearing this. Haogu, just the 2 of us. Can we beat him if we follow him? He's the kind of person who can solo bosses. In other words, if he can solo bosses, then what about the 2 of us? Are we just playing around? Haogu gave the chubby boy a smack on the head, impatiently saying, I said follow him, that means the 2 of us have to take action, right? I just contacted Koengu. Koengu is gathering people over there, and I heard that the boss of the headquarters will also come with us this time. If we handle this well, we will definitely have good rewards, understand? With that, Haogu changed the subject. By the way, Koengu said that if this emperor wants to run away, in necessary circumstances, we can intervene to buy time for the main force. Of course, you go first when the time comes. Chubby boy, me? Haogu looked at Su Chen's gradually disappearing figure, glared at the chubby boy. Stop talking nonsense, follow me. Oh, okay. The 2 got up and quietly followed. But at this moment, the 2 of them were unaware that every move they made was under Su Chen's control. Su Chen's speed was fast, but just enough for the 2 to see, without being left behind, unable to even see his tail lights. And so it goes. It had been about 10 minutes. Outside the novice village, in a dense forest. Hiss. Brother, how did he come to this place? Could it be that there is a hidden high-quality monster spawn point here? The chubby guy stared at the target dozens of meters ahead and whispered. Who knows? Haogu hid behind a tree, seeing that the target in the distance was completely unaware of the 2 of them. He dared to poke his head out and said, Koengu said they will be here soon. Keep an eye on them for me. The trees here were dense. Except for the rustling sound of the leaves being blown by the wind, it was eerily quiet. Therefore, not only did the 2 of them have to speak cautiously, but even their tracking steps were extremely light, afraid of making a sound and alerting Su Chen. Ha! Suddenly, the chubby guy exclaimed. He blinked and looked around, looking somewhat flustered. How? Brother How, where is he? In the blink of an eye, he disappeared? Haogu frowned and whispered, we must have been discovered. Don't worry, he must still be nearby. Anyway, our people are arriving soon, so it doesn't matter if we expose ourselves now. Let's chase after him. In order to prevent the target from logging out of the game, they quickly picked up their pace to close the distance. But before the 2 of them could run a few steps, a cold voice suddenly sounded from behind them. Excuse me, who are you looking for? Swish! Haogu and the chubby guy froze. They felt a chill all over their bodies. Haogu and the chubby guy immediately stopped in their tracks and looked back. But as they looked back, what they saw was not the emperor they had in mind, but slaughter the world? Haogu's pupils constricted. How could this second-ranked powerhouse on the leaderboard appear here? But seeing that it was him, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't the emperor, it was fine. With this, there was no conflict between the two sides. This big shot, we are here to find someone, if there's no problem. We'll leave first. With that, Haoge was about to turn and leave. Oh, is that so? But just then, swish, with a flash of blue light from the staff in Su Chen's hand. -201. Talent not triggered. Haoge's health points instantly decreased by 1/3. What do you mean by this? Haoge turned around, looked angrily at the slaughter the world in front of him, and said coldly, "Our Moon Club's people are coming soon. If you're smart, you better scram. Do you really think that as a second-ranked player, you can take on hundreds of players in the early game? Not to mention that we also have 2 top 10 players among us. Sounds scary, doesn't it?" Su Chen shrugged, sneered, "But I don't mean anything else. I just can't stand you, itching to fight. Joking, all of you came to catch me. If I don't bully you, who else will I bully?" "What? You say Slaughter the World is despicable and shameless?" "Slaughter the World is despicable. What does it have to do with the Emperor?" Hearing this, Haoge's temples throbbed. Damn, when did he provoke this big shot? Have they had any previous contact? No, right? This is bad news. He won't be able to escape Kuan Ji's criticism this time. The more Haoge thought about it, the angrier he became, and when he recalled the man's words just now. "What do you mean you just can't stand me? Damn it, forget it. He's really shameless." Haoge's temper flared up, looking at the chubby guy angrily. "Get up. As long as we can hold on until Kuan Gu and the others arrive, no one can escape." "Chubby guy, huh? Me? Stop talking nonsense, get up." Haoge kicked the chubby guy's butt. At the same time, a faint red glow appeared on Haoge's body. A-level talent, Frenzy activated. Under the blessing of Frenzy, he will gain 30% damage immunity and a 200% attack power bonus, lasting for 5 minutes. Seeking death. Haoge's pupils also turned blood red, looking into the eyes of the one who slaughters all, full of killing intent. But before he could take the first step, suddenly, trigger skill, Frost Spell, -251, -212, -203, player slaughter all killed Fatty. Haoge, wait, I'm a step behind. Where is Fatty? In the blink of an eye, gone? Damn, what kind of monster is this? And you're telling me this damage value was from a basic attack? Not to mention Fatty. I can't even withstand it myself. Seeing this scene, Haoge instantly sobered up. Seeing slaughter all approaching step by step, he quickly took 2 steps back, waving his hand. Wait, hold on, bro. We can talk things out, can we not resort to violence? Su Chen just kept advancing, silent. Seeing this, Haoge was completely panicked. Damn, it's one thing if Kuan Gu and the others were here. We could easily take down this B***start in minutes. But the problem is, with his explosive damage, can he even last until Kuan Gu arrives? When Kuan Gu arrives, it's game over. In that case, in order to not drop out of the top 300 in the level rankings, he could only, big bro, Haoge said, taking out equipment from his backpack and placing it on the ground, speaking earnestly. "I'll give you all my equipment, just spare my life, okay? As long as I don't lose levels, I owe you a favor." This move almost made Su Chen burst out laughing. "Is your favor worth anything in green equipment?" Su Chen's staff flashed with blue light. "Since you've offered yourself as a tribute, let me help you out. -212, -209, slaughter all, F***CKU. Before Haoge could finish his sentence, he dissipated in the wind. "You killed player, Haoge. Player dropped, experience x500. Red name value +1. Su Chen looked at the equipment on the ground. 1 blue, 1 green, and 1 newbie gear? You only kept a pair of pants for yourself? Su Chen twitched at the corner of his eye, picked up the blue and green equipment, kicked the newbie gear under a nearby tree. He turned around, looking towards a certain direction. "Are they here?" Su Chen smirked, teasingly saying, "The show I prepared for you is just beginning. I hope it entertains me." With these words, he removed the mask from his face. The nickname above his head changed from Slaughter all back to Emperor, and his figure disappeared like a ghost into the depths of the forest, vanishing in the blink of an eye. About half a minute later, the sound of dense footsteps rang out. A large group of people, led by Kuan Gu, arrived at the place where Su Chen had appeared just now. The one leading this group was Kuan Gu, followed by a young man and a woman. The man looked to be in his early 20s, tall and slender, with a handsome appearance, giving off a gentle and easygoing vibe. The woman had long snow-white hair, looking barely of age, with a beautiful yet cold and forbidding face, exuding an aura of not to be approached by strangers. At this moment, Koen-gu turned to the man behind him and whispered, "Boss, this is the location Hao-gu mentioned. He said he and that fatty were intercepted here by someone called Slaughterall. As for the emperor, whereabouts unknown." Slaughterall? Hao-yu's dominance frowned slightly at the mention of it, the second on the ranking list. Koen-gu nodded, "Exactly. And..." At this point, Koen-gu glanced at the new player's long sword lying quietly under a tree nearby, and said solemnly, "Hao-gu just told me that he was killed by that person who can defeat anyone with just 3 basic attacks. I think this matter is not simple. How could the emperor and that person who can defeat anyone appear in the same newbie village? And how could they coincidentally arrive in this forest at the same time? So, boss, Koen-D thinks we shouldn't take this matter too lightly." Hao-yu's dominance glanced at Koen-gu, silencing him, then looked at Han Jiangshui beside him and said softly, "Take action." Hearing this, Han Jiangshui just nodded slightly. The next moment, her pair of pitch-black pupils instantly became colorful, as if countless colors were mixed together inside. Coupled with her cold face, it exuded a unique beauty. Found the person. At the same time, on the other side, Su-chen looked at the sudden appearance of a white light on his chest and raised an eyebrow. "Am I being marked?" There was only one person he remembered from his past life who had such means. That was Han Jiangshui, who possessed the S-level talent Eye of Illusion Breaker. The future core of the team, also the #1 Ice Mage. The Eye of Illusion Breaker can lock onto enemies within a kilometer radius and randomly generate a weakness on the enemy. If anyone attacks this weakness, the damage of the attacker's skill or basic attack will be increased 5-fold. The most insane part of this talent is that the weaknesses refresh every 30 seconds. Han Jiangshui can lock onto dozens, or even more enemies at once, making weaknesses appear on all of them. With her as the core of the team, the guild battle held in the game in the past life, the Hao-yu guild won the first championship. Beautiful, kind-hearted, and talented. This was Su-chen's impression of her. But later, it's a pity. After a helpless sigh, he once again relied on his memories from his past life and fled deep into the forest. Since the boss of Hao-yu knew that he was the only one within a kilometer, he would definitely bring people to chase him. His actions had to be quick. The grand gift he prepared couldn't be delayed. In a blink of an eye, a few minutes later, deep in the forest, Han Jiangshui raised her slender jade hand and pointed to a giant tree dozens of meters away, much larger than the surrounding trees, reminding, "He's up there." Hearing this, everyone instinctively looked up. They saw Su-chen's figure standing on the shortest trunk of the giant tree, but even so, he was still several meters above the ground. Looking at the nickname above his head, Hao-yu's dominance took the initiative to lead the people forward. With a gentle face, "Di Lao, hello, I am the boss of the Hao-yu Club. I came here this time to sincerely invite you to join our club." Su-chen looked down at the people below, and in his eyes towards Hao-yu's dominance, there was undisguised disgust, and he sneered, "Join your club? What? Are you so eager to use some means in the contract? Let me work for you for free, hand over all the equipment and props in the game for free, and then trap me in the contract, with a sky-high penalty for breach?" With that said, Su-chen glanced at Han Jiangshui. Hearing this, Hao-yu's dominance's face visibly stiffened. He quickly suppressed the gloom in his eyes and said kindly, "How could that be? We are a legitimate club, and a contract is not a one-way thing. If you don't understand, you can always seek legal advice." At this point, Hao-yu's dominance's face turned serious. "As long as you are willing to join our club, if you speak up, a monthly salary of $1 million is not impossible to negotiate." This statement caused a commotion among the crowd. $1 million monthly salary? That's for those big spenders. Can't even imagine it. If this big shot doesn't come, is his brain malfunctioning? However, the next second, "Stop pretending to be nice with me. Want me to join your damn club? Sure. Kill me here, and I'll join you for free, how about that?" Su-chen shrugged. This was the first time he cursed at someone since his rebirth. He was not someone who spoke nicely, but seeing the hypocritical face of the moon hegemony, he couldn't help it. The reason is simple. Who caused his death in his previous life? Isn't it this person? After all, who could have imagined that a person accidentally awakened as a hidden professional contract mage would not only contract a demon in the future but also betray the entire human race? In the future, he would not only treat his own kind as demon feed but also strengthen himself. He would even cooperate with invaders to slaughter innocent people in an entire city. Although all of this happened in the previous life, he had countless ways to stop it. But a person's hypocritical heart cannot change. The face of the moon hegemony changed, suppressing his anger. "Let's discuss things. I didn't come here to argue. I just admire you for being the first to kill the boss and the #1 on the level leaderboard. If possible, I hope we can meet offline." Hearing this, Su-chen almost laughed out loud. "No, do you really think I'm stupid? The group you brought is almost like a gang. What? You brought them to the forest for a day trip? Are you a tour guide? The crowd fell into silence. Some of them were exploring the trees in the forest, feeling the novelty of the surroundings. Some opened the World Channel to watch, afraid that they couldn't resist and lose the $100 they had. The moon hegemony's face turned even uglier, squinting. There are many powerful wild monsters in the forest. I brought people just in case. Su-chan chuckled, glanced at the time in the upper right corner, and suddenly became expressionless. Well, your precautions are indeed correct. As soon as he heard this, Koenga felt a chill down his spine, feeling like this scene in front of him seemed familiar. Su-chan smirked, with a hint of amusement. Since you brought so many people, do you think you can escape from here smoothly? Boom! As soon as the words fell, the area where everyone was began to shake violently. What's happening? Why do I feel like the ground under my feet? Before the last person could finish speaking, boom! Oh my god! In the crowd, a giant python over 10 meters long and entirely green burst out of the ground. The players above it were instantly thrown 10 meters away by a tremendous force and fell to the ground. Forest python kills player, turning you from white to black. Forest python kills player, professional gold farmer. Forest python kills player. This scene caught all the players off guard. When they reacted, looking at the huge and ferocious forest python in front of them, they were all terrified. Their legs felt like lead, standing still in confusion. Forest python, LV-15. Rank, boss class. Health, 22780/22780. Attack, 410. Skills, bite, coil, giant tornado, direct assault. Yes, this was one of the bosses in the newbie village. The blood volume of the forest python is only over 20,000, far less than the rock behemoth, but its attack power and agility make it the most powerful boss in the novice village. Without a large number of control, deceleration, and 100% hit rate skills, it is wishful thinking to escape with the current group from the Moon Club. And this is Su-chan's super gift for the Moon Club. This scene made the Moon Hegemony, who had just reacted, almost spit blood. He glanced at Su-chan, who was leisurely on the tree trunk, and shouted to the people who were still stunned on the spot, "Everyone, disperse and retreat outside the forest." This shout made most of the people present suddenly come to their senses. Run fast. Hey, don't pull me. Who stepped on my shoe, damn it. Don't pull my pants. Watching the chaos below, Su-chan shook his head and joked, there are only a few who can stand out, the rest are all level 4 or 5 small fries, without any skills. It's better not to resist in vain. Learn from Hao Gu, he always offers himself as a sacrifice. He naturally complained in his heart about this last sentence. However, at this moment, Su-chan saw a faint green gas appearing on the body of the forest python below, and he quickly climbed towards the higher tree trunk above his head. If he didn't move, he would be. Boom! Suddenly, before the players who were fleeing in all directions could run far enough, a roaring sound of a hurricane erupted. The figure of the forest python disappeared in an instant, turning into a high, about 20 meters tall, emerald green tornado with strong suction power. At the moment this skill appeared, without exception, all the players within a radius of 50 meters from the center of the giant tornado were sucked into the air by the powerful suction of the tornado. A deep sense of powerlessness swept through the hearts of every player present. Undoubtedly this was a one-sided massacre. And as the giant tornado skill ended, there were only a dozen or so players left on the scene, making it even more impossible to escape. Forest python kills players. Hundreds of kill notifications appeared simultaneously. Before Koenga died, he looked at Su-chan with intense resentment. His lips moved, but he didn't have time to say anything before the Moon Hegemony, a high-level player with excellent equipment, struggled to stay in the top 10 of the level ranking to no avail. In the end, he was swallowed whole by the python. Crunch! The protein is 10 times that of beef. On the other hand, Han Jiangshui accepted reality and stood still in place. Before she died, she looked deeply at Su-chan on the tree. There were many emotions in her eyes, including incomprehension. After the forest python slaughtered the members of the Moon Club and others, Su-chan quietly climbed down from the tree, and then frantically looted the drops. 3 blue items, 5 green items. Not bad, not bad. Hiss. Soon, the forest python sensed the sneaky human behind it and opened its huge mouth to swallow him in one bite. Seeing this, Su-chan dodged the python with a small backflip effortlessly. He returned a disdainful look to the python. You don't even have any skills. You still want to catch up with our God Realm Bolt? With over 2,000 health points and a movement speed of 5. Are you playing with us? Not to mention we also have frost magic, healing magic, and the trump card of bloodstained battle armor skill, let alone your little worm. The other 3 bosses are no match either. Forest python? Hiss hiss hiss. Roar! Its pair of blood-red snake pupils stared fiercely at the damned human in front of it. How dare he insult it? It's like a starving dog looking for shit. Go find shit. But in the end, the python snake body twisted and turned in the forest, almost catching up with the detestable human, Suchen. Suchen walked out of the forest and put on his mask. He opened his backpack and checked the total harvest of this trip, 4 blue items and 6 green items. He sold all the worthless green items, exchanged them for 6 gold coins, and headed straight to the rocky cave. Meanwhile, in a resurrection altar in a newbie village, Haoyue, the moon dominator, looked at his dropped level and the 3 missing blue items in his backpack. His once gentle and easygoing face turned fierce. He looked at Kunj, who looked depressed beside him, and in a cold voice said, "Notify all major game groups for me. Whoever can kill Emperor once and hand over the dropped equipment, I will give him 100,000. For each subsequent kill, 10,000. Alright, I'll take care of it." Kunj then asked, "Boss, what's next for us?" Hearing this, Haoyue instinctively glanced at the top left corner of his level. Seeing his level drop from the top 10 to 300, he gritted his teeth and said, "What else can we do? Level up." At this moment, Suchen was still unaware that bigger trouble was quietly approaching. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. At that moment, he had already reached the outskirts of the rocky cave, raised his probability of killing to over 5%, and quickly entered the cave. Next was the most anticipated moment. After taking off the 2 attack-equipped items on him, Suchen looked at the huge rock monster in front of him, a cruel smile appearing on his face. His staff appeared in his hand, and a blue light flashed. -36. -40. Talent not triggered. Perhaps this time he was more fortunate, or the probability of killing stacked up higher in advance. In less than 2 minutes, notifications appeared before him. -69666. Successfully triggered the 100% kill talent, possessing the boss first kill title damage x2. The ancient necklace detects that your damage output is outstanding. Do you want to set the damage you dealt this time as your maximum health? Set as maximum health. Suchen's eyes lit up, eagerly responding. Ancient necklace skill activated. Setting successful. Your current maximum health is 77,952. Looking at his current huge amount, Suchen couldn't hide his excitement. His initial health was set to over 70,000, plus over 1,000 from equipment, and an additional 10% from the necklace. Seeing this wave of tens of thousands of health, Suchen could only ask, who else dares to challenge? With one healing spell, he could restore over 15,000 health. Looking at the early game as a whole, who could withstand this? After a while, Suchen's excited heart gradually calmed down, because he knew this was just the beginning. But at the same time, he was also looking forward to it. With his current stats, how many levels could he clear in the treasure trove? This would have to be personally explored in the future. Suchen checked the dropped items. Rock Monster drops, Lord's Heart x1, Gold Coins x70, Free Attribute Points x10, Chestplate, Blue, x1. Another Lord's Heart? Suchen raised an eyebrow, but the next moment, as if he had figured something out, his eyes suddenly lit up. Suchen suddenly realized. Now that most players knew about the hidden quest of King Blacksmith, the value of this Lord's Heart could easily be worth a few thousand, right? He had to ask a certain big client, and also sell off these extra items on him for some pocket money. You have shown to YNR, Lord's Heart x1, Heavy Helmet, Purple, x1, Blue Equipment x10, D-Level Skills x5, C-Level Skills x2. YNR? Stuck? No. Oh my god. Boss, I want. In the end, under YNR's repeated praises, Suchen sold these items at a discounted price of 28,000 to the other party. Calculating it, Suchen made a profit of 45,000 in just one day. If he were to tell Suyu about it, wouldn't she be so excited that she faints on the bed? And then, I'm thinking too much. Suchen glanced at the time in the upper right corner. At this time, that girl should be back. With a thought, he exited the game. Just as he walked out of the virtual warehouse, a fragrant smell entered his nostrils. He walked into the living room and looked towards the kitchen, where Suyu, with a slender waist wrapped in a small apron, was standing in front of the pot, stirring soup with one hand and holding a phone with the other. Oh, you're out? Seeing the man coming out, Suyu's pretty face blushed slightly, and she reminded, let's eat soon, go wash your hands first. No rush for that. Suchen smiled and walked into the kitchen, sniffing the rich aroma coming from the pot. He looked at the beauty beside him and said, guess how much I earned this afternoon? Suyu turned her head, looked at the handsome face in front of her, blinked her eyes full of curiosity, and asked, how much did you earn? Want to know? Yes. Then kiss me? You pervert. A blush spread from Suyu's neck to behind her ear. She blushed and quickly turned her head, not daring to look at the person. Her beautiful eyes became flustered. Her little heart was beating rapidly, her mind in chaos, not knowing what to do next. Although they had taken baths together when they were young, even more than once, they remembered clearly where each other had what on their bodies. But once she took the initiative. After the kiss, can a little touch be allowed? And if the touch is allowed, then what about a certain something? Would it lead to a disaster caused by a question? Would it be too early for this? But what should she do next? What would their future child be named? Would he prefer a boy more? Or would he prefer a girl more? Anyway, she liked him. Suyu's thoughts gradually became abnormal. Until, just kidding. Where do you want a kiss? Both said at the same time. Su-chen? What's going on? Choose where to kiss. Suyu? I've even thought of the child's name. And you're joking with me? No, this bad mood must be vented. Suyu looked at the person in front of her, who looked confused. She reached out and pinched his face, tiptoed, and kissed him. Okay, tell me quickly. Suyu pouted, humming lightly. Hearing this, Su-chen obediently held out 4 fingers. Suyu was stunned. You want 4 times? Okay. Dare to ask for 4 times today. Tomorrow, she would dare to ask for 4 pregnancies. Seeing that the girl was about to start with him, Su-chen quickly waved his hand. No, it's 40,000. I earned 40,000 this afternoon. 40,000? 40,000? Earned 40,000 in one afternoon? Suyu's brain crashed at that moment. What, you don't believe me? Su-chen said, took out his phone, opened the account balance, and handed it to Suyu to check. Suyu widened her beautiful eyes, counted. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, Dad. As she counted, a wisp of smoke slowly rose from her head. Oh my god, is the CPU burning? While Su-chen was busy cooling down Suyu physically. In a meeting room at the Hang City Star Rain Club, the temperature inside continued to soar. Our country's first virtual online game God Domain has just been praised by the media, with tens of millions of players online on the first day of its launch. This game is bound to step onto the world stage and create new history. God Domain will create a new height in the gaming world. Now, whether domestically or internationally, all clubs are focusing on this game. It's easy to imagine how intense the competition among clubs will be in the future. The official of God Domain announced that besides the first launch in the Dragon Kingdom, the game has also been launched in 186 countries and regions such as the United States, Bear Country, and Sakura Country. And they also mentioned that a new gameplay mode, cross-server battle, will be open soon. As videos climbed to the top of major platforms, playing in the middle of the conference room's large screen, the executives in the Star Rain Club were overwhelmed with excitement and joy. What excited them was that the lifeblood of a gaming club lies in how far it can go in the gaming circle. Now that God Domain is reaching new heights worldwide, it also means that major gaming clubs will usher in new vitality. Whether they can soar to new heights depends on seizing this opportunity. And what made them even more excited was, how about that? The tens of thousands of equipment I bought from the big shots today not only didn't lose money, but also put us ahead of other clubs by a lot. This is called foresight, ha ha ha. At the head of the meeting room, a petite figure with hands on hips stood on the chair, looking extremely impressive. At this moment, a graceful woman sitting on the left side of the main seat spoke up. Boss, judging from the direction God Domain is heading, those top players in the game will undoubtedly be sought after by major clubs. Shouldn't we make some preparations too? The petite figure waved her hand. You guys can handle players below us rank. For players like Emperor, I will personally invite them. Oh, I also have a plan. Scenes like this in the Star Rain Club were simultaneously unfolding in major clubs across the country and around the world. And when some valuable players learned about this from certain channels, they were all excited. However, this did not include a certain comrade Pigeon who fainted in the toilet upon hearing the news from Koen-gu. The reason was simple. Just now, Koen-gu signed a player with an A-level talent similar to his, but not as strong, for tens of thousands of monthly salary. This made Hao-gu envy him. He quickly found Koen-gu, hoping that the latter would raise his monthly salary as well, but in the end, Koen-gu only replied with one sentence. Monthly salary is based on the contract. Hao-gu, a song of loneliness, dedicated to myself. The next morning, after breakfast, Su-chen looked at Suyu, who was dressed in casual clothes, with a puzzled expression. Don't you wear a school uniform to school? I told the teacher about it yesterday. I don't have to wear a school uniform to school anymore. Suyu said, reaching out to pinch the handsome face of the man in front of her, smiling mischievously. What? Any objections? Su-chen frowned, feeling somewhat strange. But looking at the sweet smile on the beauty's face, smelling the faint fragrance emanating from her, and feeling the tingling sensation on his face, he couldn't help but reach out and embrace her slender waist, teasing, "Before you leave, no apologies? Give me some motivation to earn some pocket money?" Suyu's beautiful eyes dodged, feeling the tightening sensation around her waist and the blatant invasion in someone's eyes. She gently placed her hands on the person's shoulders, then obediently tiptoed. After a while, Suchen looked at the entrance, watching Suyu's gentle figure like a little cat, and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. So soft. No, it's actually obedient. How can this be a tsundere girl? Clearly, she's a treasure girl, right? I'm leaving, I'll make delicious food for you when I come back tonight. Suyu put on her shoes, turned around, and waved to the man. Will you really enjoy the food I make tonight? Pfft, stop being so serious. You pervert. Before leaving, Suyu dared to scold someone a few words. As for why she didn't scold him at home? Come on. What if she angers someone and they bring out a Siberian python from the rainforest to deal with her? What if she really gets swollen? Watching Suyu's back as she ran away after scolding, Suchen shook his head helplessly. After returning to the bedroom, he went straight into the virtual warehouse. Today, he had important things to do. But at this moment, Suchen had no idea. After Suyu left, she didn't go to school as usual, but took a completely different path. 10 minutes later. Hang City, Star Rain Club front desk. Hello, I was hired as an on-site translator for your club yesterday. Where should I go? Suyu asked the front desk quietly. The front desk lady smiled friendly and pointed to a corner on the right, saying, "Turn right here, the third room is the reception room. Please wait there, someone will come to you shortly." "Okay, thank you." Suyu nodded and walked towards the reception room, curiously looking around. She didn't plan to tell Suchen about sneaking off to do translation work. More accurately, she didn't dare to. Even though the money she earned might be a drop in the bucket compared to the surgery fees, she couldn't bear to see that man suffer alone for her sake. "Hey, little sister, are you new to our club? Why haven't I seen you before?" A slightly childish voice suddenly sounded. Suyu was stunned. She looked at the little sister in front of the corner. About 1.5 meters tall? With delicate and cute features, and a white bob haircut, she asked in confusion, "Me?" Seeing the situation, Suyu straightened up and frowned at the mismatched weapons in front of her. "Yes, are you an adult? You look like you're only 16 or 17? Our club doesn't hire child labor." Hearing this, Suyu felt overwhelmed. "Wait, which one of us is the little sister? And your tone of speech? Why do you sound like a little adult?" "Boss, just now an employee in the company awakened an A-level talent in the game, look." At this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit walked out of the nearby virtual room and handed a document to Suyu. Suyu casually waved his hand, let him come down from his original position, and sign a monthly salary of 100,000. "Yes." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he shouted towards the reception room on the opposite side of the corridor, "The next round of talent testing is here, and those few young men guarding the door over there, don't go out, come and test your talents first." With a group of about a dozen people, they walked into the virtual room mightily. Suyu's gaze towards the little sister in front of her changed. She quickly adjusted her posture and said, "That boss, I was hired as an on-site translator for your club, and I am already an adult. Here is my ID." Suyu obediently handed over her ID. The boss took a look and nodded. "It's true that there are foreign players coming for a trial today. I didn't expect the little sister to become a translator as soon as she turned 18. Speaking of this, the boss seemed to suddenly realize something. She looked at the little sister in front of her, who was not inferior in appearance to herself, and curiously asked, "Have you awakened your talent?" "Talent?" Suyu tilted her head. "Are you talking about the talent in God Realm? For this game that became popular worldwide just one day after its release, as long as you go online now, you will hear about it, including Suyu." "Exactly." Yurongnai nodded, and said to the little sister who looked more pleasing to the eye in front of her, "If you haven't awakened, go in and give it a try. If you can awaken a B-level talent, a monthly salary of 10,000 won't be a problem." "Okay." Suyu readily agreed. Although she felt that she wouldn't be so lucky to awaken a B-level talent, let alone an A-level talent with a higher monthly salary. But trying won't hurt. After a while, Suyu walked out of the virtual room. She looked at the small boss sitting in the reception room across the corridor, sipping tea, and hurriedly walked up to ask, "Boss, can I ask? How high is an S-level talent?" "Put." Just as Suyu finished speaking, the tea that Yurongnai was about to swallow sprayed out directly upon hearing the words S-level talent. She wiped her mouth, completely ignoring the wet pile of documents on the table in front of her, turned her head to Suyu in disbelief. "What did you say, little sister? You awakened an S-level talent?" Suyu nodded blankly. "Yes, there is one S-level, and the other two are D level. I didn't choose them. Yu Rongnai widened her beautiful eyes, put down the teacup in her hand, leaned towards Suyu, and her bright eyes sparkled. Really S level? You're not lying to me? Can you tell sister what the talent effect is? Suyu pondered. I think it's called something about soul, but I don't really understand those attributes and percentages mentioned in the game. Upon hearing this, Yu Rongnai grabbed Suyu's arm, smiling. It's okay if you don't understand. Come on, let's go into the game, sister will teach you. But I still have to translate. What translation or no translation? This boss allows you to play games on the clock. In the future, in the God realm, sisters got your back. Soon, Yu Rongnai took Suyu to the boss's office on the second floor of the club. And because there was only one virtual chamber in the office, Yu Rongnai specially had the staff bring up a new one. Hurry, little sister. Let's add each other as friends on our phones first, so when you plug your phone into the game chamber's interface later, we can also voice chat in the game. Okay. With everything settled, the two entered the virtual chamber. As God Realm started, the two arrived at the login interface, and Yu Rongnai also learned for the first time what talents Suyu had obtained. Then, this white-haired lowly exploded. S-level talent, Soul Binding. After selecting a player for Soul Binding, you can share any two basic attributes of this player, and increase these two basic attributes for the player by 300%. This is too abnormal, right? Yu Rongnai's mouth widened, as if it could fit a whole sausage, and her delicate and cute face was filled with astonishment and envy. What kind of heaven-defying effect is this? Not only can you share two attributes of others, but also make up for two shortcomings of your own profession. And it will even increase these two attributes by 300%? You know, the effect of this talent is sharing. Which means that this 300% increase seems to be for the other person, but it's also for yourself. It's not an exaggeration to say. Just the effect of increasing two attributes by 300% in value alone can rival most S-level talents. Not to mention that Suyu also has a sharing ability. It can be foreseen that if Suyu chooses a profession with a deficiency in health points, then she found a player who was originally a tank and had talents related to increasing health. That's amazing. Therefore, the extraordinary effect of this talent is that, whether it's the binder or the bound, both will receive a 300% attribute boost comparable to an S-level talent. Which club wouldn't be tempted when they see this talent? It's like a buy one get one free deal. Ah, Xiaoyu, have you chosen your profession? Once you have, come find me, I'll take you to level up. Suppressing the excitement in her heart, the voice of Yu Rong came through the microphone and into the ears of Suyu. There are quite a few professions. Boss, do you have any suggestions? I don't really understand. Suyu's voice was full of confusion. Don't call me boss, my original name is Yu Rong. Just call me Sister Yu Rong. I'll introduce each profession to you, and then you can choose the one that interests you. Okay, thank you, Sister Yu Rong. Upon hearing this, Yu Rong patiently introduced Suyu to the characteristics, gameplay, and development directions of each profession. During this time, Yu Rong did not mention anything about signing a contract. Although she was one of the top 5 clubs in the Dragon Kingdom, the owner of the Starry Sky Club, she had 100 ways to deceive this young girl who had just entered society, but she did not do so. She disdained acting for the sake of a small club's interests, like the Moon Club, which not only looked ugly but also damaged morals. Moreover, this little sister Yu not only looked pleasing to the eye, but her personality seemed to be very much to her liking. If possible, she wanted to get to know her for a while first. After a while, as Suyu chose her profession, the two quickly met in the newbie village. Sister Yu Rong, is this place too real? Is this really in the game? Such a realistic open-world virtual online game once again refreshed Suyu's worldview. The last time her worldview was refreshed was when she found out last night that someone was making so much money. As a result, her CPU was overheating. Yu Rong stood with her hands on her hips, smiling. Of course. In the divine realm, besides reality, there are many other features. But before we explore other features, Yu Rong said, taking out 2 mask-like items from her backpack and handing them to Suyu, saying, there are many bad people in the game. You are so beautiful, combined with the realism of the game and the outside world, so. At this point, Yu Rong reached out with a mischievous smile and grabbed a few centimeters in front of Suyu's body. It's not good to be targeted by bad people. Let's put this on first. It can blur your face, so it can also prevent those perverted gazes from the big wolves. Just kidding. How could she let others see her treasure casually? Although this item cost 500 gold coins in the game store, it was still necessary to prevent her little sister from being taken away by ill-intentioned people. Okay. Suyu obediently took it and put it on her face. Let's go, sister will take you to level up first. At the same time, on the other side, after completing all the main quests in the newbie village, Su-Chen received a total of 30 free attribute points, 2 useless D-level skills, and 15 skill points to upgrade Frost Magic to level 3. After this trip, besides increasing his attack speed to 1.98, the cooldown time of Frost Magic also decreased from 15 seconds to 13 seconds. And next, the real show begins. By a small stream to the north of the newbie village, Su-Chen squinted his eyes as he looked at the cloud merchant sitting under a tree not far away. It is said that in the previous life, there was a hidden task in the newbie village that no one had successfully completed from the early game to the late game. And today, he was going to give it a try. Thinking of this, Su-Chen did not hesitate. He took a few steps to a position about 5 meters away from the cloud-traveling merchant, and the blue light flashed in his hand. 198. Talent not triggered. Hint: you have successfully angered the cloud-traveling merchant. Hidden mission triggered: defeat the cloud-traveling merchant. Completion reward: unknown. Swish. Just as he was about to launch his basic attack, Su-Chen felt a blur in front of him, and before he could react, the fist of the cloud-traveling merchant was already close. Su-Chen could only use his arm to block. Bang! Health minus 1222. So fast. Su-Chen dodged the next basic attack of the cloud-traveling merchant with a step back, quickly distanced himself, and followed up with a skill. Skill triggered: Frost Art. 253. 212. Taking advantage of this time, Su-Chen dared to glance at the data of the cloud-traveling merchant. Cloud-traveling merchant, LV36. Occupation: fighter. Health: 47535/48000. Mana: 17500/17500. Attack: 1200. Skills: Burst Fist, Roundhouse Kick, Shockwave. Kid, dare to be distracted in front of me? Burst Fist. Boom. Health minus 5356. Su-Chen? Isn't this hidden mission too unreasonable? A skill that deals thousands of damage. No wonder in the previous life, even with a team of hundreds of people, no one could complete this hidden mission. One punch, one little friend. One skill, a group of little friends. These values appear in the newbie village. Is this reasonable? But then again, I seem to have no right to criticize the other party. 211. Talent not triggered, chance of killing plus 0.1%. Current chance of killing, 5.98%. Fortunately, before coming, Su-Chen had raised the percentage chance of killing to a very considerable level. Otherwise, it would have taken much longer. Kid, are you giving me a massage? The cloud-traveling merchant's left hook hit Su-Chen, and the disdain in his eyes under the fighting spirit was evident. Shouldn't I be asking you that? You're asking for it. The cloud-traveling merchant glared. Roundhouse kick. Bang. 5785. The cloud-traveling merchant was stunned. Still not dead? However, the next second. Skill triggered, Healing Art. Health plus 15,990. Cloud-traveling merchant? This isn't right, is it? Remember, this is the newbie village, right? What kind of monster is this? Bullying an NPC who can't see player stats? Seizing the moment when the cloud-traveling merchant was confused, Su-Chen distanced himself, saying as he attacked, "Admit defeat, you can't beat me. Kid, how dare you look down on me? Just stating the facts." Hearing this, the veins on the cloud-traveling merchant's forehead bulged, and in a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Su-Chen, hands engulfed in flames. "Kid, this is what you asked for." But before the cloud-traveling merchant could finish his sentence, 46624 successfully triggered the percentage killing talent. "See, you can't beat me." Watching the cloud-traveling merchant turn into a faint blue light and dissipate from the spot, Su-Chen spread his hands helplessly. Congratulations on completing the cloud-traveling merchant hidden mission. Reward, clue to the divine blessing X1. Just a moment ago, Su-Chen, who seemed carefree, suddenly looked shocked and unsettled upon seeing this message. But when he realized it, a wave of joy followed. According to him, even the most ordinary divine blessings can bring additional amplification to players no less than A-level talents, and the rare ones far exceed S-level. In his previous life, he knew only a few players who possessed divine blessings. He never expected to find clues to divine blessings in this small newbie village. Su-Chen quickly clicked to view. Clue to divine blessings, find the boss of the tavern in the newbie village. You may have unexpected gains. The boss of the tavern? After receiving this clue, Su-Chen did not hesitate at all and promptly headed to the destination. However, when he arrived at the tavern, Su-Chen looked at the workers in front of him and asked, "Where is your boss?" The worker raised his head. "The boss is out. You can talk to me if you have any tasks. Finding the boss might take a while." "All right." Su-Chen walked out of the tavern, feeling somewhat helpless. Next, he had two choices: the treasure land or the first kill of the three bosses. If he remembered correctly, it seemed that on the second day of the server opening, one of the four bosses in the newbie village was first killed by hundreds of members of a certain club. In this case, the first kill of the boss had to be prioritized, as most people wouldn't be able to discover the treasure land anyway. And the reward for the first kill of the boss was a share for each member of the killing team. Thinking of this, Suchin opened his friend list, but before he could find the two bosses, someone contacted him first. "Have room for greatness, boss? Are you interested in joining the club? As long as you speak, we guarantee the highest market price." Seeing this, Suchen replied with just two words: "Me, face to face." On the other side, with Suyu brushing off the little monsters, after seeing the instant reply from the boss, she was slightly stunned at first, then ecstatic. The boss actually wanted to meet her in person? In her opinion, the boss wanting to meet meant he was interested, right? If the boss didn't want to join, why would he meet her? Finally, she could see the boss's style. Thinking of this, Suyu punched away the little monster in front of her, looked at Suyu who was aiming and shooting behind her, and excitedly said, "Sister, let's go, let's not brush off the little monsters, I'll take you to meet a boss." "Okay." Suyu obediently followed. At the same time, after sending a location to Suyu, Suchen also sent a message to Ho Xiaoyu, whom he added on WeChat yesterday. Several minutes later, on a small hill outside the newbie village, looking from afar, Suyu looked at the blurry figure on the hill and her eyes lit up. "Boss, I'm here." Waving her hand, she took her short legs and ran up the hill, with Suyu following behind her. Hi hey! Hi hey! When Suyu climbed up the hill with some effort, she noticed something was wrong. Wait, slaughter the world? Staring at the 4-character ID on the masked man's head in front of her, Suyu was slightly stunned and puzzled. She quickly looked around. Where was the emperor? Where was the boss? How could Slaughter the World, ranked second on the level leaderboard, be here? Ding! At this moment, a message popped up in the friend list. "Emperor, I am right in front of you." Suyu raised her head in astonishment, looking at the masked man in front of her, unbelievably asking, "Are you the emperor?" Su Chen nodded slowly. "Ah, this. What's going on?" The person in front of him had the ID Slaughter the World, but the one chatting with him was the emperor? Suyu's brain was spinning rapidly, almost overheating. Fortunately, at this moment, Su Chen slowly removed the mask from his face. "Oh my goodness! Has the ID changed?" Yu Yorong suddenly realized. The big shot actually has a dual identity? Wait, knowing the big shot's secret, won't I be killed to keep it a secret? Just props, it doesn't matter. Su Chen seemed to see through the thoughts of the white-haired lowly in front of him, and said lightly, "Slaughtering the world is just a small role in the way of killing. He is not good at pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. He only knows that once some people know about his dual identity and are not afraid of the negative impact of the red name value, he can freely engage in player slaughter. Then no one will disturb his progress. Of course, what's the point of hiding the dual identity? When the equipment rankings appear in the future, how to explain two accounts having the same equipment, or even having the same combat power in the future? Anyway, it will be known sooner or later." Just as Yu Yorong breathed a sigh of relief, Suyu beside her was slightly stunned. Although Suyu didn't know why a person would have two nicknames, or what it represented. But just now, that person's voice sounded a bit familiar. Of course, through the concealment of a mask, it was only a little familiar to hear. Moreover, she had never seen such an extremely indifferent attitude in voice from Su Chen. Therefore, she didn't think in that direction. It must be a coincidence. I didn't expect that the first and second on the level ranking list are both big shots. Yu Yorong's eyes sparkled as if she had discovered a treasure. So, big shot, about joining the club. I didn't come for that. Ha! Upon hearing this, Yu Yorong was first stunned, then became a little anxious. Not for the club. What kind of treatment do you want? We can discuss it. 1 million monthly salary, social insurance, benefits, including team building trips, paid vacations, we have it all. Big shot, why don't you think about it? Even though Yu Yorong had said so much. But when Su Chen heard this, he still shook his head slowly. This scene made Suyu next to them widen her beautiful eyes, her face full of disbelief. No, 1 million monthly salary. It's monthly, not yearly. Is this person not silly? If Su Chen could hear Suyu's inner complaints, he would be speechless. Is he really that silly? According to normal people's thinking, signing with a club is undoubtedly the right choice. But Su Chen, who has been reborn and knows about future developments, doesn't think so. Joining a club will only set a limit. But if he were to establish a guild in the future, just some of the guild's characteristics would make his potential limitless. By then, All this cannot be measured by money. As for the surgery fee, he is confident he can raise it within 2 days. It won't be delayed at all. Well then. Yu Yurong scratched her white hair on her head, looking a bit lost. Since the big shot met me, not for the club, then what is it for? Suchin couldn't be bothered with small talk and went straight to the point. I want to get the first kill on a few other bosses, and the first kill reward is for each person in the team, and it can also be announced to the whole server. With that, the conversation ended. Yu Yurong, upon hearing this, her originally somewhat dim eyes gradually brightened after hearing Su Chen's words. A server-wide announcement. So far, no club has ever made a server-wide announcement. If what the big shot said is true, then their Starry Sky Club would be the first club to make a server-wide announcement, even if not the first. Being able to make a server-wide announcement is not something an ordinary person can achieve. For her, compared to the reward, the impact that a server-wide announcement can bring is even more attractive. Boss, how about 50,000 for a first clear? Yu Yurong said, putting her arm around the arm of the nearby Suyu. Take my little sister with us. Su Chen nodded, no problem. Yu Yurong's eyes lit up when she heard this. Hee, then boss. If you don't need the items dropped by the boss, can you sell them to our team at a lower price? Of course. Great. Yu Yurong happily agreed. Seeing Suyu silent on the side, she poked her with her small arm and said with a smile, little sister, what are you thinking? How come? You seemed tempted by the price I just offered to the boss? If you want to join Sisters Club, in terms of price, definitely the same as the boss. Suyu's face changed at the words. Although she was tempted, where would she dare now? She was not this boss. She couldn't even figure out things in the game, let alone what club it was, or what signing. What if she dared to sign privately and problems arose later? Besides, she didn't know if someone would allow her to sign. Anyway, talent was there. She should go back and sound out someone's opinion first. It's not too late to talk about these things later. Thinking of this, Suyu quickly shook her head. Sister Yuyo. Let's talk about it later. Her voice was light and pleasant, as soft as a mosquito. Su Chen, upon hearing this, was slightly stunned. He looked at the woman in front of him, his brows furrowed. Although he couldn't see her appearance clearly, a player who could make the white-haired lowly offer such treatment for a contract must have at least rare A-level talent, or even possibly S-level. Was there such a person in his past life? He raised his head slightly. The person's ID was Sinan, combined with the familiar voice. This couldn't be. Wasn't that girl still in school? Forget it, pay more attention to this period of time. Firstly, because of the inexplicable familiarity he felt towards this woman, and secondly, he was indeed curious about what extraordinary qualities this woman possessed that made the white-haired lowly speak highly of her. All right. Yu Yurong nodded. At this moment, a slender figure quietly climbed up the small hill. Boss, I'm here. What's the matter you want to see me about? The one who appeared was none other than the dusty-faced Ho Xiaoyu. When he learned that the boss wanted to see him, he decisively gave up on the small monsters he was killing, regardless of how far the teleport distance was, and quickly arrived at the destination. Su Chen, seeing him, said lightly, nothing, just wanted to take you guys to clear a dungeon, make a server-wide announcement, and get a first clear reward. Upon hearing this, Ho Xiaoyu's eyes widened. The first clear boss was mentioned by the boss. How could it be as simple as killing a small monster? But this unexpected fortune. Finally, it was his turn. Boss, is 50,000 enough? Ho Xiaoyu naturally understood that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and then continued, 50,000 for a first clear. If the boss thinks it's too little, I can add more. Yu Yurong? What? Where did this nouveau riche come from? Compared to this person, am I considered well off? Su Chen was also surprised by this amount. Su Chen, enough. Enough, this is more than enough. Alright, let's go. I'll take you to clear the dungeon first, so we won't be beaten to it by others. At this point, Yu Yurong stepped forward. Boss, don't we need to make some preparations? Like, go to the shop and buy some potions. Su Chen shook his head. You guys just join the team, I'll take care of the rest, eat and drink as needed. Please, with over 70,000 health points of my own. Even if it's a forest python, or Tyson, Taro, they wouldn't be able to kill me, right? Half an hour later, a group of 4 entered the forest. Under the familiar giant tree. Hey! Yuyo grabbed the tree trunk with both hands, her face turning red like a pig liver, sweating profusely as she shouted, Big brother, can you push me up from below? I can't climb up. The burden of these two is too heavy. Yurong, let me do it. Seeing the situation, Suyu, who had climbed onto the tree trunk first, quickly reached out to grab Yuyo's arm and pulled her up forcefully. Hey, sister, be gentle. Yuyo managed to climb up, but her soft chest was accidentally squeezed by the tree trunk, causing her to rub her chest in pain as soon as she got up. Yurong, are you okay? I'm fine, just need to rub it. Yuyo waved her hand, knowing that Suyu didn't do it on purpose, blaming herself for her too, being too big and causing trouble. Hold on tight, it's coming out. Just as Suchin's reminder fell, the three of them felt a noticeable tremor under their feet, and each of them dared not be negligent, quickly grabbing onto the nearby trees. Boom! The next second after the three held on firmly, the tremor suddenly intensified, even the ground cracking inch by inch. Suchin focused, silently calculating the time for the boss to appear, until a moment. Boom! At the moment the snake head broke through the soil, Suchin seemed to anticipate the enemy's move, taking a step back in advance to dodge the frontal control attack, then decisively raised his hand to counterattack. 209. 222. Talent not triggered. Big brother, your reaction speed is so fast. Oh no. Can you defeat it? Staring at the terrifying numbers of the forest python, the three of them looked serious. While they were filled with anxiety, the forest python also noticed the human in front of it for the first time. Hiss? Isn't this the human it was chasing before? How dare he come back? And alone? He really doesn't take this snake as a dragon. Does he think this snake is made of clay? The forest python roared again, lifting its thick and powerful snake tail, swinging it towards Suchin. The speed of this python's attack is so fast. It's not good to take a hit. But amidst the nervous gazes of the three on the tree, Suchin stood still, not dodging or avoiding, just raising his left hand in a blocking posture. Yuyo was stunned. Aren't big brothers afraid at all? Or is this some kind of talent of the big brother? Like standing still to avoid certain injuries? Yuyo speculated that the big brother's talent might be very strong, but the next moment, when she saw a string of numbers suddenly appear in front of her, she realized she was thinking too conservatively. Health -581. Player nickname, Slaughter All. Level, LV9. Health, 77371/77952. Yuyo? At the moment she saw these numbers, her pupils suddenly contracted. Over 70,000 health points? This can't be real, right? Yuyo found it hard to believe. She rubbed her eyes, looked again, and, goodness, it's actually real. What kind of talent is this? It's too overpowered, right? Suddenly, as if she had figured something out, she quickly moved closer to Suyu beside her and whispered in her ear, Sister, look at the big brother's health points, over 70,000. Why don't you use your talent to bind him? A 300% increase in over 70,000 health points is over 200,000 health points. Just this. Child, you're invincible. Hearing this, Suyu decisively shook her head. I think soul binding can wait. Besides, I already have a target now, just don't know where he is. The language smelled the taste of melon, and she chuckled. This target is the main one, right? You care about him so much. Could it be a boyfriend? When Suyu heard the words boyfriend, her pretty face turned red visibly, but she didn't say anything to refute, just made a soft sound. They also count, right? I envy you guys so much. Damn. Before the language could finish her words, she was stunned when she noticed a sudden scene below, making her doubt life. And joining her in doubting life was Ho Xiaoyu not far away. At this moment, in the field below, the mighty python that was lively just a second ago, in the next second, was directly killed instantly. Successfully triggered the talent of 100% killing blow, obtained the boss first kill title, damage x2. Killed level 15 boss mighty python, average experience points for team members plus 450. Looking at the boss's body lying next to the expert, both of them were stunned. If they remembered correctly, the boss just now should have had over 20,000 health points, right? And then, it was killed instantly? At this moment, Ho Xiaoyu and the language were dumbfounded, their brains malfunctioning. Until. Server announcement, congratulations to players Slaughter the World, great capacity, Ho Xiaoyu, nostalgia for becoming the first team to kill the boss, Mighty Python in this server. Rewarding each person, 10 free attribute points, 1 random blue equipment, 5 skill points, 100 gold coins. Server announcement. The appearance of one server announcement after another not only woke up the two who were in shock but also caused a stir in the world channel again. Wow, 4 people cleared the boss first? I remember the Hurricane Club had nearly 100 people yesterday, and they were all wiped out by a tree boss. Slaughter the World? Isn't this the second-ranked expert on the level leaderboard? And isn't Great Capacity the boss of the Starry Rain Club? Did the Slaughter expert join the Starry Rain Club? Wait, isn't Ho Xiaoyu the younger brother of our Hurricane Club leader? What's going on? Damn, big news. I feel like Slaughter the World is not as good as Emperor. You're evaluating your younger brother now? Mighty Python drops 20 free attribute points, 50 gold coins, helmet, blue, X1, C grade skill book X1. I'll take the attribute points. The helmet is suitable for assassins, the skill book is for archers. As for the gold coins, give them to great capacity. As Su Chen finished speaking, the three of them received a gift. Ho Xiaoyu was stunned, and he reacted first. Boss, the current value of this blue equipment is. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Chen waved his hand and interrupted. Just take it, a few thousand is not too much, a few hundred is not too little. Ho Xiaoyu, got it, 9,000 for one. Su Chen, hee, the boss is still the best. After the language finished speaking, she looked at the continuously looping server announcements, feeling proud. This feeling of being watched by all players in the server is simply too cool. My friends are all exploding with friend requests. Ho Xiaoyu, I'm the same. Suyu, +1. Since it's cool, let's keep going. 3 people? The language suddenly turned into big eyes, smiling and saying, Boss, you're really weird. Su Chen coughed and said, as if in a trance, anyway, let's set off quickly to avoid trouble in the long night. To avoid trouble in the long night, there are those who are blind to come and give experience. Okay. Language has the capacity to hear words, which also means putting away that playful heart. After speaking, she leaned close to Suyu's ear and whispered, Sister, can you help me again? I dare not go down. I'm afraid of heights. Suyu, Euron, let's hug the tree trunk and slowly slide down bit by bit. Ha? Are you also afraid of heights? Well. Below, Su Chen watched the two women, who looked like caterpillars, sticking their bottoms out and sliding down bit by bit, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Ouch, the tree bark is so hard. It's scratching me, it hurts. How come you're fine? Suyu, maybe my legs are longer. You wrong. Ho Xiaoyu, who had jumped down, looked puzzled. It's only a few meters high, isn't it? Why don't you just jump down? You won't die. Euron glared, who's the same as you? Bouncing back and forth like a monkey. Ouch. Got scratched again. Ho Xiaoyu. Alright, I won't nag anymore. Soon, as the two women slid down bit by bit from the big tree, Su Chen led the three straight to the lair of the next boss. However, before that, Su Chen first cleared a few waves of small monsters at a nearby monster spawn point near the boss's lair to stack the probability of killing. And his explanation for this was, before fighting the boss, sharpen the knife. The three naturally had no objections. Fortunately, after allocating all 30 free attribute points to attack speed, his current attack speed had reached 228. Therefore, with the attack speed buff of averaging 2 basic attacks per second in less than 10 minutes, his percentage chance of killing had stacked to about 6%. This probability was enough. Su Chen didn't waste too much time. The next target, Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf. This boss, as the name suggests, although it didn't have high health, its attacks and agility were not that great. But its lifesteal effect was extremely exaggerated. Without a large number of control skills to prevent it from regaining health, each attack by the Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf could restore over 1,000 health points. If combined with its skills, it's not an exaggeration to say that in the newbie village, the difficulty of killing the Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf was second only to the Rock Giant. But for Su Chen, under the percentage chance of killing, all beings are equal. Perhaps it was because of his luck this time. Just under 2 minutes after arriving at the boss's lair, a server-wide announcement rang out again. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to players Slaughter the World, Eurong is great, Ho Xiaoyu, longing for becoming the first team on this server to kill the boss Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf. Each person is hereby rewarded 10 free attribute points, 100 gold coins, 3 blue equipment items. Server-wide announcement. In an instant, a wave of question marks flooded the world channel, and players envied them one by one. At the same time, in Newbie Village 67, Haoyan Tian looked at the server-wide announcement that kept looping in front of him, and he impatiently blocked it, his face darkening. Ho Xiaoyu, you can join the godly team without benefiting the club, that's one thing, but to actually mix with people from Starry Sky Club? Over 10 minutes ago, when Haoyan Tian discovered that the first team of the gods actually had the ID Ho Xiaoyu, he quickly used his phone to send several voice calls to Ho Xiaoyu. As for the purpose, one was to see if he could use Ho Xiaoyu to bring the god Slaughter the World into the club, or at least cooperate with the god to take down the rest of the bosses for the first kill. And, naturally, it was for Ho Xiaoyu's first kill reward. The grand ambitions of Hei Ofenjian are unexpectedly thwarted. His thoughts had just begun to form when Ho Xiaoyu intervened, crushing his plans before they could be executed. A server-wide announcement was one thing, but when it appeared again, Hei Ofenjian's envy and jealousy distorted his face completely. Manager Wang. What's wrong, boss? Manager Wang cautiously poked his head out. Since a while ago, the boss's temper had become unusually volatile, and he was truly afraid of upsetting the boss with any mistakes and losing his job. Get all the club members ready and follow me to besiege the Twisted Tree Monster. Our Hao Feng Club must secure a first kill on a boss no matter what. The Twisted Tree Monster was a wild boss that Hao Fengjian happened to discover yesterday. However, this boss was extremely powerful. Yesterday, he had organized nearly 100 people and only managed to chip away 1/5 of the boss's health before being wiped out. But now, watching the bosses losing health one by one, he couldn't sit still any longer. The next server-wide announcement must belong to him. Yes, boss. Just as Manager Wang was rallying the team, Hao Fengjian suddenly spoke up. Manager Wang, you should be friends with Ho Xiaoyu in the game, right? He deleted me. Manager Wang nodded. In that case, open his profile in your friends list and look at the line of text below his name. Manager Wang was puzzled by the instruction, but he had to comply with the boss's orders. It says, Newbie Village 1573? Hao Fengjian's lips curled into a cruel smile. 1573, Very well, let's make a bet. At this moment, Suchen was unaware that not only were they being targeted, but someone had set their sights on the last boss first kill that he had already reserved. Danger seemed to be quietly approaching. Meanwhile, Suchen and the others were eagerly looking at the dropped items. Just because. Bloodthirsty Helmet, Purple, Level, LV3. Effect 1, Physical Life Steal plus 10%. Effect 2, Magic Resistance plus 20. Effect 3, Attack plus 30. A purple helmet? Suchen was slightly surprised, but then said helplessly, I already have a purple helmet, and these effects don't suit me. Who wants it? With that, he looked at the 3 people in front of him. Ho Xiaoyu was an assassin. The white-haired lowly was a martial artist. This person, Xin Yang, was an archer. And yesterday, he had already sold a purple helmet to the white-haired lowly, which was most suitable for her as a martial artist. So logically, the one most suitable for this helmet was, I'll buy this helmet. Suchen looked at the person who spoke, slightly taken aback. I bought this helmet. Little brother Ho, do you want to compete with sister? The speaker was Yu Rong. Ho Xiaoyu decisively shook his head upon hearing this. I want to specialize in instant kill assassin style. Physical lifesteal is of no use to me, and it doesn't match my talents. Even though the equipment didn't match his profession, the importance of a purple equipment in the early stages of the game was self-evident. However, Ho Xiaoyu knew that if the big shots were willing to take him along, encountering suitable purple equipment would only be a matter of time. Therefore, he didn't need to make things difficult for the big shots on this matter. Yu Rong smiled at Suchen and said, So, sir, how much do you think this purple equipment is worth? How about 5,000? No rush, let's secure the last first kill first. Suchen said, handing over the purple equipment. Great, came the response. Yu Rong quickly took out the bloodthirsty helmet from his backpack and handed it to Suyu in front of him, saying, Put it on quickly. Physical lifesteal, magic resistance, and attack bonus. This equipment is most suitable for the archer class. Me? Suyu was slightly stunned. Although she didn't know how good this purple equipment was, Yu Rong just said, Worth 5,000? A piece of equipment worth 5,000 was just given to her like this? Yes, what are you waiting for? Yu Rong stuffed the purple equipment into Suyu's arms and said seriously, This equipment can only unleash its maximum value when worn by you. Besides, I didn't give it to you for nothing. Consider it as a reward for playing games with me. How about that? After Yu Rong said this, she saw Suyu obediently put on the equipment, and then she smiled with satisfaction. After this little episode, the 3 of them, along with Su Chen, set off on their journey again. The last boss was called the Twisted Tree Ant, a tree monster about 10 meters tall. Although it had strong control abilities, it was the easiest to defeat among the 4 major bosses outside the newbie village. When Su Chen calculated the probability of killing in advance and reached a certain objective number, he had the 3 of them stand outside the Twisted Trent's attack range and began to attract the boss's aggro alone, standing still as if AFK. Twisted Tree triggers group control skill, Entangling Roots. Health minus 366. Health minus 366. When the skill that could originally control a dozen people was all used on one person, Su Chen's health instantly decreased by as much as 5,000. Just as the Twisted Tree Ant was wondering about the effectiveness of its skills, and why this tiny human in front of it hadn't died yet. Health plus 4,677. Health plus 4,677. In just 2 seconds, with the effect of the War Helmet's 6% life restoration per second, Su Chen's health that had disappeared from the top of his head was instantly restored to full. Seeing this scene, the massive body of the twisted treant instantly stiffened, and a look of shock and disbelief appeared on its bark-covered old face, showing a human-like emotion. No! Are the humans in the newbie village now all this strong? Losing tens of thousands of health so easily? Then what's the point of fighting? Just as the twisted treant was sinking into despair and preparing to give up resistance, boss, there is a large group of people approaching outside the boss's territory. Ho Xiaoyu's shout made Su Chen frown, and he immediately saw on the shared map outside the boss's lair hundreds of red dots. Trouble is coming, Su Chen muttered, and decisively distanced himself from the boss in front of him. Seeing the humans in front of it moving away, the twisted treant also stopped attacking. Boss, what should we do? There's a boss, we can't log out of the game. Don't talk, communicate through the team channel. The lair where the twisted treant was located was similar to the territory of the rock beast, except that it was surrounded by a bunch of twisted trees that seemed to grow together. There was only one entrance here. Soon, when a group of over 100 people blocked the only entrance, Su Chen and his group had no way out. Why is it you? Seeing the leader in the crowd, Ho Xiaoyu's eyes gradually turned cold. The person who came was Hagui Ganyan, along with a group of people under him, including manager Hao Feng and several well-known professional players in the gaming circle. TSK. Didn't expect to find you here. Hagui Ganyan looked at Ho Xiaoyu a few meters away. With a friendly face, little brother, you really helped me a lot this time. Without you, I wouldn't have found my way here. As soon as these words were spoken, Yurong and Suyu both looked at Ho Xiaoyu, furrowed their brows, and took a step back in unison. Ho Xiaoyu was stunned, and hurriedly defended himself. How could it be me? I clearly. But before he could finish speaking, Su Chen interrupted. Among your gaming friends, there should be some of them, right? Friends can click on avatars to check locations. Hearing this, Ho Xiaoyu looked at Manager Wang. Manager Wang lowered his head in silence, a hint of shame flashing in his eyes. This scene was all seen by Howie Ganyun. Indeed a big shot. Howie Ganyun clapped his hands, but then his tone changed. But with the skills of a big shot, do you have the confidence to stand out from the rest of us 100 people today? Unscathed? 189 people versus 4 people. No matter how awesome the big shot is, can they take on 100 opponents alone? Now there are wolves in front and tigers behind. The advantage is on my side. Isn't it reasonable to be a bit arrogant? Let us go, otherwise I will also call someone. None of us will have it easy. Before Su Chen could respond, Yurong was the first to get angry. Oh, isn't this the boss of Star Rain? Howie Ganyun seemed to have just noticed this white-haired girl, teasing, when your people arrive, even my dog can make me a 3-course meal and a soup. How about I give the big shot a suggestion? Howie Ganyun looked at Su Chen, seeing no response, he continued, in the game, killing and looting treasures is nothing out of the ordinary. But if the big shot joins our Hao Feng club and becomes one of us, naturally there won't be any killing and looting treasures. Of course, before joining, the big shot must first hand over their equipment. After we sign the contract, press the fingerprint. I will return the equipment to you, how about that? But whether it will be returned later, it's up to him. As for not joining, there is only one result. The 3 of them couldn't stand Howie Ganyun's despicable face. What a despicable guy. Yurong looked disgusted. It's hard to imagine how disgraceful the Hao Feng Club will be under your leadership in the future. Our club's affairs are none of your business. But you, the boss of Star Rain, should think about how to leave unscathed. As Howie Ganyun finished speaking, he raised his hand. With Howie Ganyun's raised hand, the 100 or so people behind him all prepared for battle. They only awaited the boss's signal, and this group of people would rush forward without hesitation. Seeing this, Yurong sneered, "Ha, does someone have so much confidence in the shrimp soldiers and crab generals you brought? Are they here to give the big shot a massage?" After speaking, she even raised her eyebrows provocatively. "Ha!" Hearing this, Howie Ganyun narrowed his eyes. He looked at Tu Jintian and quickly brought up the opponent's data panel. Seeing this, Su Chen's mouth curved into a mysterious smile, and he also immediately closed his numerical privacy. Since you want to see, then go ahead and look. And then the next second, Howie Ganyun was instantly stunned. 77,952? Is this the health points? At this moment, not only Howie Ganyun, but also the people behind him who were curious to open the data panel, all widened their eyes in astonishment and confusion. Did I read that right? Damn! Is this something that can be achieved with talent? Wow, with my basic attack doing just over 50 damage, it will take me until next year to defeat this. Isn't this a humanoid boss? Listening to the continuous discussions behind him, Howie Ganyun was not only shocked, but the greed in his heart became more and more intense. With so much health and the speed to kill 2 bosses in a short period of time, could this be a talent that can achieve it? Obviously it's impossible. Therefore, either Tajin Tianxia has miraculous items, or possesses extremely powerful godly equipment. Although I don't know how to obtain such miraculous items in the newbie village. But if I can find a way to get them. With this in mind, the bold and ambitious look in his eyes suddenly became fiery. He looked at Yu Rong and teased, even if I can't kill the big shots in your mouth, but killing the three of you, isn't it easy? As the words fell, he looked at Su Chen with a smirk and said, this big shot. You don't want to see them die because of you, or even suffer some inhuman treatment before dying, right? Joke, you're the one killing them, what does it have to do with me? Just as Su Chen finished speaking, he took a step forward, closed the distance, and launched two basic attacks. 219, 222. Talent not triggered. When Tajin Tianxia reacted, his remaining health was already low. Damn it, all of you attack. Without waiting for Su Chen to attack again, Tajin Tianxia instinctively distanced himself while swinging his hand fiercely, kill them all. Upon hearing this, the 100 or so people behind him were energized. Ah, we're alive, brothers. Touch for 50, pinch for 100, brothers, don't rush to kill. If you say that, then I'm excited. Hee. Two little sisters, they say the touch in the game is real, now we can verify if that aspect is real. Wait, they actually. Just a second before the main force attacked, Su Chen gestured to the three people behind him. Seeing this, the three of them also understood and decisively retreated, directly entering the attack range of the Twisted Tree Monster. And then, Twisted Tree Monster killed players, Yu Rong, Ho Xiaoyu, Xin Yan. What surprised everyone was that, after the three died, they only dropped one level each, and didn't drop a single piece of equipment? What's going on? All of this happened in the blink of an eye, when everyone reacted. In front of them, only Su Chen was left. Logically, to deal with this group of people, Su Chen could easily enter the attack range of the boss. This way, the boss couldn't kill him, and the other side wouldn't dare to come in. But he didn't want to do that. It would just be a waste of time. With this time, he might as well. Bang bang bang! 3 people in a row were knocked away by Su Chen. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen had transformed into an AoE attacker, swinging the shepherd's staff in his hand, and orbs of light fell towards the crowd at a rate of 2 per second. Player Tajin Tianxia killed Wu Nan. Player Tajin Tianxia killed Evil Youth. Player Tajin Tianxia. Not far away, Tajin Tianxia watched Su Chen easily kill a player every 2 basic attacks on average, and he gritted his teeth in hatred. Knowing that the other party had miraculous items on them, he had intended to use Yu Rong and the others. At worst, kill those 3 and get the equipment from them. After all, those 3 followed Tajin Tianxia to get 2 first clears, and they didn't have many blue or even purple equipment on them, who would believe it? In any case, it's not a wasted trip. But now, damn it, failed to steal the chicken and lost the rice. Trying to show off but ended up being. Thinking of this, Tajin Tianxia saw more than 10 people being killed in just a moment, while Tajin Tianxia's health, not even a bit was lost? And the damage dealt by this group of people per second, damn it, wasn't it much higher than what he received? Now, Tajin Tianxia had to accept that he had kicked the iron plate. No! This is the reality of titanium alloy steel plates. His face turned pale, waving his hand towards the crowd and shouting, "Everyone, follow me and retreat." With that, he decisively took the lead in running. Run? Su Chen's hands didn't stop moving, raising an eyebrow and saying, "I just gave you a chance to escape earlier, but it seems you're useless? It's too late to run this time." At this moment, if you were to look at the boss's lair from the perspective of God, you would see. Below, there is a player holding a golden scepter, chasing after a large group of people. Damn, you in front, run faster, he's about to catch up to me. Don't panic, children and the elderly first, I'm still a child, let me run first. This guy is definitely cheating, the amount of health he regenerates per second is more than what I regenerate in the fountain. I'm going to report him. Who stepped on my shoe? At the forefront of the large group, the valiant and heroic figure turned back to see the relentless pursuit of the world slaughterer at a speed of killing 1 person per second. His eyes were filled with panic, shouting loudly, "Everyone, split up and run, if you have a chance, exit the game directly, assemble at the usual spot." These people are all the backbone of his Hao Feng Club, unlike those gold farming players. If they all lose levels and equipment, it would be a huge loss. Can he not be anxious? However, at this moment, the valiant and heroic figure found that after he shouted, the world slaughterer following closely behind the group actually stopped in his tracks. He breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could breathe a second sigh of relief, suddenly, at that moment, Yan Jia, I saw it, the boss of the Hao Feng Club, Hao Feng gone. Damn! He's heartless over there. Everyone listen. 500 for killing 1 member of the Hao Feng Club, 2,000 for killing their important positions or cadres, 5,000 for killing the heartless ones. Roar! How dare you kill our beloved boss? How can you do such a heartless act? Brothers, attack, leave no one alive. Strip off his underwear, shoot his little JJ. Kill! Not far away, a crowd of 200 to 300 people surged forward. The deafening roar seemed as if they were going to devour the members of the Haofeng Club. Damn, what should the boss do? The 100 or so members of the Haofeng Club immediately stopped in their tracks. Manager Wang looked at their boss in panic and asked, with 200 to 300 people about to surround them in the front and the slaughterer behind them, is it really a case of being between a rock and a hard place? This situation seems quite familiar. Not long ago, it was the world slaughterer and his group who were in such a situation, and now it's their turn to be in this situation? Hearing the question from his subordinate, the valiant and heroic figure was also at a loss. What could he do? Faced with this situation, he was also terrified. Boss, I have a move. Suddenly, the voice of El God rang out. Hearing this, the people around instantly saw a glimmer of hope. This professional player who focused on strategy. Could it be that he had some clever plan to help them escape? Valiant and heroic figure looked at El God and urged, hurry, speak. If he didn't speak now, they would all be doomed. El God pushed his glasses up and said with a cunning look, with your character, surrendering is impossible, so today, we can only fight to break out of the encirclement. Only by doing this can we demonstrate our indomitable spirit. Everyone. Valiant and heroic figure. 6. What a fight to the end. What a refusal to surrender. We can't even beat one person, so what's the difference between your so-called fight to the end and suicide? Also, how do you know that I, as the boss, will never surrender? As a boss, even if you want to surrender, can you say it out loud? Wouldn't that damage the boss's reputation? You can't come up and persuade me. Give me a way out. What if I surrender? Damn! At this moment, in the heart full of pride, there were 10,000 grass mud horses galloping past, wanting to slap this El God. But before he could make a move, boss, run! Bang! Just as a certain little brother in the back row finished shouting, a foot suddenly stomped on his chest. Su Chen used this force. With a kick on the chest of the little brother, he quickly approached the front of the crowd with great speed. Don't even think about it. A tall man in the crowd saw the situation and blocked Su Chen's path, trying to use his physical advantage to knock the latter away. However, the next second, trigger skill, frost art. Before the tall man could continue to show loyalty, a frost spike hit him head-on, then followed by Su Chen's simple and unadorned basic attack. Was he killed in seconds? It was all over in the blink of an eye. When everyone reacted, Su Chen was already approaching with great pride. Stop him! Seeing this killing god approaching, the great pride was in a panic. But before he could shout, it was already too late. Damn it! Just before his death, the great pride could only spit out 2 words. Then, 2 messages appeared simultaneously. Player slaughtered Haofeng Ganyun. Player drops, experience X600, blue equipment X2. Looking at the 2 pieces of blue equipment dropped not far away, Su Chen walked over and picked them up slowly. During this time, no one dared to approach him, and the crowd even made way for him. Who said they would kill this guy for 5,000 just now? Su Chen raised his head and looked around. Everyone? Wow! You, a big shot, went to such lengths just for 5,000 bucks? Damn, he was killed in such a heartless way? I missed out on 5,000 big ones. Forget it, there are still a group of people, kill them all, leave none. Kill, kill, kill. Just as everyone was stunned, a deafening roar suddenly exploded in their ears. When the Haofeng people reacted, they found that the Xingyu people had already arrived. It's over, barbecue this time. Someone sighed. Then, a one-sided massacre began. Player only loves Lolita slaughtered Haofeng manager. Player rich Lolita slaughtered Tuchong Bijian. Player C force slaughtered El God. Player. This one-sided massacre lasted for several minutes. Soon, after more than 100 people from the Haofeng Club were all cleared out, when the Xingyu people saw the white-haired Lolita walking towards them from a distance, along with Ho Xiaoyu and Suyu, the scene suddenly boiled over. Look, the boss is here. Boss, I killed one. Boss, I killed 2. Ha, I killed 4. Damn, I see you killed 4 heads and still have the nerve to brag? I didn't kill any, but my damage definitely ranks in the top 5. Boss, I killed the manager of the Haofeng Club, any bonuses? Although the voices of the crowd were noisy, they were full of excitement. Ahem, alright. Yu Yurong waved his hand, and when the noisy crowd quieted down, he said, everyone, rest assured, everyone will get their share. With that, Yu Yurong looked at Manager Yen. What Boss Yu said is correct. Whether you are a participant or a killer, we have records here. Manager Yen said loudly, so, now everyone should go and do what they need to do, and we'll settle the rewards together tonight. Great, I can finally have spare ribs today. Finally able to buy that dress my mom likes. Let's go, bro, accompany me to level up. A few more small monsters and I'll be level 5. So bad, I'm already level 5.5. Everyone laughed and dispersed. Outside the lair of the twisted tree monster, only Su Chen and 3 others remained. Here, your equipment. Seeing no one around, Su Chen promptly returned the equipment of the 3 from his backpack. That's right. Upon discovering a large number of players approaching the boss lair, and with the likelihood that they were unfriendly, he quickly communicated with the 3 through the team channel in writing. He instructed them to temporarily hand over all their equipment and gold to him. This way, even if they were defeated, their equipment wouldn't fall into the hands of others. This move is called, the boss is really cunning. Yu Rong said, giving a thumbs up. Ha! Su Chen frowned. Why does this sound more and more strange as I listen? I misspoke. Seeing the boss's reaction, Yu Rong quickly waved her hand. She reorganized her words and said seriously, I mean, the boss is really. Oh no! Is it a schemer? No, what was I trying to say? The white-haired Loli's brain malfunctioned. How did the word that was in her mind just a second ago suddenly disappear? Oh no! Am I getting brain cancer? Suyu, on the side, helplessly rubbed his forehead and couldn't help but remind her, shouldn't it be foresight or resourcefulness? Yu Rong suddenly realized, clapping her hands, oh right, that's it. Su Chen. He really doubted whether this girl was doing it on purpose or by accident? When this little episode ended, Ho Xiaoyu took the initiative to step forward and apologize to Su Chen in front of the 2 girls. Boss, this time it's my fault. If it weren't for my negligence before, this wouldn't have happened today. But I've already deleted all the members of the Haofeng Guild. From now on, I have no relationship with the Haofeng Club. If I encounter them again next time, I won't hold back. Seeing Ho Xiaoyu looking like he had done something wrong, afraid that he didn't show the right expression, Su Chen patted his shoulder, shook his head, and said with a smile, it's okay, isn't it good that they came? Purely to give us equipment. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Yu Rong quickly covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. The boss was right. But thinking about the faces of Haofeng Guild members when they resurrected in the newbie village after their deaths, she couldn't help but laugh. Alright. Su Chen looked towards the nearby boss lair and said calmly, no one is disturbing us now, let's not delay in defeating this final boss. Let's go. Go. With the boss giving the order, Yu Rong happily skipped ahead of the 3. This time, Su Chen's luck was relatively good, but also quite bad. Because during the pursuit of the Haofeng Guild members, he didn't trigger the percentage kill? This resulted in his kill probability now stacking up to 7.88%. However, the Haofeng Guild members were unharmed. But the twisted tree monsters suffered, just as the 4 of them had entered not long ago. Server announcement, congratulations to players Slaughter the World, Yu Rong, Ho Xiaoyu, missing for becoming the first team to kill the boss, Twisted Tree Monster on this server. Each person is rewarded, 20 free attribute points, 200 gold coins, 1 blue equipment. Server announcement. When these full server announcements kept looping in front of all players, question marks flooded the world channel, causing a frenzy. The reason? In just one morning, or more accurately, in less than an hour, a team managed to clear the world and achieve 3 first clears? Who wouldn't be shocked and amazed by this? As the world channel exploded with discussions among numerous players, at this moment, inside a resurrection altar in a newbie village, the newly resurrected Haughty Cloud gritted his teeth, filled with hatred and anger as he looked at the full server announcement in front of him, listened to Manager Wang reporting the losses beside him. Boss, after this incident, we've made enemies with the ones who cleared the world and the Starry Rain Club, so what should we do next? Manager Wang finished reporting and asked softly. Haughty Cloud furrowed his brows and looked at Manager Wang coldly. Are you blaming me with that tone of yours? Upon hearing this, Manager Wang quickly shook his head. How could I dare? But in his heart, damn it, who else would I blame if not you? Every time, it's like dealing with bandits, always thinking of getting something for nothing? Now you're facing the consequences, right? During the game's leveling period, what is the most precious thing? Undoubtedly, it's time. And now, all the brothers had great potential for development. But because of your actions, everyone lost levels and wasted time, not to mention losing equipment. I've seen foolish bosses before, but never this foolish. I really want to slap you in the face with a pot of urine. At this moment, Haughty Cloud was still unaware that Manager Wang beside him had already cursed him in his heart, almost ready to slap him in the face with a pot of urine. Haughty Cloud was lost in thought with a serious expression on his face until, I refuse to believe that among so many players in the server, not a single one can defeat those who cleared the world. And currently, there was one person who could defeat them. That person was ranked first on the level leaderboard, not only capable of surpassing those who cleared the world but also able to defeat the super strong boss, the rock giant, in the newbie village on the first day of the server. Emperor! Such a powerful existence. Who would believe he didn't have extraordinary means? Thinking of this, Haughty Cloud said in a deep voice, "From now on, while recruiting players from the entire server, we must spare no effort to bring that emperor to our club at all costs. Also, tell those people below that the resources in the newbie village are just a drop in the bucket. The real time to shine will be in the main city, so don't lose heart and focus on leveling up." Okay, Manager Wang responded. This boss finally spoke like a human being. Afterwards, as Manager Wang went to handle matters, Haughty Cloud once again fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, Su Chen, upon seeing the items dropped by the Twisted Tree Monster, appeared somewhat surprised. Wow! Twisted Tree Monster drops 20 free attribute points, 5 blue equipment. This drop rate. Besides the free attribute points, there are a whopping 5 pieces of blue equipment? For ordinary players at this stage, this is simply a dream come true. However, for Su Chen, it's useless. Thinking of this, he looked at the 3 people in front of him and said lightly, "I still have a few pieces of blue equipment in my backpack, along with these 5 that dropped. You guys can have them for free. Hee hee, the boss is the best." Soon, as all 3 people were fully equipped with blue gear, it marked the successful completion of this first clear mission. Goodbye, boss. Next time there's a first clear mission like this, make sure to bring me along first. I've already sent the reward to the boss, remember to check it out. After bidding farewell to the big shots, Yuyo took Suyu to grind monsters without stopping. This time, with both of them wearing a piece of purple equipment and the rest filled with blue equipment, the speed of grinding monsters will be greatly increased. When Ho Xiaoyu saw the two leaving, he first bid farewell to Su Chen and then went to level up while also accepting some mission commissions. As for Su Chen, after the appetizer was served, what awaited him next was the main event. Yesterday, with just over 1,000 health points, he cleared the second floor of the treasure land and received a generous reward. And now, his health points have reached 70,000, and with the help of free attribute points, his attack speed has broken through to 268. With his current strength, how many levels deeper can he clear in the treasure land? How many rich rewards can he obtain? Su Chen is looking forward to the upcoming journey. But before that, in the blink of an eye, in front of the village shop, Su Chen looked at the price of the mana potion and twitched his mouth. Hint, would you like to buy 50 bottles of mana potion? Cost, 500 gold coins. The average price of a bottle of mana potion is as high as 10 gold coins, but it only restores 300 mana points within 5 seconds. However, despite its limited mana restoration, it is expensive. Fortunately, for Su Chen at present, gold coins are nothing. Currently, his mana is his weakness. In order to clear more levels in the treasure land this time, everything must be prepared in advance for unexpected situations. Purchase. Hint, purchase successful. With an additional 50 bottles of mana potion in his backpack, Su Chen's gaze shifted towards the location of the Mission Tavern. So, what's next? In a short while, when Su Chen arrived at the tavern entrance, he couldn't help but brighten up when he saw the beautiful woman sitting at the front desk. His reaction was not because of the woman's stunning figure or the unmanageable peaks in front of her chest, but because this woman was none other than the well-known and much-desired Task Tavern landlady for many new players. Having seen the landlady, is the distance to the clue of the divine blessing still far? Thinking of this, Su Chen walked straight into the tavern. When the landlady saw him, a charming smile appeared on her face. "Sir, would you like to take on a task?" Su Chen shook his head, showing no interest in the trifling tasks given. Seeing this, the landlady was about to ask something. But before she could speak, Su Chen went straight to the point. "I have completed the task of the wandering merchant." This simple sentence made the landlady's face show a hint of surprise, and she asked, "You defeated the wandering merchant?" Hearing this, Su Chen shook his head again. "Ha!" The landlady frowned. But the next moment, she heard Su Chen calmly say, "Not defeated, more accurately, I killed him." The landlady's eyes widened, first showing astonishment, then seeming to realize something, she smiled faintly and said, "In that case, follow me." With that, she led the way towards a warehouse in the corner of the tavern where miscellaneous items were stored. Seeing this, Su Chen followed. This scene happened to be seen by a group of people who had just entered the tavern. "Hey, look, isn't that the big shot who has slaughtered all the top players? Really, I didn't expect to meet the big shot himself right after the server announcement ended." "Ha, isn't that the landlady? Why is she taking the big shot into the dark room?" The landlady seems to be smiling? Wow, did she close the door? Well, Everyone looked at each other. The charm and beauty of the innkeeper were well known to the players. Even just yesterday, a wealthy player took advantage of the fact that the innkeeper was an NPC in the newbie village, assuming that she wouldn't attack players and had ulterior motives. As for the result, even though it was in the game, the real pain of being hit hard and crushing a bird's egg made that wealthy player spit foam and lose consciousness after quitting the game. He still hasn't dared to log back in. But now, this big shot not only was taken by the still charming innkeeper into a secluded room, but she also had a smile on her face, looking very playful and eager. This made them wonder, could it be there are some unspeakable tasks in this game, related to something risque? Just the thought of it made their blood pressure rise. What do you think the innkeeper took the big shot to do? One man and one woman, alone in a room. It's just a game, what could they do? You don't understand. With the exaggerated realism in the game, aren't you curious about certain aspects? And since the game emphasizes high freedom, NPCs have self-awareness, they might assign some special tasks and offer special rewards. That seems reasonable, right? Don't listen to him, we're here for the innkeeper, not to look for tasks. No wait, we're here for tasks, not to look at the innkeeper. Several people, just as they ignored the worker and left disappointed. When they were about to go to another newbie village to pick up tasks, in the warehouse corner of the tavern, the innkeeper came in and started rummaging around. Soon, she found a slightly yellowed parchment from a pile of odds and ends and handed it to Su Chen, saying, "Here, this is what you wanted, take it." "Okay, thank you." Seeing Su Chen take the parchment and preparing to leave, at the moment Su Chen turned around, the innkeeper's eyes faintly glowed blue, and all the information about the person in front of her appeared without a trace. Over 70,000 health points, 1 red, 2 purple, 2 blue equipment configurations, and a talent for percentage-based kills. Perhaps you really do have the qualifications to inherit it, the innkeeper murmured softly. But in such a small space like the warehouse, how could Su Chen, who had always been extremely sensitive, not hear it? Inherit? Su Chen turned around, somewhat puzzled. He had never heard this term in his previous life. Even with the divine blessing, according to the revelations of those few people in his previous life, one had to complete a specific task to obtain it. Just because divine blessings were rare. Even if players accepted such tasks, it was rare for anyone to complete them among thousands of people. Nothing. The innkeeper shook her head, her gaze deep. It's just a one-sided meaning, when you get there. Whether you have the qualifications to inherit it, it's up to you. Seeing that the innkeeper didn't want to say more, Su Chen left with a head full of question marks. Back at the front desk, as the innkeeper watched Su Chen's departing figure, she seemed to be talking to herself or someone else, murmuring, "I thought you outsiders at least had to be level 80 to be eligible to touch it, didn't expect it to be now. I wonder if it's fortunate or unfortunate." Leaving the tavern, Su Chen didn't immediately check the parchment. Instead, he left the newbie village, making sure no one was following him. Only then did he take out the parchment from his backpack. As he slowly unfolded the parchment, Su Chen looked at the content displayed above, feeling surprised. He thought it was a mission scroll. Unexpectedly, it was actually a map. In this map, a red line extended from the position of the newbie village to a location marked by a red dot. If the map is a clue to the divine blessing, then the location marked by the red dot is probably related to the divine blessing. Putting the parchment back into his backpack, Su Chen looked around vigilantly once again. No one around. Could it be that he was being overly suspicious? Too cautious? Shaking his head, Su Chen decided not to head directly to the location marked by the red dot. Every divine blessing mission is filled with danger and unknowns, and he couldn't let his guard down just because this was the newbie village. Besides, he had the clue in hand. It wouldn't hurt to wait a bit longer. He decided to first go to the treasure land to level up a bit. See if he could improve his overall strength before encountering the divine blessing. With this in mind, Su Chen opened the game map to find the location he had marked last time. Found it. Discovering the location of the treasure land, Su Chen was about to head there. But suddenly, he frowned. Wait a minute. Why does this terrain look so familiar? Su Chen took out the parchment he had just put away, unfolded it, and compared it with the game map. The comparison revealed a surprising fact. Although the game map and the parchment were not the same size, and the details on the parchment were not as specific as on the game map, the location marked on the game map and the red dot on the parchment, if you looked closely, weren't they the same place? Seriously? So the treasure land and the location related to the divine blessing are the same place? High EQ, this is heaven's way of not wanting us to waste time. Low EQ, damn, did my bro just die in vain? Isn't there a better reward? However, since the treasure land coincided with the location of the divine blessing, Su Chen was happy to encounter this. At least he didn't have to wander around aimlessly. It could save a lot of time. Thinking back to the puzzling words of the innkeeper earlier, he became even more curious and excited about this place. Retrieving the parchment, he set off on his journey again. But just as Su Chen took his first step, the next moment, under a tree not far away, a petite figure appeared out of thin air. With the ID Raka above her head, the girl's gaze was fixed on the direction Su Chen was leaving. She didn't dare to move, afraid that this big shot might turn back and she wouldn't survive. Hoo. That was close. I didn't expect to almost be discovered while invisible. What kind of monster is this? Seeing the other's figure gradually disappear, Raka wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Originally, after encountering this big shot in the newbie village, she was curious about the gap between her level ranking of 50 and the second place on the leaderboard. So, under the influence of this curiosity, she quietly followed using her talent, hoping to find the right opportunity to defeat this person who seemed invincible. But when she got close enough and accidentally saw the data revealed by the other party, she was almost scared out of her wits. Over 70,000 health points. Is this something a human can achieve? Is the gap between 50 and second place really that big? What about the person in first place? Are they a god? Fortunately, she wasn't discovered by the other party. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to escape. Thinking of this, Raka didn't hesitate. She turned around and slipped away. Although she was almost scared out of her wits on this trip, she also learned, well, 2 huge pieces of information. Perhaps someone would be interested in this information. The style of the painting changed. After more than 10 minutes of rushing around, Su Chen once again arrived at the halfway point of the mountain. Familiar with the route, he triggered the hidden passage mechanism. Upon entering the treasure land, as the first 2 underground levels had already been cleared, there were naturally no more small monsters or treasures here. He smoothly reached the 3rd underground level. Su Chen did not waste any time. He directly activated the speed mode. -211, -222. Talent not triggered. The blood volume of the monsters on the 3rd level was as high as 900, with a number exceeding a dozen. But this time, Su Chen was different from before. Even if he stood still and let the monsters attack him, the damage they dealt per second was not as much as his own self-healing per second. And so, 1 minute later, reward for the 3rd underground level, skill exchange item x1, gold coins x500, free attribute points x20. Su Chen was slightly stunned. Another item? One that he had never heard of before? Skill exchange item. After use, you can exchange any skill in your backpack that you have not learned for your most ideal skill, with the skill level unchanged. Wow! With the skill level unchanged, turning an unsuitable skill into the most suitable one? That's a good thing. With a good mood, Su Chen, full of anticipation, continued on to the next level. On the 4th underground level, he faced more than 30 giant skeleton soldiers, each with a blood volume of over 1,500. The intensity clearly increased on this level. Of course, this was only for ordinary players. A few minutes later, reward for the 4th underground level, megaphone x3, gold coins x2000, blue equipment x5. A megaphone was equivalent to a self-edited server-wide announcement. In the previous life, even in the late game, these megaphones that only had a slight chance of dropping from defeating bosses could easily be sold for 50,000 each. Not bad, not bad. Su Chen arrived at the 5th level. This level was more difficult. However, what surprised Su Chen was that the average blood volume of these monsters was over 2,000, and they even had a group recovery and control skill. The light-scale pythons were all elite monsters at level 13? In the newbie village, there were monsters above level 10? It's strange. Fortunately, the condition for his talent to reach level 3 was to kill elite monsters above level 10. These 50 light-scale pythons were just an appetizer. However, the physical defense of the light-scale pythons was extremely high, coupled with their group recovery and control skills. After this trip, Su Chen spent half an hour taking down these 50 light-scale pythons without losing a drop of blood. The process was agonizing, but the rewards from this level made Su Chen's eyes light up, filling him with joy. It's actually this. Reward for the 5th underground level, Guild Establishment Token x1, Gold Coins x2500, Azure Blue War Boots, Purple, x1. The moment he saw this reward, Su Chen was no longer calm. If he remembered correctly, the value of a Guild Establishment Token in future shops started at 600,000 gold coins. Moreover, the top clubs and wealthy players of the current world, upon learning of the terrifying benefits a guild could bring to players, disregarded the expensive price of the Guild Establishment Token. They collected gold coins as if they were worthless, all in order to create a guild as soon as possible, not weaker than others. Thinking of this, Su-Chen couldn't wait to take out the guild establishment token from his backpack. Reminder, for the first 3 days after the game opens, you cannot create or join a guild. Alright. Su-Chen raised an eyebrow, retracting the guild establishment token. He could only wait until tomorrow. Next, he turned his attention to the new equipment he had obtained in his backpack. Blue war boots, purple, level, LV7. Effect 1, plus 400 mana. Effect 2, plus 50 spell power. Effect 3, plus 5 movement speed. Not bad. When Su-Chen put on the blue war boots, his mana broke through 1550, and his spell power also reached 170. With his current attack power and spell power, the damage of an Ice Frost spell was at least 400. Satisfied, Su-Chen looked towards the passage ahead. Next, the 6th underground level. However, it took him half an hour to clear the 5th underground level. If there were no surprises with the elite monsters on the 6th level, there might be as many as 100. He remembered that in his past life, to clear the 6th level, there were hundreds of top players who spent nearly 10 hours using the wheel battle strategy to barely pass. And now, he was alone. I want to see how this goes. Su-Chen waved his sleeve and walked towards the dark passage leading to the next level, clearly prepared for a protracted battle. When it comes to endurance, what aspect is Su-Chen lacking in? But when he arrived at the 6th underground level and saw the densely packed, huge elite monsters glaring at him, his mouth twitched. Plate Armor Lizard, LV12. Grade, Elite. Health, 3650. Physical Defense, 300. Attack, 130. Skills, Hardening Art, Plate Armor Shield, Retaliatory Thorn, Firm Will. Looking at the status bar of the Plate Armor Lizard in front of him, Su-Chen realized how tough it was. Damn! With over 3000 health points, and a physical defense of 300? This directly reduced his basic attack damage by half. And what's more, look at the skills of this thing, all related to defense. Are you so afraid of death? Are you a turtle? Damn! Just as Su-Chen's face darkened, a large group of plate armor lizards in front of him didn't give him a chance to complain again. Each of them raised their huge claws and greeted him head-on. Seeing this, Su-Chen couldn't be bothered to complain anymore. Even if he used all his percentage-based kills, he still had to take down this group of tough guys. Not only was he enduring, but he was also tough. And so, a fierce battle quickly erupted. The process was also very difficult. With his basic attack damage greatly reduced, Su-Chen killed nearly 90% of the hundreds of plate armor lizards with his talent. In a blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. Although the process was tough, the rewards were very rich. Underground level 6 rewards, talent upgrade card x1, gold coins x 5000, free attribute points x 50. Talent upgrade card, after use, can upgrade any talent of level S or below by 1 level. Wow! Talent upgrade card? When he saw this item, Su-Chen's eyes widened slightly. Can it upgrade a talent from a level to S level directly? How big is the difference between a level and S level talents? Just from the annual salary they receive after signing with the clubs, it's easy to see that the difference is at least tenfold. The value of this talent upgrade card far surpasses 1 or 2 pieces of red equipment. However, when Su-Chen learned the value of this item, the first thing he thought of was Su-Yu's surgery fee. Not only that, but it even exceeded the standard. First of all, surgery is something that should not be delayed if possible, and should be done quickly. Secondly, this talent upgrade card. For a player like him who already has a Super S-level talent, it's useless, right? As for using it for Su-Yu in the future, he firmly believes that no matter what talent Su-Yu will awaken in the future, even if the other party enters the game 2 years later, under his leadership, Su-Yu can still beat the vast majority of players. Let's not talk about anything else, just give this girl a few pieces of fully enhanced divine equipment, and add 2 handy and brainless divine skills. Even if this girl has no talent, she can still beat that group of S-level players. And do it quietly. Of course, this is under the circumstances where Su-Chen does not know that his own girl has already awakened an S-level talent, and the effect is quite extraordinary. If he knew even a little bit, he wouldn't think like this. Of course, it may not be too late for him to find out. This harvest truly warms my heart. Su-Chen glanced at his backpack, very satisfied. In addition to obtaining 4 items and a piece of purple equipment, he also harvested a total of 10,000 gold coins, as well as 70 free attribute points that had already been added to attack speed. At present, not only has his attack speed broken through to 338, even his skill points, under the accumulation of massive experience, have reached over 200. If Su-Chen had not exchanged all the experience he gained for skill points, he would have already surpassed level 10 by now, bidding farewell to the newbie village. However, he is not in a hurry to use the skill points. He will wait until the rankings are announced at 6 o'clock. With this in mind, Suchen glanced at the time in the upper right corner, raising his eyebrows, unknowingly. Is it already past 4 in the afternoon? From coming online to doing tasks, to approaching noon to fight the boss, and to the treasure trove, Suchen stretched his waist, feeling a bit tired. After that, he went to the next level to take a look. Fortunately, the elite monsters on the 7th floor underground were not as tough as those on the 6th floor underground. But the number of elite monsters here should not be underestimated. If he were to confront them head-on, he could probably handle it, but it might take until tomorrow to finish the fight. It's either a sudden death or being worn out. Unless he has a wide-range killing skill. This is currently the one method he lacks the most. Hiss. I haven't eaten a single bite of food until now. I'll go offline first to have a meal and rest for half an hour. When I come back online, it will be time for the rankings. Life is more important. After leaving the treasure trove, Suchen chose to quickly log off. He decided to recharge himself first, and then come back online later. But there was still a major event waiting for him. Time flies. At present, it is almost 6 o'clock in the afternoon, with less than 5 minutes left until the rankings are announced. When Suchen logged back in again, he found himself back in a certain newbie village. The surroundings here were very quiet, perhaps because the rankings were about to be announced, and many people were taking advantage of this last time to fight monsters and get on the leaderboard, or maybe this newbie village just didn't have many people. However, he liked this kind of quiet environment. The rustling sound of leaves being blown around could be heard all around. The gentle breeze lightly brushed against his face, giving a relaxing feeling. Suchen opened the level rankings. First place, Emperor, level 9. Second place, Slaughter the World, level 9. Third place, Grandpa, level 8. Fourth place, Mad Demon, level 8. Fifth place, One Kidney Can Last an Hour, level 8. Sixth place, Cold River Snow, level 8. Countdown to rankings announcement, 3 minutes 57 seconds. The first and second places are stable. And the Cold River Snow, who was the first in the level rankings in the previous life. Now, because of yesterday's death, he is directly out of the top 5. The two, Haoyue Zhanghe and Hyakagen Yun, are even worse off, as in the previous life, both were in the top 10 of the rankings. But in this life, after their deaths, they barely made it into the top 50. And the mastermind behind all this. At this moment, he was lying on the grass next to the tree, enjoying the cool breeze, quietly waiting for the ranking rewards. Time passed by minute, until a certain moment. Server announcement, the competition for the level ranking has ended, and the next ranking to be developed is the server battle power ranking. Players, please stay tuned. Level ranking rewards are as follows. Rankings 1000 to 500 rewards, gold coins x 200, random blue equipment x1. Rankings 10 to 4 rewards, gold coins x 1000, random blue equipment x3, free attribute points x20, random C-level skill book x1. Ranking 3 reward, gold coins x 2000, random purple equipment x1, free attribute points x20, random B-level skill book x1. Ranking 2 reward, gold coins x 3000, random purple equipment x1, free attribute points x25, random B-level skill book x1. Ranking 1 reward, gold coins x 5000, random purple equipment x1, free attribute points x30, random A-level skill book x1. When the ranking rewards were announced, the world channel went crazy. Wow, even the 1000th place gets 200 gold coins and a piece of blue equipment? So jealous. 200 gold coins, enough for me to play for a month. The 4th place must be crying, right? No, I'm at 19,300th place, not even a consolation prize? Wow, the top 3 all get a piece of purple equipment each, and the first place gets 5,000 gold coins and an A-level skill book. I'm so envious. Wow, purple equipment. It's said that the blacksmith's hidden quest can get purple equipment, but no one knows how to get the Lord's heart. Speaking of that, I just remembered, I heard that the boss of the Wind Club is going crazy because he can't get the Lord's heart, and even said he wants to buy all the Lord's hearts in the server for 11,000 each. Is that true? Is this guy crazy? Totally crazy. Wow, isn't there a limit to this? Just as the players were chatting excitedly, Suchen also received rewards from the system. For ranking 1 and 2, he received a total of 8,000 gold coins, 2 pieces of purple equipment, 55 free attribute points, and 1 A-level and 1 B-level random skill each. These rewards made Suchen's eyes light up, let alone other players. After all, just the 2 pieces of purple equipment, many players haven't obtained them before reaching level 30. Speaking of which, when Suchen allocated all his free attribute points to attack speed, he first looked at the 2 pieces of purple equipment. Tactical leggings, purple, level, LV5. Effect 1, Magic Power plus 80. Effect 2, Blue Mana Recovery plus 5 per second. Effect 3, Movement Speed plus 4. 5. Purple Quality Leggings. This is exactly what Su Chen lacks the most at the moment. With this, a configuration of 4 purple and 1 red equipment at level 9, perhaps no one has ever had it before? Thinking of this, Su Chen decisively put it on and looked at the next piece of purple equipment. Divine Wind Cloth Armor, purple, level, LV5. Effect 1, Movement Speed plus 10. Effect 2, Mana plus 200. Effect 3, Attack Power plus 30. Ah, this. Seeing this equipment, Su Chen didn't know what to say. After wearing it, will he transform into the God Realm Bolt? This effect is something he has never seen before. However, no matter how trashy the quality of this shirt is among the same level, it is still a piece of purple equipment. It will sell well in the future. After checking the equipment, Su Chen glanced at the 2 skills he obtained in his backpack. B-level skill, Volley of Arrows. A-level skill, Sword of the Divine. As expected. Su Chen calmly nodded, then decisively used the skill replacement item in his backpack and applied it to the A-level skill book. Please select the profession you want to replace. Mage. Please select the type you want to replace. Mass Killing type. Replacement successful. The inscription on the A-level skill book in the backpack changed in the next second. A-level skill, Inferno Sea of Fire. Inferno Sea of Fire. After use, the area within the skill range will turn into a sea of fire, continuously causing massive damage to enemies within the range, and inflicting a burning effect after the skill ends. A-level skill. Do you want to learn this skill? Learn! After seeing the introduction of this skill, Su Chen decisively learned it, appearing quite eager. Learning successful. Skill, Inferno Sea of Fire, A-level, level, LV1. Casting range, 3 by 3 meters. Mana cost, 350. Cooldown, 35s. After learning, Su Chen stood up and headed straight to the location outside the newbie village where the Storm Rabbit respawns. When he quickly arrived, cast skill, Inferno Sea of Fire. Storm Rabbit? The next second, a large amount of damage appeared. 369, 378, 400. Inferno Sea of Fire lasted for 3 seconds before gradually dissipating. Su Chen ignored the kill prompt in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. A 3 by 3 range, lasting for 3 seconds, dealing 3 to 400 damage per second, with a burning effect afterwards. Is this the power of the mage? This explosive damage in the early game is already ridiculously overpowered. Ridiculously overpowered. But what comes next is even more overpowered. You have upgraded Inferno Sea of Fire to LV2. You have upgraded Inferno Sea of Fire to LV3. When Su Chen used all of his 200 skill points in one go. When he looked at the skill introduction again, there had been a significant change. Skill, Inferno Sea of Fire, A-level, level, LV10. Casting range, 6 by 6 meters. Mana cost, 300. Cooldown, 25s. After upgrading Inferno Sea of Fire to level 10, not only did the casting range increase, but the mana cost and cooldown time also significantly decreased. The rewards from this level ranking settlement have greatly boosted his strength. With the explosive power of Inferno Sea of Fire, Su Chen is confident that he can clear the 7th floor of the underground treasure within half an hour. However, he is not in a hurry. Once the guild is established tomorrow, his strength will see a significant increase. Of course, the most important reason is what comes next. There is a major event waiting for him. As the competition on the level ranking ends, ordinary players return to their normal development, casually fighting monsters to level up, or taking on some quests, exploring and getting familiar with this unknown world. Meanwhile, the top players and clubs in the game have started to explore wild bosses one after another, unwilling to fall behind others, making the competition intense. Everything seems to have returned to normal, like a peaceful rest after the war. Until a message similar to a server-wide announcement appears. Slaughter the World, selling a talent upgrade card, can unconditionally upgrade any talent below S-level by 1 level. A-level talents can instantly become S-level, only one available server-wide. Interested parties come to Newbie Village at 10,000. Slaughter the World showcases the talent upgrade card to the world? When this long string of text suddenly appears in the view of all players in the server, a screen full of question marks instantly fills the entire world channel. This phenomenon lasted for several seconds before the players gradually recovered from their confusion. Damn, is this for real? How can he directly broadcast to the whole server? Selling a talent upgrade card? Is this thing real? Is it a scam? Oh my, if you click on the area he's showing, this talent upgrade card is actually real? Boss, he's willing to contribute for the first time. Can you give this treasure to him? I see your real name verification is male. It's another server-wide announcement, selling such incredible items, and also taking down 3 boss first clears within the previous hour. Do you think this player isn't cheating? Oh, I'd become an NPC. By your logic, isn't Emperor a natural-born time traveler with a system? I won't allow such a powerful person to exist in the God Realm Emperor. Boss, I really want to improve. Just as the players across the server were shocked, the internal discussions in various clubs were also in an uproar. In an instant, millions of players were all discussing this matter, and those with sharp eyes and quick hands had already started to move. At the same time, the number of people in the newbie village of 10,000 was continuously skyrocketing at a terrifying speed. Most of these people were just bystanders not minding their own business, while some others were extremely interested in the talent upgrade card displayed by Su Chen. System prompt detected that the number of players in newbie village 10,000 has exceeded 50,000, activating the virtualization function for characters in this newbie village. In an instant, when the first wave of players teleported to the outskirts of the newbie village and saw their semi-virtualized bodies, they all looked curious. Oh my, our bodies are overlapping? This feeling is so strange. I can see you but can't touch you? This is my only chance to merge with the goddess. Simp. No. You're a war wolf. Quick, look, isn't that the boss who takes down everything? Someone in the crowd shouted, and everyone followed his finger to look in unison. Not far from the entrance of the newbie village, on a giant rock about 2 meters high, Su Chen, wearing a ghost mask, had already sat down at some point. He was observing the crowds coming from outside the newbie village. Is he really a boss? Let's go see. Boss, hello, I am a game anchor on Douyin. May I ask you, how did you obtain such incredible items in the newbie village? Did you, like the Emperor boss, complete a hidden task? Su Chen shrugged, just lucky, a bit better luck. The crowd. Then may I ask, boss, do you have any thoughts of joining a club? Players are saying that you are quite close to the owner of the Starry Sky Club. Well, you'll know tomorrow. As the two chatted, more and more people arrived around them. Among these people, Su Chen also saw many familiar faces, such as the Domineering and Arrogant, the Moonlight Hegemony, the Starry Sky Group, and the people from the other 2 top clubs in the Dragon Country. It can be said that this trip, whether it was the top 5 clubs in the Dragon Country, or the people from other small clubs, or some loan experts, top tycoons, they all came. There was no other reason. The importance of a talent upgrade card goes without saying. More accurately, with the global popularity of the God Realm game, everyone wants to step onto the world stage and become a highly anticipated figure in the near future. The appearance of the talent upgrade card not only brings hope to players with insufficient talent but also makes many clubs envious. Since almost everyone is here, let's get straight to the point. With these words, Su Chen slowly stood up, the talent upgrade card appearing in his hand. But just then, before Su Chen could say anything further, an untimely voice suddenly rang out. Tu Jin, I am the boss of the Bright Moon Club. I sincerely invite you to join our club with an annual salary of 30 million. Wow! The Bright Moon Club's dominance was declared. The surrounding onlookers were in an uproar. An annual salary of 30 million? That's over 2 million a month, and 70 to 80,000 a day. Everyone turned to look at Tu Jin Tianxia. They really wanted to know this big shot's choice. But when Su Chen heard this, he just gave a disdainful glance at the Bright Moon Club, too lazy to say anything. Not interested, bro. Why are you jumping out again? Can't you see I'm ignoring you? You know I'm Tu Jin Tianxia. You offer me 30 million. If you knew I was the emperor, wouldn't you offer 30 million to eliminate me? Although Su Chen was too lazy to say anything, when the rest of the club members saw his silent and contemplative appearance, they couldn't contain their excitement. Big shot, don't listen to his nonsense. Yeah, this kid is good at trapping people with contracts. With your strength and means, an annual salary of 30 million is guaranteed in any club. Come to our Azure Club, we can offer you 40 million. Azure people, stop talking nonsense. With your small club, you may not even be able to come up with 10 million, isn't borrowing money to sign a big shot with 40 million? I'll go to hell. Don't think I don't know about the things your boss and female employees do in the office. I have videos, do you think I'm afraid? Oh, who's afraid of who? If you dare, send me the video, do you dare? Yeah, do you dare? Send it to the group if you dare. As a few people argued and the onlookers watched, a sneaky figure of a dog came to a rock near Su Chen's feet and whispered, "Big shot, come to our heroic club, 50 million a year, plus benefits and year-end bonuses, how about that?" However, the next moment, "Big shot, don't fall for this trap. Heroes are best at saying one thing in front of people and another behind their backs. Why not come to our prosperous club? We are also one of the top 5 clubs in the Dragon Country. We'll add 5 million to the salary you've been offered. You're full of crap. Who among you in Prosperous Club has worse character than you? Defamation, be careful, I'll sue you for defamation. I'll defame your mother. Suchen looked down at the chaos below, as if the various club members were arguing like 100 schools of thought. The corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Indeed, high-end business battles often use the most straightforward methods, and mutual defamation is the most suitable. Stop, silence. From now on, the one who bids the highest gets the talent upgrade card. If anyone causes trouble, no matter how much money you offer, you will be out of luck with this item. As soon as Su Chen spoke, the scene quieted down. Immediately, someone in the crowd raised their hand and shouted, I'll offer 20,000. Koen-gu raised his hand, you dare to speak up with just a measly 20,000? Our Bright Moon Club offers 50,000. 100,000, our boss offers 100,000. Koen-gu raised his hand again, then we offer 100,000 150,000. Koen-gu smiled, today, our boss will definitely get this talent upgrade card, so let's offer a bit less, 150,000 We offer 300,000. This statement once again caused a commotion in the audience. This large-scale auction scene is no less intense than a fire? Koen-gu, 300,000 Upon hearing this, a hidden tycoon who earns over $1 billion a year couldn't stand it. He turned to Koen-gu and angrily said, Are you here to cause trouble, you little brat? Since you always bid just a tiny bit more than others, then, Jin big shot, whatever this thing is worth, I'll add $10 more. At this point, someone advised, alright, this will make it difficult for the big shot. Koen-gu spread his hands, difficult? Then let's not. But before he could finish his words, Hao Yu, with a glance, said, forget it, let's do it. Koen-gu finished speaking and silently retreated behind his own boss. Seeing this scene, the people around covered their mouths and noses one by one, afraid of accidentally offending the other party by laughing. The tycoon, seeing Koen-gu obediently coming down, first snorted coldly, then offered, I'll offer 500,000. But before he could finish speaking, Hao Phone Club, 80,000. With this bold move, the people around were truly shocked. But it didn't end there. What our Hao Phone Club lacks the least is money. If anyone here has talent above sea level, our club will take them all, and the signing fee is not a problem. This speech by Hao Phone Club made some players excited, but it also made most of the clubs and rational individuals present extremely resentful. Unlike when the auction had not yet begun, the major clubs were showing goodwill to the big shots. Now that the big shots auction had just begun, what are you doing interfering? Although there were many people here. But by saying this, can't we wait until the auction is over? The players present who were interested in joining a club were not blind. With so many club executives present now, they would definitely not leave immediately after the auction ended. Why are you in such a hurry? Interesting. Suchen looked at the face of Hao Phone Club below, then glanced at Hao Yu, not far away, his eyes turning. If he remembered correctly, in his previous life, Hao Phone and Hao Yu seemed to have some issues. In that case, why not make the competition between the dogs even more intense? Thinking of this, Suchen looked at Hao Phone Club, raised his eyebrows and said, oh, so Heartless has also arrived? But sorry, this auction is for the highest bidder. Hao Phone and the dogs are not allowed to participate. With these words, everyone present looked at each other, looking confused. What happened? Listening to the tone of the big shots, did the two of them have a falling out or something? At this time, some of the insiders in the audience began to quietly explain to the others. At noon today, the big shot brought my boss to clear the first pass. That heartless person directly gathered hundreds of people, wanting to besiege the big shot and snatch the boss. Is it true? So shameless? More than that. At that time, the way that heartless person looked, our boss recorded it all. Brother, send it to me. Yes, let's add each other as friends. Listening to the quiet discussions of the people around him, the face of Hao Phone Club turned terrifyingly dark. Don't go too far, Jin Tianxia, my boss is here to give you face. Before Hao Phone Club could say anything, K-God beside him couldn't bear it and shouted at Su Chen. This scene plunged the audience into silence for a moment. No one expected the situation to develop to this point. The onlookers were truly enjoying the show. But just then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Hao Phone Club and K-God. What's wrong with my brother Jin being a bit excessive? Koen-gu, at the signal of his boss, pointed at K-God without losing his momentum. He started to attack directly. How much is your Hao Feng's face worth? Do you think I, Jin, should give you face? Are you worthy? Obviously, this move was Hao Yu showing goodwill to the big shots, something any normal person could see. And seeing this, the others were not willing to fall behind. Isn't this a perfect opportunity to kick someone when they're down? Yeah, are you worthy? Worthy my foot. We, Shangshi, will always stand by the big shots, but showing goodwill also depends on the club. Apart from the top 4 elite clubs present, there is this confidence. The rest of the small and medium-sized clubs dare not easily provoke the mighty wind, this behemoth. Just like, and our Azure Club, always supporting the big shots, the mighty wind is just trash. Right. Our Azure Club is the most awesome, all other clubs are useless. No. Who the hell are you two? Are you guys from my Azure Club? My Azure cadre didn't say anything. If you have any issues, go find them. Upon hearing someone impersonating the Azure Club, a certain cadre of Azure immediately broke out in a cold sweat. It's not business competition. Can it still be played like this? Isn't this too treacherous? As the scene returns to the mighty wind side, K-God listened to the sarcastic remarks of the people around him, and suddenly became furious. You guys. But before he could say more, the mighty wind stretched out a hand in front of him, coldly saying, there's no need to argue with a bunch of dogs. With that, the mighty wind glanced at Su Chen not far away. A flash of hostility crossed his eyes, and without saying a word, he turned and left with his men. At this moment, the mighty wind finally realized belatedly how foolish his decision was at noon today. He should have known better than to provoke the star. But now that things have come to this, at this point, don't blame him. On the side, Manager Wang, who had been silent the whole time, saw the mighty wind looking around as he walked, and knew that he couldn't remain invisible anymore. He quickly asked, Boss, who are you looking for? The mighty wind kept a gloomy expression on his face and said, many people are here to join in the fun. I guess that Emperor is here too, so keep your eyes wide open and find him. Obviously, this guy hasn't given up on inviting the Emperor to join the guild. Even after being repeatedly suppressed by the Butcher of the World, inviting the Emperor to join his own club has become an obsession for this guy. Just like the struggle for dominance and the Bright Moon, longing for the Butcher of the World to join their club. But these two people are unaware. The object of their desire and the object of their hatred are actually the same person. Isn't that a coincidence? Yes, Manager Wang responded. He instructed his subordinates to search around. No need to look, the Emperor must be leveling up and hasn't come. Besides, he already has an S-level talent. He doesn't need this. Suddenly, a pleasant voice came from behind the mighty wind and the others. Everyone turned their heads at the sound, only to find that the speaker was none other than Yurong. Upon hearing this, the mighty wind's face turned even darker, as if it could ignite at any moment. What does Yurong mean by that? How does she know that the Emperor is leveling up? Could it be that Yurong not only has ties to the Butcher of the World but also to the Emperor? Alright, let's go. The mighty wind clenched his fists, veins popping on his forehead, and bloodshot eyes gradually appearing. Annihilated at noon, unable to make it to the top 10 in the level rankings. In the afternoon, using various methods to approach the Emperor's friend, but the other party always ignored them. Now, publicly humiliated by the Butcher of the World, looked down upon by a large number of players, despised. This game, it's not fun at all. Alright, I can't do anything to you in the game, but what about in real life? In the mind of the mighty wind, flashed images of individuals. The people of the bright moon, the people of the starry sky, and finally, the Butcher of the World. Despite the various game companies keeping the real name verification of players confidential. But in this world, where is there an airtight wall? If possible. Thinking of this, the mighty wind glanced at the Butcher of the World again, a sneer escaping his mouth. I can't afford to offend you in the game, but in reality, what are you? Obviously, this guy seems a little unable to take a loss. Su Chen raised the crab claw. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. TSK, this guy obviously hasn't held back a fart. Xiao Yu, let's go, to the front. Watching the back of the Haofeng group leaving, Yu Yurong stuck out her tongue and then led Su towards the front of the crowd to watch the show. The auction is still ongoing at this time, and the price has been raised to 1 million by the Hao Yue Club. I bid 1,100,000. TCH, I bid 120. Hao Yue raised his hand, 150. This. Su Yu listened to the bids of the people around her, her beautiful eyes slightly widened, somewhat incredulous. Is a game item worth millions? Isn't that too unreal? Are these people treating money like dirt? TSK. What a pity. At this moment, Yu Yurong suddenly sighed beside her. What's wrong, Sister Yurong? Su Yu turned to her and asked softly. Hearing this, Yu Yurong helplessly spread her hands and expressed her worries. It's a pity that my talent is only C level, even if it upgrades to B level. Instead of relying on talent, it's better to collect more top-notch equipment or props. If you spend a lot of money to buy this thing for someone else to use, although it can create an S-level talent holder. If the other party wants to switch teams when the contract expires, wouldn't it be like making a wedding dress for someone else? As for signing a contract to death, the Manhwa strictly prohibits game clubs from signing players to death. The maximum term is only 5 years, it's just a matter of having the right of first refusal for renewal. At this point, Yu Rong looked at Suyu beside her and said, "It would be great if you had an A-level talent. Instead of giving it to club members, why not give it to your friend? Anyway, it would be a waste for me to use it." Suyu, forget it, I don't care. Even if I support the big shots with this move. Yu Rong waved her hand and her voice echoed throughout the venue. Why are a bunch of men hesitating to bid? I bid 3 million. Hiss. As soon as Yu Rong's voice fell, there was a continuous sound of gasping around. Even Suyu beside her was no exception. How Yue Club bids 3,500,000. Wow. Seeing this, everyone present began to get excited. Look at this momentum. How Yue and Xingyu, these two major clubs. Are they going to have a fierce battle here? Ha! Yu Rong snorted disdainfully. She was about to continue raising the price when a weak voice from the back of the crowd spoke up first. I bid 5 million. At the moment they heard this voice, everyone was stunned. The crowd began to look around. Who would bid 5 million? And from the tone of voice, it doesn't sound like a club owner or a tycoon? 5,100,000. How Yue raised his voice. The weak voice sounded again. Then I bid 8 million. All players? Damn, who is it? When someone used the weakest voice to shout the highest price, even Hao Yue couldn't help but be amazed. 5 million at a shot? The second bid went straight to 8 million? 8 million. How many A-level players can you sign with this amount? You know, not all S-level players are like Tu Jin Tianxia, with an annual salary of 3 to 4 million. Talent is one aspect, and the overall driving ability of this player, as well as personal skills and many other aspects combined, make them worth so much money. And Slaughtered the World can get 3 first clears in a row within an hour, and also obtained rare items and a large amount of top-tier equipment in stages. This level is worth 3 to 4 million. For an ordinary S-class player, the annual salary may be around 1 million. So, it's not worth spending millions to buy a talent upgrade card. Instead of buying an upgrade card, it's better to recruit more players with this money. Just the driving ability of a few A-class players is not inferior to an ordinary S-class player. That's why the highest budget of most bosses present is only around 2 to 3 million. But who would have thought? Someone actually bid 8 million directly? This is truly treating money as dirt. Who is the hidden tycoon making a move? For a moment, everyone became curious. Someone bid 8 million, so may I ask you all, is there anyone else bidding? As Su Chen's voice fell, the scene fell into a strange silence. With so many people, not a single person spoke. But at this moment, a thin and small figure ran from the back of the crowd to the front row. This person's action seemed particularly abrupt in such a quiet scene. Huff. Luckily, I'm not late. Boss, can I buy the talent upgrade card in your hand for 8 million? If you think it's not enough, I'll offer 10 million. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned and their brains froze. What did they hear? Is this weak voice the same person who just bid 8 million? But now this person is asking the boss if the money is enough? If not, he will directly offer 10 million? 10 million. When you say this, doesn't your heart ache? Or is your 10 million just a drop in the bucket? While everyone was still in a daze at the scene, Su Chen jumped off the boulder and looked at the innocent and clear-eyed figure of Ho Xiaoyu, who was panting heavily. Seeing that no one else was bidding, he directly gave the talent upgrade card in his hand to the other person as a gift. Here, I'm selling this to you, don't just stand there, use it early to avoid more dreams at night. Ha! Oh, thank you, boss. Ho Xiaoyu honestly replied, quickly opened his backpack and studied how to use the talent upgrade card. Seeing this kid looking so dumbfounded, Su Chen shook his head helplessly. If he remembered correctly, Ho Xiaoyu's talents seemed to be A-class. This wave can also be considered not taking advantage of others. In addition, he didn't expect that a single upgrade card could be sold for millions. Originally, he thought 2 to 3 million would be enough for Xiaoyu's surgery. Now, it's more than enough. Oh my, Xiaoyu, you're really good at pushing the price in reverse. Suyu, with a smile, also approached to join in the fun. And the people at the scene also reacted belatedly. Wow, a bid of 10 million? This is a real rich kid. People like this are usually villains in novels. Nonsense, look at his clear eyes like a contemporary college student. Does he look like a villain? I really want to ask, does the young master's family lack dogs? How can the young master run by himself after such a long road? What if he gets tired? I should have let the young master ride on me. One word, 6. I really want to give Xiaoyu a monkey writing on Xiaoyu's. Stop, if you continue, the book will be ruined. You're even more annoying. As the auction ended, the onlookers dispersed. Of course, there were also many players who wanted to join the club, taking the opportunity to approach some of the club's executives and negotiate terms. The top executives of major clubs also spared no effort to introduce the advantages of their own clubs. A business war has begun again. When the top executives and bosses recovered from this business war and wanted to find the protagonist of this auction, they found that Su Chen had long since disappeared. At this moment, in Newbie Village No. 1600, the four of them had just arrived at this deserted place. Yu Rong's cherry lips started chattering. Boss, your luck is simply unbelievable. You even managed to get a talent upgrade card? By the way, boss, you are the first player in the entire server to complete the hidden task of King Blacksmith, so can you tell us, how do you get the Lord's heart? Su Chen, without hiding anything, straightforwardly said, kill the rock giant beast, there is a chance to drop the Lord's heart. Ah, Yu Rong wilted instantly upon hearing this. But thinking about it, it made sense. How easy is it to get a purple equipment? What's wrong, Rongjie? Suyu tilted her head curiously, is that giant beast hard to defeat? Before Yu Rong could say anything, Su Chen said plainly, with over 30,000 health points, the kind that can flatten you with one, but what do you think? Suyu, it's okay, sis. Yu Rong patted Suyu's shoulder, tomorrow, I'll gather 200 people to help you complete the hidden task. After that, she looked at Ho Xiaoyu, who had been laughing foolishly the whole time. Hey! Very loudly, Ho Xiaoyu startled, what's up? Yu Rong gave her a dead fish eye, you've been laughing foolishly the whole time, how come? A little sister secretly added you as a friend? Ho Xiaoyu blushed, no way, it's just that after the talent upgrade, there were unexpected gains. Oh, really? Yu Rong raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of disdain, I don't believe it unless you tell me. Sis, why would I lie to you? TSK. Feeling guilty about meeting a little sister? Just say it. Su Chen. These three are really funny. Yu Rong is mischievous. Xin Yang is cute and silly. Xiaoyu is very innocent. No wonder these three can play together. Wait, what about myself? Just as Su Chen fell silent, Ho Xiaoyu, under Yu Rong's disdainful gaze, revealed her talent. My original talent was A-level time reversal. The effect is that after I kill an enemy, I can instantly return to the position I was in 10 seconds ago, and the skill cooldown is completely refreshed, while my own status recovers by 20%. Yu Rong was surprised. No wonder you play as an instant kill assassin. This talent is also top-notch among A-level talents, but the weakness is also very obvious. Ho Xiaoyu nodded, with a smile on her lips, because my weakness was obvious, and this upgrade perfectly compensated for this weakness, that's why I'm happy. Oh, is that so? Yu Rong raised her eyebrows again, tell me quickly. Ho Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, do you think I'm an idiot? Trying to get something for nothing? Unless you tell me about your talent. Yu Rong raised her little fist, my talent is being tough here, do you want to try it? Ho Xiaoyu. Rongjie is not joking, that's her talent. Suyu added in real time. Fine. Ho Xiaoyu shrugged, just as she was about to confess her talent to the others. However, at that moment, Su Chen's voice rang out ahead of him. If I'm not mistaken, your talent should have been upgraded to be able to teleport to any position within 10 seconds, right? Ho Xiaoyu was surprised. Boss, how did you know? Su Chen saw that he was right and chuckled lightly, saying, your previous weaknesses were so obvious, it was easy to guess. With that, he took out the Wind God cloth armor he had received as a reward from his backpack and handed it to Ho Xiaoyu. Buy me a talent card for a few million, and consider this purple equipment as a gift. Although it's not the best among purples, it increases movement speed, mana, and attack, which are exactly what an instant-killing assassin needs. Ha! Ho Xiaoyu was stunned, looking at the purple equipment handed to her by the big shot, hesitating, big shot. Don't you even have purple equipment yourself? Well, I have enough with these. Su Chen's voice had just fallen. A data panel appeared in front of the three of them simultaneously. Weapon, golden staff, purple, helmet, war helmet, purple, top, bloodstained battle armor, red, leggings, battle mage leg guards, purple, boots, azure war boots, purple, special, ancient necklace. The two women. Silence. Only endless silence. The big shot's equipment list was simply dazzling to them. Ho Xiaoyu widened her eyes, oh my. Big shot, do you also have red equipment? Hearing this, Su Chen joked, except for me, who else in the server has red equipment? Ho Xiaoyu bluntly said, that emperor. Big shot, have you forgotten that on the first day of the server, he obtained a piece of red equipment? Upon hearing this, Su-chen stuffed the wind god cloth armor into her arms and asked with a smile, "Red equipment is so rare, have you never considered that we might be the same person?" "How is that possible?" Ho Xiaoyu decisively shook her head and put on the purple equipment gifted by the big shot. "Two big shots, the same person? When did the big shot start joking around? By the way, we haven't added each other as game friends yet," Su-chen said, moving his hand. "Emperor has sent you a friend request." "Ho Xiaoyu? Ha?" He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He looked up at the ID above the big shot's head, then down at the friend request in front of him. This. Coincidence? Or is it a bug? Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Yu Yorong couldn't help but laugh. Are you really stupid or pretending to be stupid? Where in the world does such a coincidence happen? Ho Xiaoyu stood in place, scratching his head in confusion. Wait a minute. Let me think about it. But it was too late. As he hesitated. Ha? What's wrong with him? Yu Yorong saw a red exclamation mark suddenly appear above Ho Xiaoyu's head and couldn't help but tilt her head. He's disconnected. Su-chen's mouth twitched. Let's go. Once we're 50 meters away from him, the character will automatically disappear. At the same time, a message popped up on his WeChat. Ho Xiaoyu, big shot, I'm going to send you money. Little bear waving emoji JPG, this idiot. Yu Yorong rolled her eyes. Then, she took Suyu's delicate hand and looked at Su-chen's back, saying, perfect, I'll take Xiaoyu to level up first, big shot, see you later. Waving her hand, the two of them turned and left. Ha? Su-chen's ears twitched. What did he just hear? Turning around, Su-chen watched the two women gradually move away, a pensive look in his eyes. Xiaoyu? Is that girl's nickname? And, from the beginning, the familiar feeling he had when he saw her, and her ID. Was everything just a coincidence? But as the white-haired loli just said, in this world, how could there be so many coincidences? Su-chen narrowed his eyes. It seems like I'll have to probe that girl tonight. But before Xiaoyu returned, he had something more important to do. The money for Xiaoyu's surgery is enough at the moment, but in order to avoid delays, Su-chen needs to contact the hospital himself. Thinking of this, Su-chen decisively goes offline. Fortunately, he found the hospital's phone number from Xiaoyu's examination report. Coincidentally, the doctor he communicated with was the middle-aged doctor from that day. When he indicated that he wanted to proceed with the surgery, the middle-aged doctor also proposed a budget and some precautions. The other party also mentioned that it would be best to wait until after tomorrow to have the surgery, because tomorrow night, they have an extremely professional neurosurgery specialist returning from abroad. If this specialist can lead the surgery, the risk will be minimized. After troubling this doctor, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. I'm back. The door opened, and Suyu returned home, looking very happy. As for the reason, not only did she play games all day today and explore unknown territories, but even just now, Rongjie unexpectedly paid her salary, a huge sum of 1,000 yuan. Although she refused, she couldn't resist Rongjie's persuasion and even said they would play together tomorrow. How could she not be happy? Hey, are you hungry? Shall I cook? Sitting down on the sofa, Suyu looked at Su-chen resting and watching TV, and asked softly, I just started cooking, no rush. Okay, Suyu said, leaning her head on Su-chen's shoulder, took out her phone and started browsing. But soon. Suyu, have you joined the club? Su-chen. The moment he heard this, Su-chen was speechless. Who would ask such a question out of the blue? Well, is this considered giving oneself away? Thinking of this, he turned to the exquisite face in front of him and couldn't help but pinch it. Aren't you always at odds with games? Why are you suddenly asking about this today? Feeling the touch on her face, Suyu blushed and coquettishly said, nowadays, the Divine Realm is so popular online, it's hard not to know, right? Of course, I'm just curious. After all, you made tens of thousands yesterday. With such ability, don't you consider joining the club? I heard online that some capable players who join the club can earn millions in monthly salary. Hearing this, Su-chen patted Suyu's shoulder and said, these are not the issues you, a student, should be concerned about. Upon hearing this, Suyu became anxious. If I don't ask you for information, how can I further understand the club? How can I know whether joining the club is good or bad for a player? Search online? Can you trust that stuff online? I'm just curious, can you tell me? Suyu tugged at the man's clothes beside her. Su-chen, no. Suyu. Pouting her lips, a hint of resentment appeared in her eyes. But when she noticed the man was about to look at her, Suyu immediately returned to her original appearance, and even unusually acted coquettishly, can't you do me this favor? In her words, Suyu's body leaned towards the man, her beautiful legs crossed inadvertently, and her jade hand even poked the man's waist. Ah, Watching the beauty's movements beside him, feeling the touch on his waist, and smelling the faint fragrance on his nose, the man took a deep breath inwardly. Which cadre could withstand such a test? But his appearance remained unmoved, like an old monk in meditation. Of course, there was a slight movement. Just a little. Ahem. Is this your way of asking for help? Suyu pouted and said, what else do you want? Should I kiss you? Su Chen turned his head and asked, are you serious? Pervert. A pinch on someone's waist made Suyu's little butt move to the other side. As she avoided eye contact, her already slightly flushed face turned even redder. Ouch. Be gentle. Su Chen rubbed the pinched spot and said, it's not the first or second time, why are you still shy? Then, turn your head away. Suyu pursed her lips and said softly. She didn't know why she was feeling shy. However, now that the two of them were alone together in the quiet night, in the same room, full of energy and other buffs, could it be that something like a disaster might happen? What if it did? Should she resist? Or should she enjoy it? Or enjoy it? No, she hadn't bought that thing yet. No. Why did she uncontrollably think of that kind of thing at this moment? Was she really born with a dirty mind? On the side, seeing the girl lost in thought, Su Chen suddenly asked, what are you thinking about? I was thinking about, nothing. Before Suyu could finish her sentence, her cherry lips were kissed. After a while, Su Chen looked at the breathless Suyu in his arms, wiped a glistening trace from her lips, and teasingly said, there's no one else at home, be more generous in the future, okay? Suyu licked her red lips and grumbled, stop talking nonsense, promise me quickly, or I'll slap you. You'll turn hostile after enjoying it, right? Su Chen's mouth twitched. Didn't you say to be more generous? After Suyu finished speaking, she twisted someone's waist. Ouch. I'll talk. Su Chen quickly grabbed the hand on his waist and got straight to the point. You asked me if I would consider joining the club. The answer is already in what you just said. Suyu tilted her head. What do you mean? It's simple, you see. Su Chen silently withdrew the other person's hand. If a capable player like you can earn so much money on your own, then why would he join the club? To prevent this clueless girl from not understanding, Su Chen explained in more detail. Think about it, once you enter the club, sign a contract, and leave a handprint, all the resources you gain in the game will belong to the club. In other words, if you can earn so much money through your own abilities, why join the club and be restricted by others? Isn't it boring to be constrained while playing a game? Don't you find it dull? It does seem that way. Suyu nodded as if she understood. But then she turned to Su Chen and asked, how strong are you? You earned tens of thousands in a day yesterday. Your talent must be at least A-level, right? Su Chen scratched his nose, more or less, I guess. Suyu blinked. I read online that there's a ranking list in the divine realm. What's your ranking on that? I said I'm number 1, do you believe me? I don't. Before Su Chen could finish his sentence, Suyu denied it. The first place on the ranking list, others might not know. But how could she, Suyu, not know? The first and second places were the same person. Unless Su Chen claimed to be both first and second, she might believe it. Because currently, she, Yu Rongjie, and Ho Xiaoyu were probably the only ones who knew the secret of that big shot. Thinking of this, Suyu couldn't help but feel amused. Although I still dare not tell the other party at the moment, I haven't been to school all day. But when the time is right. With my S-level talent, can't I give someone with just an A-level a run for their money? The thought of that scene is exciting. TSK. I don't believe it. Seeing Suyu's sneaky look of joy, Su Chen shook his head helplessly and took out his phone to watch videos. You have to watch to know. When he watched, out of 10 videos, at least 3 were related to the divine realm. See, I wasn't lying, right? Suyu, who knows when, leaned over and rested her head on Su Chen's shoulder, saying, an item auctioned for 8 million, and now this topic is trending. Su Chen smirked. Oh? It seems like my little you knows more interesting things than I do at home? Suyu, degree. Oh no, she got carried away. Now she's sweating. Looking at the man next to her with a smile that seemed to say something, Suyu suddenly panicked. This guy must have figured something out. What to do? Suddenly, a bright idea flashed in Suyu's mind. I brought my phone to school today, and on the way back from school, I watched some Douyin videos. That's how I found out. Well, this explanation also sounds plausible. Oh, is that so? Su Chen saw through it but didn't expose it, with a full smile on his face. He knows you well. When this girl speaks, her beautiful eyes dart around, which definitely means she's lying. You're lying like a dog, Suyu said confidently. Since you put it that way, okay then, Su Chen said, unable to resist pinching her cheek. You, watch your videos, don't touch me. Suyu blushed. The kiss just now was fine. but now she's feeling weak in the knees. If he keeps doing this from time to time, she'll have to change her pants sooner or later. Alright, but why is my little you so weak here? Can't control yourself. Where am I weak? Stop talking nonsense. Your face, where do you think I meant? Do you want me to try somewhere else? Get lost. After some teasing, when the meal was almost ready, Suyu blushed and went to cook. Until they finished eating and went to bed, Suchin didn't reveal some things. As the saying goes, everything must have solid evidence. Just wait until tomorrow, to give someone a scare. No, a surprise. The next morning, as soon as Suyu stepped out of the house, Suchin called the teacher. Hello, it's me. Oh, you mean Suyu asked for leave from you yesterday? Well, thank you, teacher, for your trouble. I will definitely give you face during the college entrance exam. Hanging up the phone, Suchin smiled. Sure enough, that girl didn't go to school yesterday. Combined with the missing person in the game, and various other things from last night. TSK. Now everything is foolproof. Half an hour later, in the newbie village No. 1111, inside the rock cave. At this moment, Yu Yurong led Suyu and hundreds of players under him to besiege the rock giant in a fierce battle. But at this moment, ring ring ring. Suyu, who was shooting the boss from a distance, suddenly saw a light screen in front of her. Xiao Yu, what's wrong? Beside her, Yu Yurong, who was slapped back by the boss, asked. Sister Yu, my family called me, I have to leave for a moment. Come with me. Yu Yurong grabbed Suyu's arm and said to Manager Yen on the side, you take command, make sure to keep it steady. Then, the two of them went to a more secluded corner. It's relatively quiet here, hurry up and answer the phone, I'll watch out for the boss for you. Got it, don't say anything in a while. Suyu said, feeling a bit flustered when she saw the word Su Chen on the caller ID. Upon hearing this, Yu Rong's mouth twitched. What's going on? Little Yu's expression. Why does it feel like a sense of playing truant and being afraid of getting caught? Wait, could it be? Is this girl really playing truant? However, what followed next? When Suyu answered the call, a voice spoke first, directly dispelling Yu Rong's confusion. You aren't at school, are you? At the moment she heard this, Suyu's beautiful eyes trembled. She quickly retorted, what are you talking about? I am at school. But before Suyu could finish speaking, the voice continued, it's time for class now, your phone should be turned off in your bag, how did you answer my call? On the other end of the phone, Su Chen's face was filled with a mocking smile. Little one, can't I discipline you? Whether now or in the future. Disciplining you isn't just a matter of using hands? It's the same in bed. Suyu was stunned at the words, looking a bit at a loss, while Yu Rong's face beside her appeared quite amused. She never expected that little Yu was really skipping class? What she didn't expect was that the person calling little Yu was actually a young man? Could this be little Yu's boyfriend? Or her brother or something? But why does this voice sound so familiar? Just as Yu Rong was enjoying the show, Suyu stammered, I came to see a relative, my stomach hurts and I'm in the infirmary. Yu Rong gave a thumbs up, brilliant. However, the next moment, didn't your relative just leave? Suyu? No. She had mentioned the time her relative visited last time, how could he remember that? Oh right. She forgot that this guy had always been the top in the city from elementary school to high school, top 3 in the province. Just thinking about this made Suyu even more flustered. I really? Are you lying to me like this, little rascal? Suyu instantly wilted, her pretty face filled with guilt. I'm sorry. I just didn't want to burden you, to let you earn money and suffer alone, that's why I came out to work. But before Suyu could finish speaking, roar! A crazy roar suddenly erupted from behind the two girls. In an instant, Suyu was petrified on the spot. Oh, on the other end, Su Chen's voice raised a few notches, this roar sounds quite familiar. Working in the divine realm? Suyu. This time, she felt extremely wronged. You damn big stone. Why call out now? Couldn't it have been at a better time? Now it's all messed up. With nowhere to vent her grievances. Suyu's beautiful eyes slightly reddened, trembling as she said, I'm not, it's all a coincidence. I know. Su Chen's voice instantly softened, I didn't mean to blame you, I also know your intentions. Are you in the game? I happen to be in it too. Let's meet in the game, tell me your location. Upon hearing that the other party was not upset, Suyu finally let go of the tension in her heart. I'm in Newbie Village 1111, near the rock cave. She obediently replied. Okay, wait for me. When the call ended, although Suyu's pent-up emotions temporarily eased, she still looked a bit dejected. Sorry, Sister Rong. I lied to you yesterday, I'm actually still in school. It's okay, little sister, please don't cry, I don't blame you. Yu Yurong quickly held Suyu's hand and comforted her. It's okay, little sister, it's normal for couples to have some disagreements. Besides, what you two have is not considered a real conflict, you both care for each other. If it really doesn't work out, you can apologize to him later, and then I'll help you beat him up. With that, Yu Yurong raised her small fist and made a symbolic gesture of swinging it twice. Suyu shook her head. Yurong, I'm fine. And it was at this moment. An employee under Yu Yurong's command rushed over in a panic, shouting towards the two women, "Boss can't hold on anymore." This boss suddenly went into a rage state, and it's unlikely that our brothers who are waiting to be revived will arrive in time. We are about to be wiped out. What should we do? What? Yu Yurong was shocked, looking at Suyu beside her. Xiaoyu, let's go. Okay. Suyu nodded and followed Yu Yurong towards the center of the battlefield. When the two arrived at the center, they saw that the body of the rock giant at this moment was already covered with a faint red gas. Its huge eyes had turned blood red. Originally, one person could hold the rock giant for at least a few seconds. But now, in its rampaging state, every aspect of the rock giant had been amplified. It was a sure death for whoever it locked onto. With one skill, it could wipe out a large group. Compared to before, its strength had increased by more than a bit. Boss, what should we do? Manager Yen ran to Yu Yurong, panting. Yu Yurong looked serious. How long until the first batch of players who died arrive here? If they followed the original speed of the boss, after the cannon fodder they hired died, they could be resurrected in the novice village and come back to pull the boss again, forming a cycle. This way, the core members of the club would have enough output space. But currently, the situation didn't look good. Manager Yen, upon hearing this, glanced at the time and said, "Boss, it will probably take at least 5 or 6 minutes to arrive." Yu Yurong nodded, looking at the remaining people in the field, estimating there were still over 100 people, nearly 200. The players attracting the boss's aggro must not pause. If we all pull the boss with all our might, we might have a chance. Okay, I'll go notify the group. Seeing Manager Yen leave, Yu Yurong looked at Suyu beside her and said, "Xiaoyu, we have to be serious this time. Let's go, let's beat the crap out of it." Suyu had a lot of grievances against this big rock, and now she could finally vent them, charging ahead. Hey, little sister, be careful, don't die. Yu Yurong saw this and quickly followed, but the rock giant in a rage had a strength that exceeded everyone's expectations. With one move of rock shock, dozens of people would be killed. In just a short while, the original remaining 200 people in the field were almost completely wiped out. Combined with the steep terrain of the rock cave, it could be said that from the moment the rock giant went into a rage, they had no chance of escape. Whoever went up the rock wall, the rock spikes would target them. Quick, everyone run as fast as possible. Yu Yurong's face was full of anxiety. I have more health, I'll cover the rear. Boss, it's too late. We are just cannon fodder, you go first. Boom! Several huge rocks fell out of nowhere. The remaining dozen or so people also couldn't escape death. Can we still make it out? At this moment, Yu Yurong and the others had been forced into a corner. If they wanted to run, they had to climb the steep rock wall behind them. However, in front of them was the rock giant. Obviously, they won't give them this chance. As the giant rock monster's massive body approached step by step, the heads of the two women were also shrouded in a huge shadow. Yu Yurong Ran smiled awkwardly. Bro, I said we didn't mean to offend you, do you believe it? Rock monster? No. You brought hundreds of people to beat me up at the drop of a hat, isn't that intentional offense? Do you really treat your bro like a 3-year-old? Roar! A deep sound came from the mouth of the rock monster. It raised its huge palm and was about to strike down towards the two women. TSK. Bringing a group of cannon fodder at levels 3 or 4 to fight the boss, you really have your ways. A sudden voice sounded from the stone wall behind the two women. Roar! The rock monster was stunned. This voice sounds. Why does it feel so familiar, as if it's engraved in DNA? But before it could react. Trigger skill, Frost Art. Swish! Ice spikes fell on the surface of the rock monster in an instant. Its entire huge body was rendered in a layer of ice blue, then stood still in place. Seeing this scene, the two women took the opportunity to escape. Yu Yurong stepped forward with short legs, looking back. When he saw the figure wearing a ghost mask on the stone wall, holding a golden staff, his beautiful eyes lit up. The boss slayer actually showed up. The hearts of the two women were instantly filled with hope. And on Su Chen's side, when he leaped down from the stone wall, the rock monster happened to break free from the frozen state. Trigger skill, Inferno Sea of Fire. Boom! Endless flames rose from the surface of the rock monster. Along with several basic attacks from Su Chen, the health points on the head of the rock monster instantly decreased by over 2,000. Roar! The rock monster was completely enraged this time. Its blood-red eyes stared fiercely at the humans in front of it. Several rocks appeared out of thin air behind it and instantly smashed towards the target. Seeing this, Su-chen didn't dodge. When the rocks fell on him in an instant. 433, 355, 350, health plus 4677. The rock monster stared at the string of numbers that appeared in front of it, completely dumbfounded. Su-chen chuckled, how about that? Times have changed, I used to give you a massage, now it's the other way around, right? With his words, his attacks, like raindrops, continued to fall on the head of the rock monster. Half a minute later, rock monster drops, Lord's Heart X1, chestplate, blue, X2, gold coins X50. Phew. Boss, thanks to you. Yu Rong approached with Suyu. Oh no. Boss, we didn't contact each other, right? How did you come here? Suddenly realizing this, a question mark appeared on the white-haired lowly's head. Through the mask, the two women couldn't see Su-chen's expression at all, only hearing him say lightly, to find someone. Yu Rong's eyes lit up, to find me? Is the boss going to lead the boss again? Su-chen shook his head, no. Yu Rong? However, the next moment, Su-chen pointed to Suyu. I'm looking for her. Ah, you're looking for little Yu? Not only Yu Rong, but even Suyu herself was at a loss when she heard the boss's words. She touched her face. Wasn't she wearing a mask all along? The other party has nothing to do with her, doesn't know if she looks good or not, so why is he looking for her? And just as the two women were puzzled, Su-chen looked at Suyu and suddenly said, take off the mask. Suyu instinctively took a step back, her beautiful eyes full of vigilance. What do you want to do? This boss isn't a pervert, right? Relying on one's superiority in the game to command others at will? Seeing the cautious look on this girl's face, as well as the little eyes looking at him, Su-chen couldn't help but chuckle under his mask. But before the two women could say anything, the mask disappeared from Su-chen's face and the next moment, a familiar and handsome face of Suyu appeared in front of the two women. In an instant, Suyu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She subconsciously pointed to the man in front of her, her voice stuttering, You are the emperor. Su-chen smiled, reached out and held the small hand that Suyu extended, surprised, aren't you? Ha! The white-haired lowly on the side. She seemed to suddenly realize something, looking at the two of them with excitement. And at this moment, Su-chen completely ignored the presence of a certain white-haired light bulb beside him. He decisively reached out his other hand and took off the mask on Suyu's face. The next moment, looking at the stunning beauty in front of him, he casually pinched and said, Sini. What a nice name. Upon hearing this, Suyu's reaction was also very quick. Her red lips slightly parted. When did you find out? But before she could finish her words, someone directly kissed her, acting quite domineering. Suyu's beautiful eyes widened, from the initial panic, to gradually becoming confused, and finally responding lightly. She said, really? I guess that your relationship is not ordinary. But you two can't just hide it from others, right? Woo. Isn't this pure torture for single dogs? Yu Rong's face instantly collapsed. She turned around and squatted on the ground, extending a tender finger to draw small circles on the ground. She muttered to herself, I curse you two with 108 lifetimes, exhausting you. After a full half a minute, Suyu finally came to her senses from her trance. She pushed away the smelly guy in front of her with all her strength, her mind blank, panting heavily. Su-chen clicked his tongue. I didn't expect doing this in the game would feel so real. Suyu's beautiful eyes were misty, her voice soft and slightly choked. You are too much. In front of Yu Rongjie. This guy actually dared. How could he do this? Unforgivable. Su-chen knew he was in the wrong, so he gently touched Suyu's aggrieved face, and softly said, Okay, don't be angry, can I apologize to you? Suyu pouted, coquettishly said, No. Su-chen frowned. He made a nasal sound, as if he was about to. Wait a minute. Suyu compromised, quickly reached out to stop him, and quickly found a way out for herself. Can I forgive you? But you have to tell me. When did you find out about me in the game? It's definitely not because of the sound of that big rock, right? Judging a person in a game by a voice. Who would believe that? You're not stupid. Suyu became anxious, her small hand quickly placed on someone's waist. Say one more thing and see what happens. Just because you're a big shot doesn't mean I'll go easy on you. So should I say it or not? At this moment, the white-haired lowly not far away suddenly raised her hand. Can you let me speak first? The two turned to look at her upon hearing this. The language is visible, and the tone is fast. You two, take your time to chat. If Xiaoyu wants to find me, she can send a message. Goodbye. said the white-haired lowly. She took a few quick steps and ran away. This place is simply unbearable for people. Is this how young people are nowadays? It's too cruel to the old aunties. Wah! What did she just say? Suchen turned his head, looked at the blushing and charming beauty in front of him, and said with a twitch of his mouth, "The speed of speech was too fast for me to hear clearly." Suyume glared with her beautiful eyes. "It's all your fault." No, it's your fault." "Blame me for what?" "Blame you for being too good-looking, which made me unable to resist." "Isn't it your fault?" "You." Suyume blushed. "Alright, didn't you say you wanted to know when I found out about you? Then tell me." "Actually, I found out yesterday in the game." Upon hearing the answer, Suyume was shocked. "This guy, is he a pervert?" I thought you had found out earlier." In order not to appear too obvious and affect the next generation due to the IQ difference with the other party, Suyume said in a tone that she had guessed it long ago. What to do? Her man's IQ is too high. Will she be deceived in the future, help others have children, and even help raise their children? How many good children should she have? No. Her mind is wandering again. Suchen twitched his mouth. "Do you think I'm a detective washing machine? If it weren't for the familiar feeling we had when we first met, and the groundwork of your ID, just suspecting you based on a name is too much suspicion." Suchen then changed the subject, "But instead of talking about me, let's talk about you. How did you end up in the game?" Upon hearing this, Suyume lowered her head instantly, looking like a wronged little daughter-in-law. Then, she recounted in detail her experience of going out to find a job and accidentally awakening her talent to the man in front of her. After finishing her story, Suyume saw that the man in front of her remained silent. She cautiously looked at him and took the initiative to apologize. "I didn't go to school, I'm sorry." But before she could finish speaking, her slender waist was embraced by the man in front of her. Their bodies were tightly pressed together, and Suyume felt the warmth from him, her heart pounding. Oh no, could it be that he wants to? No, this is in the game. Suyume turned her head. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito. "Don't. This is in the game. We can't do that kind of thing here. If we want to, we have to wait until we're out. After buying that thing myself." "What are you thinking?" "I just want to be closer to you, nothing more," Suchen said softly. "I just want to be close. Nothing more." It seems a bit similar. "So, you're not angry anymore?" Suyume asked tentatively. Hearing this, Suchen chuckled lightly, pinched her small face unkindly. "I'm not angry that you didn't go to school, because I'm here, and your learning progress will never fall behind. But what makes me angry is that you went to work outside alone. What if you encounter bad people? Also, you are a patient now, and I can't bear to see you suffer. It hurts my heart." The gentle voice echoed in her ears. Upon hearing the man's caring tone, Suyume trembled, feeling a wave of guilt. She tightly wrapped her hands around Suchen's waist, pressing her cheek against his chest. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. I won't do it again." Looking at the woman in his arms, who looked so sincere and apologetic, Suchen felt a bit dazed for a moment. Little you know, where is the slightest hint of her past arrogance? It seems that after being trained over and over again, after being conquered over and over again, no matter how arrogant a girl is, in the end, she will only act cute. "You don't need to apologize to me." Suchen gently lifted Suyu's pretty face and smiled. "You just need to know that you are in my heart, and as long as you don't make me worry, it's all good." Suyu nodded like pounding garlic, a sweet smile appearing on her lips. But at that moment, boom! A loud noise suddenly came from not far away. Suyu was startled, her delicate body trembling, as she slowly looked towards the center of the rocky cave. When she saw the rock behemoth appearing out of thin air, her body instinctively tensed up. "Why? Are you afraid of that little rock?" Feeling the slight tremble of her delicate body in his arms, Suchen spoke softly. "Yes." Suyu nodded heavily. "That rock was so fierce just now, both Sister Rong and I almost died." Hearing this, Suchen laughed. A malicious laugh. "Want revenge?" "Yes." Suyu nodded eagerly. "Then kiss me, and I'll kill it for you, how about that?" Suyu was taken aback. "Alright, wait for me here? Trying to trick me? Do you think I'll fall for it?" Pouting, Suyu retorted, "Killing it is your job. Why can't I kill it?" Suchen shrugged helplessly. "That would take too much time." "I don't care." Suyu turned her head. "Let me kill it, then I'll kiss you." Suchen's eyes lit up. "Looks like there's a play here." The gears in his mind turned slightly. "Xiaoyu, what do you think our relationship is now?" Suchen suddenly asked. "Ha?" Suyu's cheeks instantly turned red. What relationship? They were already like this. What else could it be? Could it be siblings? If they were siblings, could they still pass? However, seeing that the other party didn't seem to be joking, she hesitantly and somewhat expectantly said, "Boyfriend? Girlfriend?" Su-chen nodded with a smile. "Since you said that, does it mean we will definitely get married in the future?" "Ah, get married?" "Yes." Upon hearing the word marriage, Suyu's little brain instantly became muddled, only able to nod in response. "Since we will definitely get married in the future, does that mean everything, including the house, car, etc., will be shared property between us? No more yours and mine?" "Of course. Since in the future all these things won't be divided between us, why should this little boss be divided between us?" With a touch of triumph in his smile, Su-chen added, "You are all mine, why divide these things?" Hearing this, Suyu's eyes, which were originally shrewd, suddenly became clear. "Right. I am all yours. Why divide then?" Su-chen showed a triumphant smile. "So, Xiaoyu, do you want revenge?" "Yes." As the words fell, Suyu cleverly tiptoed and planted a smack on her man's face. He. See, just by using a little bossy move, she made a certain someone promise to marry her for sure. Is this a loss? No. It's a total win. What? You're on the 5th level? Ha, I'm in the stratosphere. Su-chen, in no time. After Suyu's smack, she looked at the rock behemoth not far away and smirked darkly. "Little rock, I've calculated. You owe me 40 lives now." "Rock behemoth? What do you mean I owe you 40 lives? When I was chasing you just now, why didn't you say I owed you so many lives? Are humans so arrogant now? Evil little girl. This beast will personally." But the next second, when the rock behemoth saw the figure turning around, its lantern-sized eyes almost popped out. Boom! The rock behemoth moved. Due to its large size, the ground trembled along with its movement. But when it turned back, it realized that its movement was not an attack. Instead, seeing Su-chen again, it instinctively took 2 steps back. Trying to run? Forget it. I don't want to waste time with you. You don't deserve to listen. Skill, Frost Art. Skill, Sea of Flames. Rock Behemoth, don't come near me. Image pending, not far away, so you gazed at the upright figure in front of her, unable to hide the smile on her lips. After all, she never expected that the man living under the same roof as her turned out to be the Emperor, a super invincible top-tier figure known to everyone in the divine realm. But thinking about it, besides such top-tier figures, who else can earn tens of thousands in a day? She even thought at that time that it was just the other party's good luck that earned so much. Wait. When she thought about making money, Suyu seemed to recall something, and her mind buzzed instantly. My husband is the Emperor. The Emperor is the one who slaughtered the world, and yesterday, did he earn millions? Millions. Suyu repeated these 3 words. Gradually, her eyes glazed over. And then, talent triggered. After defeating the boss, Su-chen didn't even bother to look at the dropped items and immediately looked back at Suyu. But as he looked, oh my god. Seeking gifts, urging for updates, seeking 5 stars. Just at that moment not far away, above Suyu's head, wisps of white mist floated out, clearly indicating that the cup was burnt. But her eyes looking at Su-chen were full of resentment, and her thin lips pouted slightly. What's wrong with you? Su-chen came up to the little girl, not hesitating to pinch her face and said, why are you acting like a grumpy woman? Smack! Suyu raised her hand and slapped away the large hand that was misbehaving on her face. Dissatisfied, you're the grumpy one, your whole family is. Then, without waiting for Su-chen to ask, Suyu stepped forward, reached out with both hands, pinched Su-chen's cheeks, and pulled them to the sides. She grinned with her 2 small tiger teeth. You made so much money yesterday, why didn't you tell me? At least let me be happy, you're not righteous. Hearing this, Su-chen rolled his eyes and said, I'll leave $1 million for your surgery, and the rest is yours, okay? I don't want it. Suyu shook her head decisively. I don't need money, I don't wear makeup, I don't buy those clothes in bags that waste money. Or save it to marry me. Oh no, what did you just say? Surgery? In an instant, Suyu, who was a bit slow to react, showed obvious panic in her eyes. Seeing the girl tense up, Su-chen held the small hands on his face and said with a smile, what, scared? But don't worry, the surgery won't be today, what are you afraid of? Hearing this, Suyu visibly breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, Su-chen's voice rang out again. The surgery is almost tomorrow, at the latest the day after tomorrow. Suyu? At that moment, upon hearing this, she became anxious. Is there something wrong with her head? Isn't the surgery directly opening her head? Not to mention the danger. If her head is opened, does that mean I have to shave my head? At an age when someone is in their youth, full of desires, and yearning for love. What if I end up with a bald head? During the time lying in the sickbed, there are some little rascals playing games. How to seduce the boss of your own family. Don't. I'm scared, can we do it later? Suyu said, looking pitifully at the man in front of her with a helpless expression. Your surgery cannot be delayed. But, Suyu extended 2 index fingers and pointed at her chest. She was very afraid of the surgery, but also knew that the other party was doing it for her own good, so she couldn't repeatedly refuse. Seeing the hesitant look of this girl, Suchen reached out and rubbed her little head, his voice full of indulgence. Okay, no buts, be good. Oh, Suyu obediently responded. But seeing Suyu's absent-minded look, Suchen gave her a shot of heart-strengthening medicine. For craniotomy surgery, most patients can recover to normal within a month, and the stitches can be removed in 5 to 7 days. So, if nothing unexpected happens, you can enter the realm the day after your surgery. It won't delay anything. Suyu's beautiful eyes lit up. Really? Suchen chuckled, but for the first 3 days after the surgery, you can't get out of bed on your own, so you'll need help with things like going to the bathroom. I'll just… Hee. You. Suyu's pretty face instantly turned red. But if it's true as the other party said. Thinking about the scene at that time, Suyu's legs slightly closed together. It seems not bad. No, wait. What am I thinking about? Okay, Xiaoyu, just kidding. If you're not comfortable at that time, I'll hire a nanny for you. How about that? Suyu was stunned. Huh? No way. You're joking. I actually believed it. Why are you so silly and naive? Shut up, it's obvious. Suyu reached out and pinched the other's cheek, and then pulled it. Oh. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. Okay, before that little stone resurrects, you should confess, what S-level talent did you awaken? When Suchen mentioned this, Suyu became spirited. She put her hands on her hips and said proudly, my talent is called soul binding. The effect is… As Suyu explained, Suchen's eyes widened slightly. After a while, wow, binding a player, increasing their 2 basic attributes by 300%, and then you can also share the numerical values of these 2 attributes? Suchen didn't know what to say. But the first thing he thought of was, fortunately, Suyu's talent hadn't been exposed, and currently, only he and the white-haired loli knew about it. Otherwise, if certain people knew about this talent, Suyu probably wouldn't live peacefully in reality. After all, never underestimate the means of some capitalists. They can do anything. How about that? My talent is strong, right? Seeing Suchen's clearly shocked expression, Suyu's heart was ecstatic at this moment. If it were someone else, possessing this talent and seeing a boss with 70,000 health points, they would definitely be eager to bind him. But for this stinky man, at that time, let alone tens of thousands of health points, even if it was millions, her heart would not waver. Her soul binding would only be for him. Just like the first time. No, that's not right. But she also didn't expect that. Fate is unpredictable. The boss at that time turned out to be the man in front of her. It's quite powerful, Suchen nodded in appreciation, but then changed the subject. But compared to mine, it's far behind. I don't believe it. Suyu immediately felt unconvinced. Pouting, she said, both of us have S-level talents, how much difference could there be? Show me what you've got. Alright, take a look. Suchen didn't hesitate and directly revealed his talent. And then, oh my, Super S-level? Wait a minute. Suddenly, Suyu seemed to have realized something. The next moment, she looked at the person in front of her and tentatively asked, are you cheating, Suchen? It's not. Cheating is illegal. Even if you ask me to cheat, I wouldn't dare. But I guess, you must be curious about my blood volume, right? It's because of this, Suchen said, revealing the ancient necklace. After seeing it, Suyu fell silent. What kind of luck is this? How can it happen one after another? She is very skeptical now. Could it be that Suchen? But instead of doubting, Suyu leaned towards asking directly, what kind of luck do you have? Awakening to a super S-level talent, and then getting this necklace. What's even more outrageous is that you previously obtained items worth millions. With that, Suyu's gaze suddenly became sharp. You're not really like some netizens say, awakened system or reborn, right? Hearing this, Suchen helplessly shrugged. If I say I really was reborn, would you believe me? At this, Suyu decisively shook her head. I don't believe it. Such things only happen in novels and movies. How could they happen in reality? Is she just being overly suspicious? But that fleeting feeling just now. Forget it. It's probably just an illusion. Let's not talk about this. I'll bind my talent to you now, but besides your blood volume, which other basic attribute do you think I should choose? Suyu tilted her head, seeking the opinion of her senior. Suchen, upon hearing this, didn't hesitate. Attack speed. My attack speed is quite high, and as an archer, you also need attack speed. Okay. Suyu obediently nodded. Immediately, she opened the talent panel and decisively clicked on Soul Binding. Binding target, Emperor. Binding attributes, blood volume, attack speed. The next moment. Congratulations, successful Soul Binding, Emperor. Shared blood volume, 2333856. Shared attack speed, 1164. Suyu looked at the system prompt in front of her and the huge changes on her data panel. Her smile was even brighter than AK, and she stood there in a daze. Ha, he. 233,000 blood volume. In the future, within the entire divine realm, wouldn't she be able to walk sideways? TSK. Look at you, silly. Su-chen reached out and rubbed Suyu's head, teasingly. You're the silly one. Suyu removed the hand messing up her hair and pouted. This is 233,000 blood volume, 11 attack speed. Not to mention how absurd this blood volume is, just based on the current attack speed. You can shoot 11 arrows in 1 second, it's like a machine gun, aren't you happy? Su-chen stepped forward and embraced her. Happy? Of course I'm happy. With such a treasure of a girl by my side, how could I not be happy? Suyu trembled, listening to the man's indulgent words and feeling his warm breath on her forehead. She slightly closed her legs, a blush rising on her cheeks, coquettishly saying, Don't always say such cheesy words. It's not like I'm not giving them to you. The last few words were as light as a mosquito. Ha? What did you say? Su-chen lowered his head, seemingly smiling. Nothing. Suyu's beautiful eyes darted around. Why did she blurt out those words when her brain was hot? It's so embarrassing. Let me go, the boss is about to respawn, you still owe me 39 times. 39 times is too many, I have other things to do later, how about compensating you in a different way in the future? What way? The kind that will satisfy you. Okay, hurry up and let me go. Suyu said, twisting in someone's arms, trying to break free. But suddenly, ha? What hard object did you put in your pocket? It's poking my waist, take it out quickly. Oh my. Su-chen let go of his hand, quickly turned around. Seeing this, Suyu was stunned. She carefully recalled the feeling of that thing just now, and the poking on her waist, combined with the embarrassment of the person in front of her. Tai. Suyu's face instantly turned red. The red spread from her snow-white neck to the roots of her ears, and wisps of white mist floated above her head. You. I'm going to find sister wrong. Goodbye. Not serious. This game is even more absurd. That thing actually. Before Su-chen could say anything, Suyu turned around and ran away, leaving only a wisp of white mist floating in the air. At the same time, boom! A loud noise. The rock behemoth appeared brightly on the scene. Roar! As soon as it came out, the rock behemoth couldn't wait to roar, venting its inner frustration. Who are you calling mother? Die for me! The rock behemoth was stunned. It had just reacted when dozens of basic attacks had already landed on it. 245. 266. Talent not triggered. Skill, Frost Art. Skill, Sea of Fire. After a set of skills, the rock behemoth had just broken free from control, and its health had dropped by more than 5,000 directly. But when the rock behemoth saw the human under its feet, with over 200,000 health points, the rock behemoth, which looked like a nightmare to others, now looked as pitiful as a 250-ton fat boy. Rock behemoth, who did I provoke? If you beat me up at my doorstep, I can still accept it. But why are you still cursing at me? 2 minutes later, Su-chen walked out of the rock cave, slowly exhaling a breath. Phew, I didn't even have time to use the B-level skill on that girl, forget it. Next time. He casually threw away a few useless green equipment from his backpack, then decisively used the game feature. Returned to the resurrection altar in the newbie village. Oh, isn't this Emperor Bigshot? First time seeing this Emperor Bigshot, didn't expect him to not only be strong but also so handsome. Sister, do you think if I go up and ask Bigshot WX, will he give it to me? Ignoring the surrounding gazes and discussions, Su-chen opened his backpack and looked at the guild establishment token. What should I name it? How about Create Guild, Divine Court? Yes. Creation successful. Reminder, congratulations on becoming the first player in the server to create a guild. The system will soon make a server-wide announcement. Do you want to hide your ID? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Emperor for creating the first guild in the server, Divine Court. Special reward, gold coins x 10,000, contribution points x 5,000, treasure map x1. In an instant, after seeing this server-wide announcement, all players were confused. Is it fake? Giving away 10,000 gold coins directly? And what are these contribution points and treasure map? TSK, we all have clubs, who still joins a guild? Isn't this just for show? Wow, if you click on the extra guild icon and join the guild, this additional boost is 2. Wow, after joining the guild, you get a 5% increase in experience, health, and damage. Isn't that a bit crazy? Percentage boost? The eternal god in the late game. What's even more outrageous is that every member who joins the guild will receive this additional boost. Wait, this guild is only level 1 at the moment, and already getting 5% additional boosts. Will this boost increase when the guild levels up in the future? Wow, that would be terrifying. As many players in the server clicked on the guild icon to check, they immediately became excited again upon learning the benefits of joining a guild. It was just a moment. As the president of the Divine Court, Su Chen received membership applications from tens of thousands of people. Among them, there were even some who had already joined clubs. Obviously, they were not aware that once they joined a club, they were not allowed to join any other guilds in the game. It can be said that Su Chen's move, if he agreed to all of them. As long as the club wanted to sue, without exception, they would all have to pay a hefty penalty for breach of contract. But Su Chen disdained to do so. Even if he wanted to, he currently did not have the strength. Because Guild, Divine Court. Level 1. President, Emperor. Vice President, none. Managers, none. Regular members, none. Contribution points, 5,000. Warehouse, none. Boosts, experience plus 5%, damage plus 5%, health plus 5%. Current personnel limit, 20. A level 1 guild. Only these pitiful personnel limits. But fortunately, the guild can be upgraded. What is needed is contribution points. And there are many ways to obtain contribution points. For example, killing bosses, first-time boss clears, achieving certain achievements, etc. All can earn contribution points. However, among these, killing bosses in the main city only has a probability of obtaining them, while the latter two will be obtained after joining the guild. In addition, future in-game activities such as guild wars and guild dungeons are also ways to earn a large number of contribution points. 5,000 contribution points. Let's see how many levels we can upgrade to. Thinking of this, Su Chen did not hesitate. Guild level upgraded to LV2. Guild level upgraded to LV3. Insufficient contribution points. Required contribution points for next upgrade, 5,000. Su Chen's mouth twitched. Wow. 5,000 contribution points can only upgrade 2 levels. There are still 2,000 contribution points left. But then he thought. In his previous life, upgrading a guild was not an easy task, and most guilds, in 3 years, at most only reached level 10 or so. At present, he has made some progress. Let's see the changes. Su Chen looked at the guild data again. Boosts, experience plus 6%, damage plus 6%, health plus 6%, movement speed plus 6%. Current personnel limit, 50. The personnel limit is 50, there's an additional movement speed boost, and all boosts have been increased to 6%? Seeing this, Su Chen was very satisfied. In this way, his current blood volume has increased to 240,000, nearly 250,000. The bonus to damage and movement speed. It is also very impressive. Why are percentages called gods of the late game? This can be seen from the overall attribute bonus of the late game guild at level 10, which can rival the amplification of S-level talents. It's not scary for one person to have an S-level amplification, because a group of people can still deal with him. But what if a group of people all have S-level amplification? Moreover, this is only the amplification of a level 10 guild. What if it's level 20 or even level 30? It seems that in the future, it will be necessary to establish several teams specifically for obtaining contribution points. Just as Su Chen was planning for the future, suddenly, he saw a group of people not far away, rushing towards him in a mighty manner. Su Chen? What's going on? Wow, it's really the big boss. The World Channel didn't deceive me. Boss, let me join your guild. I have an A-level talent, recruit me first. Boss, does your guild need a watchdog? I'm good at being a lapdog. 6. Listening to the chaotic voices not far away, Su Chen's mouth twitched. Damn! Who exposed his location? Su Chen glanced a few meters away and saw 2 girls sneakily looking at themselves. His eyelids twitched. He took a step forward to the 2 girls. Scaring the 2 girls. Tell them for me. Not recruiting at the moment, will recruit in the future. With that, Su Chen's whole person mysteriously disappeared on the spot? Not to mention Su Chen himself. How did he disappear in the end? When the 2 girls standing in place reacted, the majority of the crowd had already arrived near them. One of the girls, seeing the situation, quickly spoke up. The boss said the guild is not recruiting at the moment, you have to wait until later. What? The boss will only recruit after having sex? What? The condition for entering the boss's guild is sex? Or the kind in bed? Are you saying the boss doesn't recruit men? He does, as in being recruited. I admit the boss is handsome, but may I ask which hotel is the assessment location for the boss's guild? I want to see if I can. Damn, are you serious? At the same time, outside a newbie village. Xiaoyu, why did you come to me if you're not with your boss at home? Yurong looked at the panting Suyu, raised her eyebrows teasingly. Suyu, upon hearing this, remembered someone just now. Wait. A touch of embarrassment flashed in her eyes. Who wants to be with him? I still have to help you, Sister Rong, with monster hunting, can't slack off 1,000 a day. What? Are you angry? You have a big boss at home, aren't you satisfied? Speaking of this, Yurong took Suyu's hand, her face full of curiosity. You didn't know your boyfriend is the emperor. Don't you live together? Suyu replied, of course we live together, but I wasn't interested in games before, and he didn't bring it up either. Hearing this, Yurong raised her eyebrows, her face close to Suyu's, smiling mischievously. So, did you do it? Suyu's already blushing cheeks turned even redder. She leaned her small head against her face so red it looked like it was about to drip water. Sister Rong, why are you saying these things? Sorry, I was being presumptuous. Yurong realized. It seemed inappropriate to say that. She quickly changed the subject. But speaking of which, your little boyfriend has caused quite a stir this time. Suyu tilted her head, somewhat puzzled. Guild? What's so big about this thing? Yurong was stunned. Didn't you see it, little sister? After joining the guild, the bonuses that players can get are too overpowered. Now the World Channel is discussing this matter, and many people are eager to join your boss's guild. Suyu heard this and suddenly realized. Then, a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. She had just noticed the global announcement, but at that time, her mind was filled with thoughts of a certain person. That Siberian python. Who has time to study the guild? Thinking of this, Suyu quickly shook her head. Look, sister, you see. Ha! Suyu Rong's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. The boss's guild has actually leveled up, and the bonuses have increased. Hearing this, Suyu looked at the semi-transparent screen in front of her sister Yurong. The guild list was displayed on it. Currently, there was only one guild created by their boss, Shinting. However, when Suyu saw the basic information of Shinting and the 6% bonuses, her face was full of surprise. 6% bonus to health? Does that mean? Thinking of this, Suyu quickly opened her own data panel, and when she saw the health column, health, 247,887, 247,000, woohoo! Ah, what 247,000? Yurong on the side was full of question marks. Suyu did not hesitate. She decisively turned off the hidden function of her data panel, revealing it to Yurong. The next second, when you looked at Suyu's data panel in front of her, especially the health column, her eyes almost popped out. Oh my, so much health? Are you bound to the boss? Yes. Suyu smiled sweetly. Not only is the health outrageous, even the attack speed has reached over 11. Hee. This time when we hit that big rock, Sister Yurong can just stand behind me. Hearing this, Yurong seemed more excited than Suyu herself. Wow. Little you sister, I love you to death. The white-haired lowly hugged Suyu in front of her. Then, she wanted to lift up this treasure sister in front of her, as if celebrating with a 360-degree spin. However, due to the height difference between the two, it seemed that the white-haired lowly was not allowed to do so. Yurong's smile froze, quickly letting go of the hug. By the way, little you sister, with so much health you have now, if you join the guild again, will it increase by 6% again? Suyu, can you still exploit this bug? She pondered for a moment, shook her head and said, health should not increase, because I am sharing his health, and my own health is covered. But the rest can be amplified. Just as Suyu's words fell, in an instant. Notification, Emperor has sent you a friend request. Speak of the devil. Suyu did not hesitate when she saw this, and decisively chose to agree. And just as she agreed the next second, Emperor has sent you a B-level skill, 1,000 arrows. Notification, Emperor invites you to join the Shinting Guild, do you agree? Congratulations on joining the Shinting Guild. Emperor has promoted you to Vice President. Oh, the boss really spoils you. Another B-level skill, and also the Vice President of the Guild. A guild probably only has 2 or 3 Vice Presidents. At this point, Yurong raised her eyebrows and joked, the boss gave you this position, you should really compensate the boss well at home, right? Hearing this, Suyu instinctively thought of something, her pretty face blushing slightly. I won't. I don't mess around for no reason. Like to bully myself. Compensate. What compensation? Seeing this girl's obvious shyness, Language smiled and said, Xiaoyu, men are actually easy to please, you just need to talk a little. But there might be risks. When this topic came up, especially with two young girls, Suyu immediately perked up. What risks? Of course, the risk of swelling, Language said, pointing to Suyu's lips with a knowing expression. Oh, how do you know so much, Language? Suyu's face turned red in an instant. How could she? Even if someone asked her. What if someone really asked her? Should she? No, she's thinking too much. Language smirked, hee. Do you want to watch thousands of movies, little sister? After watching, you'll understand. I don't want to. As the two girls chatted about some topics that couldn't pass the review, a strong wind stirred up by Suchin swept through the entire Dragon Country, in clubs big and small. Moon Club, headquarters in the Magic City. In a meeting room, sitting in the main seat, the Moon Dominator looked down at the management team and said, I believe you have all received the message, so tell me your thoughts. Seeing the boss speak, a middle-aged man spoke first. The benefits the guild brings to players exceed everyone's expectations. Yes, if any club can be the first to have a guild, their overall strength would be far ahead of us. So, have any of you thought about it? If in the future, the guild brings a player an increase equivalent to an A-level talent, then how much would the overall value of this guild be? As soon as these words were heard, the breathing of everyone in the room became rapid in that instant. Yes, if the value the guild brings to a player is equivalent to an A-level talent, then in the future, if there are hundreds or thousands of people in a guild, what would be the value of that? But the problem is, how to create a guild. Everyone. Isn't that simple? At this moment, the middle-aged man who spoke first suggested several methods. Method 1, invite that emperor to join our Moon Club, then the guild will naturally be under our control, right? Hearing this method, everyone in the meeting room agreed. If successful, not only would the club have another big shot, but they would also get a guild for free. This is very capitalist. Method 2, find the emperor, spend a lot of money to buy his guild, after all, no one will refuse money. If they really refuse, then we must not have offered enough money. This method is also reasonable. Just throw half a small goal in your face. Ask if you want to sell? What, you say you don't want to sell? Then what about a small goal? This earns 10,000 a day in interest alone. Are you tempted? Method 3, ask the emperor for the method to create a guild. This is more difficult and thankless. Everyone shook their heads. This method not only depends on the emperor's mood, whether he tells you or not, even if he does tell you. If creating a guild requires certain strict conditions, then they still won't be able to create a guild, right? Of course, besides these suggestions, I have a backup plan. What? You have another method? Tell us, there are no outsiders here. Yes, tell us, the boss is waiting. Hearing the urging of those around him, a glint of determination flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. Since it's a guild, the emperor will definitely recruit people. And what we need to do is simple. Send someone in, infiltrate. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Goodness. Sending someone in to infiltrate and not only increase their influence, but also monitor the emperor's movements in real time. Even if they can't monitor the movements, they can plant a seed within the opponent's guild. This seed not only crazily absorbs your nutrients to strengthen itself, but even at a critical moment, makes you unaware of how you lost. This move is so insidious. As for what if the other party doesn't accept it? It's simple, if all else fails, we'll grit our teeth and send an S-rank over. I don't believe the emperor won't accept it. Boss, which method do you think is feasible? At this moment, the middle-aged man looked towards the handsome man sitting at the head of the desk, seeking advice. Upon hearing this, Haoyue Hegemony pondered for a moment and said, we can try them all, but let me make it clear. We've had some conflicts with this emperor before, so it might not be easy. Everyone understood. Just as everyone fell into silence, buzz. Haoyue Hegemony's phone placed on the conference table suddenly vibrated twice. But when he picked up the phone and saw the message inside, his brows furrowed involuntarily. Boss, what's wrong? The middle-aged man was the first to notice something was amiss. Haoyue Hegemony put down the phone, took a deep breath, and said, just received a message from Shokuin in the game. He said the Emperor's Guild has added a new vice president. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Just one more vice president. Why is the boss looking so troubled? Before everyone could ponder for long, Haoyue Hegemony slowly stood up and scanned the management team in front of him one by one. Regardless, the guild matter is of utmost importance, and what we need to do is to own the guild before anyone else at all costs. Send someone to investigate the real identity of this emperor in Xinyan. If it doesn't work in the game, we can also have a real-life discussion. Meeting adjourned. At this moment, scenes like the one at Haoyue Club were simultaneously playing out in major clubs. and they all had one common target: the Emperor, residents of the Divine Court Guild. In the center here, there is a statue over 10 meters high, which is the likeness of President Su Chen himself. Extending from the statue, the surroundings resemble a small park, with stone bricks paving the ground and trees and grass all around. The outer edge is surrounded by a waist-high wall, and looking outwards reveals an endless sea. The guild residence expands gradually with the guild level. Only in the newbie village or the main city can players freely enter and exit here. That's why Su Chen suddenly disappeared before TSK. There's quite a stir in the World Channel. I believe the major clubs are also getting restless. Looks like I need to quickly clear the treasure land, obtain the divine blessing, and then head to the main city. Once in the main city, he can start making his moves. Not only that, with the information from his past life, he seems to see a second piece of red equipment waving at him. Right. Su Chen seemed to suddenly remember something. He quickly opened his backpack and looked at an item inside. Treasure map. After use, it will lead you to a location where treasures are buried. You will have unexpected gains. This thing is very rare. He remembers it requires at least 5 rare materials to synthesize a treasure map. And the things it can dig out are pretty awesome. How awesome! In his previous life, Su Chen only knew that 3 people had dug it. One person dug out 1,000,000 gold coins, one person dug out top-tier red equipment, and the last one was even more outrageous. Directly receiving divine blessings, can you believe it? There's no time to lose. Su Chen put on a ghost mask, and after his ID above his head changed, he directly left the guild headquarters and reappeared inside the resurrection altar in the newbie village. As soon as he came out, he decisively used the treasure map. However, hint, treasure maps can only be used in the main city. Su Chen, damn it. Despite his great expectations, he can only strive to reach level 10 and enter the main city as soon as possible to find out. After that, Su Chen's goal became clear. In the shops of the newbie village, he bought a blue potion for 1,000 gold coins and set off on the road to the treasure trove. Half an hour later, Su Chen arrived at the treasure trove again. This time, with an attack speed of over 11 points and possessing the A-level wide area destructive skill Inferno Sea of Fire, Su Chen found it extremely easy to clear the 7th level. Just half an hour later, reward for the 7th underground level, Mark of Destruction X1. Su Chen? He looked at the lightning-shaped purple mark on his forearm, feeling completely confused. What is this? A tattoo as a reward for the 7th underground level? I'm really... Before Su Chen could finish his complaint, he suddenly felt the space around him distort. The next moment, the ground beneath his feet disappeared, and everything went black before him. When he regained his senses, the scene before him had changed, and a line of small words appeared in front of him. Welcome to the 8th underground level. The 8th underground level? Isn't this like another universe? Su Chen gazed at the surroundings, completely shocked. Ha! I didn't expect an outsider. But it doesn't matter. A faint voice echoed in his ears. Goosebumps rose on Su Chen's body. Who? Time rewound to the moment when Su Chen obtained the Mark of Destruction. Divine Realm World, Ancient Dragon Country. The Holy City, one of the 12 main cities. At this moment, in a simple house. Bang! The gray-haired old man looked at the crystal ball in his hand that suddenly shattered. In his cloudy old eyes, deep disbelief and fear appeared instantly. How? How is this possible? Realizing the situation was not good, the gray-haired old man flashed and disappeared in an instant. In a magnificent and elegant hall. On the main seat, a woman dressed in a dazzling golden long dress, with silver hair and silver eyes, and an unparalleled beauty, was gazing arrogantly at the gray-haired old man below. Her voice was ethereal and pleasant. You mean, someone has arrived at that place? The gray-haired old man lowered his head, his voice full of respect. Your Majesty, it is absolutely true. Heh, even death doesn't let people rest assured. Although her tone was full of disdain, a deep sense of dread still flashed in the eyes of this empress. Find out who that person is for me. Yes, Your Majesty. The gray-haired old man responded, and then, out of thin air, another crystal ball appeared in his hand. The next moment, a drop of golden blood slowly floated out of the gray-haired old man's forehead. The gray-haired old man's face turned pale, and a trace of fresh blood even overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Soon, as the drop of golden blood entered the crystal ball, a scene was reflected from the crystal ball. It was a dazzling blue starry sky, and in this starry sky, a figure stood out prominently. Slaughter the world. Bang! Before the two could see clearly the 4 characters above the person's head, the crystal ball quietly exploded again. The Empress frowned. An outsider? It seems that conventional means won't work. With that, the Empress looked towards the gray-haired old man and said lightly, prepare for a nationwide manhunt. Yes. The gray-haired old man responded and left. From start to finish, the entire process took only half a minute. When the scene returned to the 8th level, Su Chen, at that moment, was holding a priest's staff in his hand, looking around vigilantly. At the same time, he was filled with confusion. What's going on? Who are these outsiders? And the voice just now, could it be the boss of the 8th level? Suddenly, that ethereal voice rang out abruptly again. Well, I want to see what skills you, as an outsider, have to qualify to come here. As the voice fell, Su Chen saw a ripple in the space in front of him. Then, a handsome man in purple clothes and black hair appeared out of thin air in front of him. What caught Su Chen's attention was the purple mark on the man's forehead. Wasn't it exactly the same as the one on his own forearm? Ha! You're only level 9? As soon as the man appeared, his originally stern expression instantly collapsed, and he looked puzzled. Su Chen? Wow, such a big contrast? No. This treasure land was originally in the newbie village. I'm not level 9, I could be level 100, right? The man gritted his teeth. Indeed, it's the means of those old bastards. Su Chen was confused by what he heard, but seeing the NPC in front of him seemed to be lost in some memories, he took the opportunity to check the man's status panel. Destruction clone, LV 100+. Occupation? Health, 1350000/1350000. Mana, 50000/500000. Attack, 37900. Skills? Su Chen's eyes widened slightly. What the heck? A clone over level 100? Health over 1,300,000? Previously, in the newbie village, there was already a bizarre appearance of a merchant in his 30s, and now, an even more bizarre one appeared? I know it's related to the blessing of the divine, but always over 100 levels. This is too. At this moment, destruction snapped out of his reminiscence. He slowly turned his back to Su Chen and said lightly, "Kid, do you want to hear my story?" Su Chen, I don't want to. Destruction? Su Chen changed the subject. Of course, I came for the divine blessing. If listening to your story is also part of the mission, then I have no choice. Damn! Destruction really wanted to beat this kid to death at this moment. But since the other was the only one qualified to inherit for the past 100 years, he held back. No, if I don't say these things out loud, I'll feel uneasy. Today, you must listen. Su Chen. 10 minutes later. Oh, in simple terms. You once conquered the entire dragon empire for a woman. Then that woman, for some reason, betrayed you and sealed your soul. You are left with only a clone searching for an heir, and the place of inheritance was also sabotaged by that woman's subordinates, leading you to this newbie village, right? Listening to Su Chen's brief summary, destruction twitched his mouth. I told such a long story. And you, kid, summarized it in a few sentences? Can't you respect the victim a bit? So, do you want me to help you kill her, or rescue your soul? Su Chen understood that this might be the task of the divine blessing, but it seems the difficulty is quite high. Neither. Destruction decisively shook his head and said coldly, I want you to destroy the entire dragon empire. Su Chen. Well, that's something. Distribute the most difficult task in history directly? Are we still playing around with this? Whoever loves this job can take it. Hint, destruction has bestowed upon you a divine blessing. Destruction issues a task to you. Task objective, destroy the dragon ancient kingdom. Task reward, destruction inheritance. Task deadline, none. Task punishment, none. When Su Chen saw the series of prompts in front of him, he was completely stunned. Giving divine blessings right from the start? No punishment for the task yet? What? No need to be surprised, kid. When you obtained the mark of destruction and arrived here, these two things of mine could only be given to you. As for whether you complete this task, whether you want the inheritance, that's up to you. Because, server announcement, Dragon Ancient Kingdom offers a high reward to all players, slay all under heaven. Top 3 killers will receive, Purple Equipment X3. Top 100 killers will receive, Purple Equipment X1. Top 1000 killers will receive, 1000 gold coins. Capture the bounty target, send to the Royal Palace of the Holy City to receive, Red Equipment X1, 10,000 gold coins. Oh! Destruction also noticed the semi-transparent light curtain floating in front of Su Chen at this time and exclaimed, Look, you came just in time. Su Chen, 6. Just as Su Chen was speechless, the server-wide bounty added fuel to the fire. Server announcement, bounty target hint, the target is in the newbie village no. 1111, coordinates. Friendly reminder, once a player is targeted, they will not be protected by the newbie village or main city. Staring at the server-wide bounty in front of him, Su Chen's eyelids twitched. Look at these rewards. The top 3 killers, directly receiving 3 pieces of purple equipment per person. Are you a wholesale distributor of purple equipment? Are you testing officials with this? What's even more excessive is that if you get yourself captured to the royal palace of the holy city, you will even receive a piece of red equipment directly? It's really angering both humans and gods, isn't it? Wait a minute. Su Chen suddenly realized. If anyone who kills him can get the above rewards, does that mean you can play a little trick? By the way, kid, I forgot to remind you, not only does that woman you mentioned have a divine blessing, but there are even several clues to divine blessings on her body, Destruction suddenly reminded. Oh, really? Su Chen immediately became spirited. Do I need to lie to you? Oh, if that's how you address me, then I must help you vent your anger properly. Hee hee, you are quite interesting, kid. Destruction chuckled and shook his head. By the way, kid. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked, isn't the divine blessing your inheritance? Then what is the Destruction inheritance given after completing the task? Destruction turned around, a hint of a sly smile on his lips. Inheritance is inheritance, blessing is blessing. The divine blessing is nothing in front of my inheritance, it's more like a freebie, anyway. The things in here are beyond your comprehension. Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but think, wow, describing the divine blessing is nothing. Then the things in this inheritance, could it be ancient divine equipment? No, even if it's divine equipment or artifacts, would it be too boastful to say so? Su Chen suppressed his curiosity. He then asked about another matter. By the way, what did you mean by foreigner that you mentioned earlier? Destruction, upon hearing this, looked deeply at Su Chen and said lightly, after you go out, there is a high probability that a girl named Qing will come to you. Ask her about these things then, I can't be bothered to explain. Speaking of this, Destruction waved his hand. Alright, don't waste time. At your current level, you probably can't even enter the dragon ancient country. It's better to leave early and make plans. After you leave, my avatar should also dissipate. Su Chen caught the keyword. He quickly said, wait, senior, if I leave, your avatar will be useless, right? So what? Hee. Senior, look how good your avatar is. It shouldn't go to waste, right? Hearing this, Destruction looked at Su Chen with a strange expression, even took a cautious step back and said, I have passed on my inheritance and blessings to you, what else do you want? Are you planning something against my avatar? Is there something wrong with you? Su Chen. It's not senior, look at this. Su Chen said, showing the health bar from his data panel in front of Destruction. Just over 200,000 health points. I could have taken that out in my peak period with a few moves. What's there to show off? Senior, have you forgotten what level I am? Level 9, why? Oh my god. Suddenly realizing, Destruction's light purple pupils almost popped out. He looked at Su Chen incredulously, you're only level 9, how do you have over 200,000 health points? Seeing Destruction's shocked expression, Su Chen smiled, Senior, if I told you that I could break through 4 million health points by killing your avatar, would you believe it? Destruction quickly nodded, I believe. Su Chen, since you don't believe. Oh, never mind. What did you say, Senior? Destruction, I said I believe, you're only level 9 and have over 200,000 health points, am I a fool not to believe? Su Chen fell silent. Senior, the way you said it, makes me look like a fool. At this point, Destruction raised a question, however, even if you have such extraordinary means, with your level, it's impossible to kill me in this lifetime. Su Chen raised 3 fingers. Destruction, 3 lifetimes? That's also unlikely. It's not senior, what I mean is, give me 3 minutes. Alright. Destruction said indifferently, then come and try, if you can't kill me in 3 minutes, I'll kick you out of here. There's a large group of people outside rushing here to take your life. In Destruction's view, if this kid in front of him really had such means, sacrificing an avatar wouldn't be a big deal. After all, once the other party left, the avatar would dissipate sooner or later. It's better to help this kid, in case he really can do it, he could destroy the dragon ancient country sooner. If his soul didn't dissipate by then, it would be more peaceful to leave. Alright. Hearing this, Su Chen said something offensive and began to wave the staff in his hand. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, his basic attacks were like a pouring rain, landing on Destruction's avatar at a rate of 11 per second. -0. Talent not triggered. Obviously, Destruction's data was not as simple as it seemed. His high physical defense made Su Chen's attacks not even scratch him. However, with Su Chen's talent and the attack speed comparable to a machine gun, even if it was 100 billion health points, I will treat all beings equally. At the same time, as these global announcements continued to circulate, the entire player base fell into madness. Oh my god, What did Tu Jin do to anger the gods and people so much that a whole country is offering a reward? Although I don't know what this thief has done, I know that justice must be served, and we cannot shirk our duty. I can't believe it, the top 100 killers all have purple equipment, and catching one alive means getting red equipment directly? The positions of the brothers have been announced. To prevent this thief from being driven away, hurry and charge. At this moment, apart from the various players, when the major clubs learned about this incident for the first time, they were all unsettled one by one. Soon, elite teams formed by various clubs quickly rushed to the 1111 newbie village. Objective, to kill all in the world. And the one whose mood was completely different from the others. It's probably only Suyu who belongs inside the rock cave in the 1111 newbie village. Suyu, who had just killed a rock giant beast, looked at the constantly circulating global announcement in front of her, and her whole face instantly became worried. What? What happened? How did he get wanted globally? The side of the language was also stunned. No. How could a big shot be wanted globally in the newbie village? Could it be the big shot killed an important NPC? Well, the big shot seems to have that ability. It's very likely. No, I have to go help him, Suyu said, resolutely turned and walked towards the exit of the rock cave. With the richness of this bounty reward, there will definitely be many people heading to the coordinates. Although Su Chen has over 200,000 health points, but if he has to face tens of thousands of players chasing him, he may not be able to escape death. And her own health points are also over 200,000, and she is not the target of the bounty. If she delays the time herself, maybe the big shot won't be exploded with equipment. Little you, wait a moment, I'm coming too. Seeing the situation behind her, the language quickly followed with her short legs. Sister Rome, you will probably die if you come. It's okay, just lose a bit of experience. But, okay, let's go quickly. Just as the two women were about to leave the rock cave, suddenly, what? Oh my! Suyu suddenly stopped in her tracks. She looked at the health points displayed in the upper left corner of her field of vision, covering her mouth in surprise. Little you, what's wrong? The language beside her saw the situation and asked with concern. Sister Rome, I seem to be hallucinating. Look at this. The next second, in front of the language, the current health points that Suyu possessed appeared. 4294050/4294050. Seeing this scene, the language widened her eyes, counting one by one, 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. Ah, oh my! 4 million health points? After repeating the count several times and confirming that it was correct, the language looked at Suyu beside her in shock and amazement, her eyes full of astonishment. What on earth did the big shot do? Excuse me, do we still need to go? 4 million health points. The damage that players can currently deal. Generally, it's only a few tens, considering the big shot's profession, which can heal itself well, with just one healing spell. Unless the attacks of tens of thousands of players all land on the big shot at the same time, it's impossible to kill him. But can such a scenario happen? Ah, this sudden situation. Even Suyu was at a loss. Originally, she was afraid that her big shot would be slowly worn down by tens of thousands of people chasing him. But now it seems, the one being worn down might not be those tens of thousands of people? Ding! Just at this moment, a friend message popped up. Suyu quickly clicked to view it. Emperor, is 4 million health points comfortable? Will you reward me well when you come back this time? Wink, wow. It seems like the big shot is fine. Suyu blushed and said, what kind of reward or no reward? Sounds pretty good. Yume raised her eyebrows and said, little you, this is where you are wrong. When a man takes the initiative to ask for a reward, if you don't give it, the big shot will be sad. But if you do give it, wouldn't the big shot be even more motivated? Upon hearing this, Suyu's mind instinctively conjured up some embarrassing images. Should she really do that? But what if it leads to a tragedy? Meanwhile, on the 8th level of the treasure land, Su Chen looked at the blood volume in front of him. He couldn't deny his excitement. He looked forward to the future appearance on the power ranking list. With the power he currently possessed, what kind of scene would it be then? And if he remembered correctly, after the power ranking list, when half of the players in the main city reached level 15, the official would hold the first championship league, which would not only be broadcast live across the network but also offer significant rewards. Kid, you really amaze me, the voice of destruction echoed, but this time only the voice was heard, not the person. Senior, thank you. Su Chen bowed to the surroundings. Alright, it's time for you to go. Before Su Chen could bid farewell, he felt a whirlwind in his vision. When he came to his senses again, he found himself back at the entrance to the treasure land, halfway up the mountain. However, he noticed that the stone door that was originally at the entrance of the treasure land had disappeared. It's over. Su-chen sighed heavily and looked down, raising his eyebrows. Seems like there are still many people trying to take my life. The crowd below was dense. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of them. Obviously, they had come here based on the landmarks provided by the bounty hunters to try their luck. But unfortunately, this trip of theirs would probably be a waste of time. Su-chen took off the mask on his face. In the next moment, the 4 words "slaughter all under heaven" and the red exclamation mark representing the wanted criminal disappeared, replaced by the word emperor in large letters. Goodbye. He waved his hand towards the bottom. Taking advantage of the features of the newbie village, Su-chen exited the game directly and then re-entered, returning to the newbie village. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain. Hey, where's the one who slaughters all under heaven? There's a big mountain at the landmark. Could the wanted criminal be fooling us? I don't think today is April Fool's Day. Do you think? The one who slaughters all under heaven might be on this mountain? Courageous ones will survive, timid ones will starve. Brothers, follow me. In the crowd, Ho Xiaoyu saw some people climbing up the mountain while others turned back, visibly relieved. As long as the big shot is safe. On the other side, after returning to the newbie village, Su-chen went straight back to his residence and checked the divine blessing bestowed by destruction. Divine blessing, destruction. Effect, skill damage plus 300%. Su-chen? Wow, is it that straightforward and violent? A direct increase in damage by 300%. Who wouldn't be envious of this boost? Right. Su-chen suddenly remembered something and quickly opened his friends list, sending a message to Su-yu, Ho Xiaoyu, and Yumei separately, asking them to find him. Since the treasure land had ended smoothly, the next step would be entering the main city and claiming the bounty rewards. How could he let others benefit from this? Outside the newbie village, in a small grove. As soon as Su-yu arrived and saw Su-chen not far away, she quickly approached and asked with concern, "Are you okay? What happened earlier?" Hearing this, Su-chen pinched the girl's pretty face and teased, "My little girlfriend actually cares about me?" Su-yu blushed, slapped away his mischievous hand, and looked at him with a hint of coyness in her beautiful eyes. "Don't be so touchy-feely right away. Answer my question." She even bared her small tiger teeth. It's like saying, "Didn't you see Miss Yu Rong next to you? When you get home, you can pinch and cuddle as much as you want." Cuddling in. That's not possible for now. Anyway, acting like this outside. Isn't it embarrassing? Su-chen smiled, held the girl's hand, and played with it in his palm, saying, "The giant dragon ancient country's bounty is about exterminating everything. What does it have to do with me, the emperor?" Makes sense. Su-yu nodded in agreement, but then changed the subject. "So why were you bountied by the giant dragon ancient country? They can't just bounty you for no reason, right?" "I just took on a mission." "I see." Hearing the explanation, Su-yu didn't ask further. Although she didn't understand why someone would be bountied for taking on a mission, she wasn't very knowledgeable about this aspect of the game. It's a professional matter. Let the professionals handle it. As long as someone is okay. "Oh, Miss Yu Rong, what are you doing over there?" At this moment, Su-yu noticed Yu Rong squatting under a small tree not far away, pointing her finger at something unknown. "Ha!" The white-haired lowly stood up quickly after hearing this. "Nothing, I just saw an ant nest. Quite interesting. By the way, boss, why did you ask me and Xiaoyu to come here?" She quickly shifted the topic away from herself. "You two are being all lovey-dovey here. What else can I do?" Sob sob sob. "There are 2 things, one of which is quite important, but before that, let's wait for Xiaoyu." "Boss, I'm here." Coincidentally, as Su-chen's voice fell, the familiar voices of 3 people rang out from the outskirts of the small forest. Soon, Ho Xiaoyu arrived in front of the 3. And then he noticed. This hand of affection. Why is it held together with the boss's hand? Something's not right. This is very, very wrong. What are you looking at? The 2 of them are a couple in real life. They just didn't know each other's identities in the game before. Beside them, Yu Rong whispered, "Ho Xiaoyu?" Just as Ho Xiaoyu was puzzled, Su-chen spoke up, "The first thing I called you here for is the guild. Do you 2 have any thoughts?" Well, upon hearing this, Yu Rong admitted. She really wanted to join the boss's guild. Firstly, with the boss around, the future development space of the Divine Court Guild would be immensely huge. Secondly, she also wanted to play with Xiaoyu. After all, she was her only friend. "But, boss, I have my own club. I think I'll pass on joining." Hearing this, Su-yu advised, "Miss Yu Rong, even though you will create a guild in the future, with our relationship, you can come and enjoy the benefits first, and it's not too late to leave when you have your own guild later, if it really doesn't work out." You can just let your subordinates be the guild leader of Star Rain. Anyway, you're the boss. Yurong waved her hand repeatedly. I'm the boss of Star Rain. What's joining your guild to me? If those clubs find out, I'll definitely cause trouble for you guys, so forget it. With that, Yurong turned to them with a smile. With you two bosses leading, what's the extra bonus? It doesn't matter to me, right? Okay. Seeing Miss Ron's repeated refusals, Suyu had no choice. What about you? Su Chen looked at Ho Xiaoyu. Ho Xiaoyu was stunned. Me? The big boss recruited me, of course I will join. Although I am a shareholder of the Haofeng Club, I have no other relationship with them. As soon as Ho Xiaoyu finished speaking, a prompt appeared in front of him. It was an invitation from the big boss. Ho Xiaoyu immediately clicked agree. Congratulations on joining the Xinting Guild. The Emperor has promoted you to a manager. Do you trust me so much, big boss? Seeing the boss making him a manager right away, Ho Xiaoyu was deeply moved. Su Chen, shall I withdraw it for you? Don't. Alright, what we are going to talk about next is a big deal. Su Chen finished speaking and took out a double mask to wear on his face, then pointed to the red exclamation mark above his head and said, I believe you have received the server-wide announcement today and know about the rewards for killing me, right? Ho Xiaoyu nodded first. There are not only hundreds of purple equipment pieces, but also a large amount of gold coins and red equipment. The rewards are simply generous. The two women nodded in agreement. Since killing me can get you rewards, why don't we keep these rewards in our own hands? The three of them twitched their mouths. Wow, this big boss is ruthless, even willing to kill himself? But on second thought, this is indeed a good idea. Instead of benefiting others, it's better to benefit ourselves. But the problem is, big boss, with your over 4 million health points, it will take us days and nights to kill you, right? Yu Yurong pointed out the problem. Beside her, Ho Xiaoyu was puzzled. What's going on? Did he hear it wrong? 4 million health points? Oh, Ho Xiaoyu didn't choose the wrong person after all. I am naturally prepared. Su Chen took off the double mask on his face and handed it to Suyu beside him, saying, you try if you can put it on. Suyu obediently nodded. However, the moment she put on the mask, click, the mask automatically fell off and dropped to the ground. Indeed, this item is bound. Su Chen picked up the mask and put it back in his backpack, saying, so what we need to do next is to enter the main city as soon as possible. When we get to the main city, I naturally have a way. As he finished speaking, he sent a team invitation to the three of them. After the three joined the team, Su Chen adjusted the experience distribution in the team and led the three towards the rocky cave. In no time, they arrived at their destination. But when the four of them arrived at the rock wall and looked towards the direction of the boss, Yu Yurong was shocked and pointed to the center of the field. Oh my, is he going to solo the boss? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. It's actually him. Walk around with gifts, live to 99. Send out 5 stars, life to 208. Don't force the old thief to kneel down and beg you. Inside the rocky cave, a middle-aged man with a clear middle parting and distinct features, with the ID Caribbean pillar on top of his head, was swinging a long sword in his hand, standing in place against the rock giant beast, and with each attack from the rock giant beast, in just under 5 seconds, this Caribbean pillar could recover the lost health points at an extremely terrifying speed. This terrifying lifesteal speed is simply outrageous, making it hard not to be amazed. But the good times didn't last long. Just as Su Chen and his group had just arrived, instantly plunged into a frenzy, the rock behemoth delivered a critical hit with a slap, followed by a rock summon with no pre-action delay, directly knocking the Caribbean pillar out of temper. Damn! A national curse burst out. The wounded Caribbean pillar looked at the raging rock behemoth, about to swing a big nose at him. He didn't even bother with the sword in his hand. He decisively waved his hand and slipped away, instantly transforming into an esports bolt, leaving 3 footprints in 100 meters, running 3 red lights. As he fled, the Caribbean pillar also noticed Su Chen and the others on the stone wall, and quickly shouted, hey, you guys up there, don't just stand there, come down and help me. This damn thing is too durable. The 4 people. TSK. Since we're here, and this uncle looks friendly, let's go down and help. Su Chen said, jumping down first. Of course, he didn't help just because someone looked friendly. It was just a coincidence. In his previous life, this Caribbean pillar was a top player in the world sword rankings, with an S-level talent for bloodthirsty mania, granting him a 30% all-around lifesteal. The general opinion of him was an upright and generous ultimate game enthusiast. Because he was in a hurry to grow up, he was nicknamed the Gaming Addict Uncle. Unfortunately, he sacrificed himself to protect his city during an invasion 3 years later. At this moment, After shouting, the Caribbean pillar dared not be distracted anymore, his life was at stake. Boom! Suddenly, the huge fist of the rock behemoth smashed down on his clothes, creating a large pit in the ground. Damn, so fast? Did the stone man accelerate? Oh no! The Caribbean pillar's heart raced. Fortunately, at that moment, skill, frost art. Crack! Sensing the disappearance of the movement behind him, the Caribbean pillar ran while glancing back. Then he was amazed to find the rock behemoth was frozen? But what was even more astonishing was yet to come. Skill, Inferno Sea of Fire. 1288. 1300. The Caribbean pillar, oh my god, what did he see? In just a few seconds, one skill, the boss's health dropped by several thousand directly? Roar! The rock behemoth was furious. It was this human in front of him, repeatedly humiliating him. Today, even if he, the old stone, died, he would die standing. Boom! The rock behemoth's fist fell. However, 250. Health plus 257,643. Rock behemoth? Caribbean pillar? Not. Reduced? He dealt you 250 damage. You directly recovered 25,000? Is this still a human? The Caribbean pillar stood dumbfounded in place, rubbing his eyes and looking at the person in front of him. Emperor? It's actually this god. When he saw the ID above the person in front of him, the Caribbean pillar was even more shocked, and what happened next almost scared him silly. Su Chen waved the staff in his hand. Over a dozen basic attacks fell simultaneously, and then successfully triggered the percentage kill talent. Boom! The body of the rock behemoth collapsed instantly. Rock behemoth drops, gold coins times 50, blue staff, blue, times 1, breastplate, blue, times 1, sea level skill times 1. Su Chen turned around, looked at the stunned Caribbean pillar, and twitched his mouth. A near zero probability instant kill. From someone else's perspective, it was like a casual basic attack, and the boss was gone. Can't doubt he's cheating, right? Boss. Just died like that. After a few seconds, Caribbean pillar finally reacted from the shock, muttering to himself. What did he see in those few seconds? A skill that dealt thousands of damage to the boss, then instantly restored 250,000 health. Furthermore, the attacks of this pro were like a machine gun, with one wave of his hand and the boss was gone? If I remember correctly, I am also considered a pro by others, right? But is the gap between pros really that big? Boss, look, you scared the uncle. Yu Rong just arrived and spoke the truth directly. Caribbean pillar? When he heard the word uncle, he instantly recovered from his brain freeze. Hey little sister, who are you calling uncle? I'm only 24 this year, a genuine post-00s. Yu Rong? Now Yu Rong was confused. 24? Are you sure you're not 42? We're actually the same age? Caribbean pillar, damn, you're an adult? Su Chen and the others. The situation suddenly became tense. At this moment, Ho Xiaoyu spoke up. Hey, uncle, why are you fighting the boss alone? Don't you have any teammates? Caribbean pillar was a sociable person. He smiled at Su Chen and scratched his head. This pro can solo the boss on the first day of the game launch. I thought it's already the third day. And my S-rank talent is not inferior to others, so I can handle it. Who would have thought I couldn't beat it? Su Chen was stunned. Are you so brave because of me? That pro. Suddenly, Caribbean pillar seemed to have made a decision and was moved by the shocking scene just now. He came to Su Chen, looking serious. I'm a person who distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. You just saved my life, which is fine in reality, but in the game, you probably don't care about me, so, you see, my talent is decent. Can you? Upon hearing this, Su Chen's eyes lit up. Wow. This guy is already trying to recruit me. S-rank talent, who wouldn't want it? The future world's top god-level guild. It can only be from our dragon nation. Thinking of this, Su Chen didn't hesitate. Yes, of course. But before he could finish his sentence, the next moment, damn, Su Chen rarely cursed. Because in the next instant after he spoke, he saw Caribbean pillar in front of him, kneeling down at lightning speed, and then, he even kowtowed? The four of them? Damn, what are you doing? Seeing this scene, Su Chen was dumbfounded. We're just forming a guild, not joining some foreign sect. Why kneel down so suddenly? Although this is not reality, you can't just kneel and kowtow, right? They say a man's knees are made of gold. Are you here to ask for money from me? Get up quickly. Su Chen hurried forward to help, but at that moment, master above, disciple pays respects. Bang bang, two more. Su Chen was completely speechless. Bro, weren't you supposed to join the guild? Why are you directly becoming a disciple? Caribbean Pillar scratched his head as he stood up. Didn't I say I wanted to join the guild? And the master. I already kowtowed, and you agreed just now, we can't go back on it, right? Su Chen also scratched his head in confusion. This is not. What's up with this guy's thinking? Appointing oneself as a teacher? Who would believe that if we told others? Those who don't know might even think he's a nephew. Confused. So, you've taken an uncle as your disciple, right? Su Chen doesn't know what to say. The scene fell into silence for a moment, and the atmosphere was set by the host. Ho Xiaoyu stood up again. Hey, uncle, how can you worship a big shot as your teacher? The big shot is a priest, and you are a swordsman. What is there to learn? Ho Xiaoyu whispered on the side. The two women behind him nodded with different expressions, unable to understand either. Zhao Dizhu, on the other hand, was very straightforward and said in front of everyone, with a master like this to lean on, do you think I should join the guild directly, or become the big shot's disciple? The corners of the mouths of the few people twitched. You really understand the phrase teacher, I want to improve, huh? But they are all for real progress. Kneeling down to recognize someone as a godfather. You've really messed up. Just in the game. How addicted are you to the game? By the way, master. Zhao Dizhu hurried to Su Chen's side, smiling, I have a younger sister, who is so beautiful. Just came of age and already likes handsome masters like you. Shall I introduce her to you? Of course, then I will call you master, and you call me big brother-in-law. We each mind our own business. Shwa! Just as Zhao Dizhu's words fell, a cold, murderous gaze shot straight towards him. Hiss! Feeling this gaze, Zhao Dizhu shivered, his body's hair instinctively standing on end. So scary! He followed the direction of the gaze. When he saw Suyu looking at him, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. What's up with this woman? Could it be that she secretly loves the master? Ahem! There's no need for that. At this moment, Su Chen also felt the gaze from the women at home, so he quickly walked to Suyu's side, took her hand, and said, I have a girlfriend now. As soon as these words were spoken in front of everyone, Suyu's expression instantly changed from cloudy to clear, the seemingly sharp gaze in her eyes disappeared, and she became kind. But in Zhao Dizhu's eyes, it was simply a transformation to kindness. Master, I was wrong. When you're wrong, you have to admit it, and stand up straight when you're hit. Just as the words were spoken, seeing Suyu nod slightly, Zhao Dizhu breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Caribbean. Dizhu, what level are you now? Su Chen, seeing that the other party had set privacy settings and couldn't see, had to ask. Master, just call me Dizhu, I've just reached level 9. Yesterday when the level rankings were settled, I was 11th, just a little bit away from the 10th spot. Zhao Dizhu said without any concealment. Hearing this, Su Chen glanced at the level rankings. Currently, he was just a little bit away from reaching level 10 in terms of experience, and there were already quite a few level 9 players on the rankings. However, at this stage in the previous life, most players should be taking on the hidden quest of King Blacksmith. The first batch to arrive at the main city would probably have to wait until the early morning of the day after tomorrow. Thinking of this, Su Chen invited Dizhu to join the guild. Caribbean Dizhu joins the Divine Court Guild. After giving Dizhu some management rights, Su Chen invited him to join the team again. The team's experience distribution was adjusted slightly, as he didn't currently need experience, and Dizhu could do with a little less. Ho Xiaoyu and the two women were only at level 8. Let them get the lion's share of the experience. Just then, the boss respawned. Rock Behemoth? Is this hell? Doesn't anyone care about my feelings? In the blink of an eye, half an hour later, as the Rock Behemoth fell for the 12th time. Rock Behemoth drops, Lord's Heart X1, Gold Coins X50, Leg Guards, Blue, X1, D-Level Skill X1. Another Lord's Heart? Su Chen looked somewhat surprised. Including the one that exploded earlier, there were exactly 6 Lord's Hearts in his backpack. In the meantime, the Rock Behemoth also dropped a purple helmet, allowing him to directly equip the blue set. And in this half an hour, Ho Xiaoyu and the two girls also successfully reached level 9. Despite this, there was still a distance to go before everyone reached level 10, probably needing to defeat the Rock Behemoth about 15 more times. How does it feel to be carried away? Su Chen looked at Zhao Dizhu beside him and chuckled. After this half an hour of interaction, he had become somewhat familiar with this disciple. Hey, master, just give me orders if you need anything. It's the same in real life. Zhao Dizhu patted his chest, looking confident. Is that so? Su Chen teased. Boss, someone's coming. Su Chen followed Ho Xiaoyu's gaze and saw dozens of people suddenly appearing on the not-so-distant rock wall. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be none other than the members of the Bright Moon led by Kuan-gu and Han Jianxue. Ha! What a coincidence! Never expected to encounter them here. Master, should we take them on? Zhao Dizhu asked quietly. Su Chen waved his hand, no need to bother with them. Hearing this, Zhao Dezhu agreed. With the exaggerated health of over 4 million from the master, fighting this group of small fries was like adults fighting babies. They were just flattering themselves. On the other side, oh my, we actually ran into the emperor? Look at the person next to the emperor, isn't that Caribbean Daiju? Also a super big shot. How come there's a big loli among them? She's legitimate, hee hee. As the crowd discussed, among the members of the Bright Moon, a pair of eyes were fixed firmly on Su Chen and Suyu below, filled with disbelief and a hint of excitement. Koen Gu, we have more people, should we fight? At this moment, a lackey next to Koen Gu whispered, fight, 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 I'll fight your egg. Koen Gu hadn't forgotten the lessons from the previous 2 times. This emperor could single-handedly kill dozens of them at a time, even hundreds. This time, he brought 4 to 5 dozen people, a number much higher than before. Despite having Han Jiangxue sent by the boss to help with the boss fight, Koen Gu felt it was better to be cautious. After all, the other side also had people. Moreover, the boss's mission was to farm lords' hearts, not to provoke others and waste time. Thinking of this, Koen Gu arched his hand towards Su Chen and the others below. Everyone, we just happened to be here, it's not intentional. Fate will bring us together again, goodbye. Afraid that the emperor might say, I don't eat beef. Koen Gu, after saying this, waved his hand and led the way to leave. Seeing this, the members of the Bright Moon also followed suit and left one by one. Before leaving, the pair of eyes in the crowd that were initially filled with disbelief and excitement were now emitting waves of cold laughter. It was unclear what they were thinking. Meanwhile, Han Jiangxue at the front of the group turned her head to look at Su Chen below before leaving, her intentions unclear. After the members of the Bright Moon had completely left, TSK. A bunch of softies. I thought I could show off in front of Master, but now I can't even show my skills. I was ready to go wild. Zhao Dezhu said discontentedly. Su Chen, you can still catch up now. After teasing, he spoke some truths. Besides, when your master is around, you only need to focus on going wild. And if that's not enough, there's still your master's wife. How can you go wild without her permission? Zhao Dezhu, you're right. I feel so redundant. Speaking of this, Zhao Dezhu's gaze turned to Su Chen, his tone full of seriousness. Master, how about we meet in person? The disciple hasn't properly respected you, feeling uneasy in my heart. Su Chen patted Zhao Dezhu's shoulder and joked, if you say that, then I'll have to fleece you properly when the time comes. Absolutely no problem. Zhao Dezhu immediately perked up. Master, let's exchange WeChat first for future contact. You scan me. After this little episode, the boss respawned, and the action continued. The distance to level 10 was not far for everyone. And this game, after entering the main city, was just beginning. Truly interesting. Half an hour later in the blink of an eye. During this time, Su Chen had slaughtered the rock giants a total of 16 times, yielding a considerable amount of loot. Rock giant? Is there no one to speak for me? Ah, back to the main topic. Green and blue equipment goes without saying. There must be at least dozens of them combined. However, they were all stored in Su Chen's backpack, saved for future use. It's just a pity that no purple equipment dropped this time. Many D and C grade skill books for various professions were also looted, along with 1 or 2,000 gold coins. All free attribute points were fully invested, and currently, his and Xiaoyu's attack speed had reached 12.84. This time, the Lord's heart dropped quite a lot, a total of 7. Together with the previous 6, Suyu and the others could all exchange for a piece of purple equipment in the hidden quest of King Blacksmith. As for their levels, they were all at level 9, 98%. At this moment, outside the rock cave. Boss, you're helping us level up and giving us the Lord's heart. I also feel guilty. Ho Xiaoyu calculated in her heart, 10,000 for the Lord's heart, 20,000 for leveling up, and the skill books you gave us before. A total of 66,666, how about that? Sounds lucky. Yu Rong nodded beside her. Yes, that's reasonable. I'll have someone transfer the money to the boss right away. The boss led them, but if the boss led them for free, they would definitely feel guilty. They couldn't afford to offend the benefactor. Okay. Su Chen didn't refuse after hearing this. After all, who can't get along with money? TSK. It's not fun to give too much money. Zhao Dezhu came to Su Chen's side, his calm face smiling mischievously. Master, in a couple of days, my disciple will come to see you and bring you some good stuff. Of course. Speaking of this, Zhao Dezhu glanced at the master's wife, and his survival instinct instantly surged. Master's wife, rest assured, the gift I give to the master will be absolutely proper, guaranteeing a surprise for both of you. Su Chen, I don't want anything proper. Speaking of which, listening to the tone of this Diju's disciple, the background of the other party seems not simple? He really didn't understand this in his previous life, but now is not the time to think about these things. Alright, I'll take you to the newbie village to accept King Blacksmith's hidden quest. Remember, your purple equipment should only be weapons. No problem, master. Listen to the boss. Soon, the group entered the newbie village. When they came out of the newbie village again, each of them had an additional purple weapon in hand. Alright, next, we are about to enter a whole new world. At a monster spawn point, as Su Chen's voice fell, skill, Inferno Sea of Fire. Boom! Flames appeared, and the dozen or so small monsters in front of them were instantly evaporated. Experience plus 32. Experience plus 35. Experience. Suyu and the others watched as the experience points in the upper left corner gradually increased, looking forward to the main city in their hearts. After the first wave of monsters was cleared, the experience points in their eyes together reached level 9, 99%. 1 minute later, the second wave of small monsters appeared. Skill, Inferno Sea of Fire. Hint, all members of your team have reached level 10 and meet the conditions to enter the main city. Do you want to teleport immediately? Teleport. Just as Su Chun chose to teleport the next second, the 5 figures disappeared in an instant. Server-wide announcement, congratulations to players D, Missing, Hoseayu, Have Room for Greatness, and Caribbean Pillar for being the first group of players to enter the main city on this server. Reward for each person, Recast Stone X3, Pocket Treasure Map X1, 1000 gold coins, Blue Equipment X5. We hope all players continue to work hard. As soon as this server-wide announcement came out, whether it was players leveling up or players fighting bosses for equipment, they were all surprised. Wow, someone entered the main city so quickly? Did they enter as a group? Wow, 1000 gold coins and 5 pieces of blue equipment, that's enough for me for several months. Ha! The Star Rain boss and the others, weren't they following the Tyrant of the World before? How did they end up in D's team now? The Tyrant of the World has become a wanted criminal in the game. Who dares to play with him? Do you think he's stupid? Everyone, have you found the Tyrant of the World? Not yet, I've been looking for him for half a day. +1. Me too. The World channel became lively again. Meanwhile, Divine Realm World, Dragon Ancient Country, Imperial City, one of the 12 main cities. Wow, is this the main city? It's like another world. In the central resurrection altar of the main city, when Yurong stood here and looked out, her small mouth opened slightly, her eyes filled with a color of surprise. Just because at this moment, what appeared before her eyes was an extremely prosperous, bustling city with a sense of grandeur and elegance on the streets. The buildings here, unlike modern cities full of skyscrapers, instead give a feeling of a strange world. Wow, not only is the style here unique, even the NPCs around are so real. Used to seeing the uncles and aunties in the newbie village, when they saw the bustling crowd here. The level of realism in this game once again refreshed Yurong's understanding of it. Well, after Yurong finished sighing, she walked out of the resurrection altar. She came to the side of a little girl on the street, reached out her hand and poked the round chubby face of the other party. Then, wow! The little girl burst into tears directly. Are you crazy? Short winter melon. Seeing this, the little girl's mother scolded Yurong and picked up the child and left. Yurong! Look, she even knows I'm short. Just say if it's real or not. Su-chan, 6. At this moment, Suyu and the others also recovered from the seemingly new world in front of them. Zhao Deju was the first to speak. Master, do you think this isn't a real world? The level of realism here feels more real than reality. I'm starting to doubt whether our Blue Star is really a game called Blue Star Online, and this place is the real world. Although they were also shocked by the realism in the game when they first started playing a few days ago. But after spending a long time in the newbie village, it felt the same. After all they could see all day were mountains, trees, and old men with wooden houses. Now that they have come to the main city, the mentality of the few people immediately became like those country bumpkins entering the city, looking around, touching this and that. It will be fine after a few days of getting familiar with it. Su Chen shrugged, who knows? Perhaps this place, it's like another world. Su Chen muttered to himself, then took Suyu's hand and walked towards the resurrection altar. Boss, what should we do next? Seeing the boss coming down, Yurong asked curiously. Su Chen glanced at the time. It was almost 2 in the afternoon. There's no rush for the bounty, let's first clear the dungeon and then we can dig for treasures after the first clear. Hearing this, Zhao Deju beside him was puzzled. What bounty? What did the master say? But before he could ask, Yurong scratched his head and said, where is the dungeon? We are not familiar with this place, should we ask an NPC? At this moment, Suyu suddenly noticed something. The map shows that there is a teleportation array 200 meters away from here called the Dungeon Secret Realm. Should it be here? Suchin pinched her hand. Shall we go and find out? Let's go! Zhao Dizhu waved his hand and led the way towards the Dungeon Secret Realm. Soon, the group of 5 arrived at their destination. It was an open area. What appeared before them was a circular portal. As soon as they approached the portal, a line of text appeared in front of them. Hint, enter LV10 Dungeon, Abyssal Cave? Yes. Please select the difficulty of this dungeon, Normal, Challenge, Epic, Hell. Seeing this, Suchin did not hesitate and decisively chose the Hell level difficulty of the dungeon. The higher the difficulty chosen for the dungeon, the more rewards the boss drops and the first clear gives. In the past life, no team chose the Hell level for the first clear of a dungeon. Therefore, Suchin was curious about the rewards this time. Hint. It is recommended for a team of more than 10 people to enter this Hell level dungeon. Do you still want to proceed? Yes. As soon as Suchen's voice fell, the 5 figures were instantly sucked into the portal and disappeared in an instant. Just as they entered the dungeon, Suchen and his group were immediately attacked by several cave spiders. Cave Spider, LV13. Rank, Elite. Health, 1250. Attack, 135. Skills, Bite, Web Bind. Master, let me handle this. Zhao Dizhu didn't wait for Suchen to act. He raised his sword and attacked. 166. 159. With the blessing of a purple-grade weapon, Zhao Dizhu's current attack power was not weak. However, one man can't fight 4 hands, and no matter how fierce Zhao Dizhu's lifesteal was, he couldn't withstand the damage from several cave spiders. Let's join in too. Yu Yuron looked at Ho Xiaoyu beside her. Let's go. Skill, Shadow Assault. Skill, Ruthless Iron Fist. As expected, with the coordination of the 3, the cave spiders were quickly defeated. Let's move on. Suchen led Suyu and advanced into the cave first. Later, they encountered 2 more waves of cave spiders, but this time Suyu dealt with them. And this time, after advancing about 100 meters, a big guy appeared in front of them. Ghost-Faced Spider, LV15. Rank, Epic. Health, 12880. Attack, 340. Skills, Continuous Bite, Web Bind, Deadly Poison. Oh, another mini-boss? This time, to avoid wasting too much time, Suchen took the initiative. Skill, Inferno Sea of Fire. Boom! 1360. 1344. Swish swish swish. Within a second, more than 10 basic attacks landed. And then, when the burning time of the Inferno Sea of Fire ended, in front of the 5 people, there was a big spider that was slightly burnt on the outside and tender inside, just about 70% cooked. Crack! Zhao Dizhu reached out and broke off one of the spider's legs, then put it into his mouth. Pa. It tastes like coal, I'm out. The other 4 people. After a moment of silence, the group continued to move forward. This time, if nothing unexpected happened, the final boss appeared, in a wide and dark cave. Suchen looked at the dense spider silk above the cave and waved to Zhao Dizhu beside him. Dizhu, stand behind me. Got it. Zhao Dizhu understood, and quickly moved away with Ho Xiaoyu and Yu Yuron. Boom! Just as the group ran about 10 meters away, there was a sudden loud noise behind them, followed by the whole cave shaking. When the 3 of them stood firm and looked towards the center of the cave, their pupils suddenly contracted. Oh my! With an exclamation, they saw a giant spider, big enough to cover half of the cave, breaking out of the dense spider web above. As the giant spider landed on the ground, the purple translucent liquid on its body seemed to come alive, suddenly splashing in all directions. 1000. Oh, that hurts? Zhao Dizhu was accidentally splashed, looking at the instant decrease in his health points, feeling numb all over. If it happened again, he would be in big trouble. At this moment, the boss's status panel appeared in front of them. Shadow Ghost Spider, LV18. Rank, Boss Class. Health, 98,000. Attack, 1050. Skills, Domination, Venom Splash, Giant Web Restraint, Spider Spear Thrust. These stats were many times stronger than the boss rock giant in the newbie village. Even if a team of elite players with levels around 16 or 17 and at least 1 purple equipment each were to attempt to kill the hell level boss in front of them, it would still be uncertain. Such a huge monster. I need your help. Pa. Prepare to die. Suchen waved his staff, and a dozen blue light balls quickly fell from the sky, directly hitting the head of the Shadow Ghost Spider. 256. 260. Talent not triggered, chance of killing plus 0. 1%, plus 0. 1%, plus 0. 1%. Ha! Seeing this scene, the shadow ghost spider was confused. Was this still a human in front of it? His arms were swinging like a blur. No, this guy was somewhat extraordinary. He must not be allowed to live. Spider spear thrust. The extremely sharp spider spear of the shadow ghost spider pierced straight down towards Su Chen at a speed that ordinary people couldn't react to. With the damage from our old spider, wouldn't you, a level 10 kid, just die instantly? 1450. Health plus 257,661. Shadow ghost spider? Rock giant, in the dungeon, can you feel my pain? At this moment, in the 8 spider eyes of the shadow ghost spider, various emotions such as shock, despair, disbelief, and suspicion of life appeared in a human-like manner. Rock giant, I'm more familiar with this part. For a moment, the shadow ghost spider stood dumbfounded in place, its spider brain blank, not knowing what to do, but looking at the humans in front of it, swinging the big stick in his hand frantically, continuously violating its spider body. The shadow ghost spider felt like it had to do something. Even if our old spider dies today, at least it should drag someone down with it. With this in mind, the 6 spider eyes of the shadow ghost spider immediately locked onto Suyu beside Su Chen. Spider spear thrust. Ha! Die, old man. 1450. Remaining HP, 429-2900. Shadow ghost spider, no way. Are humans this strong now? Hundreds of millions of HP at the drop of a hat. Getting hit a dozen times in a second? Oh no. What's the point of fighting this? Making us into trash mobs? Hey, look at that big spider. Why is it not moving? Zhao Dizhu pointed to the center of the field, his face full of confusion. Zhao Dizhu scratched his nose. What could it be? Maybe the master broke through its defense. Ho Xiaoyu said, pour oil in. After a while, Su Chen stopped his attacks. At the same time, hints appeared in front of him. Talent triggered successfully. Too many boss drop rewards. System is calculating. Congratulations on leading the team to achieve the server's unique achievement, first clear of the instance. System will soon make a server-wide announcement. Do you want to hide your ID? Congratulations on leading the team to kill the hell level instance, Shadowy Cave. System will soon make a server-wide announcement. Do you want to hide your ID? No! Su Chen vetoed immediately. The next moment, server-wide announcements appeared. When Zhao Dizhu and the others, as well as all the players in the newbie village, saw the rewards from the system, they were all shocked. Server-wide announcement, congratulations to Player Emperor for leading the team to achieve the server's unique achievement, first clear of the instance. Rewards, Random Red Equipment X1, Instance Medal X5, Contribution Points X 50,000, Gold Coins X 2,000, Free Attribute Points X 20. The rewards have been sent to the team leader's backpack. Server-wide announcement, congratulations to Players Emperor, Missing, Ho Xiaoyu, Tolerant, Gabriel Dezhu for being the first team on the server to kill the boss, Shadow Ghost Spider. Rewards per person, Recast Stone X1, Meteorite Iron X5, Free Attribute Points X20, Blue Equipment X5. Additional rewards for guild members, Contribution Points X 5,000. This caused a stir. Damn, these guys just entered the main city not long ago, right? And they already cleared the instance? Are they cheating? I don't even have full blue equipment, and they already have 2 pieces of red equipment? Report to Geneva. Unfair, why can they be led by a pro? Brothers, hurry to the main city, there won't be any good stuff left later. Let's go, group up and head to the main city. Agreed. Agreed. Wait, aren't you guys looking for the ones who will conquer the world? The world channel was bustling. Inside the instance. Boss drop rewards calculation completed. Congratulations on obtaining Purple Equipment X1, Blue Equipment X14, D-Grade Skill Book X8, C-Grade Skill Book X4, B-Grade Skill Book X1, Meteorite Iron X3, Gold Coins X1000. Looking at the pile of items in front of him, Su Chen nodded to himself. The drop rate this time was not bad. He took out the purple equipment and the B-Grade Skill Book, and was stunned. This skill, it was just perfect for him. Who doesn't have a purple helmet right now? Su Chen looked at Zhao Dezhu and the others approaching, asking. He remembered that Suyu, Tolerant, and Dezhu seemed to have one. Hearing this, Ho Xiaoyu raised his hand and said, Boss, I don't have one yet. Here, take it. Su Chen handed the purple equipment to Ho Xiaoyu, and then took out 5 instance medals from his backpack. Instance medal, increases 15% additional damage in the instance when equipped, each person can only wear one. Not bad, just a little toy. Here, one for each of you. Tolerant was surprised. Wow, this medal bonus is so high? If the boss sells it, it wouldn't be excessive to ask for 100,000 for one, right? Ho Xiaoyu's mouth tilted slightly. It doesn't matter, I'll give the big shot 200,000 for one. It's happening, reverse price pressure. Su Chen's mouth twitched. Alright, next. Let's see what this random red equipment can produce. After hearing this, the 4 people also became expectant. Seeing the anticipation of the few people, Su Chen did not hesitate at all. He decisively used the random red equipment. Congratulations on obtaining Boots of Counterattack. Level, LV10. Effect 1, Armor plus 320. Effect 2, Magic Resistance plus 350. Effect 3, Mana plus 1200. Effect 4, Spell Power plus 150. Skill effect, when the player is damaged, 20% of the damage will be reflected back to the opponent, including skills. Wow! This skill effect. Seeing the skill of this red equipment, Su Chen's eyes couldn't help but widen slightly. If he remembered correctly, the Destruction Blessing only worked on damaging skills, and equipment skills also counted as skills. Well, with this calculation, 60% of the damage reflected back? If someone hits you for 100 health, you'll recover it in a second, and the opponent will lose 60 health. Unless, the opponent's damage per second to you is more than your own recovery per second, which is over 250,000. Otherwise, you can use this red equipment. It's silent when used. Master, how about this red equipment, cool or not? Zhao Deju saw Su Chen's exciting look, and his curiosity intensified. Su Yu and the others beside him were the same. Cool or not, you'll know when you try it out. As soon as the words fell, Su Chen and the other 4 disappeared from the instance in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, they reappeared in front of the teleportation array in the main city. Deju, come on, hit me, Su Chen said. While disbanding the team, he activated the guild's friendly fire function. Players can attack each other in the main city, but if you are too heavy-handed or intentionally kill someone, you will be directly wanted. If caught, you will face imprisonment, which is the risk of being banned. Master, isn't this inappropriate? Zhao Deju seemed hesitant after hearing this. I have 3 rules for this disciple. 1. I won't accept disobedient disciples. Zhao Deju? Master, I'll hit, is that not okay? Before Zhao Deju could finish speaking, his great sword had already swung at Su Chen. 160. Health plus 257,661. 96. Ha? What's going on? Zhao Deju was puzzled to see his health suddenly drop by 96. You'll understand when you see this. Su Chen displayed the numerical panel of the Boots of Counterattack in front of them. As they looked, their eyes widened. Wow, red equipment actually has special skills. This is the first time I've seen it. Ho Xiaoyu's words were full of envy. Indeed, it's red equipment. The added values are simply insane. Ho Xiaoyu was also envious, but more shocked. Impressive. Although Su Yu didn't quite understand, he still exclaimed. At this moment, Zhao Deju found a blind spot. The numerical panel showed a reflection effect of 20%, but when he just hit his master, the reflection was at least 50% or more, right? However, he didn't delve into it. This must be the master's means. By the way, big shot. You mentioned earlier that after the instance ends, we'll go dig up this treasure map, is it now? At this point, Yuyo asked curiously. Yes, but each person's treasure map location should be different. Let's split up and act separately. When it's time to gather for the reward, my friend will message you. After Su Chen finished speaking, the 4 of them nodded in agreement. Soon, Zhao Deju and the other 2 followed the arrows to their respective treasure-digging locations. Meanwhile, Su Yu took a step forward with her long, slender legs towards the destination, but seemed somewhat distracted. On the side, Su Chen suddenly held her hand and teased, "What? Rare alone time? Don't want to be with your future husband?" Feeling someone's intense gaze, Su Yu avoided eye contact and said, "We're supposed to be treasure hunting." Seeing Su Yu's unusual behavior, Su Chen's expression changed, and he approached her, gently asking, "What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable or feeling unwell?" Su Yu shook her head, "No. Your expression can't deceive me." Su Chen reached out and gently rubbed Su Yu's face, telling, "What's really going on?" Su Yu lowered her head and whispered, "I'm scared." Su Chen was taken aback. Scared of what? This girl, was she scared by the giant spider in the dungeon just now? It shouldn't be. Scared of having surgery, Su Yu murmured softly. Hearing this, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It was understandable, as many people are afraid of even a normal surgery, let alone brain surgery. With this in mind, Su Chen gently embraced the girl in front of him and comforted her softly. "It's normal to be scared, don't worry, I'm here." But at that moment, Su Yu's voice suddenly choked up. I don't know why, but just now, I suddenly felt inexplicably anxious, as if I knew what would happen in the future. But, I like you, I really like you, I don't want to leave you, what should I do? Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. At that moment, his memory seemed to return to a past life, back to that hospital room. And he understood the emotions and thoughts in the girl's eyes at that moment. So, that was what she wanted to say. Suchin held the girl tightly in his arms, as if by doing so, she wouldn't be lost again. I promise you, we won't be separated. Don't you believe me? Although there were 1,000 comforting words he wanted to say, what came out of his mouth in the end was just this one promise. Suyu looked up at the man with his particularly firm and serious gaze, and the uneasiness in her heart eased slightly. Standing on tiptoe, their lips met. Feeling the strong demand from the person in his arms, Suchen was momentarily stunned before responding. It was unknown how long had passed. Suyu suddenly widened her eyes. She pushed the person in front of her away, protecting her chest with her hands, blushing and saying, What are you touching? Suchen rubbed his waist and said speechlessly, Are you sure you didn't start it first? Well, whether to mention it or not, although it was just a brief touch, but the wait was not bad at all. The child won't go hungry in the future. I didn't. Suyu huffed guiltily, but still reached out to hold the man's arm, a barely noticeable sweet smile on her lips. But I believe you now, let's go treasure hunting. Suchen pinched her cheek affectionately. Let's go, let's dig yours first. But as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something. Oh right. What's up? Suyu stopped in her tracks, turned to look at the man beside her, and asked curiously. At that moment, Suchen took out a purple equipment and 2 sea-level skills from his backpack, handing them to Suyu. These 2 skills are more suitable for you. As for these purple boots, they add mana and spell power. Whether you wear them or not, it doesn't matter. Anyway, after we claim the reward later, we won't be short of purple equipment. Suyu obediently nodded her little head, took 2 skill books with a smile, and said, Purple equipment is not important, having you is enough. Oh, Suchen, looking somewhat surprised, said, When did my little you learn to talk like this? Suyu rolled her eyes and stuck out her tongue, saying, It's all from learning from you. TSK. I hope that after you go home today, your mouth will be just as sweet. What are you up to? Suyu looked wary. What do you think? Suchen gave the girl a meaningful look and then led her towards the instance dungeon. Suyu? What does that look mean? This guy wouldn't be thinking of. She subconsciously touched her red lips. No, absolutely not. It's so big. It will cause mouth ulcers. What are you thinking? Why is your face red? Nothing. Suyu was startled. Suchen quickly changed his expression to a pair of innocent eyes. If you're not thinking of anything, why are we already on the main street and you're not using the treasure map? I've already used it. Can't you see the arrow? Seeing is believing. Suyu pointed in the direction north of the main city. The arrow points that way. Then let's go, you lead the way. Elbow. The 2 walked side by side on the street. And as Suyu occasionally glanced at the handsome side profile of her own boss, she thought of some inappropriate scenes. Suchen, on the other hand, was not idle. He went all in with the free attribute points he had just obtained, and his attack speed skyrocketed once again, directly reaching 14.04. After that, he looked at the guild panel, and the current contribution points had exceeded 70,000. Without further ado, he leveled up directly. Guild level increased to LV4. Guild level increased to LV5. Guild level increased to LV6. Insufficient contribution points. Next upgrade requires 40,000 contribution points. Glancing at the remaining 37,000 contribution points, he turned his gaze to the guild bonuses section. Bonuses: experience plus 8%, damage plus 8%, health plus 8%, movement speed plus 8%, mana plus 8%, current personnel limit 300. Not only did the bonuses increase by 8%, but there was also a mana bonus, which was simply perfect. Then, Suchen opened his backpack and looked at the B-grade skill book that had just dropped. Teleportation. After use, you can teleport a certain distance in a direction. B-grade skill. Do you want to learn this skill? Learn. This was a skill that every mage must have, and it was also a means that Suchen was currently lacking. Learning successful. Skill, teleportation, B-grade, level, LV1. Teleportation distance, 3 meters. Mana cost, 180. Cooldown, 20s. Not bad. Just the cooldown is a bit high. Suchen thought for a moment, remembering that he had gained a lot of experience on the 7th floor of the treasure trove, all of which he had exchanged for skill points. Opening the data panel to check, indeed, there were still quite a few left. In that case, you have upgraded teleportation to LV2. You have upgraded teleportation to LV3. With over 400 skill points, after upgrading teleportation to level 10, he also casually raised Inferno C by 5 levels. With Inferno C upgraded by 5 levels, the casting range increased to 7 by 7 meters, and the cooldown time decreased by 3 seconds to 22s. Compared to Inferno C, the improvement in teleportation was quite significant. Skill, teleportation, B grade, level, LV10. Teleportation distance, 8 meters. Mana cost, 150. Cooldown, 13s. This wave can only be summarized in 3 words. Spot on. Just then, Suyu's voice sounded beside him. Here we are. The arrow indicates that the treasure is right here, but how do we dig it out? Use a shovel. What else can we use? A spoon. Suchen said, taking out a regular shovel from the portable shop. Let's do it then. Suyu took the shovel and started digging right next to a tree on the street. Onlookers around? Not long after, a blue light appeared where Suyu had dug, and then a prompt appeared in front of her. Successfully used the pocket treasure map. Congratulations on digging out, fairy wand. Ha! This treasure map is not serious. How can it dig out something like this? At the moment she saw the name, Suyu's face turned red. This is probably not what you think it is. Look at the description. Oh right. Suyu quickly looked at the detailed description. Fairy wand, sword-shaped weapon costume, increases damage by 3% when integrated with a weapon. Take a look. Suyu took out the fairy wand from her backpack and handed it to Suchen. Suchen took it and looked at it. 6. He had seen this costume in his past life. It would refresh in the store after level 20, but even the cheapest one would cost over 10,000 gold coins. But this fairy wand turned out to be a sword-shaped weapon costume for Earth Element? Imagine a Earth Element wielding a supersized pink fairy wand to attack. What else can you say besides 6? Perfect. Since you haven't given anything to Deju as his master, I think this is just right. Deju, you are in luck this time. Just thank your master. I don't want it anyway. You take it and give it to someone. Suyu nodded with a look of disdain. Here, let me open this pocket treasure map for you. Although the pocket treasure map could yield valuable items, the probability was not as good as a real treasure map. This time I refuse to believe that I can't dig out something good. After Suyu used the pocket treasure map, she waved her hand and said, elbow. After a while, successfully used the pocket treasure map. Congratulations on digging out. Quest scroll. Quest scroll? Suchen was surprised. Can we accept a quest with this? Suyu shook her head. No, it says here that I have to go to the quest hall to accept this quest. Let's keep it. We'll go check it out later. Suchen had never seen an easy quest scroll that could be dug out. Next, it's the main course. Suchen took out the treasure map and clicked to use it. But before they could take a few steps, a phone call popped up. Suchen suddenly became serious because it showed Dr. Lee. Suchen frowned slightly. Dr. Lee was the one who communicated with him on the phone yesterday and gave him a lot of instructions. What did you say? Suyu turned her head, not hearing clearly what Suchen murmured. Shoo. Suchen made a gesture to be quiet. Someone's calling, keep it down. Oh, okay. Suyu obediently nodded. Suchen answered the call. Hello, Dr. Lee? Su buddy, could you bring the patient over before 5 o'clock this afternoon to finalize the preoperative preparations, such as examinations, blood typing, antibiotic skin test, measuring height, weight, etc. Do you have time for this? Yes. When it came to surgery, Suchen didn't dare to be negligent. Doctor, should I come over as soon as possible? Okay, then I won't bother you. Click as the call ended, the screen disappeared. Suchen immediately noticed the slightly trembling body of Suyu beside him, and the tightly clenched pink fist. Don't be afraid. Taking the initiative to hold the other person's small hand, Suchen softly said, I will always be with you, don't worry. Seeing Suyu nod, Suchen glanced at the time. It was already 2:40 in the afternoon. He looked at the lovely person beside him and said, we shouldn't keep the doctor waiting too long. Shall I come pick you up before 3 o'clock? Suyu shook her head. I'm not a child. Why do I need to be picked up? Let's meet at the hospital entrance. Even though she was still very scared inside, but she couldn't disappoint the man's care. Or, before the surgery at night, should she give someone a little reward? Although it is recommended to avoid strenuous exercise the day before brain surgery to prevent intracranial hemorrhage. But, Suyu looked at her small hand. This shouldn't count, right? Let's go for it. Alright, I'll dig up this treasure map first, and then inform Duju and the others. As you wish, let's go. In no time, the two of them entered a small grove inside the imperial city. Following the arrow's guidance, Suchen arrived at a very short tree. Hope we don't dig up anything strange. Muttering to himself, Suchen decisively dug with a shovel. However, as soon as the shovel went down, a bright golden light suddenly burst out from the cracks in the soil. Suchen? What is this? A direct golden legend? If he remembered correctly, The last time he had a golden legend was when he refreshed to a Super S-level talent. Thinking of this, Suchen quickly took a closer look. Successfully used the treasure map. Congratulations on digging up Ancient Artifact Core. Ancient Artifact Core, the core material for upgrading ancient artifacts, with immeasurable value. Whoa! At the moment of seeing this item, Su Chen was completely unsettled. As detailed in the introduction, the future value of the ancient artifact core is simply immeasurable, reaching the level of priceless treasure. If during the previous period of giving back to the world, among the billions of people worldwide, there were less than 1,000 pieces of red equipment, then the number of people in the world who possess ancient artifacts and ancient armor would definitely not exceed 20. And to upgrade red equipment to ancient artifacts, in addition to the ancient artifact core, 3 other rare materials are needed. However, these materials can only be obtained by players who reach level 30 and meet the threshold to enter the Godfall Mountains. The level of the monsters inside the Godfall Mountains is unlimited, and its overall size is several times that of the Dragon Empire. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to say that the danger inside is, when most players in the current world reach level 50, they only dare to move around the outskirts of the mountains, because even in the mixed area of the mountains, there are level 60 or 70 small monsters and bosses, not to mention the core area. Even beings of the level of destruction would not dare to enter the core area recklessly during their lifetime. The upgrade task is imminent. Seeing this, Suyu leaned over and asked, "You look so excited, did you find something good?" "You'll know when you see it." Su Chen shared the introduction panel. After looking at it, Suyu was slightly stunned. What is an artifact? Is it more powerful than red equipment? And its value is immeasurable. Is it true? Seeing that this girl didn't understand at all, Su Chen shook his head helplessly. You only need to know that the value of this thing is higher than the value of the talent upgrade card I sold before. Wow! Suyu's beautiful eyes instantly lit up. The big shot in the family really found a treasure. This time she must reward him. Reward him generously. Directly. Oops, she almost had a dirty thought again. At this moment, Su Chen affectionately pinched Suyu's cheek and smiled. Let's go. I've already informed Deju and the others to gather at the resurrection altar on the way. Before we leave, let's say goodbye to them in person. Let's go, stop pinching me. About a few minutes later, inside the main city's resurrection altar, Ho Xiaoyu and Yuran Neda haven't arrived yet? Su Chen, uncertain, asked as he saw only Zhao Deju sitting on the stairs at the entrance of the altar. Zhao Deju stood up, looked around, and said, "Not yet, but they should be here soon. By the way, Master, I just remembered. What was the reward you mentioned before?" Zhao Deju scratched his head. "I only know that someone called Slaughter All was rewarded, but I really don't know about the others related to the reward. Did you take on a task in this regard?" Seeing Zhao Deju's curious expression, Su Chen didn't explain much and directly put on a mask. Then, with the change of the ID above his head, "This, isn't it?" Zhao Deju was completely confused. His big master? Putting on a mask directly turned into Slaughter All? Rubbing his eyes and making sure he wasn't mistaken, Zhao Deju's confusion gradually turned into shock, then into excitement. Damn! Let's bow to a master. Enjoy the treatment of 2 masters? Zhao Deju hit the jackpot. Just then, Ho Xiaoyu and Yurangnai arrived at the resurrection altar from different directions. Since everyone is here, I have something to say. Su Chen held Suyu's hand and said lightly, "The reward may have to wait until the day after tomorrow or the day after that." The 3 of them were stunned. Zhao Deju was the first to speak. "Master, what's wrong? These 2 days, are you not going to play the game?" Su Chen nodded. "I have some things to deal with in reality with Xiaoyu, and I will be leaving soon. During these 2 days, you guys should take on more tasks to level up." With that, he seemed to remember something. His gaze turned to Deju. "By the way, Deju, this was dug up by your master, and only you among us can use it. I'm giving it to you." Su Chen took out a pink fairy wand from his backpack and handed it to Deju. Zhao Deju took the fairy wand with a puzzled expression. But when he saw the introduction of the item, his face lit up. "Thank you, Master, Master's wife, but, Master, what's going on with you guys? Why don't you tell your disciple? Your disciple still has a bit of strength in reality." Yurangnai agreed and nodded. "Yes, boss, if there's anything, just tell us. We probably can help." Ho Xiaoyu also said seriously, "Boss, I don't have any other skills except money. If you need money, just tell me." Listening to the 3 of them, Su Chen's mouth twitched. "Let's go for a checkup. What help can they offer? The money for the surgery is enough, and Dr. Li, the surgeon, has also helped find it. I'll give him a red envelope later. Is there anything else you need help with?" With that in mind, Su Chen helplessly waved his hand. "You probably can't help with this matter. I appreciate your intentions, Xiaoyu, let's go. Okay. Su Yu nodded. Goodbye, everyone. Without giving the three a chance to say anything, Su Chen and Su Yu left the game directly. Because they exited the game in the main city, players don't have to worry about whether there are people around them. When Yurongnai and the others saw the two disappear, Zhao Dizhu spoke first. No, Master has something to do. As his disciple, I can't ignore it. I have to ask where Master is. Saying that, he was about to open his phone and use WeChat. At this moment, Yu Yurong suddenly said, the boss is in Hang City, and Xiaoyu is in the virtual warehouse next to me. I'll go offline first to ask Xiaoyu what's going on. I'll notify you before 4 p.m. this afternoon when I come online. After saying that, Yu Yurong also decisively went offline. Hang City? Zhao Dizhu narrowed his eyes and looked at Ho Xiaoyu beside him, saying, Xiaoyu, I can't play with you these days either. The meaning was obvious. He was going to go with the master. Ho Xiaoyu scratched his head. Actually, I also want to find the boss. There's nothing to do at home anyway. Zhao Dizhu asked, where is your home? Ho Xiaoyu replied directly, Beijing, how about you? Zhao Dizhu raised his eyebrows. Coincidentally, I am also in Beijing. Shall we go together on my private plane? Sure. The two agreed, and when Yu Yurong brought back the message, they started to organize a group to set off for Hang City. Later, Zhao Dizhu looked at the super-large fairy wand completely integrated with the great sword in his hand. He gripped it tightly and nodded. It feels quite good to use. Ho Xiaoyu, imagine a middle-parted uncle holding a super-large pink fairy wand, waving it around. It's simply too eye-catching. Oh right, Xiaoyu. Zhao Dizhu weighed the fairy wand in his hand and turned to ask, what did you dig out from the treasure map? Oh, don't mention it, just dug out 10,000 gold coins. Ho Xiaoyu retorted, what did you dig out? Upon hearing this, Zhao Dizhu twitched at the corner of his eye. Wow, you're not satisfied with 10,000 gold coins? You're 1,000 times better than me. I dug out a title. And it's the only one on the server. Ho Xiaoyu? Oh my, a title for you. Ha! Before Ho Xiaoyu could finish speaking, when he saw the introduction shared by Dizhu in front of him, he was completely stunned. Bearer of misfortune, unique server title. Wearing this title, you will always be less lucky. Put. Ho Xiaoyu almost burst out laughing, but in the end, he managed to hold back his laughter and said only one word, 6. To be able to dig out this from the treasure map, the luck was truly extraordinary. Want it? I'll sell it to you for 10 gold coins. No thanks. 1 gold coin. I'll give you all my gold coins, but I don't want this thing. Seeing Ho Xiaoyu's resolute answer, Zhao Dizhu also looked helpless. Should he just throw away this title? However, at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Sister Yurong. Seeing the newcomer, Ho Xiaoyu quickly stood up from the stairs and followed Zhao Dizhu to stand in front of Yu Yurong. How is it? What happened on my master's side? Did my master's wife tell you anything? Yu Yurong nodded solemnly. Xiaoyu is going to have surgery these days. Judging from her expression, it might be serious. But don't worry, I know people at the hospital. I've just made arrangements. All right. Zhao Dizhu responded, reaching out to pat Ho Xiaoyu's shoulder. Get ready, let's set off before tonight. No problem. In the blink of an eye, the sky darkened. Hang City, Haoyue Club branch. Inside a certain restroom. Hey, are you the boss of Haoyue? Haogu tried to lower his voice and asked Haoyue Warlord on the other end of the phone. Who are you? I'm Haogu, an A-level contracted member of our club's Hang City branch. What's up? Hearing the impatience in the other party's tone, Haogu recalled the scene he saw in the rocky cave earlier. Full of jealousy, he gritted his teeth and said, Boss, I know about the real identity of the Emperor in the game. What? Upon hearing this, Haoyue Warlord on the other end of the phone stood up directly from the boss's chair. Is this for real? Absolutely, he was my classmate in high school. Today I met Emperor in the game, and their appearances are exactly the same. Listening to Hao Ji's confident tone, Haoyue's hands were trembling with excitement. Tell me, what is his true identity, boss? It's not that I don't want to tell you, it's just that I have an A-level talent, but only a monthly salary of 5,000. 50,000. I'll give you 50,000 a month. Emperor's true identity is. After a while, Haoyue returned to his boss's chair, feeling more relieved than ever before at this moment. At the same time, he reminded Haogu on the other end of the phone, be careful with your words, there will be benefits for you, understand? This news can only be controlled by them in Haoyue's hands. Understood, understood. Haogu smiled happily. Soon, as the phone hung up, Haoyue's mouth curved into a smile. Since he couldn't find you, the Emperor, in the game, he could only do it in reality. If you are smart enough to hand over the guild, and maybe settle any grievances. If not, Let this Su Chen see what a capitalist is. Prepare the car. The scene changed, and the sky darkened a bit more. The two had just returned home from the hospital. Su Chen sat on the sofa and took a sip of water, looking at Suyu beside him, who seemed absent-minded. He reached out and rubbed her little face, indulgently saying, "Look at how pale your little face is, shall I help you rub it more?" Suyu didn't say anything in response to his words, just stared blankly ahead, allowing the other person to do as he pleased on her face. Seeing this, Su Chen gently embraced her, softly saying, "The surgery is tomorrow, rest early today, don't worry. I will be with you all day tomorrow." Listening to the caring words of the man in her ear, Suyu suddenly stood up, facing the man in front of her, and sat on his lap face to face, feeling the breath coming from the man's body, and the man's bewildered eyes. Without waiting for him to say anything, Suyu raised her snow-white neck and kissed him deeply. Suyu held the man in front of her tightly, her beautiful eyes gradually becoming blurred. As a silver thread broke silently on their lips, Suyu gasped softly, I don't want to have any regrets." Su Chen instantly woke up, his arms around Suyu's slender waist, whispering, "What regrets or no regrets? Don't worry. I won't let you have any regrets in this lifetime. But the doctor said today, besides fasting at night, you can't engage in strenuous exercise, okay? Speaking of this, Su Chen added, after you recover in the future, you can do whatever you want, okay?" Suyu's eyes dodged, her cheeks blushing. "I won't do it. It was you who mentioned wanting to reward me today, so Oh, Su Chen's mouth curved into a smile, teasing, "Then shall you? How do you want to reward me?" With that, his salty pig hand slightly pinched Suyu's slender waist. Suyu trembled, her whole body wanting to shrink into Su Chen's arms. She whispered softly, "Whatever reward you want, I'll do as you say, listen to you." Su Chen looked at the obedient and charming figure in his arms, shaking his head. "You, just rest well now, wait for tomorrow's surgery. As for rewards and such, let's leave it for now. When you recover, I'll make some unreasonable demands, how about that?" Hearing this, Suyu's cheeks turned even redder. She pretended not to understand. What unreasonable demands? Upon hearing this, Su Chen only touched Suyu's small mouth in his arms and smiled, saying, "Of course, it's to make it impossible for you to eat. The kind that walks around with a swagger. I'll go take a shower first." Suyu couldn't resist someone's domineering gaze and decisively slipped away. She was really afraid of continuing like this. She needed to change her underwear. Seeing the girl walk into the bathroom, Su Chen also let out a sigh of relief. He had been holding back his anger just now. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. He would let this girl taste it sooner or later. What it means to be mighty and powerful. The next morning, at Hangcheng Hospital, after a morning of running around. At this moment, outside the operating room, Su Chen looked at the words "in surgery" above his head, his expression more worried than ever before. He could only hear his own heartbeat as he paced back and forth in the corridor. And just at that moment, a hurried footsteps approached from afar. "Over here," a pleasant voice sounded. Then, even more hurried footsteps. "Ha!" Su Chen was taken aback. This voice sounded so familiar? But when he looked up and towards the direction of the voice, he saw a middle-aged man with a mature appearance approaching. "Master!" Upon arriving, Zhao Deju couldn't wait to give Su Chen a big hug. "Zhao Doju?" Su Chen seemed a bit puzzled. Zhao Deju let go of the hug. "Master, let's not be so formal in reality, just call me whatever you want." Upon hearing this, Su Chen turned to look at the other two people behind Zhao Deju. A man and a woman, both looking quite short. Weren't they Ho Xiaoyu and Yu Rong? "How did you guys come?" Zhao Deju bluntly said. "Aren't we worried about you and Master Niang? Besides, we had nothing to do at home. It's just a few hours' flight, so we came to see you." After he said this, both Ho Xiaoyu and Yu Rong behind him nodded in agreement. In fact, Zhao Deju and the others arrived yesterday, but it was already dark at that time. Plus, they learned from the hospital that Su Chen and the others had gone home to rest, so they didn't come to disturb them. And because before the craniotomy surgery, the hospital advised that apart from family members, others should try not to contact the patient. They could only come now. "Master, this is our first meeting in reality, let me kowtow to you." "Oh no, let me kowtow 3 times. With that, Zhao Deju didn't give Su Chen any time to stop him. He directly knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. Su Chen. He was truly speechless. Why did this disciple kowtow so easily? "Don't go around saying you're my disciple. Alright, sit down, don't stand." Su Chen pointed to the seats next to the corridor. "Nian Gu, don't worry too much. Yeah, I talked to the hospital yesterday, and they said the success rate for little Yu's surgery is very high." Su Chen forced a smile at these words, but suddenly he seemed to realize something. He looked at Ho Xiaoyu sitting next to him in surprise and asked, "How do you know my name?" Ho Xiaoyu pointed to Zhao Dizhu sitting on his other side. "It was Dizhuge who found out and told me." Su Chen instinctively looked at Zhao Dizhu. To be able to find out his real name in such a short time, even the top clubs in the country couldn't do that, right? Seeing his master's gaze, Zhao Dizhu scratched his head. My disciple has some small skills in reality." Su Chen was completely speechless. But before he could say anything, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Someone was calling? He took out his phone and saw an unknown number, but he just chose to answer it. On the other end of the phone, a voice came through. "Su Chen, guess who I am, idiot?" Su Chen hung up the call directly. Zhao Dezhu looked puzzled. "Master, who was it?" "Don't know, probably a scam call." At the same time, on a street in Heng City, inside a black sedan. "Damn! Xiaokuan, quickly call Xiao Wang and have him check the location of this phone number. Be quick." "What the hell are you looking at?" Koan was startled by Hao Yue's roar. "Ha, boss, nothing. I just saw a really cool license plate. Seems to be heading towards the hospital." In the blink of an eye, Su Chen and the others had been waiting outside the operating room for almost 10 minutes. During this time, because of the arrival of Zhao Dezhu and the others, Su Chen's mood had improved quite a bit. At this moment, the group was chatting leisurely. But just then, Zhao Dezhu's phone rang. He took it out, raised his eyebrows, and smirked. "Someone's coming." Hearing this, Su Chen and the others were stunned. Ho Xiaoyu asked first, "Who is it?" "Dezhu, do you know this friend?" Zhao Dezhu shook his head. "I don't know, but this person is local to Hang City." At this point, Zhao Dezhu glanced at Yu Rong. "You, being a local, should have seen him before." Yu Rong was puzzled. She pointed to herself with a small finger. "You don't know him, but I do?" "That's right." Seeing Zhao Dezhu nod, the three of them were even more confused. And just then, a hurried footstep sounded from the corner of the hospital corridor. They turned to look. They saw a middle-aged man in his 40s, stern-looking, wearing a white shirt, trousers, and leather shoes, approaching with a smile on his face. He locked eyes on Zhao Dezhu next to Su Chen. "Master Zhao, why didn't you inform me when you arrived?" The stern man walked up to Zhao Dezhu with a flattering smile, extending his hand. "If I had known you were visiting Hang City, I would have personally come to greet you." Zhao Dezhu shook hands with him casually, looking puzzled. "Who are you?" The stern man smiled. "You have a lot of important matters. I am the mayor of Hang City. My surname is Gao. Don't you remember when I toasted you in the capital last time?" Zhao Dezhu scratched his head. "Oh, it's you." Well, he couldn't remember who this person was. There were too many people who toasted him. How could a mere mayor be remembered? Mayor Gao's smile became even warmer when he saw Zhao Dezhu nod. "Master Zhao, if you need anything in Hang City, just let me know. By the way, how is our former leader's health?" Zhao Dezhu helplessly replied, "Oh, he's in great health. You don't need to worry about it, Mayor Gao." Mayor Gao's face stiffened. But when his gaze shifted to Su Chen and the three people behind Zhao Dezhu, he immediately put on a smile. "Master Zhao must be here to visit a friend at the hospital, right? I'll find the hospital director for you. Make sure all facilities are top-notch." Zhao Dezhu waved his hand casually. "You don't need to trouble yourself, Mayor Gao. I've already taken care of it. By the way." Zhao Dezhu glanced at Su Chen and the others, smiling. "Master, Xiaoyu, and Demaizi, you must be thirsty, right?" Without waiting for the three to answer, Zhao Dezhu turned and patted Mayor Gao's shoulder. "Could you do us a favor, Mayor Gao, and buy us a few bottles of water? Shouldn't be a problem, right?" Upon hearing this, Mayor Gao's face immediately lit up, nodding repeatedly. Of course, Master Zhao, I'm eager to serve. I'll go right away." With that, Mayor Gao hurried off. Zhao Dezhu, seeing the situation, sat back down and exclaimed, "The way he ran those 2 steps, it's quite something." Witnessing this scene, everyone was speechless. What's going on? She had just wanted to say, "Isn't that Mayor Gao?" In Hang City, not to mention the Star Rain Club, even larger companies than them would show respect. But now, Mayor Gao in front of Zhao Dezhu. Why is he acting like a puppy? Seeing the 3 people looking at him, Zhao Dezhu cleared his throat and said, in reality, I have a little bit of power." The 3 people. "Mayor, seeing you like this, how can you call it a little bit of power? Isn't it a tiny bit of power?" At this moment, Ho Xiaoyu tentatively asked, "Dezhu, do you have a catchphrase?" Zhao Dezhu was taken aback. "What catchphrase? Why don't I know about it?" Ho Xiaoyu cleared his throat and imitated a line from a TV series. "In the capital, there can't be such an awesome person." Zhao Dezhu widened his eyes. "Hey, don't you think that line has style? But maybe I can tweak it a bit." Ho Xiaoyu looked expectant. "How would you change it?" "Let's not talk about that for now." After Zhao Dezhu finished speaking, he glanced at the time on his phone, then turned to Su Chen beside him and said with a smile, "Master, the gift from your disciple and his master's wife is on the way. It should arrive in about 10 or 20 minutes. Deju, you are very filial. Of course. Deju was proud and cute. After a while, Mayor Gao came back running, carrying bags in both hands, containing not only water but also some fruits. Young Master Zhao, are you satisfied? Putting the bags aside on a chair, Mayor Gao panted. Zhao Deju stood up, patted Mayor Gao on the shoulder, and said with a smile, Mayor Gao, I remember that recently a capable and courageous comrade was transferred to Hang City. It seems you need to get to know him well. What's his last name? The same as the newly appointed provincial governor. So you must seize the opportunity. Mayor Gao smiled happily, bowing repeatedly, and thank you for your appreciation, young Master Zhao. I will definitely seize the opportunity. Alright, go back to work. Okay, I'll listen to young Master Zhao. Shortly after Mayor Gao left, Zhao Deju's phone rang again, but this time it was a call. Hello, what's up? What? A group of people is coming my way? They keep coming one after another. Do they really think I'm a god of wealth? No, you don't need to stop them. Let me see what kind of people they are. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Deju sat back down and scratched his head, so annoying. Soon, a group of 4 or 5 people approached. However, when Yuyo, who was sitting on the outer side, saw the person leading the group, she couldn't help but be surprised. Moonlight battle? Why is it him? Hearing this, Ho Xiaoyu also looked towards the corner of the corridor and frowned. Why is he here? And the temperament of those few people. They seemed unfriendly. Seeing this, Su Chen narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he thought of someone. Someone he knew in Moonlight Battle. That bastard. Oh, it's indeed the big shot. The moment Moonlight Battle saw Su Chen, he recognized him. However, when he saw the petite Yuyo, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. But that surprise was quickly replaced by disdain. As for Zhao Deju and Ho Xiaoyu, they were completely ignored by Moonlight Battle. At this moment, Moonlight Battle approached the 4 people, smiling and saying, Big shot. Oh no, it's Su Chen, little brother. I came all the way from the Magic City just for you, and I sincerely invite you to join our Moon Club. With that, he took a contract from his little brother next to him and said with a smile, Look, I brought the contract. As long as Brother Su signs and puts a handprint on it, our grievances will be settled. What do you say? The Moon Club leader had a smile on his face, looking like a tiger. It seemed like if Su Chen didn't sign today, he wouldn't be able to leave. In the eyes of the Moon Club leader, he also had the capital to be arrogant. Don't act like a tough guy. Yurong stood up from his seat, stood in front of the Moon Club leader with a cold expression, and said in a cold voice, Do you want the big boss to work for you for nothing? I think you are daydreaming. The Moon Club leader was stunned at the words. Oh? Are you saying, this kid has already signed with your star reign? But thinking about it. Otherwise, why would you be here? Yurong squinted. Whether the big boss signs with me at Star Reign seems to have nothing to do with you, right? Then there's no way. The Moon Club leader shrugged. Of course, actually, I'm not the kind of person who likes to bully the weak. With that, the Moon Club leader bypassed Yurong and went straight to Su Chen, smiling. Kid, hand over the guild and the equipment on you, and we'll leave. How about that? Of course. As for whether they will do something shady behind their backs after leaving, that remains to be seen. After all, he, the Moon Club leader, is someone who seeks revenge. He likes to play tricks. Obviously, this was a blatant threat. But when Su Chen heard these words, his expression remained unchanged. He just glanced at the Moon Club leader indifferently. That look seemed to say, Idiot. The Moon Club leader instantly understood the meaning of that look. King. Smack. Before the Moon Club leader could finish his sentence, Zhao Deju stood up and slapped him. The force of the slap even made the Moon Club leader stagger 2 steps. Who are you threatening? Giving you face, right? Listening to Zhao Deju's disdainful voice, a hint of fierceness flashed in the Moon Club leader's eyes. He turned to his few henchmen behind him and shouted, What are you waiting for? However, before he could finish his sentence, a sharp military knife fell directly on his neck from behind. It was only then that the Moon Club leader, who had turned his head completely, saw clearly. His few henchmen behind him had already been pinned to the ground by several suit-wearing men who appeared out of nowhere. With the knife at their throats, his henchmen didn't dare to make a sound. Seeing this scene, the Moon Club leader's head buzzed. Who are these people? But before he could think further, Zhao Deju took 2 steps forward, placed a big hand on his head, and grinned. What? Bringing a few people makes you feel powerful? Playing tough in front of me, Zhao Deju? Do you think you're something special? After Zhao Deju finished speaking, he patted the Moon Club leader's face with his other hand and said with a smile, In Longwa, there's no room for someone as arrogant as you. Feeling the naked insult in the eyes of the person in front of him, the Moon Club leader's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Oh, You still have a problem with that? Come on, hit me if you dare? Zhao Dezhu said, patting the other's face again, his eyes full of provocation. Seeing this, the Moon Club leader couldn't hold back anymore. F***CKU. But just as the Moon Club leader was about to raise his hand, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. In an instant, the Moon Club leader's body froze, his hand suspended in midair, and his mind instantly cleared up. He lowered his head, watching a trickle of blood flow from his neck, his pupils suddenly shrinking. Just 1 second later. If he had been just 1 second later, the person behind him would have really killed him. Didn't the other party know what it meant to kill in Manhwa? Even he could only dare to threaten a few people, or hire someone to use dirty tricks behind his back. But this person in front of him. Haoyue Zhengbao looked at Zhao Dezhu in front of him with a face full of disdain, struggling to swallow a mouthful of saliva, his eyes full of fear. This person. He really dared to let himself die. Still in front of everyone. Gulu. Haoyue Zhengbao struggled to swallow a mouthful of saliva. And at that moment, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Seeing this, Zhao Dezhu gestured to the man in a suit behind Haoyue Zhengbao. The man in the suit also did not hesitate, reaching into Haoyue Zhengbao's pocket, taking out the phone, and handing it to Zhao Dezhu. Oh? Zhao Dezhu looked at the caller ID on the screen, raised an eyebrow. Your dad is calling. Listen to what your dad wants to say to you. Zhao Dezhu answered the call. He also put it on speakerphone. And at the next moment, a rough, angry voice suddenly sounded from the phone. You little bastard surnamed Hao. Can you stop causing trouble for me? You kneel down and apologize to the other party immediately, then get back to Modu, otherwise I'll break your legs. Listening to the curses on the other end of the phone, Haoyue Zhengbao stood still in shock. When has his father, who has always doted on him, ever spoken to him in such a tone? Do you understand? Zhao Dezhu patted the other party's head. Then he stepped aside, letting Haoyue Zhengbao look at Su Chen, and said coldly, kneel down to my master now, and call him uncle. Otherwise, you will pay for your actions today. Don't think you can walk out of here unscathed. It's convenient that this is a hospital, so we don't have to call 120. After saying this, Zhao Dezhu saw Haoyue Zhengbao remain silent, and he directly gave a signal to the man in the suit behind him. The next moment, there was a click sound. Ah! Haoyue Zhengbao's little brother behind him let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, because his leg was forcibly broken. What place is this fucking place? Make him shut up. Bang! Without saying a word, the man in the suit struck with his elbow, and the little brother fell straight to the ground. Whether to speak or not, the quality of sleep for young people is good, they can fall asleep anywhere. You ungrateful child, kneel down for me. Suddenly, the voice full of anger from the phone made Haoyue Zhengbao tremble. Zhao Dezhu grinned. I'll count to 3, if you don't kneel today, I'll break your third leg. 3. Zhao Dezhu had just counted one word. Before he could say the second word, there was a plop sound. One moment, Haoyue Zhengbao's face was full of anger and resentment. The next moment his legs bent, and he knelt directly towards Su Chen. Uncle! Enduring the humiliation in his heart, Haoyue Zhengbao squeezed out this word from between his teeth. TSK. Very obedient. Like a dog. Zhao Dezhu squatted down, first patted Haoyue Zhengbao's face, then put the phone back in his pocket, smiling. Remember, whether in the game or in reality, when you see my master, you must call him uncle, otherwise. Do I need to say what the consequences will be? After speaking, Zhao Dezhu saw the guy bowing his head in silence. He looked at his master in front of him, raised an eyebrow. Master, how about it? How do you think your disciple handled this situation? Are you satisfied? Hearing this, Su Chen nodded. How could he not be satisfied? Someone who was full of spirit when they first arrived. Compared to now, what has become of them? However, while he was satisfied, his gaze still occasionally drifted towards the direction of the operating room. So you did not come out for a while. The huge stone in his heart. It couldn't fall down. Seeing the master nod, Zhao Dezhu smiled and casually waved his hand towards several men in suits, saying, throw them all out. Oh right. Zhao Dezhu pointed to one of the men in suits, you stay. Soon, as the few people from Haoyue hegemony were thrown out of the hospital, Zhao Dezhu looked at the man who stayed behind and said, this Haoyue guy must have some grievances in his heart. Find Shao Qi and make him completely obedient, let him know who to mess with and who not to mess with. You should understand what I mean, right? And, at this point, Zhao Dezhu suddenly remembered something and said, with this guy's abilities, it's impossible for him to find out my master's true identity in such a short time. Have someone investigate it. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly spoke up, wait, I have a suspect in mind. Zhao Dezhu was taken aback. What did the master say? Su Chen narrowed his eyes and lightly uttered 2 words, how gu? Zhao Dezhu looked at the man in the suit, go check. As the man in the suit quickly left, there were only the four of them left in the corridor. Ho Xiaoyu saw Zhao Dezhu sit back down and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Dezhu, you're awesome. Zhao Dezhu, can you really handle it? Zhao Dezhu waved his hand helplessly, saying, what's so great about it? Everything in reality is fake, only in the game is it real. With that, Zhao Dezhu helplessly spread his hands. Besides, I'm just borrowing a little power from my old man at home. As for me, I'm just a teenager addicted to the internet, with no real skills. Su Chen and the others. What a statement, everything in reality is fake, only in the game is it real. Most people with your background would be eager to learn 3 foreign languages at a hotel every day, but you, how addicted to the internet must you be? The scene changed. Haoyue Hegemony returned to the car with a gloomy face. Seeing the boss return, Koen Gu, who was sitting in the driver's seat, didn't even turn his head and eagerly asked, boss, how did it go? That Su Chen must have been scared to death by you, right? I bet he obediently signed the contract on the spot. In Koen Ji's view, if their boss took action personally, what could Su Chen, a commoner, do? Thinking back to the scenes where he was repeatedly taught a lesson in the game before, Koen Gu felt a sense of satisfaction. So what if you're a big shot in the game? So what if you're ranked first on the leaderboard? You have a guild, you have red equipment, so what? In the end, didn't you end up being their pawn? This is the difference in reality. But at that moment, smack! Stop the nonsense! Haoyue Hegemony slapped Koen Gu from behind and scolded, get the hell out of the car. Koen Gu? What? What does this mean? Wasn't everything settled? Did I provoke you? You hit me as soon as you got in? Do you know how hard it is for me to make this little salary in a month? However, when Koen Gu raised his head and saw the boss's gloomy face in the rearview mirror, his body couldn't help but shudder. What's wrong? Did something happen to the boss's family? But Koen Gu didn't have time to think too much. Seeing the boss about to slap him again, Koen Gu quickly opened the door and got out of the car. Seeing Koen Gu get out of the car, Haoyue Hegemony, at this moment, completely unable to suppress the frustration and anger in his heart, fiercely punched the glass in the back seat. Damn it! The car window made a loud noise. Fortunately, it was a domestic car and there was no major damage. Damn it! Ming can't outplay you, can't I play dirty? There are many fugitives in this world. If something happens to you, Su Chen, as long as there is no evidence, who knows if it was me? Just as Haoyue was preparing to spend millions to make Su Chen pay a painful price along with Zhao Dezhu and the Haoyue Hegemony, his phone in his pocket vibrated again. Haoyue Hegemony took out his phone and saw that it was his father calling, and an unnamed anger rose in his heart again. He decisively answered the call. But before he could say anything, a barrage of curses came from the other end of the phone, echoing throughout the car. Damn it! I should have shot you, this bastard, against the wall back then. Do you know how much trouble you've caused today? Haoyue Hegemony's eyes turned red, gritted his teeth and said, is that Zhao guy's background so big? With your billions in wealth, can't the big shots you know handle him? Upon hearing this, the person on the other end of the phone almost choked. After taking a deep breath, Haoyue's father said sternly, let me tell you today, those big shots are nothing in front of Zhao. Offending that Zhao guy, neither of us will be safe. Haoyue Hegemony widened his eyes. How? How is that possible? That's reality. Haoyue's father slammed the table heavily and said, have you heard of a drama called The People's Justice? Let me tell you clearly now. In reality, this drama is called Dezhu in your damn name, do you understand now? At that level of background, even if your old man knows the leader of the United States, it won't work, because this is the Dragon Country. In the moment he heard this, Haoyue Hegemony's mind went blank. Even the phone slipped from his hand without any reaction. Because, at this moment in Haoyue Hegemony's mind, there was only one word. That is, finished, completely finished. How could he provoke such high-level figures? Right, what did he say before? If you can't beat them fair and square, then play dirty? Facing such high-level existence. Stop kidding, okay? Now, even though everyone hopes something happens to Su Chen, Haoyue Hegemony is the least hopeful. For no other reason than he knows Su Chen's true identity and has threatened these 2 points first. It can be said that once something happens to Su Chen, even if he didn't do it, but with that level of existence, will they spare him? At this moment, Haoyue Hegemony's face was ashen. But once the seed of hatred takes root in the heart, how easy is it to remove? It's just that his strength doesn't allow it. Perhaps when the day comes when he has the strength, he wants Su Chen and Zhao Dezhu to die more than anyone else. But, is that possible? Just then, the driver's door of the vehicle was opened. Koen Gu stuck his head in cautiously and said, Boss, the branch staff just called me and said that Hao Gu was taken away by his uncle for some reason. Shall we go back and take a look? What did you say? Hearing this, Haoyue Hegemony instantly lost his composure. He quickly stood up and urged, "Quick, get in the car. Don't worry about the branch's affairs for now, drive me back to the Magic City immediately." Haoge was taken away. What reason could he have been taken for? The next one. Could it be himself? Even though he begged and pleaded, who could guess that Zhao might turn the tables? Koen Go looked puzzled. Huh? Drive you to the Magic City? This is at least a few hundred kilometers, right? Or you? Stop talking nonsense, get in the car. Oh. Koen Go reluctantly got into the car and stepped on the gas pedal, heading straight towards the outskirts of Hang City. However, before the car that Haoyue Zhengba was sitting in could drive a few kilometers, several uncles' exclusive cars appeared simultaneously in all four directions around the car, blocking them. "Both of you, please get out of the car for investigation." One uncle knocked on the car window and gestured to the two people inside, Haoyue Zhengba. Seeing the scene, Koen Go was shocked. What's going on? They didn't do anything, right? Why are so many uncles mobilized? Is this the treatment only for wanted criminals? Boss, what should we do? What can we do? Cooperate. Haoyue Zhengba gritted his teeth. Soon, the two of them were taken away. On the other side, in an office. Qingting, the people have been taken into the car. Listening to the report of the young man, Qingting took out a golf club from under the desk. He waved it casually and stood up, saying, "Let's go, accompany me." To play golf. Yes. The young man responded. The two left the office at the same time as Haoyue Zhengba and the others were taken away. These days, all the major clubs investigating the true identity of Su Chen were all greatly hindered and warned at the same time. Naturally, this also includes the lofty and ambitious, who always wanted to dominate the world. Upon learning that they could not continue the investigation, this person was furious. They could only think of other ways. The scene changed, in a hospital corridor. Zhao Dezhu looked at the content on his phone, his mouth twitched. "Master, you were right, it was indeed done by that kid named Haogu." A few words scared him into confessing everything, but what I didn't expect was. Zhao Dezhu's mouth twitched, then he continued, "This little guy has nothing to do in the middle of the night, and he's actually selling short videos? He won't get out for a few years. Don't even think about it." Hearing this, Su Chen was speechless. Wow, selling short videos in the middle of the night. Can you freely share this stuff? However, he didn't have a good impression of Haogu himself, combined with what the other party did to harm him this time. He felt quite comfortable that the other party was caught. "Oh, Master, your gift has arrived." After Zhao Dezhu spoke, the three of them looked towards the corner of the corridor, where a person was walking towards them. "Young Master, it's all done." When the person came to Zhao Dezhu, he took out a red book. After taking the red book, Zhao Dezhu waved for him to step back, then handed the item to Su Chen with a smile, saying, "Here, Master, are you satisfied with it?" The three of them? What's going on? Giving a red book as a gift? Isn't this a marriage certificate? Su Chen took the red book and looked carefully. Wow, a property deed? Ha! The two of them were confused. Who gives a property deed as a gift? Seeing the three of them looking puzzled, Zhao Dezhu sighed slightly. "Oh, it's the first time I've met Master, so there's nothing special to give. This villa in the villa area of Hang City is the most luxurious and awesome villa, and it's given to Master and Master's wife." With that, Zhao Dezhu looked proud. "Of course, this villa is not only brand new, but I have also arranged for all the items inside to be prepared, and I have also prepared 2 top-notch virtual warehouses for you and Master's wife. Hee, how about it? I'm good to you, right?" Su Chen patted Zhao Dezhu on the shoulder. He said earnestly, "Rest assured, from now on, you are my closed-door disciple. Isn't that good?" The villa is the first thing that comes to mind. This set of villas, if it's really as luxurious as Dezhu said, is worth at least 40 to 50 million, right? I never expected to be so extravagant. Upon hearing the master's words, Zhao Dezhu also smiled. However, at this moment, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, Master, after we go online in a few days, do you have any other plans besides the reward?" Truly a gaming addict uncle. Once he has free time, besides online games, there's nothing else in his mind. Upon hearing this, Su Chen bluntly said, "In addition to killing bosses and trying to get red equipment drops, I also want to be ahead of everyone in levels and aim to clear all dungeons first." Besides killing bosses, he also has several hidden tasks, dungeons, and achievements to complete before reaching level 30. Because, when the first player on the server reaches level 30, not only can they enter the Godfall Mountains, but there is also a major event happening. Zhao Dezhu raised an eyebrow. "With your speed of killing monsters, I'm afraid that in a few days, your level will be at least twice that of those in the first tier, right? I'm really looking forward to it." The conversation couldn't stop. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Until a certain moment, the light in the operating room went out. At the moment the light went out, Suchin quickly stood up. Soon, the four of them saw a middle-aged woman open the door of the operating room and walk out. "Doctor, how is it?" Suchin quickly asked as he approached. The woman first took off her medical mask, took a deep breath, and said, "The surgery was very successful, and the process went very smoothly. If the patient has a strong self-healing ability, they can get out of bed in about 3 days, at the latest, it may take a week." At the moment he heard this, the heavy stone in Suchin's heart finally fell. The woman added, "We are about to move the patient to the ward, and I want to remind the family members here. If the patient wakes up with symptoms such as restricted limb movement, difficulty speaking, nausea, dizziness, etc., it's all normal. There's no need to worry at all." Suchin nodded, "Okay." Soon, 2 nurses came out and gently pushed Suyu towards a single ward. After a while, in the intensive care unit, Suchin looked at Suyu, who was sleeping on the hospital bed, with an indescribable feeling in his heart. "Master, you haven't eaten since this morning, right? I'm also hungry. I'll have someone buy us some food," Zhao Dezhu said, and without waiting for the others to say anything, he walked out of the ward and made a call. At this time, Yu Rong came to Suchin and Ho Xiaoyu, and whispered, "Boss, since Xiaoyu has been lying down these days, how about I take care of her during the day? After all, I'm more attentive, and I'm also a girl. If you hire a nanny, you generally can't rest assured." Yu Rong added, "Moreover, my family has had someone undergo brain surgery before, especially in the 2 days after the operation. The patient basically couldn't sleep. Even if they did, they would often be woken up by pain. So, to avoid accidents, it's better to take turns to take care of Xiaoyu for the next 2 days." Yu Rong's words made sense. If only one person takes care of Suyu, they won't be able to rest all day. If you hire a nanny, who would be at ease? Suchin was quite familiar with Bai Mao Loli from his past life, a typical kind and naive person. Thinking of this, Suchin agreed, "If you can, then I'll trouble you." Yu Rong casually waved her hand. "What's my relationship with Xiaoyu? Besides, since the boss is willing to take me, it's no problem for me to take care of Xiaoyu for 2 days." Suchin smiled and said, "Since that's the case, you don't have to call me Big Brother, just call me by my name." Yu Rong was taken aback for a moment, then immediately retorted, "How can that be? You are the Big Brother, and it would be awkward for me to call you by your name, right? How about this? Let's each call each other as we like. I'll call you Big Brother, and you can call me Sister Yu Rong like Xiaoyu does?" Suchin didn't refuse upon hearing this. It was just a form of address, so he didn't mind. "Oh no. Now it seems like among the 3 of us, I'm the most useless." On the side, Ho Xiaoyu leaned against her head, looking as uncomfortable as if she had eaten something awful. "Big Brother, does Zhu give you a villa? How about I give you a car as a gift? It can be considered a meeting gift." Suchin shook his head helplessly. "Forget it, I don't have a driver's license, so I can't drive." Of course, not having a driver's license was a minor issue. After all, he could drive in his past life. The main reason was, in the future, besides playing games every day, he might just be with Suyu. Cough, this can't be said casually, it will be censored. In any case, he rarely went out all day. Having a car wouldn't be of much use. It would be better to have a piece of equipment. Seeing the Big Brother's reaction, Ho Xiaoyu became anxious. "Oh, about the driver's license, you can ask Dezhu to arrange for someone to get it for you, right? Big Brother, you don't have to worry about not being able to drive the car at home all the time. If it doesn't work, we can just treat it as a toy to play with." Suchin. Coming from a wealthy person, this was different. Others treat their cars like treasures, but you, treating the car as a toy. "If you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes." Ho Xiaoyu finally seized the opportunity to make a contribution. He quickly took out his phone, found the contact of a car dealer, and said, "Big Brother, what kind of car do you like? A Corvette or a Lamborghini? I'll make a reservation now and try to have it delivered to your villa as soon as possible." "Big Brother, I'll take it as a yes. Then I'll choose a Rolls-Royce for you. This Phantom looks good." Suchin's mouth twitched uncontrollably. These people, why are they acting like they're in a palace intrigue? Do they know something? Like the integration of games and reality 3 years later? Thinking carefully, he remembered seeing the shadow of an army in the divine realm in his past life. It's terrifying to think about it. This should be just a coincidence, right? Time passed quickly. After a few people finished eating, sitting on the other side of the sickbed. At this moment, Ho Xiaoyu suddenly poked Suchin next to him and whispered, Big Brother, sister-in-law is awake." Upon hearing this, Suchin immediately sat up and went to Suyu's bedside. Suyu slowly opened her eyes, first looking around in confusion. But when her eyes met the person walking towards her, her eyes instantly turned red. I'm still alive? Her voice was intermittent, mixed with sobs. Suchen held her small hand, gently wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes with his other hand, and softly said, "Of course. It was just a surgery. How do you feel? Is there anywhere uncomfortable?" Suyu looked aggrieved. My head hurts, but I can bear it. Crying a bit should make it better." After speaking, Suyu twitched her nose, and cautiously asked Suchen, Am I still good-looking with a bald head? Suchen replied seriously, "Of course, you are good-looking, your beauty has nothing to do with your hairstyle." He wasn't wrong in saying that. They say a bald head is the standard for testing beauty. Suyu's beauty could be said to surpass even those top female stars, even without makeup. Then, ouch! It hurts. Woo woo woo. Suyu's mouth was about to force a smile, but the next second, the throbbing pain in her head made her cry out in pain. "Quick, call the doctor!" Zhao Dizhu was scared by this scene, and he ran out of the ward shouting at the top of his lungs. But what could the doctor do about this kind of pain? Unless they administer anesthesia, even the most powerful painkillers wouldn't work. And so, Suyu cried for several hours. Until her tears dried up, the sky darkened, and Dizhu and the others went back to rest. Only then did she feel a little better. I need to pee. Suchen? Ha? Suchen was stunned, his brain working rapidly. Pee? What to do about this? It seemed that there was no other way but for the two of them to go together. Usually, the catheter could be removed the day after surgery, but because Suyu was recovering well and feeling uncomfortable with that thing on her body, the doctor had removed it a while ago. As long as she was careful when going to the bathroom, everything would be fine. Or she could just wear a diaper. I need to go. On the hospital bed, Suyu's eyes were red, her voice choked with a hint of hesitation as she said, "I need to go to the bathroom." Then, "Should I carry you there?" Suchen asked tentatively. Hearing this, Suyu's eyes dodged, not daring to look at someone directly, but she still made a nasal sound of agreement. Seeing this, Suchen got up and gently lifted the delicate and boneless, yet sexy and graceful body of little Yu in his arms. At that moment, his heart was beating fast, but his steps were slow and steady, afraid of hurting the delicate person in his arms. In no time, the two arrived at their destination. Then, Suyu, you, go slower. After a while, Suchen, don't worry, I'll close my eyes. The two of them chatted inside for several minutes. In the end, Suyu was carried back to bed. However, just as Suchen was about to cover her with the blanket, Suyu, with a blush on her pretty face, suddenly asked, "You didn't see anything, did you?" "I didn't see anything." Suchen looked guilty. "You?" Seeing the guilty look on his face, Suyu's beautiful eyes were full of indignation as she said, "You definitely saw something." Suchen sat down by Suyu's bed, took her hand, and helplessly said, "How about waiting a few days? I'll let you see it back? Wouldn't that make it even?" Suyu's eyes lit up. "Good. You keep your word. Not showing is like a puppy." "Suchen?" He just said it casually. "Wait, do you really want to see it? Then, it won't be as simple as just looking." At this moment, seeing the exhaustion in Suchen's eyes, Suyu changed the subject and said seriously, "How about tomorrow? You hire someone to take care of me, you go back to rest properly, don't let the progress of the game be delayed. After all, I'm just recuperating now, there shouldn't be any problems. If there really is something, I'll have someone call you." Hearing this, Suchen smiled and squeezed her hand, saying softly, "It's only a day or two, I just want to be with you now, and I'm not comfortable letting someone unfamiliar take care of you." His words were not wrong. Indeed, a day or two wouldn't make much of a difference. In the first 1 or 2 days when others entered the main city, they might only level up by 2 or 3 levels at most. But in his eyes, leveling up a few times against the hell-level little spiders was nothing. "Now you want to be with me, what about in the future?" Suyu blushed, asking knowingly. "In the future, besides sleeping, I'll be with you." "How to sleep? How to be with me?" Asking knowingly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. At this moment, it was noon in the Hang City Villa area. Suyu looked at the mansion in front of her, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. "Wow, is this mansion going to be our home in the future?" Suyu's recovery speed was top-notch. She could already get out of bed today. However, to be cautious, Suchen carried this little girl slowly all the way. And this little girl, as soon as she could get out of bed, couldn't sit still and insisted on entering the divine realm. One reason was not to slow down Suchen's progress. The other reason was entering the game world in a spiritual form, while the physical body in the outside world was in a state of sleep. This way, not only would her head no longer hurt all the time, but her external injuries could also slowly heal. In the end, under the soft persuasion of this little girl, Suchen had no choice but to seek the doctor's approval, and the two of them came here. However, every night, several nurses would come to administer injections, which were necessary a few days after the surgery. Of course, Suchin said, turning to the several men in suits behind him, "You don't need to accompany us here." These people were naturally arranged by Dezhu to escort the two to the mansion. Zhao Dezhu and Ho Xiaoyu returned to the capital yesterday afternoon. Yes, the leading man in a suit responded, and Su Chen nodded towards him, then carried Suyu towards the entrance of the mansion. Wow! This door must cost at least a few thousand, and it even has facial recognition. Hearing this, Su Chen's eyes showed some complexity. This little girl. It seems that in these 18 years, she has never left Hang City, right? Soon, the two entered the living room of the mansion. Oh my goodness, this living room is big enough to play badminton. Won't this chandelier fall down? The two then went to the bedroom. This bed is so big and soft, it's so comfortable to, sleep in. Su Chen. After that, the two visited the study, bathhouse, backyard, swimming pool, and other places. In short, everything here was well equipped, with everything they could think of, and even things they couldn't think of. Even in the bedside table, there was. This can't be said. Anyway, it's a big thumbs up for Dezhu's subordinates. At this moment, the two leisurely arrived at the balcony on the third floor of the mansion. Standing here and looking outside, the scenery was simply amazing. Su Chen frowned. Just because he was in this position, he saw the black car outside. Wasn't that the car he and Xiaoyu came in? Haven't these guys left yet? Could it be they are protecting the two of them? What are you looking at? Let's quickly enter the virtual warehouse. My head hurts. Suyu whispered behind him. Okay. Su Chen replied. In no time, the two arrived at the room where the virtual warehouse was placed, and Su Chen helped the slightly clumsy Suyu adjust the equipment. However, at this moment, my shirt is choking me. I didn't adjust the front properly. Can you help me? Su Chen heard this. How could he hesitate? Su Chen slowly reached out. The touch was soft. Although Su Chen had seen places he shouldn't have seen and touched places he shouldn't have touched in the past 2 nights, but as his palm moved, Suyu's pretty face would still blush reflexively. Perhaps, with more interaction in the future, they would gradually become familiar. Alright, let's enter the game. Okay. Divine Realm. Imperial City, inside the Resurrection Altar. After these 3 days, there were already some scattered players in the main city. However, most of the players entering the main city were either not familiar with the environment or were taking on some commission tasks. Some players team up to run dungeons or hunt for outdoor bosses for the first kill, but it's rare. But for now, the first kill hasn't been achieved yet. It really doesn't hurt at all. Beside her, Suyu rubbed her head. Not only did her hair come back, but her head didn't hurt anymore. How about it? I look better with hair, right? She looked at her boss and blinked. Su Chen was taken aback. Can't nod at this moment. Nodding would be the end. Ahem. I think, if a person's appearance is outstanding, any hairstyle would look good. Su Chen said seriously. You know how to talk. Suyu felt sweet in her heart, quickly came to her boss, and then slowly tiptoed. Boop. A touch and separation. Alright. Su Chen rubbed Suyu's head and smiled. I'll message Dezhu and the others to gather at the main city gate. Then, let's start the reward. If he remembered correctly, today happened to be the day when the power ranking list appeared. Looking at the time, it was almost noon. Just over an hour left. Almost time. Okay. Suyu responded, taking the initiative to link arms with her boss and walking shoulder to shoulder towards the altar. But as soon as the two walked out of the resurrection altar, look, isn't that D? D? Hasn't he been offline for a few days? Yeah, not just him, even the Tujin Tianxia has been stuck at level 10, can't find him, they say he quit the game because of a wanted status. What a pity. Indeed. The current top player on the ranking list is almost level 14, I wonder if D can catch up. It's difficult. I think he has no chance of reaching the top. Listening to the whispers of a few people, Su Chen paid no attention. When the power ranking list appeared, some people shut up. At this moment, Suyu suddenly remembered something. She looked at Su Chen beside her and said, Oh, I dug up a mission scroll before, do you want to take a look? It's on the way to the mission hall. Let's go, let's take a look. Su Chen didn't refuse after hearing it. He was also curious about what rewards the mission scroll would offer. Soon, the two arrived at the mission hall. The missions here were much more than the commission tavern in the newbie village. In addition to hidden missions, normal missions were graded from D to S level and refreshed here. The higher the level, the richer the rewards, and the completion difficulty also increased significantly. Su Chen glanced at the mission list. Nothing? Recalling the task from his previous life, it should refresh in these days. It seems he needs to pay more attention in the coming days. Just right, with his identity as Tu Jin Tianxia, even if he was wanted again, it didn't matter. As for the rest of the tasks, Su Chen didn't bother to look. He didn't need to waste time to get those few rewards. How about it, can this mission be accepted? Su Chen asked as he saw Suyu lost in thought. It can. Suyu nodded, but the content of this mission, is it crazy? Then, Suyu shared the mission. Rebel has issued a mission to you. Mission objective: find any official of the giant dragon kingdom and give him a slap. Let him remember it for a long time. Mission reward: unknown. Do you accept this mission? Su Chen. No, who in their right mind would issue this mission? It's one thing if the target is to kill an official, but this, give him a slap and let him remember it for a long time? The harm is not great, but the insult is extremely strong. If he remembers correctly, the officials of the Dragon Ancient Kingdom mostly range from 75 to 95 in rank. With his current health, the probability of successfully escaping after being slapped is probably less than 10%. If the success rate of everything is less than 98%, what's the difference between going and courting death? But take a closer look at this reward. The last one who offered an unknown reward was the Wandering Merchant, who directly rewarded a clue to the Divine Blessing. In any case, sooner or later, he will clash with the Dragon Ancient Kingdom. This mission is acceptable, but not now. When he reaches level 30 and enters the Godfall Mountains, his strength will greatly increase, making it very likely to complete the mission. Thinking of this, Su Chen said, you should keep this mission scroll for now, it may come in handy in the future. Su Chen did not refuse upon hearing this. However, she handed the mission scroll in her hand to Su Chen and said, it's better for you to have it. I only have 4 million health points and no means of recovery. What if one day I accidentally die and go berserk? Alright, let's go. Taking the scroll and putting it in the backpack, the two hurried to the main city gate once again. A few minutes later, from a distance, Zhao Dezhu, standing at the city gate, was the first to see the master and mistress. He was holding a super large fairy wand and couldn't wait to run over. Master, I've missed you so much. Mistress, how's your recovery? Suyu nodded. It's going well. At this moment, Yu Yurong and Ho Xiaoyu, not far away, also ran over with short legs. Now that everyone is here, we shouldn't delay any longer. Let's not waste the reward. As Su Chen's words fell, Ho Xiaoyu asked with a puzzled look, Boss, what exactly is the method to obtain the reward you mentioned earlier? Hearing this, all four of them looked at each other curiously, even Suyu. With over 4 million health points. Even with Suyu, the humanoid machine gun, able to shoot out more than 10 rounds per second, it would still take at least half a day to kill and get the reward. Besides, can you fight yourself in the divine realm? It seems impossible. Just like turning off guild-friendly fire, you can't target yourself at all. Actually, the method is very simple. With these words, Su Chen pointed to a towering mountain in the distance. We can use the special terrain there. At first glance, this method may take a long time. But since he could say it, he naturally knew some reliable and efficient methods. As for taking off the mask and giving it to someone else, this was tried before, but the mask is a bound item and can only be worn by oneself. And taking off the ancient necklace wouldn't work either. After all, its skill is to set the damage dealt by normal attacks to the maximum health value, not to the necklace's attribute. Special terrain? Zhao Dezhu pondered for a while, suddenly remembered something. Master, this morning when Xiaoyu and I were doing a mission on the other side of this mountain, we found a volcano. Ho Xiaoyu nodded beside him. Hearing this, Su Chen raised an eyebrow. The lava volcano was actually a respawn point for a wilderness boss. He was originally going to mention that place. It also happened to be a chance to get a first kill. In that case, let's not delay any longer. Form the team and set off. After making up his mind, Su Chen led the four of them to their destination at the fastest speed. In the blink of an eye, after more than 10 minutes, on top of the lava volcano. Is this lava? I've never seen it in real life, but I've seen it in the game, Zhao Dezhu said, squatting down to pick up a rock and threw it into the lava. Gurgle. The rock was instantly evaporated, turning into white gas and dispersing in the air. Upon seeing this, Suyu shivered all over. But then she remembered that this was just a game, and players wouldn't actually die. She slowly squatted down and then inserted her fingers bit by bit into the lava. It's warm inside? Not hot. Suyu's eyes were full of stars. The temperature felt just right. She felt like taking a bath. Zhao Dezhu's mouth twitched. Not hot, but if the three of us touch it, it might be more uncomfortable than being burned. Putting a finger in. Lose 500 health points in a second? If you accidentally fall in, you'll be like that rock. Instantly evaporated? Be careful, Dezhu. Ho Xiaoyu's voice suddenly sounded. Just as the words fell, suddenly, fiery pythons emerged from the lava and attacked Zhao Deju and Su Yu. Ha! Su Chen frowned. At the same time, he raised his right staff. Swish swish swish. Several fiery pythons didn't even touch the ground before turning into experience points. The three of you, step back. At this moment, Su Chen noticed that the lava suddenly began to boil and reminded Zhao Deju and the others. The three of them didn't dare to be careless. Gurgle. Just as the three of them had left about 10 meters, the lava began to boil more and more violently. Until a certain moment. Bang! A huge lizard the size of a small mountain, entirely red, suddenly burst out of the lava. At that moment, the lava splashed everywhere, and any player with less than 2,000 health points who touched it would undoubtedly die. How? How is its level so high? With Zhao Deju's exclamation not far away, Su Chen also saw the detailed information of this boss in front of him. Magma Lizard, LV20. Rank, Boss Class. Health, 78900. Attack, 980. Skills, Rampage, Lava Boil, Fiery Breath, Rock Control. Although its level was high, this level 20 outdoor boss was ultimately not as strong as the ones in the Hell level dungeons. Outside each main city, there were similar outdoor bosses, but their levels ranged from the teens to around 30. Among the outdoor bosses around the 12 main cities, this one was considered average. Roar! The sound covered the entire lava volcano. But after the magma lizard roared, it saw these humans not fleeing or avoiding, and even the man and woman in front of it were looking at it as if nothing was wrong, as if they were admiring a pet. At that moment, the magma lizard felt greatly insulted. Rock control. In an instant, several huge rocks were controlled by it and smashed towards the two people below. 1200. 1200. Health plus 257,661. 720. Magma lizard? It looked at the decreasing health above its head. Then it looked at the two people in front of it, whose health bars remained untouched, and the whole creature was stunned. What's going on? I dropped such large rocks. Why is the damage on myself? The magma lizard couldn't believe it. It breathed out a fiery breath. 600. 600. No, this skill should reduce 800 health points per second. Why is it affecting itself? What are those numbers above the heads of these two people? Seeing the big lizard looking doubtful, Su Chen looked at Su Yu beside him. Skill, Healing Art. Plus 871924. Su Yu was instantly at full health. At this moment, the face of the lava giant lizard showed the same expression as the gloomy ghost spider and the rock giant beast. However, Su Chen didn't intend to give the opponent time to doubt life as he raised his hand and launched a series of basic attacks. Under the rapid fire of 14 shots per second. In less than a minute. Server announcement. Congratulations to players Emperor, Nostalgia, Ho Xiaoyu, Great Tolerance, Caribbean Pillar for becoming the first team on this server to kill the boss, Lava Giant Lizard. Reward for each person, Recast Stone X1, Free Attribute Points X25, Gold Coins X750, Forging Crystal X1. 3 days later, the names of Su Chen and his companions once again returned to the sight of the vast players. Su Chen couldn't be bothered to see what the World Channel was saying. His attention at the moment was all focused on the boss drops. Boss drops, A-level skill book X1, Gold Coins X500, Meteorite Iron X3, Blue Equipment X3. A-level skill book? Su Chen's eyes widened. If he remembered correctly, the probability of a wild boss dropping a B-level skill book was in single digits. But this time, it directly dropped an A-level skill book? What kind of luck is this? Wow, A-level skill book. Are you now the big shot with an A-level skill on the whole server? Is this the second one on the server? This is the first time I've seen it too. Me too. Seeing several people coming over to join in the fun, Su Chen made up his mind. Strike while the iron is hot. A-level skill, Soaring Wings, all professions. Soaring Wings, after casting, players can soar freely in the air, consuming 200 mana per minute, with no cooldown. The moment he saw this skill, Su Chen's eyes widened slightly. This chi transformation. Bah! This Soaring Wings not only allows flight to enhance maneuverability, but also consumes mana. Only 200 per minute? He remembered his battle mage leggings. They recovered 5 mana per second, which amounted to 300 per minute. Isn't this consumption too low? And most importantly, it has no cooldown. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Su Chen would have found it hard to believe that this was actually an A-level skill. Of course, perhaps the earth-shattering level of an S-level skill would be far superior to this skill. But even so, among A-level skills, this Soaring Wings could be considered top tier. A skill that allows flight. But this skill is not very useful for melee professions, it can only unleash its full value for long-range attack professions. When seeing the information shared by the big shots, Yu Yorong was first surprised, then conducted a superficial analysis. Zhao Dezhu and Ho Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Long-range professions flying up and pulling you. The scene. Just thinking about it gives you goosebumps. At this moment, Su Chen looked at Xiaoyu beside him and said with a smile, "Do you want to fly?" Hearing this, Xiaoyu nodded, but then shook her head. "I want to, but I think it's enough for you to carry me and fly." Zhao Dezhu and the others. This sudden display of affection. It really caught them off guard. "Okay, I'll take you for a spin when there's a chance. But for now." After successfully learning the skill, Su Chen looked towards the nearby magma and said, "Before the boss respawns, let me take a dive." With that, Su Chen directly put all his equipment and items in his backpack into the guild warehouse that only the president and vice president could access. "After I die, you can consolidate the purple equipment and distribute it together at the end." "No problem." Seeing everyone nod, Su Chen activated the soaring wing skill and dived straight into the depths of the magma. 6700 13400 36,000. Just 3 seconds later, his health was dropping at a staggering rate of 36,000 per second. If we continue at this speed, about 2.5 minutes of blood will be depleted. This master is inside, won't he suffocate? Zhao Daiju couldn't help but worry. Yu Yorong glanced at him and said, "What do you think? We entered in spirit form, while our physical bodies are sleeping outside." Zhao Daiju's face stiffened, quickly changing the subject. "By the way, what is this forging crystal given by the first passage? And what about the recast stone and meteorite iron? Why weren't they introduced?" Yu Yorong raised an eyebrow. "The recast stone is used to reset equipment attributes. Judging from the fact that the ones we have were obtained through server-wide announcements, they must be valuable. I went to the blacksmith shop before and saw that the meteorite iron is used to upgrade equipment, but this forging crystal, as the name suggests, it's also used for forging. Anyway, the big shots who brought us here obtained it, so it must be valuable." Ho Xiaoyu nodded, oil upside down. "The big shots have brought us so many good things, I'll give the big shot 1,000,000 after I log off." "You your own." It appeared, but this time it wasn't a reverse price pressure. It was chaotic price pressure, right? In the blink of an eye, an hour later, plop, a sudden sound came from the magma, startling the 4 chatting people. They thought the boss had resurrected, but at a closer look, "Master!" Zhao Dezhu shouted, making others think he was calling Tang Sang like Sun Wukong. Su Chen landed, took out a double-faced mask from the guild warehouse, put it on his face, and then looked at them. "I only have over 3,000 health left. Who wants to go first?" Suyu was the first to speak. "Let's go together. Whoever gets the first kill gets the credit. How about that?" Su Chen. "Alright, you wait until you're healed. Bedroom, bathroom, study, sofa, swimming pool, kitchen, stairs. You can choose. By then, you'll be in big trouble." "Master, here I come." Hearing the master's words, Zhao Dezhu stood up first, lifted the oversized fairy stick in his hand, and swung it. Seeing this, Suyu picked up his bow and arrow and started shooting. "You your own, taste my move, Electric Koan's Mars Power Fist." "Ho Xiaoyu, I'll join too, otherwise I'll look very out of place." Not long after, a prompt appeared in front of Suyu. "Congratulations on killing the wanted target, Slaughter the World, and obtaining the reward, Purple Equipment X3. Seeing their leader being teleported back to the main city, Suyu picked up the dropped double-faced mask from the ground. But at that moment, bang! The resurrected lava lizard sprang out again. Seeing this, Suyu smirked. "You 3 step back, this time I'll take it on." With their leader absent, she could finally act as the leader. However, until Su Chen flew back, he looked down at Suyu, whose arms were almost smoking, and said with a twitch of his mouth, "Let me help you." With his intervention, the boss died again in less than a minute. "Alright, let's continue." In the blink of an eye, over half an hour had passed. During this time, not only did Suyu and the others obtain 10 pieces of purple equipment through the reward system, but Su Chen also had Yu Yorong, as the boss, call the only 3 A-rank Star Rain members in the main city, each of whom was killed once. In total, they got 13 pieces of purple equipment. Originally, Suyu and the others each had 2 pieces of purple equipment, including weapons. Through his fair distribution, out of the 13 pieces of purple equipment, only 3 were duplicates. These included 2 weapons, a helmet, and a pair of purple boots he had left over. They were all stored in the guild warehouse. In the end, Zhao Dezhu was missing a piece of purple chest armor, Ho Xiaoyu was missing a pair of purple leg guards. Suyu and Yu Rong were both fully equipped in purple. All 5 positions in purple gear were filled. Wow, wearing this full set of purple gear feels amazing. Once all the members of my club enter the main city, won't the Big Shots Guild have at least 100 pieces of purple gear as a foundation? Yurong said. Even she herself was considering leaving the club and joining the Big Shots Guild. Alright, let's head down the mountain first and then plan our next move. It's getting a bit hot here. Elbow. However, just as the 5 of them descended the mountain, a server-wide announcement suddenly appeared. Server-wide announcement: the game has been online for the 7th day, and the combat power ranking list is now open. The system will calculate the overall combat power of players based on their data panels. Server-wide announcement: after 24 hours, the top 1,000 players on the combat power ranking list will receive system rewards. The higher the ranking, the richer the rewards. Players, please stay tuned. The sudden appearance of the server-wide announcement made all the players open the combat power ranking list at the first moment. They all wanted to see who was recognized by the system as the top combat power player in the server. But if they didn't open it, it wouldn't matter. Once they did open it, all the players were dumbfounded. First place, Emperor, 220,000 combat power. Second place, Slaughter the World, 220,000 combat power. Third place, Longing, 130,000 combat power. Fourth place, Caribbean Diju, 9,300 combat power. Fifth place, Hoseayu, 9266 combat power. Sixth place, Yurong, 8756 combat power. Seventh place, Grandpa, 2,800 combat power. At this moment, all the players were collectively confused. Ha! Such high combat power? No way, my combat power is only 250, are they cheating? Come on, think about it, the gap between your wealth and that of the top rich second generation is even bigger. It's understandable if the top 2 have over 100,000 combat power, but why the third? Who is she? Do you think Emperor and Slaughter the World could be the same person? At the same time, below the lava volcano, Yurong closed the combat power ranking and world channels, looking at Suchen beside her. Boss, having dual 220,000 combat power is too unbelievable, your dual identity might be suspected. Hearing this, Suchen waved his hand. It doesn't matter, I didn't plan to hide it from the beginning, otherwise I wouldn't have told you guys. Let others think what they want. What? You say I'm a wanted criminal? Come on. Once I take off my mask, you can go after Slaughter the World. What does it have to do with Emperor? Besides, the identity of Slaughter the World was originally used to take the blame. Let others doubt as they please. Instead of wasting time hiding my identity, it's better to level up during this time. By then, when the game merges with reality, even if he claims to be the one being hunted by the entire server is the Moonlight Dominance, who would dare to disagree? Disagree, and you'll face a "I don't eat beef. Master is right. What's the point of hiding anything?" Zhao Dezhu grinned. When in doubt, just go for it. Once we can cross server in the future, we must show those foreigners our strength. Especially the Japanese players. We must hang them up and beat them. Suchen nodded, giving a big thumbs up to Dezhu's anti-Japanese spirit. By the way, Master, what are we going to do next? Zhao Dezhu asked, a question that several people were curious about. Suchen smiled, just follow me, I'll take you. Get another achievement. Upon hearing this, the few people didn't ask much. The big shots naturally had their own ways. Otherwise, how could they be big shots? On Suchen's side, he walked towards the main city with a few people, glancing at the talent section of the data panel. Talent upgrade requirements: kill 1,000 elite monsters, level requirement LV10 or above, current progress, 387/1000. Obviously, these 300 plus elite monsters were mostly accumulated in the treasure trove area. Currently, in order to upgrade his talent, he needed to defeat over 600 more elite monsters. Coincidentally, in his past life, he knew of a place where there were a lot of elite monsters. That place not only constantly refreshed elite monsters but was also a hidden instance. Originally, he planned to use that place as an alternative location to obtain rewards. Although letting hundreds of elite monsters consume his health was not as fast as being burned by magma, the burning magma feature was only discovered in the late game of his past life. He didn't know if it would work in the early game of this game. Now it was feasible. This hidden instance couldn't be wasted. After all, he hadn't forgotten. In the treasure trove area, he was teleported out due to destruction, which didn't meet the completion criteria. This was evident from not triggering the boss first kill title with double damage after killing the destruction clone. The destruction clone didn't belong to the boss, so naturally, it didn't count as completing the hidden instance. But this time, he wouldn't fail again. However, the location of this hidden instance was not around the Imperial City but outside the Holy City, which was also one of the 12 main cities. Fortunately, among the 12 main cities, they could use the teleportation array within the main city to travel to each other. As for the sub-cities below the main city, if they wanted to go there, they could only walk or spend gold coins to hire a carriage. In the blink of an eye, under Su Chen's leadership, they used the teleportation array and arrived at the holy city. Wow, I didn't expect this to be a main city too. It looks much busier than the imperial city. I thought there was only one main city. Just arriving in the holy city, Yoo-hoo was chattering like a little chick, not stopping. Not only her, even Suyu and the other two were also surprised to see the bustling scene before them. Su Chen twitched his mouth. Didn't you read the game introduction? There are 12 main cities in total, and this holy city is similar to the capital. Hearing this, everyone blushed at the same time. When they first entered the game, they all wanted to be ahead of the game, so they just skimmed through the game introduction. Alright, let's go. Oh, let's check out the mission hall first. Su Chen suddenly remembered that the missions in the mission hall refreshed at noon every 2 days. Today happened to be the 4th day since the main city opened, and it was already past noon. Soon, they arrived at the mission hall. Su Chen's gaze fell on the mission board. Oh, what a coincidence. Su Chen raised an eyebrow and locked onto a certain task. B-rank mission: help a certain official's family member in Cloud City resolve the rebels. Completion reward, 200 gold coins. After accepting the task, you can view the detailed content. Although this task was B-rank, players in the early game were not familiar with rebels and the like. It was more practical to accept a monster hunting task than to complete an unknown task. Therefore, this task remained unclaimed for a while. But Su Chen knew this B-rank mission was not simple at all. After all, how many B-rank missions have you seen that indirectly involve receiving divine blessings? Accept this task? Accept. As soon as Su Chen's voice fell, a task scroll appeared in his hand out of thin air. Put the task scroll into the backpack. Su Chen looked at a few people. Let's go, let's leave the holy city. Elbow. Su Chen led the way, and in a blink of an eye, a few people walked out of the holy city and headed north. About half an hour later, at the foot of an extremely towering giant mountain, just arrived. Roar. In a nearby cave, it seems to have sensed the presence of outsiders. One wolf-like monster after another surged out. At first glance, Demon Wolf, LV 15. Rank, Elite. Health, 1500. Attack, 150. Skills, Agility, Magic Blade, Stealth. Each demon wolf's head is not large. But in just a moment, inside the cave, nearly 100 elite demon wolves emerged one after another. Such a scene, even if I tell you directly, this cave is not simple. But if there is not a top team with all members at level 25 or above, and at least composed of 15 people, it is wishful thinking to approach the cave entrance. Not to mention rushing in. So many elite monsters. Master, shall we go? Zhao Dezhu clenched the fairy wand in his hand, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Now they each have 4 or 5 pieces of purple equipment, not to mention how eager they are for battle. Su Chen, upon hearing this, reached out and stood in front of Zhao Dezhu. Step back behind me and let me enjoy the experience alone. Joking, just because of the reward, Master has dropped several levels, can't I even regain some health? Then, Master, you go. As soon as Zhao Dezhu finished speaking, the group of wolves at the cave entrance, they were already attacking towards them. Su Chen didn't show any mercy either. Skill, Inferno Sea of Fire. Boom. 1388. 1400. In an instant, the demon wolves within the range of the Inferno Sea of Fire turned into ashes in an instant, without even a chance to scream. As the skill effect disappeared, the staff in Su Chen's hand appeared, and the rain-like basic attacks fell, killing whoever they touched. Gradually, Su Chen was no longer satisfied with the current situation. He went directly to the cave entrance and instantly killed. Demon Wolf, I won't show my head. Su Chen, I'm kidding with you, I can kill you even without showing your head. In a blink of an eye, more than 10 minutes passed. Inside the cave, the rate at which demon wolves respawn noticeably slowed down, and it seemed they were about to be drained. It seems that the elite monsters here are not infinite, but it's enough. Su Chen once again used the Inferno Sea of Fire. The next second. Hint, you have achieved the requirements for upgrading the talent. The percentage of level slashing has been increased to LV3. Su Chen quickly looked at the talent column. Initial slashing probability, 1%. His mouth twitched. The last time he upgraded the talent, he increased the initial slashing probability from 0.1% to 0.1%. Now it directly jumped to 1%? If this trend continues to increase, does that mean that the next upgrade, the initial probability will directly increase to 10%? At least 5% would be fine. Talent upgrade requirements. Kill 500 epic monsters, level requirement LV20 or above, current progress, 0 out of 500. This upgrade condition is quite challenging. Epic monsters above level 20. They are extremely rare around the main city. They can only wait to enter the Divine Meteor Mountain range. Su Chen glanced at the level leaderboard again. After killing more than 600 elite monsters, he had reached level 15. Of course, during this time, he also dropped more than 10 pieces of blue equipment and more than 80 pieces of green equipment, all of which were thrown into the guild warehouse. Su Chen turned his head and looked at Zhao Deju and the others behind him. Let's go, let's rush in, and if there are monsters blocking the way, just cut them down. As soon as they heard they could take action, the four of them were thrilled. Charge! Zhao Deju took the lead, wielding the fairy wand in his hand, and rushed into the cave. Su Yu, Ho Xiaoyu, and Bai Maluoli were unwilling to fall behind, and now Su Chen became a soy sauce maker. A few minutes later, the group walked in the empty and dark cave. From an unknown time, there were no wild monsters in this dark and damp area. At this moment, even the sound of water droplets falling from the cave ceiling could be heard clearly by everyone. It was simply terrifying. Where exactly are we? It feels so eerie. Su Yu held Su Chen's hand beside her and whispered, "Step, step, step." However, just as Su Yu's voice fell, a sound like a heavy object falling to the ground echoed continuously in the cave. What the heck? Zhao Deju and the others' pupils contracted, their bodies instinctively tensing up in this unknown situation. Su Chen squinted. Is it here? Hint, your team has entered a hidden instance. Once entered, you cannot exit. Hidden instance? Zhao Deju and the others also received a system prompt at the same time. But before they could think much, swish, the five of them felt a blur before their eyes. When they reacted, a giant demon wolf with a pitch-black body and 3 heads had appeared right in front of them. Roar! In the 3 demon wolf's 3 pairs of blood-red eyes, a hint of madness flashed. Without giving the group a chance to react, the sharp wolf claws fell towards the nearest member, Yu Rong, head-on. 1800. Oh my goodness! A huge force struck, and Yu Rong was knocked back more than 10 meters, hitting a hard rock wall. 200. With a wave of the 3-headed demon wolf's hand, Yu Rong, who was equipped with a full set of purple equipment, instantly lost nearly half of his health. If this had happened before, a single basic attack from the 3-headed demon wolf could have killed Bai Maluoli. Roar! Feeling the fragility of humans, the 3-headed demon wolf directly ignored Su Chen and the others in front of him, letting out a refreshing howl. A group of weaklings at level 10. Please me to your heart's content. Skill, Frost Art. Skill, Sea of Fire. 1423. 1420. The 3-headed demon wolf was stunned. It looked at the weak humans attacking it and a hint of disdain flashed in its eyes. What can you do with a bit higher damage? I am a level 27 demon. With over 100,000 health points, can you kill me instantly? Even if your health points are high, you are at most a slap in the face for me, a 15-level human. Thinking this, the 3-headed demon wolf acted decisively. It raised its wolf claws and struck towards the weak human in front of it. Boom! 1800. Health plus 258,100. 3-headed demon wolf. This isn't right, is it? Rock Beast, are you sweating bullets now, prisoner? Questioning the Rock Beast. Understanding the Rock Beast. Becoming the Rock Beast. At this moment, the 3-headed demon wolf admitted that it was completely panicked and sweating bullets. Even its eyes suddenly became clear, no different from the Rock Beast's eyes. With a terrifying regeneration of 26,000 health points per second, even a level 100 expert couldn't achieve this. Who wouldn't be frightened by such means? They thought they were kicking cotton, but ended up kicking a titanium steel plate? Howl! 3-headed demon wolf, Great One, please spare me. Unfortunately, Su Chen couldn't understand the language of beasts. Even if he could, he would probably just recite a death spell to liven things up. While Su Chen was educating the 3-headed demon wolf on this side, Su Yu also stepped forward quickly and pulled Bai Maluoli, who was stuck in the rock wall, down. Yuyo, are you okay? Yu Rong rubbed her arm. Ouch. It hurts so much. Why did this dog pick on me to beat up? Could it be that you think I'm easy to bully? Su Yu, you do look, indeed easy to bully. However, there may be another reason, such as, it feels good to slap? Hiss. I can't take it, I have to punch it to vent, or else I'll feel suffocated in my chest. Yuyo said, as she moved forward. But before she could get close to the 3-headed demon wolf, triggered talent successfully. Oh, a step too late, got killed by the big shot. Yuyo's mouth twitched, and she waved her hand against the rock wall as if venting. Ouch! Why are there bumps on it? It hurts. Congratulations on leading the team to achieve the server's unique achievement, first clear of the hidden instance. The system is about to make a server-wide announcement. Do you want to hide your ID? Congratulations on leading the team to kill the hidden boss, three-headed demon wolf. The system is about to make a server-wide announcement. Do you want to hide your ID? No. With Su Chen's veto. At this moment, the vast number of players once again saw the familiar server-wide announcement. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to Player Emperor for leading the team to achieve the server's unique achievement, first clear of the hidden instance. Special rewards, random red equipment x1, contribution points x 50,000, gold coins x 5,000, free attribute points x 20. The above rewards have been sent to the team leader's backpack. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to players Emperor, Missing, Hoxiaoyu, Yuyo, Caribbean Depiller for becoming the first team in this server to kill the hidden boss, three-headed demon wolf. Special rewards for each person, recast stone x1, meteorite iron x5, gold coins x 1000, LV20 blue equipment x3. Join the guild members, additional rewards, contribution points x 5000. All players on the server? Numb, now I'm completely numb. Just a server-wide announcement, nothing surprising. Not fair, I'm only level 10, and someone already got level 20 equipment? 3 pieces of red equipment, all taken by this big shot. I'm sure he has a system now. Sob, in reality, I'm just an NPC, but in the game too? Let's think differently. This level of big shot is probably only in our dragon country. Wait for the server merge in the future. When the cross-server battle starts, this big shot will definitely bring glory to our country. Requesting the Divine Realm officials to merge servers quickly. We are already used to being crushed. Want to see foreigners being bullied by big shots. Me too. +1. +1. The world channel at this moment is in chaos. All players tacitly appeal to the Divine Realm officials to merge servers. After all, they can't compete with their own server's resources. They are numerous. Can't they go grab resources from other servers? Just like the Little Sun country. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Su Chen looked at the items dropped by the boss in front of him, raising an eyebrow involuntarily. As they say, every hidden instance has its own uniqueness, and this hidden instance is no exception. Boss drops, title x1, B-grade skill x1, gold coins x 1000, meteorite iron x10, LV20 blue equipment x4, LV20 green equipment x9. Obviously, killing the boss drops a title. That's the uniqueness of this instance. Title, suck. Wearing this title grants 6% all-around lifesteal. B-grade skill, group healing. Oh, this skill can be kept. As for the title, life steal, does it add a fraction of health every second? Probably not even a fraction of a fraction? Depiller, this one's for you. Among them, no one is more suitable for this title than Depiller. Zhao Dizhu took the title and exclaimed with joy, Master, this title is awesome. Hearing this, Su Chen smiled but didn't say anything. At this moment, a system prompt appeared in front of them. Prompt, this hidden instance will disappear in 3 minutes. Players, please evacuate quickly. Su Chen looked at the others and said, let's go out first. We can open the red equipment later. Soon, the 5 of them quickly left the cave and returned to the foot of the mountain. This hidden instance is really amazing. The entrance actually disappeared? There is no trace of it at all. Just as they came out, Yu Yuron looked at the spot where the entrance was covered by rocks, looking surprised. Indeed. Ho Xiaoyu also looked around. Suyu on the side twitched his mouth. Now is not the time to care about this. Aren't you curious about this red equipment? As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes turned to Su Chen, curious about what this red equipment could do. Seeing this, Su Chen didn't hesitate. He opened his backpack and slid his finger. Congratulations, you have obtained Thunder Staff. Level, LV10. Effect 1, Magic Power plus 220. Effect 2, Attack plus 150. Effect 3, Critical Hit Rate plus 5%. Effect 4, Attack Range plus 7. Skill effect, every time you make a basic attack, it will trigger a thunder chain effect hitting the 8 nearest enemy targets, dealing 10% of magic power damage. Su Chen? At the moment he saw this red equipment, Su Chen was stunned. Basic attacks hitting the 8 nearest enemy targets with a thunder chain effect. Isn't this like an electric knife? Wait. If he remembered correctly, his percentage kill talent was triggered by basic attacks. And this skill effect, it also depends on basic attacks. Boldly assuming, if he wears this red equipment and triggers the percentage kill talent, will the 8 enemy targets hit by the thunder chain also be killed? In fact, Su Chen already had an answer in his heart to this question. After all, when the Frost Art skill is released, it also depends on basic attacks. And he remembered that every time he used this skill, the talent could still stack when making basic attacks. In other words, although the percentage kill talent needs to be stacked and triggered by basic attacks, as long as it is related to basic attacks, even skills released by basic attacks can still trigger it. However, skills are skills. They may be different from equipment skills. Whether it can be as he thought. Trying it out will reveal the truth. Thinking of this, the golden scepter in Su Chen's hand was instantly replaced by a staff surrounded by lightning. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened, and Zhao Deju couldn't help but ask, "Master, is this a newly obtained red equipment?" Su Chen nodded. "Luck is okay, I got a mage's weapon, which can also be used by fellow mage professions. The 4 of them. Is this considered okay luck? With so many professions, getting usable red equipment is already extremely lucky, right? If this plot were in a novel, it would be a perfect power fantasy." At this moment, Su Chen opened the map and locked onto a nearby monster spawn point, saying, "Let's go, let's test its power." Hearing this, the others also became interested. In a blink of an eye, the 5 of them arrived at a small forest not far away, where there were a dozen slimes spawning. Pata pata. Watching the harmless slimes bouncing around, Su Chen decisively waved the staff in his hand. 466. 457. In the moment when a series of attacks landed on one of the slimes. Boom! 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 Thunderbolts as thick as thighs struck the other 8 slimes nearby in an instant. 168. 168. The original damage of a thunderbolt was 56, but with the blessing of destruction, it increased to 168. Combining with each basic attack to launch a thunderbolt, it only took a second. On average, each slime enjoyed scenes of more than 10 lightning strikes simultaneously, which was simply too shocking. Talent not triggered, execution probability plus 0. 1%, plus 0. 1%, plus 0. 1%. Looking at the rows of prompts in front of him, Su Chen felt not excited, it was fake. Since the answer in his heart was correct. That also meant that, as long as the conditions were sufficient, it was feasible to execute 8 enemy targets at once. However, most bosses appeared individually, and groups of small monsters could be easily defeated even without talents. So for now, this Thunder Chain only served the purpose of quickly clearing small monsters for himself. As for the future, who knows? At this moment, Ho Xiaoyu looked at the scorched ground and, recovering from the shock, directly questioned life, "Is this a weapon skill? It's too outrageous." Zhao Deju widened his eyes and nodded, "Yeah, even ashes were not spared, isn't this too harsh?" The other 2 women on the side were also speechless at the sight of the lightning. In their minds, there were only 2 words. That is, foul play. Seeing the appearance of the few people, Su Chen shared the weapon skill and said lightly, "For all mages, this skill is not even considered ordinary. After all, mages rely on burst damage skills. How many mages rely on basic attacks for damage?" Indeed. Zhao Deju looked at the skill description, scratched his head and said, "It is indeed the right skill, encountering the right person. If this weapon were to be used by another mage, the power might not even reach 1,000th of masters." It turned out that the abnormality was not the skill. It was the master. All right. Su Chen looked at the few people. "I have a task to do next. What are your plans?" Hearing this, Zhao Deju took the lead. "Since master has a task to do, I will go level up by killing monsters." Ho Xiaoyu nodded. "I'll do the same." Su Chen looked at the 2 women. After pondering for a while, he said, "I want to do tasks, take some tasks to earn attribute points, and try to max out my defense points." Suyu saw her boss looking over and quickly said, "I haven't done any tasks in the main city yet, I'll accompany Rongjie. If the boss is doing a task, she won't cause trouble." Seeing Rongjie nod in agreement, Su Chen glanced at the time. It was just after 1 in the afternoon. Before it gets dark, it should be done. "Okay, if there's time after the task is done, I'll message you. For now, let's act on our own." Su Chen finished speaking, and naturally, the few people did not dare to object. They were followers. Whatever the boss said, goes. Whatever the boss wants, they give. No problem. Goodbye, boss. Master, I will miss you. Su Chen. There was no need for this. Soon, the 2 women set off on the road back to the main city, while Zhao Deju and the others went to find a suitable monster grinding spot. Su Chen took out the task scroll. Glancing at the specific information, the task showed that insurgents would attack the officials' families in Cloud City. What he needed to do was to protect the families and kill the attackers. Recalling the memories in his mind, although they were already somewhat blurry, but he knew the general idea. Subsequently, Su Chen put on a double mask and activated the flying wings skill, heading straight to his destination. Of course, he didn't waste time during the journey. After allocating all the attribute points he obtained to attack speed, he organized his backpack and looked at the newly acquired skill. Group healing. Heal friendly units within range for 2% of your maximum health per second, lasting for 5 seconds. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, impressed by the skill. With nearly 90,000 health, healing for 5 seconds meant a base of 400,000. And this was without leveling up yet, not to mention it was a group healing skill. After learning the skill, Su Chen opened the guild panel. With 2 first kills of bosses and 1 hidden dungeon achievement, the guild contribution points had exceeded 100,000. He decisively clicked to upgrade. Guild level has been raised to LV7. Insufficient contribution points needed for next upgrade, 80,000. Current contribution points, 67,000. Looking at the bonus section, all 5 additional enhancements had reached 9%. Upgrading the guild is still a slow process, Su Chen muttered to himself. In the blink of an eye, an hour later, in front of the Lei family mansion in Yuncheng, Su Chen smirked. The show is about to begin. Who goes there? As soon as Su Chen appeared at the entrance of the Lei family mansion, 2 guards approached cautiously. Seeing this, Su Chen took out a task scroll and said, "Here for a task, please report to the master." "You watch him, I'll report to the master," one of the guards said to the other before quickly entering the mansion. After a while, the gates of the Lei family mansion opened, and a young man with short yellow hair and extraordinary attire walked out. Lei Jia, LV8. Occupation, none. Health, 500/500. Mana, 100/100. Skills, none. Such a neat data panel. It's the first time I've seen one like this. Young master, the guard bowed. Lei Jia nonchalantly responded and then looked Su Chen up and down. "You're here to work? Oh, the mask looks good." Lei Jia complimented as he snatched the mask from Su Chen and put it on his face. Su Chen frowned, about to teach him a lesson, but then, when he saw the nickname above Lei Jia's head change to Slaughter All Under Heaven, his pupils constricted. What the heck? Others couldn't wear the mask, right? Wait, this Lei Jia is an NPC. Could it be? Su Chen laughed. He was excited. He didn't expect this loophole. In the next moment, before the 2 guards could react, Su Chen's slap was as fast as lightning. Smack! 550. Lei Jia fell to the ground. The mask returned to Su Chen's hand. Although this task would involve contacting the divine blessing, it didn't mean he had to complete it to do so. On the contrary, if he completed the task, he wouldn't be able to access the divine blessing. So, since he arrived here, he had no intention of completing the task. Congratulations on killing the wanted target, Slaughter All Under Heaven, and receiving the reward, Purple Equipment X1. Ha ha. I killed myself with this move. Not bad, right? You. Watching their young master being killed with a slap, the 2 guards were dumbfounded. Su Chen put the mask back on and looked at them playfully. "Do you want to die? I can make your wish come true." Thud. The 2 guards knelt down. "Big brother, we didn't see anything." Lei Jia tripped and fell on his own. "Yes, big brother, we only have 30 gold coins a month. What kind of life is this? Please spare us." Su Chen smiled, took out 2 gold coins from his backpack and threw them to the 2, saying, "Dispose of the body, understand?" With that, he walked towards the mansion, casting a discreet glance at the small grove not far from the mansion. A smirk played on his lips. These 2 unlucky fellows. But someone helped him kill. In front of the mansion gates, the 2 guards saw that Su Chen had completely disappeared. One of the tall and thin guards, looking at the lifeless body of Lei Jia in front of him, tremblingly said, Should we report to the master? The old master is an official in Yunqing. This matter is probably." The guard with a stern face interrupted sharply, "Are you stupid? The young master of the Lei family was killed in front of us. Do you think we can get away with it if we report it? Take the gold coins and run." "Yes, let's run quickly." The 2 made up their minds, disregarded Lei Jia's body on the ground, and ran towards the small grove. But as soon as they entered the grove, before they could run far, swish! With a sound of breaking through the air, the throats of the 2 guards were simultaneously held at knife point by a sharp dagger. "Speak! Who just entered?" A cold voice sounded from behind. The guard with a stern face trembled and said, "The main city came to do a task, please spare." Before he could finish his words, the dagger slashed his throat. The 2 fell to the ground. "Big brother, what should we do? The masked one doesn't seem friendly, should we still proceed?" Disregarding the official's family, if the young master of the Lei family says kill, then kill, maybe. We can act in advance. On the other side, after entering the mansion, Su Chen found the person in charge of the Lei family through inquiries with the maids here. In a quaint room, the head of the family, Lei Chang, looked at Su Chen and frowned. "Where is Lei Jia? Didn't I ask him to come and meet you?" Su Chen bluntly replied, "Oh, he said he had something to do in the west and went alone." Indeed, he went to the west. This doesn't count as lying, right? At this critical moment, Lei Cheng looked at the maid at the door and shouted, "Go and bring that brat back." Yes. As the maid left, Lei Cheng glanced outside the room and then turned to Su Chen, asking, "Why are you alone?" Su Chen shrugged, "Is it strange for me to come alone for a 200 gold coin task? 200 gold coins may not be a small amount for normal players or some ordinary mercenary groups in the game. But who said he was normal? After all, which normal player can defeat various bosses every day and clear dungeons? Hearing this, Lei Cheng's face darkened. "You dare to take on a B-rank mission alone? I'll give you two choices now, either bring people to me immediately, or cancel the mission and compensate me with 500 gold coins. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences." Su Chen frowned and glanced at the interface. Only in his 20s, yet such a temper? The several bosses we encountered in their 20s didn't have such a temper as you. TSK. It's probably too late now. Lei Cheng furrowed his brows. "What do you mean?" Su Chen said casually, "They have already arrived, hiding outside your house, a total of 7 people all above level 25. Do you think it's still in time?" He added, "If I leave, even if the old man in the city who is an official comes, I'm afraid he won't be able to do anything, especially since he's not here. The gap between the officials in the small city and those at the national level is not insignificant. The minimum standard for a main city level official is level 60. As for this small city, it's capped at level 30. What?" Upon hearing this, Lei Cheng immediately panicked. "Actually, this matter is easily resolved," Su Chen said, revealing his own health panel. This. Lei Cheng widened his eyes. Did he see it correctly? Over 4 million health points? How could a god of this level come to him? Could it be that his father had buttered up top officials? After realizing this, Lei Cheng quickly changed his gloomy expression and even slapped himself a few times. Sorry, I offended you, please save my Lei family." Su Chen sat down on the sofa and said casually, "Saving your Lei family is not impossible, but it will cost extra." Upon hearing the words "it will cost extra," Lei Cheng visibly hesitated. "How much? How much do you want?" Su Chen looked at him. "How much do you have?" "Ha?" Lei Cheng was at a loss, feeling greatly wronged at this moment. "You can't do this. Compared to your wealth, the savings of my Lei family are nothing. Please just help my Lei family. For you, this is something easily solvable." Upon hearing this, Su Chen smiled. Indeed, like father, like son. The son is young and lacks manners. Being a bit mischievous is forgivable. It would be better to be born as a cat or a dog in the next life. But Lei Cheng, as the father, is a fucking idiot. Su Chen looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. "You provide the money, I'll handle the matter. This is only fair. Why can't I do it this way?" "What? Just because I can easily solve this matter, should I unconditionally help your Lei family? Do I owe you?" Lei Cheng choked. After hesitating for a moment, he realized he was in the wrong. Lei Cheng slowly extended 3 fingers, then, "I'll offer this, how about it?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow. 300,000 gold coins? 300,000? Are you using gold coins as food? Lei Cheng said, 3,000 gold coins. Su Chen stood up slowly and walked to the window, looking outside. 3,000? That makes it difficult for me. Lei Cheng hurriedly came up behind Su Chen, looking embarrassed. "There really isn't more. This is all the savings my Lei family can currently offer. Please be kind." Hearing this, Su Chen didn't bother to respond but instead looked at a large tree not far outside the window and said slowly, "You've trampled on the flowers and plants, do you want to continue hiding?" As soon as he finished speaking, 7 members of the rebellious faction, all dressed in black robes and assassins by profession, appeared out of thin air next to the large tree. Seeing this scene and feeling the aura emanating from the 7 individuals, Lei Cheng instinctively took a step back. 10,000 gold coins, this is all the wealth my Lei family has. In addition, any of the young ladies or maids in my Lei family, you can take whichever one you like. Obviously, faced with money and life, Lei Cheng chose the latter. Now feeling anxious? Su Chen teased, "But what if I suddenly want 500,000 gold coins?" At that moment, Lei Cheng was almost overwhelmed with anger. But before he could say anything, one of the rebels nearby took 2 steps forward and said to Su Chen bluntly, "Brother, I see you don't have a good impression of these officials and their families, otherwise you wouldn't have just killed that guy with the yellow hair. How about joining us? Of course, if you don't want to join, we can offer 1,000 gold coins as payment for this task." Pointing to Lei Cheng behind Su Chen, the rebel grinned, "And we'll take his life." This plot is very familiar. In the previous life, the group of civilian players who took on this task were considered wise men. Not only did they help the rebels eliminate Lei Cheng, but they also chose to join the rebel organization. And later on, one of these players not only received a divine blessing within the organization, but also created the feared hunter guild that made countless players tremble. The purpose of this guild is to specifically shelter players with high infamy and hunt down the rest of the players. All of this was revealed by a member of the management of the Hunter Guild. It is even said that the divine blessing obtained by their leader is related to hunting. It seems to be hunting other players, permanently enhancing their own strength. So, Su Chen came this time. He wanted to test the authenticity. If it's true, he can get a clue to another divine blessing, and if it's false, he can also make contact with this rebel organization. After all, his biggest task is to destroy the entire dragon ancient country. If he happens to be on the same side, it might be helpful to him, right? Thinking of this, Su Chen turned to look at Lei Cheng behind him and said with a smile, "Look, they are more sincere than you. They gave 1,000 gold coins without doing anything. Who should I help?" Listening to Su Chen's somewhat unfriendly tone, Lei Cheng took a few steps back, his voice full of fear. If you kill me, you will be wanted. Do you want to collude with these underground rats?" "Oh, wanted?" Su Chen's smile gradually became more sinister. "Lord Lei, you may not know my name, but the title of Butcher of the World, as a member of an official family, you should have heard of it, right?" As soon as these words came out, whether it was Lei Cheng in the room or the rebels outside the window, their pupils contracted. Butcher of the World? This is a figure who was wanted at the highest level by the entire dragon ancient country. Who wouldn't know? Only heard of the name, never seen the person. You, could it be? What have you done to my son?" Lei Cheng, who reacted first, had already retreated to the doorway at this moment, looking at Su Chen with fear in his eyes. The skill of investigation is a skill that the natives of the Divine Realm world must reach at least level 70 to learn. Otherwise, Su Chen would not have been exposed now. It seems that Lord Lei is not stupid. Su Chen approached step by step, the smile on his lips becoming more friendly. "Lord Lei, have you ever heard a saying? I don't eat beef." As soon as the words fell, before Lei Cheng could turn and run, skill, Inferno Sea of Fire. Boom! In just a few seconds, the entire house was engulfed in flames, the servants fled in all directions, and Lei Cheng was reduced to ashes in the Sea of Fire. Outside the house, the leader of the rebels, who was named first, was the first to recover from the shock. He looked at Su Chen, who teleported out of the house, and hurriedly stepped forward to compliment, "Sir, I didn't expect you to be the one wanted by the ancient country as the Butcher of the World. Your name is well known to us. It seems that you, sir, also have no great affection for the maggots of the current dragon ancient country." With that, he first gestured to the few people behind him. Seeing them leave, he smiled and said, "I wonder if you are interested in our rebel organization?" Su Chen looked at him. "I am a little interested, but, with your words, I can rest assured. In terms of sincerity, our organization is absolutely top-notch." "Oh, is that so?" After a while, "Boss, these are the 20,000 gold coins we looted from the Lei family's treasury. What are you looking at me for? Give it to the sir." Soon, when several large bags of coins were placed in front of Su Chen, the leader of the rebel team smirked. "Your Excellency, the person was killed by you, so you should take these coins. Besides this." As he spoke, he took out 2,000 coins from a regular prop bag and placed them in one of the bags. "Your Excellency, I am just a squad leader. I can't even climb up to the management level of the organization, so I can only show this sincerity." Seeing this, Su Chen raised an eyebrow. You are really going all out." He reached out and patted the other person's shoulder. "Young man, I have high hopes for you. What should I call you?" "Your Excellency can call me Zayabinzi." "Good. With your sincerity, I must visit your organization." Su Chen casually put the coins from the large bags into his backpack and asked, "Young man, do you usually operate at the organization's base?" Hearing that Your Excellency meant to join the organization, Zayabinzi was overjoyed. If the management of the branch, or even the elders or the leader of the organization, knew that he had recruited such a strong person for the organization, wouldn't they reward him generously? "Your Excellency, this is the landmark of our organization's branch. Please remember it." "No problem." Soon, Su Chen learned the location of the organization's branch. Not far away, another member of the rebel group ran over in a hurry. "Boss, I found a purple equipment in the vault's separate layer, a rare item." As this younger brother ran over, he was holding a piece of purple equipment, the rarest chest armor among several parts. Zayabinzi frowned. "What are you looking at me for? Give it to Your Excellency." "Your Excellency, here you go." The younger brother handed the purple equipment to Su Chen respectfully. Seeing Zayabinzi's full sincerity, Su Chen took the purple equipment and checked its attributes. It added health, mana, and mana regeneration per second. Not bad, although it was not the most suitable for a paladin. having it was better than not having it. However, what surprised him was that the landlords in this small place had tens of thousands of coins and purple equipment. What about the wealthy families in the major cities, or even in the holy city? Wouldn't they? At that moment, Su Chen discovered a new continent. In the past, in order to avoid being wanted and unable to enter the main city, normal players basically did not interact with NPCs. But now, was he afraid of being wanted? Since these NPCs were all rich. If they were all rich, then I will dominate the world. But I have to stop eating beef. Your Excellency, we have almost finished looting here, shall we return to the branch? Zaya Binzi tentatively asked. Okay, but I will go ahead, Su Chen said, spreading his wings and floating in the air. Goodbye, Your Excellency. Goodbye. Several younger brothers also shouted. Su Chen, this is ridiculous. If you can't talk, then don't speak. In a blink of an eye, half an hour later, on a mountain ridge, a magnificent fortress stood firmly. At this moment, the crowd inside the fortress was sparse, as if they were all out on missions. However, as soon as Su Chen flew into the fortress, a sharp spear attacked him from somewhere, aiming straight for his face. Ha! He frowned, instinctively dodging the spear by tilting his head. Swish! The spear passed by, its whereabouts unknown. Su Chen landed and looked around at the people who had surrounded him in a short time. I am not your enemy, and this landmark was also told to me by your organization members. They want me to join you. But before he could finish speaking, Humph! Our organization is not something any Tom, Dick, and Harry can join. A scar-faced man walked out of the crowd, waving his hand as the long spear he had shot out returned to his hand. Oh, is that so? Stop the nonsense, who knows if you are a spy sent by those parasites? Let's have a fight first. Scarface spoke quickly, taking a sudden step appearing in front of Su Chen, the long spear thrusting straight at him. And then, 1277. Health plus 258,100. Everyone who saw the scene was shocked. At this moment, every face was filled with astonishment. 250,000 health points? Scarface's hand trembled, almost breaking into a falsetto. However, the next second, when Su Chen revealed his extremely high health points to everyone. 400,000 plus? Scarface struggled to swallow his saliva. His legs couldn't stop trembling. Since you want to die, I can grant your wish. The thunderous staff appeared in Su Chen's hand. Thunder surrounded it, and its imposing manner was so powerful that one could tell at a glance. It was an epic item. Please stop. A woman's voice suddenly rang out from not far away. But it was too late. As Su Chen's basic attacks fell at a rate of dozens per second, coincidentally, the talent for killing directly triggered. In the astonished gazes of the surrounding crowd, this was simply a godlike auto-attack, directly taking down the scar-faced man in his 30s. In seconds? Thud! The scar-faced man's body fell to the ground. Su Chen took a look. Oh, a purple item dropped too? Although these purple boots were of no use to him, but they could be useful for the guild's treasury. After casually tossing the purple boots into the guild warehouse, Su Chen looked at the red-haired woman who had just spoken. Dina, LV 41. Occupation, Fire Mage. Health, 63,000/63,000. Mana, 20,000/20,000. Spell power, 1660. Skills. In her early 40s, her stats were not bad in this level range. Are you part of the management here? Hearing this, Dina's forehead broke out in cold sweat. She slightly bowed to Su Chen. Why yes, Your Excellency. Dina was particularly nervous. What did she just witness? Health points recovering 25,000 per second, a total health of over 4 million, and a 30-plus level scar-faced man being taken down in seconds with a wave of a hand? This was unbelievable. At least a level 100 godlike figure, right? Their organization's leader was only level 98. When did their organization provoke such a high-level existence? Was she going to be in trouble today? I heard that you have the divine blessing here? Su Chen spoke lightly, getting straight to the point. Dina trembled, instinctively taking a half step back, her eyes filled with fear. We are just a small branch, how could we have any clues about the divine blessing? Oh, Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Oh, hearing Dina's words, a smirk appeared on Su Chen's face under the mask. But your eyes deceived me. And I mentioned the divine blessing, but not a single word about clues. With that, Su Chen revealed the nickname above his head to everyone, saying lightly, perhaps, we were never enemies to begin with. So, this red-haired lady, you don't want to die either, right? If you don't want to die, then behave. Oops, got off track. At this moment, Dina looked at the 4 words above the person's head, her pupils shrinking. Slay. Slay all under heaven? This godlike figure, who was the top wanted target of the Dragon Empire, had been searched for by the organization in recent days, wanting to invite him to join. But never did they expect that he would stand before them now? Just a moment of stunned silence. When Dina realized what was happening, she looked at the organization members around her, who were equally shocked, before she could say anything. The members understood instantly and quickly evacuated. Soon, only 2 people were left in the area. Suchen smiled and said, "What, have you figured it out?" He didn't expect that a casual bluff would actually yield results. On Dina's beautiful face, there was a touch of a bitter smile. "Strength is respected, but please keep your word. After I hand over the item, don't kill me, and don't harm the organization members." Suchen retracted the staff in his hand and said in a calm tone, "This is not a threat, we are just engaging in a fair exchange. I will use your life to exchange for the clue of the sacred blessing in your hands, isn't that right?" Just as Dina said, strength is respected, and he could have killed and plundered, but he chose to exchange fairly, using Dina's life to exchange for Dina's possession. He was too saintly. Saintly. 6. "You are right," Dina said, taking out a scroll from her bag. "This clue of the sacred blessing was obtained by accident before. It only marks a location inside. I sent several batches of people there, but none returned alive." Suchen took the scroll and opened it. Indeed, it marked a location, seemingly in a crevice of the Divine Meteor Mountains. It seems that after reaching level 30, he must first explore this place. As Suchen put the scroll into his backpack, Dina tentatively asked, "God of Slaughter, may I ask, where did you get the information about the sacred blessing clue on me?" Suchen, "No." Dina, "God, I beg you, considering the clue." Suchen paused. "Oh, this red-haired woman who looks cold and aloof can also act coquettishly? But considering the clue." Suchen didn't bother to explain and threw the question back, "Are you sure no one in the organization besides you knows about this?" As soon as he finished speaking, Dina decisively shook her head, "Absolutely impossible. I obtained the clue before joining the organization, and as for those I sent to investigate the clue's location, I only instructed them to explore and did not tell them the purpose of the trip. And within the entire organization, the only person I admire and trust is the leader. I was originally planning to tell her about this, but about a week ago, the leader disappeared." Suchen raised an eyebrow. "About a week ago? Wasn't that the day the Divine Realm opened? Wait, why did I suddenly think of this? Maybe I'm too sensitive to coincidences." At this point, after Dina finished speaking, she pondered for a while and muttered to herself, "Could it be someone survived at the location? And learned something?" Hearing this, Suchen's mouth twitched. This woman is really paranoid. Tisk, for this question, just consider it a guess. With that, Suchen turned to look outside the fortress. Dina was taken aback. A guess? Who would believe that? Even if it were true, why guess me? Why guess that I, a branch manager, have the clue of the sacred blessing on me? Wait, could it be that the god has a way of foreseeing things? Ha! God, wait, don't leave. Dina thought Suchen was about to leave as he turned around. She hurriedly took out a purple stone from her bag and said earnestly, "God of Slaughter, since you are also not on good terms with the people of the Dragon Ancient Country, why don't we form an alliance?" "Of course. I am not qualified to discuss forming an alliance with you, but our leader is." Speaking of this, Dina handed the purple stone in her hand to Suchen. "Please accept this, wait for our leader to return. I will contact you through it as soon as possible." Suchen looked at the purple stone. It was just an ordinary communication stone. Players could contact each other through friends. Naturally, they didn't need this thing. But then again, the organization had the same goal as him. Perhaps it would be useful in the future. After all, inheriting the legacy of the predecessors. No, it should be passing on. We cannot shirk our responsibilities. Thinking of this, Suchen took the communication stone. He looked at the time now. Since the goal was achieved, it was time to go back. "No problem, we can discuss the alliance in detail when the leader of your organization returns. Until we meet again." With that, Suchen teleported into the air in an instant, then spread his wings and flew towards the direction of the main city. The main city was different from the newbie village. In the newbie village, to cater to the gaming experience of new players, no matter where you were when you logged out, you would return to the resurrection altar. But once you entered the main city, wherever you logged out, you would log back in at the same place. When you left the main city to do tasks, you could only return to the main city in the same way. Truly a top-tier god, clearly capable of teleporting tens of thousands of meters in an instant, yet still chooses to fly slowly to enjoy the scenery around. Watching Suchen's back, Dina said she wasn't envious, but that was fake. But if she knew that the god in front of her was actually just a player who hadn't even reached level 20, What would she think then? In the blink of an eye, half an hour later. At this moment, Su Chen, who was still flying towards the main city, suddenly slowed down when he saw the name of the small town beneath him on the map. Panchur Town? Isn't this the location where the first world boss in the divine realm appeared? After marking the location decisively, Su Chen checked the time again, then opened his friend list and sent a message to Deju and the others. Half an hour later, gather in the main city. However, as soon as he finished sending the message, a system-wide announcement shocked all players once again. System-wide announcement. Congratulations to players for becoming the first team on this server to kill the boss, Flame Lion. Each person is rewarded, Recast Stone X1, Meteorite Iron X5, Gold Coins X1000, Forging Crystal X1. At this moment, in the World Channel. Am I seeing this right? Besides Emperor and Butcher, the first player on the server to get the first boss kill has appeared. Wow, 2 girls got the first kill? How can us guys handle this? Not long ago, I saw this female player in the main city. I can only say she looks really beautiful. Wow. Love it, love it. A female player with looks, legs, and figure, who wouldn't like her? Who knows the location of the female player's house? I am a natural dog. I want to go and bring breakfast to the goddess. Goddess, please bring breakfast for my boyfriend too, and bring a t-shirt, it must be super thin. Dogs are only worthy of listening outside. He's not even worthy of listening. 6. Glancing at the World Channel. The players were in chaos. Su Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He didn't expect that he and Suyu would encounter a boss while just doing a task. However, if the boss encountered his little Yu, it would definitely be in trouble. Meeting himself was fine. The boss would suffer for at most a minute. But encountering little Yu, with over 4 million health points, you could hit it, and it wouldn't make a sound. The boss knew it couldn't be killed. It had to watch itself being slowly worn down in utter despair. Ding! Just then, in the friend list, Suyu sent him a message. Missing you, how cool am I, right? They all call me the top female boss in the server, hee hee. Proud. JPG, seeing this, Su Chen replied with a smile. Me, impressive, impressive. I hope when the 2 of us do a solo offline, you can be just as impressive. Missing you, come on, who's afraid of who? If you have the ability, make me unable to get out of bed, blah blah blah. Su Chen frowned. Oh, when face to face. I've never seen Xiaoyu be so cheeky. Even though he had been taking care of her closely at night for the past 3 days, his hand had touched places it shouldn't have. But this girl just blushed, silently consenting. Is she being flirtatious now? Me, if you say that, I'll log off immediately and bring you out of the virtual warehouse. Missing you, don't, my injuries above haven't healed yet, can't let the ones below. Seeing this, Su Chen decisively closed the chat box, because if the contents below were posted online, it definitely wouldn't pass the review. Alright, playing like this, huh? Every time on the edge of review, testing crazily. Don't blame me in the future, I also tested crazily on your edge. I'm just, ugh. Throwing out the distractions in my mind, Su Chen flew towards the direction of the main city. In the blink of an eye, half an hour later, at the city gate of the holy city, Zhao Daiju and his 4 companions had already arrived. And among them, Suyu was acting as if nothing had happened, chatting away with Yu Rome on the side. From the surface, you couldn't tell the inner thoughts of this goddess. She was actually a little naughty. Master. At this moment, Zhao Daiju was the first to notice Su Chen flying in from a distance and quickly greeted him loudly. Soon, when Su Chen landed and took off his mask, Zhao Daiju stepped forward, curious. Master, how did your mission go? Su Chen nodded. It went pretty well. Hearing this, Zhao Daiju was excited. In these 3 hours, Little Rain and I were exceptionally smooth. With the purple equipment you gave us, we both leveled up by 2.5 levels. Little Rain nodded beside him. Su Chen looked at Suyu beside the white-haired lowly and teased, if it goes smoothly, will your master be smooth too? My master has already cleared the boss first, and is known as the top female boss in the server. Suyu blushed and quickly took the initiative to hold her boss's arm. Don't talk about me, that was just luck. What should we do next? Su Chen looked speechless. Where did that proud attitude in the chat go? Turn into a little kitten as soon as we meet? However, after hearing Xiaoyu's words, Deju and the others also looked at him expectantly. Su Chen said straightforwardly, the healer who is supposed to give you a shot will probably arrive in a little over an hour. So let's run some hell-level dungeons in this hour. We might level up, and if we're lucky, we might get purple equipment. Besides that, halfway through, Su Chen looked at them mysteriously. For the next 4 days, I've already planned out what we need to do, divided into 3 stages. 3 stages? Upon hearing this, Zhao Daiju immediately perked up. What are the 3 stages, master? Yeah, tell us, boss. Zhao Dezhu and the others, along with Su Yu's eager eyes, made Su Chen a bit overwhelmed. Stage 1 is tomorrow. We need to level up and aim to clear the level 20 dungeon first. Zhao Dezhu and the others were stunned. Wow. Stage 1 is already this intense? What about the other 2 stages? Well, I'll tell you after we clear the level 20 dungeon first. Speaking, Su Chen took the lead and walked towards the holy city. Let's go, let's level up first. The more exciting stuff is still ahead. By the way, Su Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks. He took out the purple armor from his backpack and looked at Dezhu. Here, unexpectedly obtained mission, put it on. Master, I knew you were good to me. Zhao Dezhu took the purple equipment, didn't even look at the attributes, and directly put it on. After finishing, he also looked at Ho Xiaoyu beside him, raised his eyebrows. Now Master Zhu has a full set of purple equipment, jealous? Ho Xiaoyu, _ Zhao Dezhu? The group of 5 entered the holy city. After these few hours, there were obviously more players in the major main cities, and there were even many teams of players over level 10 challenging the level 10 dungeons in groups. However, the few people arrived at the dungeon's secret realm. In an instant, gazes were cast towards them, followed by the discussions of the surrounding onlookers. Oh my, the top players on the combat power ranking list are here? Quickly take a picture and post it on Douyin, it might go viral. No, Tujin Tianxia is not here. Brother, don't you go online? There are already bloggers analyzing that Tujin Tianxia and D are actually the same person. Really or fake? As long as the gifts are in place. The old thief is the production team. Let you pout here. Although the analysis of that blogger is reasonable, until there is solid evidence, I will remain skeptical. Contemporary netizens are getting smarter. Have you ever thought that Tujin Tianxia is a wanted criminal? He couldn't even enter the main city originally, right? Makes sense. Suddenly realized. Wow, D is so handsome, I want to be pouted by him. Ha, why is that misthought staring at me? Yeah, she looks fierce, unlike me, I only know how to pamper Gigi. Just as the surrounding players were discussing. Suddenly, the figures of a dozen or so people appeared out of thin air several meters away from Su Chen and the others. At first glance, Su Chen raised his eyebrows, because the leader of this group was none other than the moonlight hegemony that they had seen just a few days ago. The enemies meet on a narrow road. It seems that the other party should have brought some fierce generals from the club, just out of the dungeon. Look, isn't that Moonlight the boss? To appear out of thin air in the dungeon's secret realm, instead of returning to the resurrection altar, it seems they have cleared the dungeon. So envious. Even the items dropped from ordinary level dungeons would be enough for me for 2 months. Listening to the envy of the people around him, Moonlight Hegemony's mouth slightly curled up, enjoying it. However, when his gaze accidentally fell on Su Chen and the others several meters away, especially on Zhao Dezhu among them, the smile on his face instantly froze, and his right leg even began to ache faintly. He would never forget 3 days ago, when the Chi Hall, whom even his father dared not provoke, personally took a golf club and broke his leg in scene. Koen Gu, who also noticed Su Chen and the others, directly shrank behind his boss at this moment. He didn't even dare to let out a fart. Oh, isn't this my brother Moonlight? It's been a few days, is the injury on your leg better? When Zhao Dezhu saw Moonlight Hegemony, he came directly in front of the ladder in full view of everyone, reached out and patted the other's shoulder, smiling. Moonlight Hegemony, upon hearing this, showed a smile that was even uglier than crying. Thank you, Dezhu brother, for your concern. If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving. Seeing this scene, the onlookers around widened their eyes, including members of the Moonlight Club. There is no other reason. The boss of one of the 5 major clubs in the Dragon Kingdom, everyone knows about the Moonlight Hegemony, right? His character, whether in games or in reality, is notoriously domineering. Now, with this humble appearance, he has directly refreshed everyone's perception. This Caribbean pillar. What background? Wait a minute, did I let you go? Seeing Moonlight Hegemony turning to leave, Zhao Dezhu grabbed the other's shoulder, stood in front of him, squinted his eyes and said, Moonlight brother, you really forgetful of those who kneel to you. How many days has it been? Brother's instructions to you. Forgotten so soon? Feeling the gazes of those around him, Moonlight Hegemony clenched his fists, trembling all over. And just as everyone was puzzled by Zhao Dezhu's words, the next second, an unbelievable scene appeared before all the players. Moonlight Hegemony seemed to have made a certain determination. He looked in the direction of Su Chen and gritted his teeth. Father. Although his voice was not loud, it reached the ears of everyone present. All players? Moonlight members? What did they hear? The boss of the Moonlight Club, the only son of a giant in the business world of the Magic City, actually called the Emperor father? Not only the onlookers around, even Suyu was full of question marks at this moment. What happened? When did our big boss get a grandson? Did we become a milkman without feeling it? While everyone was confused, Zhao Dezhu patted Moonlight Hegemony's head and said, "That's more like it. Moonlight brother, by doing this, I, Zhao Dezhu, will recognize you as my brother, but..." At this point, Zhao Dezhu grinned, "You gratuitously called my master father, which is disrespecting my master. How about Moonlight brother publicly kneeling down and acknowledging my master as your godfather?" At the moment of hearing this, Moonlight Hegemony's face immediately turned black. Seeing the suffocating look on the other's face, Zhao Dezhu couldn't help but laugh. Moonlight brother, just kidding." But the next moment, Zhao Dezhu's tone changed, and he said in a low voice, "If that's really not possible, how about having your old man kneel down and acknowledge my master as his godfather?" Moonlight Hegemony's eyes darkened. He was extremely frustrated. Seeing this scene, Zhao Dezhu couldn't stop laughing, as if the two were longtime buddies. "Look at you, taking it seriously again. We're friends." "Just kidding." With that, Zhao Dezhu patted Moonlight Hegemony's shoulder and then looked at the people around him, saying, "What are you all looking at? We know each other in real life, it's just that my master has a higher seniority. Moonlight brother calling him father is nothing. Right, Moonlight brother?" With that, Zhao Dezhu turned his head. He raised his eyebrows at Moonlight Hegemony. Seeing this, Moonlight Hegemony gritted his teeth and showed a natural smile on his face. "What Dezhu said is right, our old man's achievements today are inseparable from the help of the Emperor and Dezhu, so it's only right for me to call him father today." Zhao Dezhu raised his eyebrows. Oh, in front of so many people. He was still waiting for this guy to turn his face. It would be fun then. Unexpectedly, this kid is quite patient. "Brother Zhao, Emperor, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. If you need me, just ask." Go ahead, go ahead." Seeing this obedient dog, Zhao Dezhu also lost interest in playing around. As Moonlight Hegemony and the others left, the onlookers around, although shocked by the real-life identity of the big shot, had nothing to do with their own lives, and some people went about their business. Some people continue to watch the show. At this moment, Suyu stepped forward and whispered in a voice that only a few people could hear, "Who is this competing under the moon? Why do I feel like he has nothing good to say?" Zhao Dezhu just smiled and said, "Don't worry, master, a weak arm can't twist a strong thigh. Not to mention these young players. Even if his grandfather's grandfather came, I wouldn't care." But before he could finish speaking, Suyu suddenly poked Su Chen and with a pair of round eyes said, "Don't learn from your disciple in the future, always bragging." Zhao Dezhu? Zhao Dezhu was puzzled. "Bragging? Master, you're wronging me. I usually just tell a little truth, I've never bragged." Zhao Dezhu looked aggrieved. At this time, Ho Xiaoyu on the side said lightly, "Recently, there was also someone online who liked to tell the truth, now he's just making up stories all the time." Zhao Dezhu, you little monkey, who are you talking about? Su Chen twitched his mouth and said, "Alright, let's go, let's finish the instance early and try to gain more experience." With that, he sent a team invitation to the others. In the blink of an eye, after an hour of continuous instances, Su Chen and his group had all reached level 16 on average. Coincidentally, after one instance ended, Su Chen received a message that the hospital had sent a nurse to the villa to give an injection, asking him to pay attention. "Alright, let's stop here for today. Tomorrow we will officially start the first phase, but in the morning Xiaoyu has to get an injection, so I estimate she won't be able to come online until noon." Su Chen looked at everyone and said, "No problem, master, you and master have an early rest, Xiaoyu and I will go do some tasks and come back later. I have to go too, there's a bunch of things at the club that haven't been dealt with yet." Ho Xiaoyu looked helpless. "Well, see you tomorrow." Soon, as the three went their separate ways to be busy, Su Chen looked at Suyu beside him, reached out and pinched her cheek. "Let's go, let's log out of the game." Hearing this, Suyu lowered her head pitifully and said, "My head is going to hurt again when I go out. What should I do if I don't want to go out?" After tasting the sweetness in the divine realm, she realized how difficult it was to endure the pain of not being able to sleep outside. Will it also be so painful to do that with someone in the future? After all, being stretched. No, no. Why am I having these wild thoughts again? At this moment, Su Chen cupped Suyu's cheeks in his hands and said softly, "Let's go, be good. Get the injection early and get better soon. When we go out, I'll get you your favorite fruits, how about that?" Fruits? Suyu instinctively swallowed her saliva. Elbow. Su Chen. Back at the resurrection altar, they logged out of the game. After coming out of the virtual warehouse, Su Chen went to Suyu's virtual warehouse and opened it for her. Soon, he saw Suyu, whose eyes were slightly red inside. She had just woken up and almost cried from the pain. Su Chen held her small hand and said softly, "Can you get up by yourself?" Suyu couldn't even shake her head, she could only helplessly say, "My head hurts. I can't use my limbs, can you hold me?" Hearing this, Suchen didn't hesitate either. He reached out his hands and, in a princess carry position, gently lifted Suyu out of the virtual warehouse. Very light and soft. There was also a faint fragrance that entered his nose. It instantly refreshed Suchen. But who would have thought that just as he lifted Suyu up, before he could take 2 steps, the little hand in front of the girl's chest began to misbehave in front of him. "Hey! You can't do this. I can't bear to let you down." Saying that, the hand on Suchen's beautiful leg also began to misbehave. Suyu blushed, instinctively tightening her legs. You should let me down. This can't go on. It's not working." Suchen smiled indulgently. "I'm just helping you relieve the pain. Look, ever since I picked you up, this little girl of yours not only stopped frowning, but also looks like she's enjoying it." Suyu was slightly stunned. Indeed, just now, after coming out of the game and returning to reality, her head was throbbing. But it seems that ever since this guy picked her up, the pain in her head hasn't been so severe. "No," Suyu suddenly realized, pouting, Who looks like they're enjoying it? Not me." Hiss. Just as Suchen reminded her, the pain in her head started again. Looking at the lovely person in his arms with red eyes, Suchen looked helpless. "TSK. I shouldn't have told you. Forget it, let me carry you to bed first. You just need to rest these 2 days. After a couple of days, you can move around." Suyu obediently responded, "Okay." However, when Suchen was about to carry Suyu downstairs, he caught a glimpse of the black car outside the villa from the corner of his eye. The black car is still here? Always protecting? Before he could think more, the doorbell rang. Suchen walked downstairs steadily, gently placing Suyu on the master bedroom's large bed before hurrying to open the door. As the villa's door opened, Suchen nodded to the 2 maids. "Thank you for your trouble." One of the maids waved her hand. "It's part of the job, not a bother." "Suchen, are you trying to chat me up directly?" Soon, when the 2 maids finished setting up the 4 drip for Suyu to prevent swelling or discomfort during the infusion, they had to wait for the infusion to finish before leaving. Then, the 2 maids sat on the sofa, playing with their phones lazily, muttering about how easy and comfortable it was, like a paid vacation. "Have some fruit, ladies." Suchen placed a large plate of cut fruits on the coffee table in front of the sofa. No need. The maids quickly refused. "Suchen, eat, there's too much fruit at home, it won't stay fresh for long." The maids. "So, you're good at chatting too. But, isn't this what a wealthy person is like? Buying piles of fruits. So envious." Meanwhile, in the bedroom. At this moment, Suyu was lying on the soft bed with an 4 drip, a small table in front of her with a phone stand, leisurely watching videos. Pain and pleasure. "Xiaobi, play another video." "Yes, master." Suchen walked in with a plate of fruits and saw that this girl didn't even want to lift a finger. His mouth twitched. "What are you watching?" Suyu stared at the plate of fruits. "It's a video analyzing the Emperor and the World Slayer. It turns out they are the same person, and it's trending." Suchen sat on the bed and took a look. It can only be said that the analysis by the blogger is quite reasonable. Firstly, the power levels of the 2 have always been consistent. Secondly, both of them haven't been online since the day before yesterday, and today they both logged in at the same time. Then, both of them chose the priest profession, and they are both so strong. And finally, the World Slayer and the Emperor have never appeared together. It can only be said that there can't be so many coincidences in the world. If they exist, then there must be a problem. "What fruit do you want to eat?" "A big banana." "Suchen, really?" In the blink of an eye. When Suyu finished the 4 drip, it was already late at night. As the 2 maids left, at this moment, in the master bedroom, Suyu lay on the bed with a pale face, her eyes red from crying for a long time. The headache was one reason. The other reason was that when she was given an injection, she might have reacted badly to the medication, or the medication itself had some adverse effects. As the needle went in, she felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. In the past hour, Suyu had vomited several times, and all the fruit she had eaten came out. Feeling better? Suchen sat on the bed, gently rubbing Suyu's little belly with his hand, and asked softly, If you keep rubbing, it feels much better, thank you." Suyu's voice was very soft, indicating that she was still feeling uncomfortable. Suchen smiled indulgently. "Why be polite with me? After our parents passed away, you took care of me for these years. Now that you're sick, shouldn't I take care of you? Besides, who made me cherish you?" Suyu blushed. "Don't be cheesy." Seeing this, Suchen rubbed her face with his other hand. "See, you're feeling much better now." "Feeling uncomfortable, right?" Suyu raised her eyebrows. "Really? But..." At this point, Suyu's tone changed, sounding a bit hesitant. I need to pee. Su-chen, should I carry you there? Suyu's eyes dodged. She made a soft sound of agreement. In a moment, they were in the bathroom. Currently, Suyu was sitting there with no problem, able to move her hands and feet naturally, but a bit uncoordinated. However, she didn't ask someone to wait outside. It was like Zhou Yu and Huang Gai. Both were willing, and they were tacitly silent inside. After a while, they returned to the big bed. Suyu covered herself with the blanket, looked at the ceiling, and said softly, "The bed is so big, why don't we sleep together?" The bedroom was large, but with only 2 people inside, how could Su-chen not hear her words clearly? Okay. Su-chen had no reason to refuse. They were already at this stage. Isn't it normal to share a bed? He was not like some protagonists in novels who hesitated when the time came. He was really willing, but for now, it wouldn't be good if things went wrong. However, they couldn't do that. Can't they just enjoy the closeness? Soon, the lights in the room went out. In the darkness, Suyu said, "Don't move your hand. Suyu, you're pressing on my sleeve. Suyu, how about you hold me while sleeping?" Gradually, the 2 of them got closer. But in this state, how could they fall asleep for a while? "My head hurts." "It's okay, a kiss will make it better." But don't rub me." The next day, at noon, after Suyu had just finished her injection, the 2 of them couldn't wait to enter the realm of the gods and appeared in the resurrection altar. As soon as they entered, Suyu quickly looked at Su-chen beside her and asked, "Do I still have dark circles under my eyes?" Hearing this, Su-chen reached out and pinched her cheek. "Of course not, even if there were. It wouldn't affect your beauty." Suyu pouted unhappily. "Who wants to have dark circles? It's all your fault. Last night, if it weren't for this guy, who was always mischievous. Always. Anyway, it was all this guy's fault." "All right." Su-chen lowered his head and lightly kissed Suyu's red lips. Seeing her instantly feeling better, he said softly, "I've already contacted Diju and the others. They are on their way here. Let's wait for them." Suyu nodded, but couldn't help showing her small fangs and threatened, "Anyway, if you dare to do that again tonight, I'll make you suffer." Humph. Saying that, she naturally grabbed his hand. "Su-chen? You said that. It's hard for me to stop. Just at this moment. Master." Zhao Deju's voice suddenly sounded from not far away. The 2 turned to look and saw Zhao Deju and Ho Xiaoyu and the others rushing towards them at the fastest speed. "So fast?" Su-chen was somewhat surprised to see the 3 arriving. Zhao Deju chuckled, "Master, when you said it's time to go online, the 3 of us happened to be in the mission hall." "No wonder. Master, now that you're online, when shall we start the first phase?" Zhao Deju was eager to make progress. Of course, he was also curious about what the second and third phases mentioned by the master were. Finish the first phase earlier, and he would know sooner. Su-chen glanced at the time. "Wait, it's almost 12 noon, let's get the rewards first." Zhao Deju looked puzzled. The power ranking is going to be settled so soon? Wasn't it supposed to be at 6 in the afternoon? Ho Xiaoyu twitched his mouth. 6 in the afternoon was for the last level ranking. Yu raised her eyebrows. "Last time when the level ranking was settled, I was ranked outside the top 500. But this time, I'm 6th on the power ranking, really looking forward to what I'll get." Suyu nodded. "Me too." 2 minutes passed in a flash. Under the expectant eyes of the players, the system announcements rang out on time. System announcement: the power ranking competition has ended. The upcoming ranking to be developed is the server-wide equipment ranking. Players, please look forward to it. Power ranking rewards are as follows. Rank 1000 to 500 rewards, gold coins x 300, random blue equipment x1, D-grade skill x1. Rank 10 to 4 rewards, gold coins x 1666, random purple equipment x1, free attribute points x20. Third place reward, power ranking third title x1, gold coins x 2666, random purple equipment x1, free attribute points x25. Second place reward, power ranking second title x1, gold coins x 3666, random purple equipment x1, free attribute points x30. First place reward, power ranking first title x1, gold coins x 6666, random purple equipment x1, free attribute points x35. Wow, last time the level ranking gave A grade skill books, this time the power ranking directly gives titles? So the next equipment ranking, will it give legendary equipment directly? Who cares, it doesn't concern me anyway. Yeah, instead of thinking about rewards, I'm more looking forward to the appearance of the equipment ranking. Then we can see if Emperor and Tu Jin Tianxia are really the same person. It seems like none of this concerns us, right? Sigh, another day of being an NPC. The world channel became lively again. And on Su Chen's side, Wow, this title is so cool, isn't it? Yu looked at the effect of the title in her backpack, reached out and poked Su-chen next to her. My third place title in the power ranking will give me an additional 50% damage. How much does yours give? Su-chen didn't hide it, and said frankly, the second title gives 70%, the first one gives 90%. Wow. Hearing the big shot's words, Yu and the others were all stunned. This bonus seems a bit crazy, right? Unfortunately, each person can only wear one title, but I'm different. With that, Su-chen removed the title hiding setting. The next second, the others suddenly saw a line of text above his head. Boss first kill. Immediately, Su-chen took off the boss first kill title and put it in his backpack, then put on another title. Power ranking first place. Looking at the status bar. Obtained a 90% damage bonus. Su-chen did not hesitate, took out the double mask directly and put it on his face, then chose to wear the title of the second on the power ranking list. Yes, titles are also associated with IDs. But the effect. Su-chen looked at the status bar, a total of 169% damage bonus, and smiled. Among them, 9% is the guild bonus. Wearing 2 titles by one person? Wow. Zhao Dezhu saw his master take off the mask and put it back in the backpack, his mouth wide open in shock. Impressive. Su-chen said, looking at the 2 purple equipment obtained in the backpack, 1 purple boot and 1 purple leg guard. It seems Little Rain is missing a purple leg guard, right? With that said, he saw Ho Xiaoyu nod repeatedly and handed the purple leg guard to him. Thank you, boss. Hee, now I have a full set of purple too. Ho Xiaoyu said, then glanced at Zhao Dezhu beside him. Zhao Dezhu, I'll give it back to you. Ho Xiaoyu. By the way, boss, I rank 6th and also got a purple chest armor. Here you go. With a sincere look, he said, after all, you helped me complete the full set of purple equipment. Consider this a gift for the boss. I'll give you mine too, boss. Seeing the opportunity to prove himself, Ho Xiaoyu couldn't easily pass it up. Zhao Dezhu, I'll do the same. Suyu didn't waste any words. She directly put the purple equipment she obtained into the guild warehouse using the authority of the vice president. Okay. Seeing this, Su-chen did not refuse. After putting several pieces of purple equipment into the guild warehouse, Su-chen didn't waste any words and went straight to the guild's secret realm, ready to battle in the hell-level nether cave. The first stage, begin. In a blink of an eye, it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Server announcement. Congratulations to players Emperor, Missing, Ho Xiaoyu, Yurong and Ida, Caribbean Dezhu for becoming the first team on this server to kill the level 20 dungeon boss, Titan Ice Ape. Reward for each person, recast stone times 1, meteorite iron times 5, free attribute points times 20, level 20 blue equipment times 5. Total players on the server, 6. At this moment, players in the world channel didn't know what to comment on. Most people can't even beat a level 10 dungeon, and here you are, directly clearing a level 20 dungeon? And you call yourself a person? Inside the Ice Ape cave at this moment. Boss loot reward settlement completed. Congratulations on obtaining purple equipment times 2, blue equipment times 30, green equipment times 123, C grade skill book times 5, D grade skill book times 13, gold coins times 800, meteorite iron times 5. 2 pieces of purple equipment, not bad. Saying that, Su-chen threw all the items except for gold coins and meteorite iron into the guild warehouse. In these few hours, in addition to the 2 purple equipment that dropped, after clearing the level 10 dungeon, a total of 3 purple equipment pieces dropped. As for the rest of the items, there were many. Fortunately, the guild warehouse was large enough. Otherwise, just the players' backpacks wouldn't be able to hold so many items. At this time, Zhao Dezhu's voice sounded from the side, Master. We have completed the first stage, should we move on to the remaining 2 stages? Su-chen raised an eyebrow, curious? Yes. Upon hearing this, whether it was Suyu, Ho Xiaoyu, or Yurong and Ida, they all nodded curiously. Zhao Dezhu grinned, Master, you said yesterday that after we first clear this level 20 dungeon, you would tell us about the rest. You can't go back on your word. Can I deceive you? Su-chen twitched his mouth, then looked at Yurong and Ida. Sister Yurong, how many people from the Star Rain Guild have entered the main city at the moment? The language listened for a moment and said, I saw more than 60 people entering the main city last night, and today. There are at least 100 people now. At this point, as if suddenly realizing something, the language widened his eyes and said, could it be that in this second stage, the boss wants to clear the remaining 99 pieces of purple equipment for the reward? But in that case, won't your level drop back by 1? Under the gaze of several people, Su-chen shook his head slowly, yes, but also no. Several people were puzzled. What does that mean? Wait. At this moment, a flash of inspiration struck Suyu's mind. She quickly looked at her boss and asked, "Are you saying you can get the reward without dropping levels? It seems that apart from this result, there is no other possibility." "Your clever little head is quite sharp." Suchen reached out and rubbed Suyu's head. "Oh, your hair is all messed up." Suyu slapped away the big hand that was mischievously placed on her head, pouting her red lips dissatisfiedly. When she was in school, she was at least second in the class, second in her grade, and second in the city as well, okay? "What do you mean by having a sharp mind?" "Master, could it be true as Master said? You have found a way to get the reward without dropping levels?" Zhao Deju couldn't help but ask. "That's right," Su Chen nodded. "After logging in tomorrow, Miss Yurong just needs to instruct her subordinates to cooperate with me." After hearing this, Yurong stretched out her small hand and patted her bouncy chest, saying confidently, "Boss, rest assured, they are all money-driven, they will definitely obey orders." Su Chen waved his hand. "That's not a problem. If someone really disobeys, the thick and long thunder scepter in his hand will not be just for show." "Master, is this the second stage?" Zhao Deju couldn't help but ask after understanding. Su Chen shook his head. "Of course not, this is just my second stage, and for you guys. But there are other things to do." "We have other things to do?" Zhao Deju and the others became even more curious. "That's right," Su Chen didn't beat around the bush. "In the second stage, what you need to do is to run dungeons and upgrade your equipment. Upgrading equipment requires meteorite iron. Meteorite iron drops from clearing dungeons. In this way, while the group collects meteorite iron to upgrade their equipment, they can also raise their own levels. With the current strength of the group, clearing a level 10 dungeon is not difficult." "Master, what about your equipment? How about we split the meteorite iron we get and give you half?" Hearing Zhao Deju's words, Su Chen waved his hand. "You guys can split the meteorite iron you get, aim to upgrade the full set of purple equipment to 20 plus before level 30. I don't need you to worry about it." He naturally has his own way. Seeing the master's refusal, Zhao Deju didn't insist, but summarized, "So according to what you said, Master, in the second stage, you will obtain 100 pieces of purple equipment, and we will run dungeons to gather materials and upgrade our equipment, right?" Su Chen nodded. "Tomorrow, you just need to collect materials without upgrading your equipment. After I have collected 100 pieces of purple equipment, I will pick out a few sets suitable for you to upgrade." Hearing the boss's words, Yurong's beautiful eyes lit up instantly. Among the group, her set of purple equipment was the least suitable. It didn't add much to her health and defense, but instead added a bunch of attributes like spell power and speed that were useless to her. However, the thought of the scene where the boss would obtain 100 pieces of purple equipment tomorrow. 100 pieces of purple equipment. If the boss spreads this news, the entire divine realm will be shaken, won't it? After all, although the hidden tasks of Wang the blacksmith in the newbie village can get purple equipment, for most normal players, in order to keep up with the majority in levels, it is rare to stay in the novice village and waste time developing in the main city by brushing the lords. It can be said that the players who can currently complete the hidden task of Wang the blacksmith and keep up with the level progress are either the bosses and management of the club, or the top teams and big shots, or the rich. So, the number of purple equipment in the entire server is still very limited, not to mention 100 pieces. Apart from a few of them, the rest of the players combined probably have at most 50 pieces of purple equipment. But then again, even if Su Chen doesn't recruit people, he can save the purple equipment. The value of these hundreds of pieces of purple equipment in the mid to late game will definitely be several times, or even dozens of times, the current value. There is no other reason. A game that can truly become popular worldwide will definitely not be at its peak in the early stages. That's why. Currently, Su Chen is not in a hurry to sell all the things in the guild warehouse in one go. The divine domain has not yet reached its true peak, and what Su Chen is pursuing is not just these 100 pieces of purple equipment. "Master, what about the third stage?" Zhao Deju's voice rang out again. "Well, for this," Su Chen said, with a hint of a smile on his lips, "the task for the third stage the day after tomorrow was very simple, that is, to spend a whole day, at the fastest speed, to get the most first kills of the outdoor bosses. After all, if we don't get these first kills, sooner or later, someone else will take them, right? He can do without other things. But the free attribute points and the recasting stones. In the future, these will be heavyweight items." Hiss. Hearing this, everyone took a sharp breath, making a significant contribution to warming up the divine domain world. "Wow. But with your strength, Master, I'm afraid 90% of our time will be spent on the road," Zhao Deju said. "Maybe." As the group exited the instance, back to the secret realm in the main city, what Su Chen didn't say was, apart from the first 3 stages, he still has a 4th stage. However, This will have to wait until level 30 to implement. By then, what they have to do will be much more interesting, even. It will be the kind of thing that brings glory to the country. Originally, Suchin planned to spend a few days after the third stage to sprint to level 30. But if he remembers correctly, it will be around the end of the third stage. 2 major events concerning all players in the entire divine domain will occur. Alright, now that the arrangements for the day after tomorrow are clear, you all know what to do. Saying that, Suchin first looked at the time, then turned to Suyu beside him. The doctor is coming in an hour for the injection. We both didn't rest well last night, so let's call it an early night today. Oh. Upon hearing that the two of them didn't rest well last night, Zhao Deju, Ho Xiaoyu, and Yu Yurong all showed a look of understanding. Then, the three of them looked at each other, as if communicating with their eyes. It seemed very suspicious. Hey, what's with the look in your eyes? Suyu was the first to notice something amiss. But at this moment, Ho Xiaoyu, who is usually straightforward, just wanted to show his worth. He looked at Suchin seriously. Boss, how about in a couple of days, I'll mail you a few boxes of kidneys. Before Ho Xiaoyu could finish his sentence, Zhao Deju covered his mouth, his face stiff. That's nothing. Master, Xiaoyu and I have a task to do, so we'll leave first. With that, Zhao Deju didn't give Ho Xiaoyu a chance to speak again, and directly carried him on his shoulders, and ran off in a hurry. Yu Yurong stepped forward, smiling and patting Suyu's shoulder. Little Yu, take care of yourself. Without waiting for Suyu to say anything, the white-haired lowly with short legs slipped away without looking back. When only the two of them were left in place, Suyu's fair little face was instantly flushed with a blush. She looked at Suchen beside her and complained, "Why would you say that? We clearly haven't." Suchen was even more straightforward. "It's just a matter of time, isn't it?" A rhetorical question that made Suyu blush to the roots of her ears. That's what was said. But that barrier was still there. "Alright, let's go. Be more careful next time." Humph. A petulant sound. Suyu obediently listened to someone. As the two exited the game, Suchin picked up Suyu and asked softly, "What do you want to eat later?" "I don't want to eat, I'll just throw up after eating." TSK. You've gotten thinner. Is it bad to be thin? Suchin carried her downstairs and put her on the bed, reaching out to pinch her elastic little face, smiling. "I want to raise you to be plump and soft, so it's comfortable to pinch." Hearing this, Suyu remembered something. "I think, you don't just want to pinch, do you?" With that, her hands instinctively protected her chest, her face blushing. Suchen? Suyu wouldn't say such words for no reason. Who let someone not only have wandering hands last night but also always on her body? Anyway, it was just too bad. And on the side, seeing Suyu's dazed look, he smiled. "Since you put it that way, what else do you think I can do besides pinching, huh? I don't understand, teach me." After Suyu recovered from the painful memories of last night, she turned her head and coquettishly said, "How would I know? Anyway, we agreed at noon today, no more moving around at night." With that, she bared her little tiger teeth. But Suyu's appearance, in Suchen's eyes, was more than just cute. If it weren't for the fact that the other party still couldn't, he would have wanted to. Suppressing that incorrect thought, Suchen sat on the bed, half smiling. "Are you threatening me? But I don't know which little girl it was last night, kept burrowing into my arms all night, so you say. Who was moving around?" Suyu turned her head again, looking guilty. "I didn't, I was in Bujadeo, I forgot." "Alright, that's what you said." What do you want?" "You'll find out tonight." Hearing this, in the next few hours, Suyu's little heart was always uneasy. Typical. Afraid of someone doing something in the middle of the night, but also afraid of someone not doing anything. Soon, as the sky turned completely dark, in the middle of the night, although the lights were out, the two of them remained silent. Gradually, it wasn't just who broke the silence first, they went from sleeping separately at the beginning to holding hands, and then tacitly sticking close together. Under the pitch-black moonlight, Suyu felt someone's warmth, the same as yesterday. But this time she didn't hesitate. It seemed like she hesitated for a long time before making up her mind. She reached out. And then, "Ah!" Suyu exclaimed. "Shoo!" Suchen's hot breath hit Suyu's ear. What do you want?" "I want." "No." Suyu was completely flustered. "Then do as I say. Be good." Suyu was very obedient. That night, Suyu's head hurts. It was surprisingly mild, even when the two of them changed bedrooms to sleep. This was also after her surgery. The most fragrant and peaceful sleep she had ever had. Time flies. 2 days later in the afternoon. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to players Emperor, Nostalgia, Ho Xiaoyu, Tolerance is Great, Caribbean de Pillar for being the first team on this server to kill the boss, Flame Nine-Headed Snake. Rewarding each person, recast stone x1, meteorite iron x5, gold coins x1000, level 20 blue equipment x3. Ha ha. If I remember correctly, this is their 15th first clear today, right? Wrong, it's the 16th time. Players from Dragon Country will never forget this painful day, not giving others any chance at all. Dog planners, merge servers quickly. Geneva, merge servers quickly. At this moment, the players on the server were no longer numb, but felt deep despair. At the same time, several kilometers outside the holy city, in a dark and damp cave. Phew. Let's end the third stage here. Everyone is tired, and it can be considered a complete success. Su Chen exhaled a breath. The actions of the few people these 2 days, just as he had said before, and with the guarantee of absolute strength. The second and third stages also went smoothly. Looking at the time, it was almost 5 o'clock. Today, he had arranged for Suyu to have an injection at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, with an hour to spare. That important matter could be just in time. At this moment, Suyu took the initiative to hold onto her big brother's arm, covering her nose and mouth with her other hand. The smell here is so bad, let's get out of here. Indeed, this smell is like someone soiled the bed. Master, let's leave quickly. Zhao Deju's face turned red from holding back. Ha! Ho Xiaoyu's eyes widened slightly, probing. Deju, have you soiled the bed before? Zhao Doju? No, what do you mean, you brat? Zhao Deju's big hand landed heavily on Ho Xiaoyu's head, looking very displeased. Ouch! Deju, I'm sorry. Seeing this scene, Yurong tightly covered her nose and mouth with her small hands, her pretty face also turning red, but not from the smell. It was from holding back laughter. Let's go out first. Su Chen took the lead, walking towards the entrance of the cave. As he walked, his gaze shifted to the data panel. Player, Emperor. Talent, percentage kill, LV3. Level, LV23, 9222/50,000. Occupation, Priest. Health, 436, 9624. Mana, 3200. Attack, 350. Magic power, 600. Attack speed, 20. 1. Movement speed, 16. Armor, 480. Magic resistance, 508. Physical penetration, 0%. Magic penetration, 0%. Additional bonuses, damage plus 169%, experience plus 9%, health plus 9%, movement speed plus 9%, mana plus 9%. Free attribute points, 0. Equipment, Thunderstaff, red, War Helmet, purple, Bloodstained Battle Armor, red, Battle Mage Leggings, purple, Boots of Retribution, red, Ancient Necklace, accessory. Skills, Inferno Sea of Fire LV13, A level, Flying Wings LV1, A level, Blink LV10, B level, Frost Magic LV3, B level, Group Healing LV1, B level, Healing LV1, C level. Titles, Boss First Kill, ranked 1st in Combat Power, ranked 2nd in Combat Power. Backpack, Ancient Artifact Core X1, Double Mask X1, Gold Coins X78870, Bighorn X2, Quest Scroll X1, Recast Stone X31, Meteorite Iron X83. After carefully reading it, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, several people also walked out of the cave. But just then, the server's first kill announcement had just ended. Another server-wide announcement suddenly sounded. Come and get a little gift. Wishing everyone immortality. Server-wide announcement. Detected that 50% of the main city players in this server have reached level 15. The Divine Realm official will soon hold the first event, the Champion League. The rewards for the first event are exceptionally rich. Players can go to the main city to sign up. Deadline, tomorrow at 11 a.m. Server-wide announcement. For this Champion League, the Divine Realm official will live broadcast the entire event on Douyin. For more detailed information, please follow the official Douyin account of Divine Realm. Wow, the official's first event? Isn't this a big deal? I don't know how big it will be, I just want to know. Are there participation rewards? After all, it's the official's first event. It can't be like the rankings where only the top 1,000 get rewards, right? Damn, the Divine Realm official just announced, this time over 100,000 will receive rewards in the league. What's going on? Top 100,000? Brothers, come with me to sign up. Charge. The Divine Realm official this time is also giving Douyin a wave of traffic. Let's see if Douyin can handle it. 6. As expected, the players in the server boiled again. And outside the cave, when Su Chen saw this server-wide announcement, a slight smile appeared on his lips. Since the Champion League coincides with the time, then the next big event is also about to unfold. The official is actually organizing an event? Now we can really show our skills. Yu Yorong's eyes were full of excitement. Xiaoshi, our chance to show off. Ah, Perform is coming. Zhao Deju also had an excited look. He couldn't wait to swing the large fairy wand in his hand and slaughter freely on the field. Do you think there will be red equipment as rewards for this event? Ho Xiaoyu suddenly asked a question. Definitely, for the server's first event, it wouldn't be acceptable without red equipment as rewards, right? With that, Zhao Deju turned his gaze to Su Chen beside him and said, Master, what do you think? Probably. Su Chen did not deny. However, the ultimate prize for this league is much rarer than red equipment. Shall we go sign up in the main city now? Suyu, who had been holding onto the arm of the big shot, asked softly at this moment. Yes, let's go. Giving a little squeeze to the delicate hand beside him, Su Chen led everyone towards the main city. During this time, Su Chen was thinking about one thing. That is, can both of his accounts sign up for the league at the same time? Just a brief thought, he decisively shook his head. If the two accounts are assigned to different groups and have to compete at the same time, what should he do? By then, one account will definitely be unable to advance due to absence from the match. Thinking of this, he didn't want to dwell on it. As long as the first place is his, that's enough. As for whether Suyu and the others can get into the top 5, it will depend on luck. If they are assigned to the same group right at the beginning of the elimination matches, originally in the top 5 in server power, but ended up not making it to the top 1000. So, luck is also a part of strength. Along the way, the group chatted and laughed. They soon arrived at the nearest holy city. At this moment, the holy city was bustling with people. Just after entering the holy city, in the sight of the group, the icon of the golden trophy appeared. Clicking on it, it turned out to be an option to sign up for the Champions League. Master, I have signed up. Wow, how long has it been? And the number of signups has exceeded 1 million. TSK. A league with millions, even tens of millions of players participating, the scene is unimaginable. Listening to the three people's conversation, in front of Su Chen and Suyu, it also showed the words sign up successful again. However, just as most players on the server had already arrived at the main city, and many players were still on their way to the main city, another server-wide announcement appeared, causing all players to be completely stunned. Server-wide announcement, World Boss is here. The Dragon Ancient Country has issued a major reward for killing the World Boss or causing the top 50 teams with the most damage to the World Boss, all will receive generous rewards. What the heck? I haven't signed up yet, and you're telling me the World Boss has appeared? Where is it? Where is the World Boss? Are we supposed to go find it? The top 50 teams with the highest damage can get generous rewards? Let's go! You guys go, I can handle regular bosses one by one, but a group for the World Boss? Hao Feng Club, 5,000 rewards for the location of the World Boss, PM me if you find it. We, Hao Yue, offer 10,000 rewards. Brothers, join the team quickly. For the reward. In an instant, the players who had originally flooded into the main city now rushed out of the main city in a frenzy. Master, shall we set off soon? Zhao Deju, seeing many people running far away, seemed a bit anxious. Su Chen nodded, join the team first, then we'll split up and act. Anyway, each person in the reward team will have it. Right, when we find the location of the World Boss, we'll inform you immediately, Master. Soon, after the few people joined the team, Su Chen saw Zhao Deju and the other two running out of the main city with the crowd. He looked at Suyu beside him and said with a smile, since you want to follow me, do you want to experience the feeling of flying? The feeling of flying? Suyu was slightly stunned at first, but then, she thought of the things they had been doing together these past few days. That feeling did indeed feel like flying. Thinking of this, Suyu's pretty face blushed instantly. You want to do it here? Saying that, she looked at her own small hand. Can the feeling in the game be the same as in reality? What are you thinking? Su Chen gave the girl a little tap on the head, somewhat impatiently. Have you forgotten the A-level skill I obtained before, the flying feather wings? When I said flying, I meant this, not, Before Su Chen could finish his sentence, Suyu quickly reached out with one small hand and covered his mouth. Shoo! Stop talking, let's quickly go out and find the World Boss, or else tonight, I won't do it for you. With that, Suyu still looked somewhat coquettish, glancing at the man in front of her. Alright, let's go. Su Chen agreed. Immediately, he turned around to face away from Suyu, slowly bent down. Come on, I'll carry you on my back. Suyu nodded her head slightly. She stepped forward with her long, snow-white legs and lay on the back of her big brother, her arms wrapped around his neck. Let's go. A pleasant voice sounded from behind. Hearing this, Su Chen did not hesitate either. He activated the flying feather wings, and then, hey, don't move your hands there. You can't touch there. In the air 100 meters above, Suchen felt the softness behind him and the touch of Suyu's beautiful legs on his hands. Listening to her rapid breathing, he smiled slightly. What's wrong, can't handle this? Suyu has already defaulted to someone's hands, occasionally not behaving properly. She pouted her red lips and said, I'm afraid of heights, can you fly slower? Oh, are you afraid of heights? With that, Suchen reached out a salty pig hand. Ing. A very tempting voice came from Suyu's mouth. Don't mess around. Suyu tightened her beautiful legs a bit, sounding pitiful. Seeing this girl acting coquettishly, Suchen didn't continue. After all, this girl has been very obedient these past few nights, although it was just a small gesture. But didn't he touch for the first time last night, one of the legendary 4 divine beasts? Thinking back to Suyu's appearance at that time, should he say it or not? It's fascinating. Where are we flying to? Can we find the world boss? Suyu looked at the densely packed players below, her red lips close to her boss's ear, asking softly. Compared to ground players, our vision is broader, let's fly around. What if we find it? That's what he said, but Suchen's goal was only one, Panchur town. However, why did this girl suddenly ask such a question? I see. Suyu responded. Then she admired the scenery around her. In a blink of an eye, more than 10 minutes later, the current Panchur town had already been destroyed beyond recognition, wherever the eyes could see. All were NPC corpses. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar echoed for tens of kilometers around. Boom! Immediately after, a giant with a height of hundreds of meters, composed entirely of countless rocks, stepped on the remaining houses of Panchur town, causing cracks in the ground. It's too big, isn't it? A few hundred meters away, Suyu, lying on her boss's back, looked at the giant in the distance, her small mouth slightly open. However, no matter how big this giant was, it still couldn't compare to the shock she felt when she first saw her boss. You know what? In short, it's absolutely mind-blowing. Xiao Yu, we might make a fortune this time, Suchen said, taking out a double mask and putting it on his face, then changing his title from second on the combat power ranking to first boss kill, and then taking off the mask. Instantly, his damage bonus to the boss increased from the original 169% to 199%. Ha! What does that mean? Suyu tilted her head. A thunderous staff appeared on Suchen's right hand, pointing towards the world boss in the distance. Take a look at its panel. I'll check. Rock Giant, LV32. Grade, World Boss Class. Health, 125,0000. Attack, 22500. Armor, 5200. Magic Resistance, 4800. Skills, War Stomp. 1,250,000 health? Combined with your damage bonus. After killing it, won't we have more health than we do now? Suyu's beautiful eyes widened, shining brightly. So, Suchen's other hand patted the curvy figure behind him and said with a smile, next, you have to hold on tight. A blush rose on Suyu's cheeks, nodding like a little chicken pecking at rice. Yes, I'll hold on tight. As soon as she finished speaking, Suchen rushed straight towards the rock giant. At the same time, outside Panchur town, a group of 7 people looked up at the rock giant. One of them, a man leading the group, had an incredulous expression on his face, even his voice was trembling. Is this the world boss? Over 1 million health, over 20,000 attacks, too shocking. I didn't expect that. They just came out to do a task, on their way back to the main city. They encountered the world boss? Big brother, what should we do? The younger brother on the side was breathing heavily, obviously not expecting this unexpected fortune to fall on them. Currently we have 2 choices. The leader's face was solemn. One is to sell the location of the world boss to those big clubs, and the other is to try to see if we can cause damage to the world boss. As long as our damage to the world boss can rank in the top 50 of all teams, each person can receive a reward. At this moment, another younger brother spoke up. Big brother, I think we should play it safe. What if we get killed as soon as we approach the world boss? Even if we are not killed, and our team ranks in the top 50, the value of the reward might not be as high as expected. It was obvious. Between gambling and playing it safe, he chose to play it safe. Makes sense. The other few people echoed. They also didn't like taking big risks. In that case, then we will. The leader made up his mind, but when his gaze turned back to the direction of the rock giant, his eyes almost popped out. Oh my god. What's wrong, big brother? Seeing this, the others also looked over. Oh my god. X6. It seemed that in front of the rock giant, there was a person floating in mid-air, just standing there. Soloing the world boss? Roar! The rock giant let out an angry roar, making the 7 people's scalps tingle, instinctively taking a few steps back. On the other hand, Su Chen. Just as he took a punch from the rock giant, Su Chen's health above his head instantly decreased by more than 30,000, and then, health plus 261,577. Hey buddy, with your 100-meter tall figure, are you here to scratch my itch? I feel like you, a grand world boss, are not as strong as the rock giant in the newbie village. Both are rocks, why is there such a big difference? In the midst of the conversation, Su Chen's basic attacks did not stop. Rock giant? Rock beast? You can't even handle this, a grand world boss is like this? Is this, damn it, a monster? On the other side, the 7 people watched as the rock giant punched the player in the air. But the player seemed unaffected? They were all dumbfounded. What's going on? The sudden fortune that was supposed to come crashing down, suddenly evaporated in the air? Boss, you better sell the location of the world boss quickly, I have a bad feeling. Yeah, boss, hurry. Okay, I'll do it now. Rock Giant -3574250. Oh my god, it's down. Boom! The massive body of the rock giant collapsed. At the same time, in front of Su Chen, a series of system prompts appeared. -3574250. Successfully triggered the percentage kill talent. The ancient necklace detects that your damage output is outstanding. Do you want to set the damage you dealt this time as your maximum health? Set as maximum health. Su Chen's voice had just fallen. With Suyu's talent, the ancient necklace, and the additional amplification from the guild, both of their health bars reached health 120383882. 12 million? Suyu's mouth was slightly agape. She was completely astonished. This is not just because of my little used talent, otherwise it would be at most 400,000. Su Chen said, while his other hand pinched Suyu's soft. Very soft. Ing. Feeling the touch from a certain part, the naturally sensitive Suyu trembled slightly. Her beautiful legs suddenly tightened. This guy. If this continues, she might. And just as Suyu's breathing became rapid, thinking about the game, can she change her underwear? One by one, the server-wide announcements instantly left all players who were searching for the world boss completely dumbfounded. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Emperor for leading the team to achieve the server's only achievement, World Boss First Kill. Special reward, random red equipment x1, gold coins x 10,000, contribution points x 50,000, free attribute points x 30. The above rewards have been sent to the team leader's backpack. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to players Emperor, Longing, Hoseayu, Tolerant, Caribbean Pillar for becoming the first team on this server to kill the world boss Rock Giant. Special reward for each person, Recast Stone x3, Meteorite Iron x10, Gold Coins x1666, Level 30 Blue Equipment x1. Guild members who have joined will receive additional contribution points, 5,000. The server-wide announcement ends here. The NUM players thought it was finally over, however. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the Emperor team for dealing 357-4250 damage to the world boss, ranking first on the team damage list. Special reward for each person, Purple Equipment x1, B-Grade Skill Book x1, Item Binding Card x1, Gold Coins x 3000. The second team in damage is none. Exciting, it's really exciting. I didn't even see the shadow of the world boss, and you're telling me the world boss is gone? Hey buddy, the Emperor team dealt over 3 million damage to the world boss? Is that even possible for a human? Must be cheating, right? Emperor, if you're bad, practice more. If you can't handle losing, don't play. A strong country in technology will be beaten if it falls behind. When playing games, always smile, don't frown, hehehe. I'll play your mother. I didn't cheat. Geneva, merge servers. At the same time, in Su Chen and others' team channel, Caribbean Pillar, Master is truly amazing. Another easy win. By the way, Master, this purple equipment is for you. Tolerant, presenting +1. Ho Xiaoyu, presenting +2. On the other side, after Su Chen placed the purple equipment gifted by the 3 into the guild warehouse, he looked at the acquired item. Item binding card. After using it on one of your equipment or items, it won't drop upon death. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. This thing. He remembered in the late game of the game. That could be sold for a sky-high price. But for him, let's keep it for now. Even if used, it should be used for ancient divine equipment. Red equipment doesn't have that qualification yet. You can have my purple equipment too. At this moment, the soft voice of Suyu behind him sounded, making Su Chen unable to resist pinching her again. Don't. Sorry. Hearing the aggrieved voice of Xiaoyu, Su Chen quickly stopped his actions. These past 2 nights, he would pinch whenever he had nothing to do. It seems like he has developed a bad habit. Looks like he needs to change it recently. For example, Change the location of pinching. Where should we go next? Back to the main city? The nurse who gives injections will probably be coming. Suyu's little head leaned on the shoulder of her big brother, her voice sounding weak. Let's go back to the main city. We'll continue discussing the red equipment on the way. With that, Suchin glanced at the 7 people still standing in place below, then flew towards the main city with Xiaoyu. By the way, Xiaoyu, what B-grade skill did you get? Upon hearing this, Suyu opened his backpack. Let me take a look. It's a skill book for a meat tank. I can't use it. By the way, do you want this item? If you want it, it's all yours. Suchin shook his head. You keep the item. Useless skill books can be thrown into the guild warehouse. This B-grade skill book is for archers. I'll put it in the warehouse for you to take. Okay. Seeing Suyu obediently agreeing, Suchin shifted his gaze to the random red equipment. But before he could open it, hint, Caribbean Pillar has sent you B-grade skill book X2. Taking a closer look, he found an archer skill book and a thief skill book, making it 3 skill books for the 3 of them. Only one that can be used? Another archer skill book. Let me see. Taking out 2 B-grade skill books from the guild warehouse, Suyu happily started learning 2 more ways to torture the boss. At the same time, Suchin looked at the random red equipment again. This time, he didn't hesitate. Congratulations on obtaining Wind Speaker Helmet. Level, LV10. Effect 1, Attack plus 320. Effect 2, Movement Speed plus 25. Effect 3, Hit Rate plus 8%. Effect 4, Critical Hit Rate plus 5%. Skill, each of your attacks can increase movement speed by 0.5, stacking up to 25 movement speed points, lasting for 3 minutes, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Su Chen frowned. For any red grade helmet that doesn't have the attribute of restoring maximum health per second, he wouldn't choose to wear it. The reason being, with the purple grade helmet he currently wears, he can restore over 700,000 health points per second. Its value to him is no less than that of a regular red equipment. You see, restoring maximum health per second is already one of the rarest attributes. Therefore, among all the purple equipment, his war helmet can be said to be 1 in 100,000. Of course, refreshing such a super rare attribute with a recast stone is not impossible, just highly improbable. Unless, using a trick. Su Chen is quite knowledgeable in this area. For example, if the skill of your red equipment is related to a healer, then using a recast stone to roll the attribute of restoring maximum health per second would have a higher probability than other red equipment. And now, this wind speaker helmet is obviously related to archers. Therefore, he would rather not wear this red equipment and not gamble with a recast stone. Moreover, even if this red equipment is related to healers, the total recast stones on him, Suyu, Zhaodezhu, and others combined, may not necessarily roll the super rare attribute of restoring maximum health per second. Let alone this red equipment is not related to healers. Instead, it fits Suyu perfectly. Xiaoyu. What's up? The light and pleasant voice sounded in his ears. Suchin took out the wind speaker helmet with one hand and waved it in front of Suyu. This red helmet is for you. Ah? Suyu was slightly stunned. Then, she quickly shook her head and refused. No, it's a waste to give me red equipment. Oh, don't you still not have a red helmet? Wear it yourself, don't give it to me. She didn't operate it, nor was she aware of it. She could only rely on health and attack speed to torture the boss. How can it be a waste to give good things to my future wife? Suchin said, glancing at the leaderboard. You already have over 500,000 combat power. Aren't you stronger than anyone else except your future husband? Come on, wear it. This red equipment suits you best. It would have the opposite effect if I wear it. In the moment she heard the words future wife, Suyu's face turned red with embarrassment. But when she heard her own future husband's last words, Suyu's lips parted slightly. Really? Feeling the warmth behind little Yu's back with her own hands, there was a noticeable increase. Su Chen's lips curled up. If I were lying, Koan would immediately. Before he could finish his sentence, Suyu covered his mouth with her hand, coquettishly saying, Don't say that, can I wear it? This bad guy actually threatened her future happiness, how despicable. Suyu took the Whisperer helmet and put it on. At this moment, Suchin suddenly teased, your future husband, this time will take you to over 10 million blood points, any rewards? Suyu pursed her red lips, her eyes avoiding his gaze. What reward do you want? Both hands were doing that thing. Could this guy be thinking? Although it seems so now. She could get out of bed and move around, but constantly nodding. Ugh, it's too embarrassing. Suchin smiled, a look of indulgence on his face. Then it depends on my little you. What reward do you want? Suyu's beautiful eyes lit up. Then I'll reward you with a kiss, Trojan horse. And just as the two were joking around and flying to the main city, another thing shocked the players immensely. That is, the Emperor and the Slayer of all on the power ranking list. The power has reached a terrifying 700,000. The same power again, and it refreshed simultaneously. What does this prove? It's already self-evident. In the world, one or two coincidences can be explained, but the Emperor and the Slayer of all. How many coincidences have there been? And when this happened? Currently, there is a saying spreading online. Su Chen has become the boss's son of the divine realm. When the two arrived in the main city, it was close to 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Less than 20 minutes left. Su Chen greeted Zhao Deju and Yu Yurong, and then went offline with little Yu. In the blink of an eye, the two walked out of the virtual warehouse. Su Chen led Suyu to sit on the sofa on the first floor. As soon as they sat down, Suyu eagerly took out her phone and opened Douyin, searching for the official account of the Divine Realm. She leaned lightly on Su Chen's shoulder, watching a video of the Championship League preview posted by the Divine Realm official account, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. The Divine Realm official account has surpassed 10 million followers in just an hour. It's hard to imagine how many people will watch the live broadcast of the Championship League. I'm really looking forward to it. Listening to little Yu's exclamation beside him, Su Chen pinched her cheek and said with a smile, as long as anyone can get in the top 3 in this league, opening a Douyin account will attract over 1 million followers in a day. Don't you believe it? 1 million is still conservative. Su Chen remembered that in his previous life, during the peak of the Divine Realm, just the official accounts of the 5 major clubs had over 10 million followers. Some top-tier gods who went international had a global fan base of at least 1 billion. Believe it? How could I not believe it? Suyu nodded her head. According to the data released by the Divine Realm official account, just the daily login users in our dragon country alone are 2 to 3 million. This data is not exaggerated. It can be said that from those under 18 who can only play games for 2 hours a day, to the elderly in their 60s and 70s, are all exposed to the game Divine Realm. This is the strength of virtual online games. TSK. I remember that the previous little you was quite resistant to games, right? Now, how come you look like a gaming addict? Hearing the teasing from her own boss, Suyu's face blushed. Previously, her concept of games was the same as that of most parents. Games were synonymous with self-indulgence, neglecting one's duties, and escaping reality. Until the big boss of the family, only using one prop, made millions. Her concept of the game completely changed at that time. I think what Long Uncle said before is very right. Suyu sat up straight, looking serious. What did he say? Su Chen looked curious. Suyu raised her hands in a dust shield gesture. In the game, your strength is real, so you should indulge in playing, play happily when playing, and study in moderation. Reading for too long will also be tiring. It's not a pleasant behavior. If you also like reading, then you should correct it quickly. Maintain abundant energy. Only then can you play games healthily. Note, the above content is purely fictional. After speaking, Suyu looked smugly at Su Chen. How about that? What I said is right, isn't it? I remember this is exactly what Long Uncle said. Su Chen, 6. Long Uncle, prepare a lawyer's letter. Lawyer, okay, Duong. Long Uncle, wait, prepare 2 copies. Just kidding, did you really take it seriously? Suyu leaned back on Su Chen's shoulder again, with a smile on her face. TSK. So cute. Su Chen pinched Suyu's cheek again. Stop it. Suyu pouted, adjusted her position, and then looked at her phone. Oh, the Divine Realm official has released another video. It's actually about the league rules. Suyu's beautiful eyes widened slightly. Quickly check the official league rules. The match time is tomorrow at noon. At that time, all players will participate in a league on an aerial island called the Sky City. The Championship League is divided into 3 formats. The first is a points battle. The rules are simple and straightforward. At the start of the match, all participating players will be randomly teleported to a small island. The task for the players is simple: to fight each other. Kill other players to earn points. Every 3 minutes, the periphery of the island will collapse, similar to the poison circle in a certain chicken-eating game. Each island can collapse up to 10 times, leaving only the central part of the island in the end. The surviving players will be there. After a final 5-minute battle, the top 100,000 players in points will advance. After advancing, players will be randomly assigned to one of 100 groups, each with 1,024 people. Of course, for players who did not advance in the points battle, there will be a resurrection match later, but there are only 28 spots for resurrection, which is nearly 30,000 players. Seeing this, Suyu couldn't help but sigh. If you calculate it like this, only 128 groups, or 130,000 people, can advance to the next round of the format. Compared to the huge number of participants, the probability of advancing to the second round format is less than 2%. Hearing this, Suchen put his hand on her thigh and pinched. Okay, let's continue reading. Let's see. Suyu shivered. She snuggled into someone's arms. The second round format of the league, named the group elimination match. As the name suggests, within each group, players will engage in one-on-one elimination matches. Each battle lasts for 3 minutes, after which, the combat power of both players will increase by 300%, entering a berserk state until one player wins and advances successfully. In the end, only the first place in each group will qualify for the third round format, the final elimination match. In the third format, each round of the match will be broadcast live throughout, allowing millions of viewers in the live room to enjoy. The league rules provided by the Divine Realm seem very cruel, but at the moment when the reward list was announced, at this moment, players who watched the league rules felt it was very reasonable. Wow, interesting. As long as the players who advance to the knockout stage, each will be rewarded with 200 gold coins, and then for each round advanced in the knockout stage, they will be rewarded with 100 gold coins? Suyu's beautiful eyes widened. Having been with her family's big shots for so long, she naturally knew the value of most items. Giving 200 gold coins to each player who advances to the knockout stage of the group is equivalent to a total of 130,000 players. Is the Divine Domain official not afraid of the devaluation of gold coins? Suyu asked her inner question. Suchen smiled and said, the devaluation of gold coins is just a matter of time, but no matter how devalued they are, they won't become cheap. As long as top equipment and skills do not devalue, but instead continue to rise, that's enough. In plain terms, gold coins are just props for players to buy some items in the in-game store. For example, there will be the appearance of building tokens, materials for pocket treasure maps, large recovery potions, and so on. Normal equipment transactions, most players still use money, and there are few transactions using gold coins. Hearing this, Suyu nodded her head slightly and continued to read down. However, when she saw the reward list for the final knockout stage, her breathing instantly became rapid. Rewards for the top 128 players, Purple Equipment X1, Gold Coins X500, Sea-Level Skill Book X1. Wow! Players who advance to the final knockout stage each receive a reward of purple equipment, so generous? Suyu seemed somewhat astonished. This reward is compared to the level rankings, and the power rankings. It's already more than a little generous. After all, it is the first event for the entire server, so it's normal for the rewards to be generous. Keep reading. Su-chan reminded her. He knew, compared to the final rewards, this purple equipment is not even worth mentioning. Let me see. Suyu continued reading down. Rewards for the top 64 players, Purple Equipment X1, Gold Coins X1000, B-Level Skill Book X1. Rewards for the top 32 players, Purple Equipment X1, Gold Coins X2000, B-Level Skill Book X1, Recast Stone X2. Rewards for the top 16 players, Purple Equipment X1, Gold Coins X3500, B-Level Skill Book X2, Recast Stone X3. The rewards for the league are not that significant until here. Until the following. Rewards for the top 8 players, Purple Equipment X2, Gold Coins X6000, B-Level Skill Book X2, Recast Stone X5. Reward for the 4th place in the league, Purple Equipment X2, Gold Coins X8000, A-Level Skill Book X1, Recast Stone X5. This is still nothing. When Suyu saw the rewards for the top 3, her breathing became even heavier. Just because there are. Reward for 3rd place in the league, Red Equipment X1, Gold Coins X12000, A-Level Skill Book X1, Pocket Treasure Map X1, Recast Stone X10. Reward for 2nd place in the league, Red Equipment X1, Gold Coins X20000, A-Level Skill Book X1, Pocket Treasure Map X1, Recast Stone X15, Random Item X1. Reward for 1st place in the league, Red Equipment X1, Gold Coins X30000, S-Level Skill Book X1, Pocket Treasure Map X1, Recast Stone X20, Random Item X1, Mystery Grand Prize X1. Oh my! Suyu was stunned. Not only do the top 3 have red equipment, but the 2nd place also has an extra item. And this 1st place. Aside from the unique S-Level Skill Book reward for the entire server, there is even a Mystery Grand Prize? As for what is inside the Mystery Grand Prize, Su-chen knows very well. In any case, that thing. It's at the level of ancient artifacts. The number owned by the entire server can be counted on one hand. At this point, some may be puzzled. The Divine Domain game is open to over 100 countries worldwide, so there should be hundreds of servers in theory. If each server holds a Champions League, there will be hundreds of mysterious prizes. But it's not calculated like that. In the Divine Realm game, there are only 5 servers corresponding to the 5 continents of the Divine Realm world. The players in the Dragon Kingdom are numerous. They exclusively occupy the central server. The rest are from over 100 countries, distributed among the other 4 servers based on region and population. More details will be explained after the merger. Speaking of which, when all players see the league rewards revealed by the Divine Realm official in advance, they all get excited. Each one is full of enthusiasm. Even if they are not in the top 3, advancing to the group stage is fine. Mixing some gold coins is also good. Compared to ordinary players, those S-level players are eagerly anticipating, one by one. Their demeanor is just like Su Yu, who is lying in Su Chen's arms at this moment. Hey, don't we just need our hands for the championship? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Oh? Do you think that our mere 10 million blood points can secure the championship? Su Yu? Not big brother. Don't scare me. Su Yu's little face was full of astonishment. No, not. What do you mean by that? Big brother, don't scare me. Seeing this girl's bewildered look, Su Chen showed a serious expression. Do you think, in the vast Dragon Kingdom, am I the only one who has awakened a Super S-level talent? Su Yu frowned and tilted her head, but if there are other Super S-level players, they should be evenly matched with us on the power ranking list, but now besides us, isn't your disciple the one with the highest power? Su Chen shrugged. Who knows? Maybe they are low-key, or their talent is a slow-burning type. Anyway, before being truly invincible, don't draw conclusions too early, understand? One must act cautiously in life. Never be arrogant. Seeing her boss being serious, Su Yu also nodded obediently. I understand. Speaking of which, Su Yu changed the subject. What do you think? Is our probability of winning the championship? Su Chen, 99.9%. But if you round it off, what's the difference from 50-50? The remaining 0.01 probability might be having diarrhea tomorrow, or getting too excited at night with little you. Accidentally dying from excessive excitement is not impossible. Su Yu's mouth twitched like crazy. You know how to round up. You know how to round down. By the way. At this moment, Su Chen remembered something. He wrapped his arm around the slender waist of little you in his arms, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, the bedsheets on the first floor have all been washed today, but they're not dry yet. So tonight, we might have to sleep on the second floor. Su Yu blushed. Her legs instinctively tightened. She softly responded. The bedsheets on the first floor need to be washed because of a certain naughty guy who always makes a mess everywhere. Thinking of this, Su Yu looked at her fair little hands. Her arms were sore from the past few days. What are you thinking about with such a hot body? There are little pink hearts in your pupils? No way. Su Yu instantly woke up, wanting to break free from someone's embrace, but at that moment, ring ring ring, the doorbell rang. Seeing this opportunity, Su Yu quickly got up. Miss Hu too is here? You go open the door, I'll go upstairs and lie down first. With that, she ran upstairs. Seeing this, Su Chen looked helpless. She easily gets shy during the day, but once it's nighttime and under the covers, isn't it just actively throwing yourself into his arms? Even doing whatever, touching whatever, pinching whatever, all with a very obedient look. Who can resist that? Can anyone resist that and still be considered a man? They say desire is like a sharp knife, but remember, I am known for being tough. The next day at noon, 11:30, when Su Chen and Su Yu appeared at the resurrection altar, looking outwards. Inside the main city, there were players packed tightly together. So many people, I've never seen so many people at once in real life. Su Yu looked around. Everywhere the eye could see was people. Indeed. Su Chen nodded. At this moment, the surrounding players also noticed the appearance of the two. Look, isn't that Emperor the big shot? Wow. Emperor is so handsome, and the woman next to him is also very beautiful. What should I do if I fall for her? If you fall for her, you should go after her. Really? Should I give it a try? If you try, you'll die. Okay, I'm good at taking advice. Do you think Emperor and Slaughter all are the same person? Could it be some kind of talent? Go ask and you'll find out. Big shot, can I interview you for a moment? Are you the same person as Slaughter all? Damn, are you serious? At this moment, Su Chen looked at the woman in front of him wearing round glasses and holding a microphone. His mouth twitched. Not. Where did you get that microphone from? Do they sell these things in the game? He really hasn't paid attention in these 2 lifetimes. Miss, please speak more carefully. Su Yu grabbed her big shot's arm and said cautiously, that nonsense Slaughter all is a wanted criminal. What does he have to do with my big shot? Just because both have similar combat power and levels, just because both are priests, and just because both have never appeared at the same time, you're slandering my big shot. Su Chen? What nonsense is this Slaughter all? This girl, even scolds your own family? Just because you rubbed against me last night, now you're seeking revenge? But looking closely, little you with her cute tiger teeth and protective look is really adorable. At the same time, when the onlookers saw the scene, they all became unsettled. What's my goddess's name for him? Shocking news, shocking news. Wow. The top female player in the server and the top male player in the server are actually a couple? Indeed, in the game, it's always the top combat power with the third combat power. How can a poor guy like me match up with someone so noble in real life? Listening to the female player, why do I feel like Emperor and Slaughter all are the same person? No need to feel, in fact they are. Have you noticed, they are so well matched, one handsome and one stunningly beautiful. Emperor, they are together, I surprisingly don't feel any jealousy, but rather feel it's only natural. Nonsense, Emperor is someone even the Moonlight boss would call grandpa, and you envy him? Go try to pursue the female player. I'll twist your head off. The discussions around continued. Listening to Suyu's words, the woman with glasses showed a characteristic smile. So, may I ask, sister-in-law, is your guild planning to recruit people? I see many players online who would like to join your guild with the big shot. Hearing the word sister-in-law, Suyu's mouth instantly showed a sweet smile. Well, at this point, she pointed to Su Chen beside her. He's in charge at home, ask him. Wow, I want to join the guild. You can send a small gift as you wish. Then wait for the system notification, Manhwa. With these words from Suyu, many male compatriots around him couldn't help but envy him deeply. Having such a beautiful and charming girlfriend with a hot figure and extraordinary combat power is already impressive. And she is also so gentle and obedient to you. Did you save the Milky Way in your past life? Feeling the envious glances from the people around, Su Chen naturally felt pleased. However, looking at the expectant look on the girl with glasses in front of him, he just casually said, the guild will definitely recruit in the future. As for the specific requirements for joining, we'll talk about that later. After giving a rough result, Su Chen looked at Suyu beside him, who was smiling happily, reached out and embraced her slender waist, and softly said, let's go, Deju and the others are already waiting for us at the main city gate. With that, he decisively spread his wings and, in front of everyone, flew out of the resurrection altar with Suyu. Seeing this, there was a wave of exclamations. At the same time, two explosive news spread rapidly in the Divine Realm circle. First, Emperor and Missing, the top players in the game, are actually a couple. Second, the Divine Court Guild is about to recruit new members. At this moment, in midair. It feels a bit awkward for you to hold me like this, try a different posture. Okay. Su Chen responded. He held Suyu in his arms in a princess carry position. How about this time? Much better. Seeing Suyu nod, Su Chen suddenly remembered something and looked at the guild panel. The contribution points obtained yesterday. They still haven't been used. Guild level has been raised to LV8. Guild level has been raised to LV9. Guild level has been raised to LV10. Insufficient contribution points. Required contribution points for the next upgrade, 200,000. Over 300,000 contribution points. Only raised 3 levels. Looking at the guild panel again. Guild, Divine Court. Level, 10. Guild Leader, Emperor. Vice Guild Leader, Missing. Managers, Ho Xiaoyu, Caribbean Deju. Regular members, none. Contribution points, 15,000. Warehouse, Purple Equipment X126. Bonuses, Experience plus 15%, Damage plus 10%, Health plus 10%, Movement Speed plus 10%, Mana plus 10%, Attack Power plus 10%. Current personnel limit, 2,000. At present, the additional bonuses provided by the guild to players are considerable. However, the next upgrade of the guild requires 200,000 contribution points. From this, it is not difficult to see that it is already a bit difficult for them to upgrade the guild with just a few people. That's why, just now, in front of everyone, he released the news that the Divine Court will recruit in the future. In the future, as the guild battles begin, the more members participate, the more contribution points they will receive. As for, what about recruiting some random people? Just kidding. What is his alt account for? The name Conqueror of the World was not chosen randomly. Soon, the two arrived at the main city gate. Master. As soon as he saw the two, Zhao Deju, who looked energetic, quickly greeted them. You look good. Putting down Suyu, Su Chen patted Zhao Deju's shoulder and joked. Mainly because there's a league today. I deliberately went to bed early yesterday, trying not to embarrass you, master. Zhao Deju scratched his head, looking modest. Su Chen. With a full set of top-tier purple equipment, plus an S-level talent, if this can embarrass us. The fun is about to begin. Boss, the league will start in 20 minutes, should we make some preparations during this time? Ho Xiaoyu asked proactively on the side. Hearing this, Suchen casually found a place to sit down, waved his hand and said, as long as you don't let your guard down, just rest and prepare for the league to start. There are too many people in the city, it's buzzing inside. Zhao Dezhu also sat down enthusiastically. Master, did you see the content released by the Divine Domain official yesterday? Those rewards are simply too generous. There are 3 pieces of red equipment and items along with S-level skills. It's hard to imagine how powerful the first S-level skill in the whole server will be. But what I'm most curious about is what that mysterious grand prize is. With that, Zhao Dezhu looked at Ho Xiaoyu sitting beside him and raised his eyebrows. Xiaoyu, care to take a guess? Ho Xiaoyu looked speechless. How am I supposed to guess that? You should ask the official. Besides, boss, winning the championship is almost a sure thing. We'll find out what's inside when the time comes. Zhao Dezhu nodded, pondered for a while. True, should I find someone to ask the official? Ho Xiaoyu? What else could he say in this situation? He could only walk away alone. Meanwhile, as Su Chen and the others chatted leisurely, on the other side, what's wrong, Sister Yu? So you looked at Yu Yuyan in front of her, frowning and sighing from time to time, couldn't help but ask with concern. Normally at this time, among the few of them, shouldn't Sister Yu be the most cheerful and talkative? But today, Sister Yu seemed to be in a consistently lackluster mood, which made Su Yu concerned. It's nothing. Yu Yuyan shook her head slightly. Su Yu furrowed her brows. Sister Yu, you look like you've written unhappy all over your face. What's really going on? Is someone bullying you? Su Yu's eyes widened slightly. Could she really be bullied? Upon hearing this, the 3 chatting on the side all turned their attention over. Seeing this, Yu Yuyan sighed. She didn't hide anything from them and explained the reason for her bad mood today. In simple terms, it was because of the promising future of the game Divine Domain. Yu Yuyan's younger brother set his sights on the club. And just last night, Yu Yuyan's parents called, citing her playing games all day and not doing anything productive, asking her to hand over the Starry Sky Club to her younger brother. Yu Yuyan was unhappy for this reason. It wasn't about the money, but mainly because she had managed the Starry Sky Club with her own hands for so many years, and everything was running smoothly. Now, just because of her parents' favoritism towards males, they denied her years of hard work. Moreover, her parents would rather believe in a son who lost millions of dollars in 3 companies in a year, than in their daughter. Feeling lost in her heart, she also felt a bit resentful. After listening to Yu Yuyan's story, Su Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Is it happening as expected? Su Chen remembered. In the previous life, Yu Yuyan did not compromise with her parents, but still agreed to let her brother come to the company as part of the management. In the end, as mentioned earlier, in the game merging with reality 3 years later, because of a treasure, the people under Yu Yuyan betrayed her. And the one who betrayed her turned out to be her own brother. However, in this life, with him and Xiaoyu constantly flapping their wings like 2 butterflies, the outcome of the white-haired lowly is unknown if it will be the same as in the previous life. These are the specific reasons. Yu Yuyan finished speaking inside. Ho Xiaoyu? This plot. Classic, so classic. It feels so familiar, but at least Rong's parents are not too bad. It's just that they favor boys over girls. You don't need to worry about me. Seeing Xiaoyu hesitating to speak, Yurong shrugged. I'm just a little unwilling, but my parents raised me, what can I do? I can only listen to them. And the Star Rain Club is managed by my stupid younger brother. A high probability of bankruptcy is just a matter of time. I can just sell my shares, become a little rich woman. 10 lawless, 9 rich, and 1 especially rich. She is the special one. Not only very rich, but also grand. Obviously. The appearance of Su Chen and the others in this life greatly changed Yurong's thoughts. Su Yu stepped forward, held Yurong's hand gently, and whispered, Yurong, although I can't interfere in your family matters, I respect your thoughts. If you don't want to stay in Star Rain, you can join our guild. Yurong raised her eyebrows, chuckled, then I'll join now. Anyway, as the boss, I will resign sooner or later, and there's no one else in the game who would take me in. Su Yu. Ha? Is it so hasty? Yurong spread her hands, sighed, since things have come to this, what else can I do? Instead of watching Star Rain decline day by day, it's better to turn a blind eye and just leave. Listening to Yurong's words. At this moment, Zhao Dezhu slowly stood up. Yurong, actually, if you really don't want to leave that Star Rain Club, just tell Brother Dezhu, for the sake of Master and Madam, it's just a matter of a word. His words were not false. Even if it bankrupts the Yurong family, it's also just a matter of a word. Hearing this, Yurong, with a surprised look on her face, waved her hands repeatedly. No, forget it. I don't owe my brother anything, this time I'll hand over the company to him, and in the future, he won't have the face to bother me. Moreover, on second thought. Here, Yurong narrowed her beautiful eyes, revealing a smile that seemed like a silly girl. Hee. Besides playing games every day, chatting, watching videos, eating and drinking, it feels pretty good too. Several people. Wow, looking at this expression. Has the otaku attribute awakened? On Su Chen's side, when he received the application to join from the white-haired lowly, he didn't hesitate. He clicked agree and then promoted her to a manager. In the blink of an eye, 20 minutes later. After waiting anxiously as if days had passed, the vast number of players finally ushered in. Server announcement, the Championship League is about to begin, please get ready, players. At this moment, all players were fully alert, and some were already rubbing their hands in anticipation. The next second, in the 12 main cities, nearly tens of millions of players participating in the Championship League suddenly felt a blur before their eyes. When they reacted, everything they saw had undergone earth-shaking changes. As far as the eye could see, there were giant buildings hundreds of meters high, resembling bird nests. In addition, when everyone's gaze turned to the sky above the Sky City, there were clusters of small islands. Roughly counting, the number of these small islands was not in the thousands, but at least several hundred. At that moment, in the Sky City that accommodated millions of players, there was a continuous sound of shock. It was hard for everyone to imagine. In the Divine Realm world, there actually existed a city more shocking than the 12 main cities. At the same time, the Divine Realm officials started the live broadcast. The scene in the live broadcast was the Sky City floating in the clouds, filled with countless players. And at the moment the live broadcast started, the number quickly reached over 100,000. Some people couldn't participate in this Champions League due to real-life commitments. Some came to join in the fun because they had heard of the game God Realm. And there were even users who had never heard of God Realm but were recommended by big data to join in. What the heck? Is there such a place on Blue Star? A city in the sky? Bro, you haven't even heard of the Sky City? It's one of the 8 wonders of Blue Star. Hey, the gentleman upstairs already doesn't understand. Why are you still fooling him? Excuse me, when does the match start? I was secretly watching during class. Hey, I know you're in a hurry upstairs, but hold on. As barrage comments streamed in, the official of the God Realm didn't keep the audience waiting. Server-wide announcement, the battle for points is about to begin. Please get ready, countdown 30 seconds. In an instant, players were eager to try. Time passed by minute. When the countdown ended, at that moment, all the players in the Sky City disappeared into thin air. The live stream switched. On Island 51, a figure appeared out of nowhere next to a big tree, and the audience focused their attention. Wow, they're starting with Emperor's perspective? God Realm officials know how to do live broadcasts. Wait, look behind the Emperor, there's a person appearing out of nowhere. Come on, let me see the Emperor's strength. In the scene, a big man with a huge sword, upon seeing Su Chen in front of him, was visibly stunned at first. But the next second, a cruel smile appeared on his face as he raised the sword in his hand and swung it towards Su Chen. No matter who you are, everyone is equal under the sword. Ha! Su Chen frowned, instinctively dodging to the side a split second before the huge sword landed on his head. Bang! The huge sword smashed heavily into the ground. At the same time, Su Chen turned around. The thunder staff appeared in his hand. Is that all? Su Chen tilted his head. Seeing this, the big man player lost his composure. Damn, do you have observation hockey or something? From lifting the huge sword to swinging it down, didn't the whole process take less than 2 seconds? And he still managed to dodge it? You talk too much. Su Chen raised the thunder staff in his hand. And then, in front of everyone's eyes, Su Chen waved the thunder staff. In just a second. Swish, swish, swish. Over 20 blue energy balls fell simultaneously, as fast as pouring rain, landing on the opponent as if they were hit. 1078. 1129. The big man player didn't even have time to react. In an instant, he disappeared from the spot. Seeing this scene, the barrage in the live stream was filled with question marks. No way, right? What's going on? Where did that guy go? How fast is this guy's reaction speed? Wow, is this a priest? If I didn't see it wrong just now, the Emperor dealt over 1,000 damage with a basic attack. Is this the confidence of 700,000 combat power? Ordinary players can't even last a second in front of the Emperor? Let me take a breather. Isn't this cheating? At this moment, the audience's emotions could no longer be described as surprised. It was complete disbelief. Can a human achieve such speed? Can a player deal such damage? Is this a humanoid boss? When the scene returned to Su Chen's side, you have killed the player, second monkey knife brother. Points +1. Looking at the system prompt in front of him, Suchin opened the map to confirm the direction and headed straight for the center of the island. For him, there was no need to say much. Even with his eyes closed, he could advance. The whole process. It's like beating whoever you catch. Seeing Suchin here is calm. In order to take care of the audience's feelings, the official live broadcast also began to switch back and forth between various islands and battlefields. During this period, the audience saw a thrilling game of evenly matched opponents. They also witnessed the top 100 players effortlessly crushing ordinary players. Some players even teamed up with other players in order to advance, specifically targeting those who were alone. But not all players who teamed up were so lucky. At this moment in the live broadcast, as the first wave of island perimeters collapsed, a group of 5 men and 1 woman had just escaped from the collapsed area, with a bottomless abyss 3 meters behind them. However, about 7 to 8 meters in front of them, behind a tree, a graceful figure slowly emerged. See Yuan? How could it be her? Oh no, we've encountered the top female player on the server. Will we be eliminated? Watching the bewildered group in front of them, Suyu's mouth curved into a charming smile. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she said, I didn't expect to encounter 6 of you at once. If I defeat you, I should be able to advance, right? It's really effortless. With that, a long bow appeared in Suyu's hand. This cold look on her face was completely different from the one in front of Suchen. The 6 people opposite were all trembling. Elder sister, please don't get excited. Yes, let's talk it out. Boss, there are a total of 130,000 advancement spots. We are not far behind. How about you lead us to advance? We'll each give you 500. No, 1,000 each? That's right, I can offer 2,000. At this moment, Suyu's appearance and the scene displayed by the group once again stirred up a wave of excitement among the audience in the live broadcast room. Is this the top female player in the Divine Realm? She's so beautiful and has such a great temperament. She's simply the ideal moonlight in the eyes of all men. Wow, I'm so envious. Who is this Siyuan? Not only can she make 6 people beg for mercy, if she brings them along, she could make a fortune? You can tell from a glance that you haven't played Divine Realm. Her combat power is close to 500,000. Even if the combat power of these 6 people is added together, it's not necessarily more than hers. I feel like the combat power of this game is a bit fake. How could there be such a big gap between players in the early stages of the game? Who knows? What if the female boss has super high skills? TSK. If she's so powerful and has skills, just the thought of it is mind-blowing. Hey, you upstairs, even if the female boss has skills, she still enjoys the company of the emperor boss, right? I'm curious if the female boss can resist the temptation of over $10,000 this time? No one can resist it. As the audience discussed, in the live broadcast, when Suyu heard the group finish speaking, she slowly raised the long bow in her hand. With her other hand pulling the bowstring, an arrow made of light blue energy materialized on the bow. Sorry, my boss doesn't allow me to power level for others. With that, more than 20 arrows shot out suddenly from the bow in just 3 seconds, and the 6 people disappeared in place, filled with unwillingness and resentment. You have killed player, Poison Dragon Drill. You have killed player, like 6 and 9. You have killed player, not necessarily the bulging veins on the arm. Score +6. Huh, this name. If you don't die, who will? Hating the quick-witted Suyu, her pretty face blushed upon seeing the name of a few people. She retracted the bow and arrow in her hand, turned around and left gracefully. And at this moment, the netizens in the live broadcast room haven't recovered from the shock yet, until Suyu's wonderful figure completely disappeared from everyone's sight. The barrage, like a tide, surged madly from the broadcast room. Damn, am I hallucinating? Ha! Can someone tell me, in the blink of an eye, how many arrows did she shoot? Isn't this sister awakening as a hidden profession machine gunner? If I remember correctly, the attack speed of that big shot before was also fierce, right? Could it be that attack speed is what makes the combat power of the 2 big shots so strong? Adding attack speed is the answer in the current version? No, I have to go online and try it out. +1. The era of attack speed for all is about to come. The fast hand speed of the female big shot. I can't keep up, slow down a bit. Admin, quickly kick the one upstairs out. As time passed by, the island continued to collapse repeatedly, shrinking continuously. The number of eliminated players also kept rising continuously. And during this time, Zhao Deju, Ho Xiaoyu, and Yu Yorong also let the vast netizens in the live broadcast room witness the power of the Shin Ting Guild. Just like player Zhao Deju, holding a super large fairy stick, with his extremely terrifying all-around lifesteal, combined with a full set of purple equipment bringing top-tier health and top-tier attack power, coupled with the guild's incredible amplification. He took on 7 opponents at once. In the last few minutes, Zhao Dezhu himself didn't lose a drop of blood, with 6 of the 7 opponents dead and 1 fleeing. After this battle, the netizens witnessed the prowess of this player wielding the fairy stick and sporting a middle-parted hairstyle. Due to Zhao Dezhu's unique appearance and the comical scene of him wielding the fairy stick to attack, he was jokingly referred to by netizens as the fairy pillar. On the other hand, Ho Xiaoyu was liked by netizens and affectionately called the instant kill little expert. Simply because, in every scene shown of him, no one could survive his smooth combo moves. With his agile operation, coupled with his mysterious and unpredictable talent, anyone targeted by Ho Xiaoyu so far has been eliminated without exception. People are also curious about how this top assassin, who can take down opponents in an instant, will perform in the subsequent elimination matches. After all, assassins specialize in unexpected and unprepared attacks. On the contrary, they are weak in one-on-one combat. Among these 3, the one that stands out to the audience is undoubtedly Yu Yorong. This seemingly not too big but not too small white-haired loli single-handedly took on 8 opponents. Using her extremely high defense and health, she wore down those 8 opponents. During the battle, as the white-haired loli waved her small fists, the pair in front of her chest almost made the audience dizzy. However, during this time, after being reminded several times by the official Douyin, when the camera focused on the white-haired loli again, regardless of whether she was in battle or not, the official staff promptly gave the white-haired loli's chest, those glaringly large masses, a reassuring holy light. After this battle, Yu Yorong was dubbed by netizens as the Holy Light Loli. In short, modern netizens like to give nicknames. Besides this nickname, Yu Yorong was also labeled as having a natural giant asterisk holy body. Of course, besides Zhao Dezhu and the other 2, some players with S-level talent have performed extremely well, each showing their unique skills. Netizens are very excited. Among these players, is there anyone who can challenge the 3 members of the Shinting Guild, Zhao Dezhu, or even, is there a super strong dark horse who can completely defeat Zhao Dezhu and his team? After all, the world is unpredictable. We are all underdogs. Oh wait, that seems to be the wrong way to put it. Anyway, before the results are out, anything is possible. And at this moment, on the small island of No. 51, a scene is about to unfold that will make many viewers watching the match all tense. Because in their godlike perspective, the player who is about to encounter the Emperor, the top player in the power ranking list, is ranked 7th. ID, Grandpa. The 2 sides have not met yet. The barrage in the live broadcast room starts to surge. They are about to meet. Guess, how long can this 7th-ranked powerhouse hold up against the Emperor, the top player? Even if he loses, at least this grandson won't be defeated instantly, right? Bold guess, I bet this grandson can withstand the Emperor's attacks for a few seconds at least. Is there no one who thinks that this grandpa can defeat the Emperor? Upstairs, are you close relatives? Upstairs, I was born from my mom. So far, who has the Emperor not instantly defeated? Others don't even have a chance to touch him. This gap is terrifying. As the netizens discuss, on the center of the small island, on a hill, Su Chen sees someone below and decisively summons the Thunder Staff. At the same time, a very ordinary-looking grandpa with squinted eyes notices Su Chen above. Emperor, I've heard of your name for a long time. I didn't expect to be on the same island as the Emperor, it's my honor. Hearing this tone, Su Chen squints his eyes. But before he can do anything, the other person speaks again. It's said that meeting is fate. My original name is Mo1, how about being friends? This meaning couldn't be clearer. The big shot is asking for help. And Mo1's friendly gesture, no matter who sees it, would think the other person is humble and easy to get along with. But when Su Chen sees the other person's nickname, he doesn't think so. In his previous life, he had quite an impression of this person. Mo1, one of the future god-level archers. A nouveau riche player from a wealthy family involved in grey industries. Raised on blood-filled Mantu. He doesn't know what this person's current behavior, personality, and quirks are. But in the future when the game merges with reality, this squint-eyed person, relying on his overwhelmingly strong power, will transform into a ruthless and domineering figure overnight, persecuting even young girls, with no less than 1,000 victims. In short, some people's bad deeds are ingrained. Speaking of which, when Mo1 finishes speaking and sees Su Chen not responding, he directly speaks frankly, if the big shot is willing to help me advance, I am willing to join your guild, how about it? Hearing this, Su Chen raises an eyebrow. Wanting to advance and join the guild? Just based on your 7th place on the power ranking list? Are you trying to have your cake and eat it too? However, as the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person in the face. Su-chen looks at Mo1 below and says with a smile, "Brother Mo1, do you sincerely want to join my Shinting guild?" Upon hearing this, a smile appears on Mo1's lips. It seems that this so-called emperor isn't that great after all. Judging everything on the surface, relaxing vigilance on the battlefield, he appears to be arrogant and not very intelligent. It seems that the previous rumors, calling this person Grandpa in the Moonlight Hegemony, were probably due to his background. However, can't this kind of person be easily manipulated? Thinking of this, Mo1 quickly nodded. That's right, the only guild with such a high level in the whole server, and since I'm not planning to join a club, I'll join your guild, Emperor. It couldn't be more suitable. Oh, really? Su-chen's mouth curved into a smile. Since Brother Mo1 wants to join the guild, then as the guild leader, I'll give you a little test. It's only reasonable, right? Mo1 felt there was nothing wrong with it. Seeing the other nod, Su-chen's smile deepened. Seeing Mo1 nod, Su-chen smiled. Since Brother Mo1 agrees to the test, then the test goal I give you is to fight out of the resurrection match, win the league championship all the way. Isn't it reasonable? Hearing this, Mo1 was stunned. But before he could say anything, skill, instant teleportation. In the blink of an eye, Su-chen appeared in front of Mo1, not giving the other a chance to react. Skill, Inferno C. In an instant, countless flames engulfed Mo1. 5555. Over 5,000 damage in a second, instantly clearing Mo1's health bar. You have killed player, Grandpa. Points plus 62. Wow. Over 60 points, not a bad harvest. Su-chen said, looking at the time. It had just been over 20 minutes since the battle began. The final collapse of the island was also about to come. Thinking of this, Su-chen decisively spread his wings and flew into the air, looking down. Harvest time has come, and just on Su-chen's side, while playing the game of cat and mouse. At this moment, the barrage in the official live broadcast room of the Divine Realm completely exploded. Directly instant kill? Ah, he must have turned on something. How can there be such a heaven-defying existence in the world? A skill with over 5,000 damage, are you telling me this is a priest? Wow. This kind of strength in the top 10 is enough to crush us ordinary players. In front of Emperor, there is no difference between him and ordinary players, all can be killed in an instant. Sob, it takes me several seconds to kill a small monster, and Emperor directly kills the top 10 players in strength in seconds? The big guy's attack speed is terrifying, and the skill damage is so high. Could it be that the big guy's weakness is his health? I think it's very likely. +1. Time passed by minute. When the island finally collapsed for the last time, most of the participating members could only act within a limited range. Su-chen became the harvester of points, instantly killing anyone he saw. Even without showing himself, he could still do it. Of course, he was not someone who enjoyed killing, mainly because he knew the importance of a second chance at life. After the points battle ended, the top 100 players in the points ranking would receive 10 extra gold coins for each point gained. So, he just wanted to test the limits of the points. At that moment, the players on the small island No. 51 had no time to plunder points from each other. When they saw Su-chen flying in the air, they all tried to hide, wishing they could bury themselves in the ground. Fortunately, after the final collapse of the island, there was only a short 5-minute window for players to fight each other. As the 5-minute countdown ended, server-wide announcement, the points battle has ended, the promotion list will be announced in 1 minute. Wow, you're really lucky. Su-chen looked at the players in front of him, covered in dirt and fear in their eyes, with a helpless expression. As soon as the battle ended, the chubby player with the ID Qin Shu in front of him was eliminated. Hearing this, Qin Shu was stunned at first. When he realized that the person in front of him couldn't harm him, Qin Shu's small, cunning eyes widened slightly, and he suddenly said, "Is this the big shot? Su-chen?" Before Su-chen could say anything, in an instant, all the surviving players on the islands were collectively transported back to the Sky City. All right, Qin Shu, huh? Just as they returned to the central square of Sky City, Su-chen couldn't help but grit his teeth. Damn it! Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll blow your pants off. What a beast! At this moment, a fragrant scent wafted over. When Su-chen regained his senses, he suddenly found his little Yu had somehow nestled into his arms. Her little face rubbed against his chest, looking like she had missed him for half an hour. Nothing. Rubbing Yu's pretty face, Su-chen's expression suddenly became indulgent. But what the two of them didn't know at this moment was that the live broadcast happened to show the two of them, the players with the highest traffic in the Divine Realm. The vast number of netizens couldn't hold back. Wait, what did I just see? Isn't the big shot always portrayed as a cold and aloof lady during the competition? What's going on? Just now on the islands, the big shot seemed like she wanted to twist her opponent's head off, and now she's suddenly changed her face? Oh, I envy that. The 2 times my goddess rubbed against me just now, I almost felt it through the screen. So the goddess also likes to rub. I really like it too. Able to be gentle, soft, and coquettish, I can't imagine how comfortable it would be with the big shot at night. So comfortable. As the netizens in the broadcast room drooled with envy, Suchen looked at Suyu in front of him and whispered, "How's it going? Is everything going smoothly in the competition?" Suyu nodded her head proudly and said, "I've earned over 400 points in total. What about you?" "You'll find out soon." After touching Yu's delicate nose, Suchen looked at Zhao Daiju and the other 2 beside him. Because they had been together in the main city, they were not far apart after being transported. "And how about you? How's the battle going?" Seeing the master speak, Zhao Daiju put away his oversized fairy wand and smirked. "How could I embarrass my master? Advancing to the group stage is a sure thing." Yu Xiaoyu and Yu Rong also nodded in agreement, saying in unison, "Me too." Just then, as their voices fell, the list of players advancing appeared in the Divine Realms official live broadcast and in front of all the participating players. First place, D, 1033 points. Second place, Xinyan, 466 points. Third place, Yu Xiaoyu, 135 points. Fourth place, Caribbean Deju, 123 points. Fifth place, Yu Rong, 104 points. Sixth place, Shadow, 52 points. All players? Broadcast viewers? Wow, over 1,000 points? You participated in the competition to have a killing spree, didn't you? Hey buddy, did all the members of the Divine Court Guild participate? The top 5 spots are all taken by them? Wow, even Yu Rong, the bottom member of the Divine Court, has twice as many points as the 6th place. This guild is simply inhuman. Wait, I suddenly realized something very terrifying. Stop beating around the bush, just say it. I suddenly realized, isn't Yu Rong a sea-level talent? The whole Starry Rain knows about this, my friend told me, so why is she so fierce in the competition, scoring hundreds of points? Could it be the guild bonus? Absolutely impossible, although the bonus of the Divine Court Guild is terrifying. Relying solely on the current bonus is not enough to let a C-level player stand on top of many S-level players, or even dominate them. Could it be that the Emperor has special means? Hiss. That's really possible. Does that mean that anyone who joins the Emperor's Guild can soar to great heights? Emperor, can I be your little follower? My Guanyin sitting on a lotus is quite a sight. Hey, are you flying 1,000? At least 2,000. 6. After the promotion list was announced, the Divine Realm officials did not dawdle. Server-wide announcement, the group elimination matches will begin in 1 hour, during which there will be a resurrection match, and the promoted players can adjust their status in the Sky City. Reminder, the system has started to assign groups for the promoted players. As soon as the server-wide announcement fell, all the promoted players received 2 messages at the same time. One was the group assignment information. The other was the reward for the promoted players. Your group, 66. Congratulations on receiving the promotion reward, Gold Coins X10530. Over 10,000 gold coins in hand. Wow, 4. Over 4,000 gold coins. What's going on? Suyu also looked at the 2 messages in front of her, her beautiful eyes widened. Over 4,000 gold coins. How much money can that be sold for? Wasn't the promotion supposed to be 200 gold coins? Why did I get 1,200 gold coins? Yu Rong was equally puzzled. Mine is also more. Ho Xiaoyu echoed. At this moment, Zhao Deju hit the nail on the head. My goodness, is the official secretly giving out benefits? Master, how many gold coins did you get? Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Suchen spoke frankly, over 10,000, it should be 10 extra gold coins for each point earned. As for whether all players receive them, I don't know. But who would have thought that as soon as he finished speaking? Suyu in front of him raised her eyebrows slightly, meaningfully saying, big shot. You should know, right? In an instant, Suchen broke out in a cold sweat. This girl, could it be? His pupils slightly dilated, trying to keep his expression unchanged, he said in a puzzled tone, what do you mean by this girl? Suyu shook her head and said softly, I didn't mean anything else, it's just that you always find some rules in the game introduction that we don't know about. So I think you should have known in advance this time, right? With that, Suyu emphasized, of course, I'm just guessing, don't think too much. Is that so? Su Chen glanced at Xiaoyu. Then he turned to Zhao Daiju and the others, how many groups were you assigned to? I'm in group 66. Zhao Daiju spoke first, Master, I was assigned to group 25, so we shouldn't have clashed, right? Ho Xiaoyu, I'm in group 88. Yu Rong, Group 2. And you? Su Chen looked at Xiaoyu. When Suyu heard this, she hugged her big shot's arm and said with a smile, I'm in Group 1. Su Chen nodded. As it stands now, they didn't end up in the same group, so they will only meet in the final elimination match at the earliest. As for how far each of them can go, that will depend on luck. At this moment, Suyu raised her little head and asked actively, what should we do during the 1-hour break? Su Chen, do. Oh, I thought wrong. Put those incorrect thoughts out of your mind. Su Chen pinched Suyu's cheek. Let's find a place to watch the live broadcast, or take a stroll in the Sky City. Of course. Su Chen paused slightly, then continued, attacks are not allowed in the Sky City, similar to the resurrection altar in the main city. So if you find the game boring, you can log off and rest. Just make sure to come back before the group stage starts. Anyway, during this time, forget about running dungeons. Listening to the expert's words, Yurong raised her hand. That's perfect. I haven't had breakfast yet, so I'll log off first and have something to eat. With that, she waved to the others and clicked to exit the game. Seeing Yurong disappear, Zhao Deju and Ho Xiaoyu also chose to log off and watch the live broadcast. Although the Sky City was magnificent, as two big boys, they naturally had no interest in appreciating the scenery. Besides, watching the live broadcast in the game was not as enjoyable as lying on the bed in reality, snacking and watching the broadcast. When the three of them logged off, Suyu looked at their leader and said, let's log off too. It's much better to lie in bed and watch the broadcast, and have some fruits on the side, hee hee. Hearing this, Suchen put his hand around Yu's waist, teasing, just want to eat fruits? Suyu blushed, what else? She had never tried that kind of thing before. How could she think of eating it? Seeing her reaction, Suchen chuckled and said, I mean, do you want to eat something else, like? Suyu firmly refused, no. That thing. One should be mentally prepared, right? Besides, it's only an hour. Can this guy handle it? Okay, yesterday I had some snacks bought by a runner. Looks like I'll have to enjoy them myself. Suyu was taken aback, huh? Don't. Just kidding, let's eat together, shall we? I knew you always spoil me. Soon, after the two of them logged off the game, they left the virtual warehouse. Suyu entered the bedroom on the second floor and immediately threw herself onto the big bed, showing a face of enjoyment. What fruits do you want to eat? Should I cut each one? Listening to Su Chen's gentle words beside her, Suyu's bright eyes turned. The next moment, she sat up, proactively embraced her leader's neck, and smiled, let's not rush with that. With that, she leaned forward, and their lips met. MMM. Feeling the soft touch on his lips and the fragrant aroma invading his nostrils, Su Chen hugged the slender waist of the charming girl in front of him, his other hand also mischievously moving, whispering, you may not be in a hurry, but I have something urgent now. What should we do? Don't tease me. I'm not teasing. Be good. In a blink of an eye, when the two logged back in, there were less than 5 minutes left before the start of the group elimination matches. At this moment, in the Sky City Square, Suyu pouted, looking at Su Chen with a face full of grievances, occasionally whimpering. It's all because of this bad guy. Before logging in, he even deliberately changed his clothes. As for the reason, those who understand, understand. Alright, wife. Su Chen saw you looking like a grumpy wife. He stepped forward and pinched her cheek, softly saying, I won't do this next time, don't be angry. Although Suyu felt a lot of joy when she heard Su Chen call her his wife, she still turned her head and hummed lightly, saying discontentedly, when someone gets the meat, they don't like the soup, right? Although she said that, someone was also an honest young man. There is that kind of reaction. It's normal, right? Wife. Then I'll forgive you with a kiss. When hearing the key words again, Suyu couldn't resist it instantly. Forget it. After all, he is her own man. He still needs to spoil him. Let's give him a way out. Seeing Suyu's reaction like this, Su Chen smiled, gently lifted the other's snow-white chin, ignoring whether there was anyone around. He kissed her right away. MMM. In an instant, when the surrounding players noticed this scene, everyone's face collapsed instantly. The corners of their eyes twitched. Damn, these young people. Okay, so this is how young people play now? Not even hiding it anymore? Who the hell is this, showing affection in public? Oh, it turns out to be the big boss, then it's fine. Brother, you're good at changing faces, right? I didn't see anything. Okay, you didn't see anything? You've been fed so much affection, you're almost catching up to me, the glasses guy. The disaster relief grain from the court has arrived. Guess what? It's affection. 6. Listening to the whispers of the people around, Suyu took the initiative to separate from someone, blushing and said, Let's go somewhere else. Hearing this, Su Chen teased with a voice that only the two of them could hear. What, is my little Yu shy? Shouldn't we make them envious? Suyu rolled her eyes, bared her little fangs, and said cutely, "I'm going to the Shu Road Mountain." "Okay, let's go." Su Chen embraced Yu's slender waist. He directly displayed his flying wings and flew with her towards a huge building resembling a bird's nest. When the two arrived at the huge building, which was the top of the arena, they could clearly feel the strong wind pressure here. Su Chen stood here, looking down. At a glance, you could overlook half of the Sky City, with a dense crowd below. At this moment, he thought of something. He opened the resurrection match leaderboard. First place, Grandpa, 93 points. Second place, Divine Dao Xing, 90 points. Third place, she said it was fishy, 62 points. Fourth place, not necessarily a knife stabbing someone in the back, 62 points. Fifth place, Moonlight Hegemony, 41 points. Sure enough, the first place was MO1. But unexpectedly, Moonlight Hegemony didn't make it in the points battle, and went to the resurrection match. "What are you looking at?" So you cast a curious glance, huh? This one called Moonlight Hegemony also made it to the next round? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. "What? Have you met him before?" Su Yu nodded her head. "I met him when the island collapsed in the last round. He was shot dead by me in just a few moves, but I didn't expect him to make it to the top 5 in the resurrection match." Hearing this, Su Chen's mouth twitched. "You are too strong, but that doesn't mean others are weak." Su Yu showed a sweet smile, held the arm of her big boss, and said affectionately, "No matter how strong I am, it's all thanks to my big boss, right?" Su Chen immediately put on a serious face. "Whether it's thanks or not doesn't matter. I think in terms of rewards, just give a little more." Su Yu rolled her eyes. "Dream on." That's what she said. But every time someone wanted her little hands, they were always particularly obedient. It was a case of saying one thing and doing another. And just then, server announcement: the group elimination match will begin in 1 minute. Please prepare for the advancing players. Glancing at the server announcement, Su Chen looked at the side of little Yu. "Alright, the group elimination match is about to start. You should be fine. So, see you in the final elimination match?" Su Yu made a sound of if we accidentally meet in the final elimination match. Be gentle when you strike. Hearing this, Su Chen rubbed the other's head and smiled. "Don't worry, how could I bear to hit my future wife? Of course. Except in bed." Su Yu's cheeks turned slightly red. This guy. What kind of provocative words are these? 2 sentences can't be separated from dirty talk. In that kind of place, it's not certain who will hit whom in the end. Just kidding, don't be angry. Who's angry? Not angry. How about a kiss? I'm not kissing. With that, Su Yu glanced at the time in the upper right corner, stuck out her tongue. "I dare you to hit me." "Oh?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Just as he was about to raise his hand, there was a sudden contact with a certain girl's prominent part. But at that moment, server announcement, countdown over, group elimination matches, officially begin. Transferring. Everything went blurry. Su Chen disappeared from the spot. Along with him, more than 130,000 players who advanced to the group elimination matches also disappeared. "You have received a message from a friend. Emperor, you want to challenge me, huh? Wait until tonight. I'll make you regret it." Su Yu? Can't handle it, huh? Inside Arena 66. All the participants from Group 66 suddenly appeared here at the same time. As the participants entered, a large number of players who did not advance in the game quickly flooded into the official Divine Realm live broadcast room. At one point, the number of viewers in the room quickly exceeded 20 million, and it kept rising. At the same time, reminder, the first round of group elimination matches, 1024 to 512, is about to begin. Opponents have been assigned to you. Transferring to the virtual arena. The next second, all the players in the arena once again disappeared simultaneously. A feeling of celestial and earth-shaking came. When Su Chen regained his senses, he found himself in a virtual arena only half the size of a football field. Calming his mind, he looked at his opponent. But as he looked at the chubby figure, the sly little eyes, and then up to the top of the opponent's head, Qin Shu? At that moment, Su Chen smiled. A smile that was truly wicked. "Sun Zhe, you're really lucky." Qin Shu, at the other end of the arena, also saw his opponent and his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. This. Just then, the live broadcast cut to this scene. Wow, they started with Emperor? Divine Realm officials know how to attract viewers. Let me see, who's the unlucky one who encountered our Emperor? Wow, look at Qin Shu's expression, even more ferocious than when Lao Ba was given the Ori. Upstairs, you have a way with words. Qin Shu, don't be afraid, the Emperor just wants to kill you. Take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal. Just as the vast number of netizens in the live broadcast room were unusually active. Qin Shu, on the other hand, showed a smile uglier than crying. Mr. Emperor, what a coincidence. I'll surrender voluntarily. Still in time. However, before he could finish his words, match begins. At the moment the system prompt appeared, Suchen didn't give his opponent a chance to surrender. Skill, teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Qin Shu. Suchen didn't even bother to draw his weapon, he just powered up his right leg for half a second, then aimed between the chubby guy's legs. Take this. Bang. 1233. Yo, not dead yet? You're quite tough. With that, Suchen didn't hesitate at all, this time he gathered his strength for a full second. Bang. 1255. The piercing screams echoed through the entire arena, sounding like a pig being slaughtered during the new year, covering the entire martial arts field. At this moment, Qin Shu's face turned purple, but before he could collapse to the ground, he was judged to be eliminated. Instantly disappeared from the spot. Congratulations on successfully advancing. Reward, gold coins x 100. As you are the first player to advance in the group elimination round, the system hereby rewards you, gold coins x 1000. Wow. The rewards of the league. All done in secret, huh? However, revenge knows no delay. This wave feels good. At the same time, when many male viewers in the live broadcast room saw Suchen's brutal elimination technique, they all gasped in shock. Oh my goodness, did Emperor really kick those two balls of Qin Shu's into his stomach with that kick? Don't say that. Just now with Emperor's two kicks, I clenched my butt. Doesn't getting hurt in the game not hurt? Doesn't it hurt? Didn't you see how purple Qin Shu's face turned? Why don't you try entering the Divine Realm? Ultra-realistic virtual online game, do you think? Have you heard the story of the rich man and the tavern owner? It is said that the rich man still hasn't dared to enter the game. Hiss. Isn't Emperor going a bit too far? Qin Shu is really in for it. Maybe he has some grudges. If the big shot has such a preference, I can let him kick a purple equipment to his heart's content. I can make the big shot feel good. 9. The battle on Suchen's side ended smoothly. Similarly, under the crushing of purple equipment and levels, Zhao Deju and his two companions also easily won the first round. As for Suyu, there's no need to mention. Among these four people, she is the quickest at killing. After all, after the battle, Suyu was praised by many netizens as the Valkyrie, a decisive killer in front of others, but a gentle Valkyrie in Emperor's arms. Afterwards, time seemed to fast forward, with eyes opening and closing. An hour passed. During this time, as players fought to advance, they spared no effort displaying all kinds of martial arts, making the competition extremely intense. The audience couldn't help but exclaim how exciting it was. And because each round of elimination matches involved all participating players in the virtual arena at the same time, almost every 3 minutes, a round of elimination matches could be completed. This also meant that, in just an hour, the group elimination round welcomed the 9th round. It was the final round. The battle for the first place in the group. Reminder, in the 9th round of the group elimination, the 2-1 group finals are about to begin, and opponents have been assigned to you. At this moment, in front of the remaining 256 participants in the entire server, this system prompt appeared simultaneously. Then, in a nervous state, they were all teleported to 128 martial arts arenas. And in each arena, only one person could advance. TSK. Quite a coincidence. In the martial arts arena, Suchen looked at El God, whom he had met before, not far away, and raised an eyebrow. El God, with a heroic demeanor, twitched his mouth at the words, about to say something. However, just then, match start. Skill, instant teleportation. Skill, Inferno Sea of Fire. Without giving the other party a chance to speak, Suchen didn't bother to listen to what the opponent had to say, and directly used a smooth combo to end the battle. Server announcement, congratulations to player D4 becoming the first in group 66 and advancing to the final elimination round. The next moment, Suchen's vision blurred. When he came to his senses, he found himself in a huge open-air arena with no one around. Server announcement, congratulations to player missing 4 becoming the first in group 1 and advancing to the final elimination round. Server announcement, congratulations to player Hosiayu 4 becoming the first in group 88 and advancing to the final elimination round. Server announcement, congratulations to player Shadow. As the server announcements appeared one after another. Insignificant old thief. Online begging for gifts. Players who advanced one by one also appeared in the arena. Woohoo! At this moment, a graceful figure suddenly threw herself into Suchen's arms, the familiar scent invading his nostrils. Suyu tightly hugged her big shot, raised her little head and asked, "Miss me?" Suchen twitched his mouth, speaking straightforwardly, "It's not like we haven't shared a bed for a few days, what's there to miss?" An hour ago. Wasn't this girl still helping him? If he still wanted something, wasn't it just a transaction? It seems not that simple. Suyu pouted, released someone, and said, okay then. TSK. You, this girl, are getting clingier. Suchin said, reaching out to pull Suyu's pretty face. Very soft and tender. Oh, don't be so rough, it hurts. Suyu slapped away his wandering hand, but did not deny his words. Through these few days, his care for her, she gradually realized. She seemed unable to be without him. As long as she could stay by his side, she was willing to do anything for him. It can only be said, pure love plus love-struck brain plus a bit of a naughty nature. Terrifying. And at this moment, as the advancing players continued to appear, among these people, Suchin also saw some players he remembered from his past life, or had only heard of. However, despite having a good memory, he still didn't recognize most of them. Suddenly, Suchin felt a few malicious gazes in the crowd. He frowned, casually scanned around, quickly locking onto the source of malice. One was on the island. Mo1, who he mercilessly killed. The other was from the Moonlight Hegemony, but the latter's gaze seemed fleeting and secretive. As for the last one, the long unseen, haughty and unrestrained. Obviously, even though Suchen had never declared himself as the one who would conquer the world, based on previous observations, anyone with a discerning eye would understand. However, Suchen didn't pay much attention to the gazes of these three people. His goal was the championship, and these people would have their own fate. Master, a familiar voice sounded. Suchen looked over and saw Zhao Daju and the other two. How's it going? Everything going smoothly? Seeing the arrival of the three, Suchen asked knowingly. Hearing this, the three nodded in unison. Nevertheless, when it comes to the final elimination round, you should not let your guard down. Suchen's words sounded absurd. After all, Zhao Deju and the others were all level 23 with a full set of purple equipment. In the current situation where most opponents were only at level 17 or 18, even without the blessing of talent, they could defeat most people. But Suchen knew, among these people now, there were indeed some talents that could threaten the three of them. Master, rest assured, I, Zhao Deju, specialize in being cautious and never engaging in battles without certainty. Listen to the big shot. Yes, yes. As the three of them successively expressed their views. Just at this moment. Server announcement, the group elimination round has ended. Congratulations to the top 128 group winners who have advanced to the final elimination round. The competition will begin in 1 hour, during which players can rest and prepare in the exclusive lounge of the arena. As soon as this server announcement was made, the audience in the live broadcast room eagerly anticipated the 1 hour break. They all exited the live broadcast room, some went to admire beautiful women, some went to watch movies. The players who advanced also logged off and rested. However, there was still a group of people. Wow, Emperor, it's really better to see once than hear 100 times. With your S-level talent and professional ice mage, can we be friends? Bro, nice to meet you. Let me know when the guild is recruiting, I'll be the first to join. Emperor, are you taking disciples? Get lost, I am the only disciple of the master. Obviously, in reality, it was not like some novels where once they were opponents, they would provoke, taunt, and provoke hatred for no reason. On the contrary, the top players in the game, they didn't talk about how good their relationship was, but most people wanted to be familiar with each other. On Suchen's side, he naturally reached out and smiled back one by one. Similarly, Zhao Deju and others did the same, and soon everyone got to know each other. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly squeezed in. Emperor, we meet again. The person who came was none other than Mo1. At this moment, Mo1 had a smile on his face, joking in front of everyone as if nothing had happened. I didn't expect Emperor's damage to be so high, he killed me directly on the island. Mo1's pretending to be confused appearance almost made Suchen laugh. Look, this is a veteran actor. But at this moment, before Suchen could say anything, Mo1's gaze locked onto Suyu. There was a hint of amazement and heat in his eyes. He quickly reached out to Suyu, greeted her with a smile. This must be the sister-in-law, right? Hello, I am Mo1, a friend of Emperor from the ranking match. Feeling the gaze of the person in front of her, Suyu instinctively shrank behind her big brother, her face full of resistance. This man, looking at her with strange eyes. It doesn't seem like a good person. It seems like he wants to take advantage of her. No need to get acquainted. Suchen stood in front of Mo1, squinted his eyes and said, after all, we only met once, isn't that right? Mo1's face stiffened, but the next moment, he quickly resumed his smile and said in a louder voice, indeed, we only met once, but the guild assessment that Emperor gave me is a bit difficult. As soon as Mo1 said this, among the people who came forward to greet him, Someone caught the keyword instantly. Guild assessment? Is it true? I heard that the Big Shots Guild is recruiting, and now there's an assessment? What is the assessment content of the Divine Court Guild? I've been wanting to join Emperor's Guild for a long time. Emperor, tell us about the assessment content? Right. Seeing the eager inquiries of the few people, Mo1's mouth curled up with a hint of a smile, and he took the lead to say, "Oh, it's nothing. The assessment content given to me by the Big Shot is to start from the resurrection match and win the league championship all the way." Upon hearing this, the few people were all stunned. And seeing their reaction, Mo1's smile deepened. "Kid, are you playing with me? What level are you at? Come back in 800 years. Hearing what Mo1 said, the inquiring people were all dumbfounded. What kind of assessment content was this? Starting from the resurrection match was already surprising enough. Do you still want to be the first in the league? Is this a sincere recruitment? Are you deliberately making things difficult? Boss, is this for real? When someone asked, Suchin seemed calm and composed. This is just part of Mo1's assessment. After all, he is a special person, so the assessment content is also special. Isn't it normal? With Suchen's words, even Mo1 himself was puzzled. But after realizing it, a silver light flashed in Mo1's eyes, and he directly bit down and said, "Then please explain, in what way am I special? If you can't come up with a reason, then you are really unfair and deliberately making things difficult for your younger brother." Seeing several people looking at him, Suchen looked at Mo1 with a smile that was not a smile and said, "Mo1, your identity and background are indeed special." Hearing this, Mo1 was stunned. "What do you mean by that? I'm just an ordinary person." Suchen stared into Mo1's eyes and every word he uttered fell clearly into everyone's ears. "Mo1, are you really ordinary? Coming from the Mo family in the Magic City, your father's original name is Mo Tian, who runs the Mo group on the surface. But behind the scenes, you and your father not only collude with the local underworld, do despicable things that harm the people, but also operate gambling dens, sell drugs, collude with officials and businessmen to embezzle compensation for demolishing people's homes, and so on. These should all be things that you and your father, the Mo family, have done behind the scenes, right? If you were caught, would 100 heads be enough to roll?" Every word Suchen said was like a thorn piercing Mo1's heart. And when the people around heard his words, they were all shocked and astonished. In the previous life, when the crimes committed by the Mo family and Mo1 were exposed by the authorities, it directly made international news, shocking the world, and everyone knew about it. Not only that, Suchen vaguely remembered. It seemed that it was Zhao Dezhu who led the team to arrest Mo1. However, with Mo1's strength at the time, Zhao Dezhu not only failed to catch him, but he also escaped abroad. Seeing Mo1's extremely ugly expression at this moment, Suchen just smiled and said, "What? Based on what I just said, isn't Brother Mo a very special person? Colluding with officials, harming the people, is that what an ordinary person should do? So, I am deliberately making things difficult for you, so what? In our divine court, we do not accept people like you who are unscrupulous and corrupt. Is there anything wrong with that?" Mo1's pupils contracted, and he instinctively took a step back. What? What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. What kind of international joke is this? Just meeting in a game. Almost everything about what color underwear he wore today was almost exposed. What kind of identity is this? What background? Is this cheating? Oh, does Brother Mo think that my master is slandering you? Zhao Dezhu grinned and stepped forward. Although Zhao Dezhu was not sure why his master knew all this, it was not something he should consider, even if it was really slander. Dare to offend his own master? Sorry, even if what my master said is not true. From now on, it will be true. Slander, he is slandering. Mo1's mind was already a mess, and he was extremely flustered. Okay, then, the Mo group in the Magic City, right? I'll make a call to have it checked. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I, Zhao Dezhu, am from the capital. You should have heard of me, right? Mo1? Capital. Zhao Dezhu from the capital? For this name, ordinary people may find it very common and unfamiliar, but Mo1 is the exception. The weight of the 5 characters of Zhao Dezhu in the capital, even the top boss of their Mo family's protective umbrella, would be scared out of their wits when they hear it, let alone him. It wasn't just kicking a steel plate. It was kicking a nuclear bomb. The kind that explodes with one kick. Realizing this, at this moment, the only thought in Mo1's mind is to run. Run as far as possible. Having provoked such a behemoth, the Mo family is probably going to face a disaster. With this in mind, without saying a word, Mo1 directly exits the game. As Mo1's figure disappears in front of them, the people around finally react from the shock. Just now, the change in Mo1's expression and his panicked exit already explained everything. TSK. He runs pretty fast, Zhao Dezhu said, glancing at the time. The Dragon Nation does not allow such corrupt individuals. I'll leave first, and we'll have the result before the match starts. Yes, you go ahead. As Su Qin spoke, seeing Zhao Dezhu disappear on the spot, a smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. In fact, at the beginning on the island, if he found it troublesome, Mo1 would not have had the opportunity to show goodwill to him. He would have been taken out in an instant. But if that were the case, would Mo1 have taken the initiative to step forward just now and said those words in front of everyone? Even if he did, it would be at most a greeting, but he would certainly not give himself the opportunity to be so straightforward. If he had nothing to do at that time, it would seem a bit petty. So, with this kind of person, still want to play tricks? Even after another 80,000 years, it may not be understood. Boss, I'm leaving too. Me too, feeling a bit tired. Ho Xiaoyu and Yu Rongyu, like Zhao Dezhu, would not inquire about Mo1's affairs, as they knew it was the boss's private matter. Anyway, they stood on the same side as the boss. That's enough. Okay, shall we leave too? Su Qin turned his head and looked at Xiaoyu, who had been shrinking behind him. Yeah, elbow. Su Yu nodded her little head. Then, when the four of them went offline, the few people left behind looked at each other. This is too surreal, right? Yeah. Emperor Boss just relied on the appearance in the game to investigate the ancestors of that Mo1? Zhao Dezhu? I seem to have heard this name somewhere. Oh, right, isn't he the son of Zhao Guomin? What? Zhao Guomin? The official one? Suddenly, the few people shivered. They suddenly realized. The son of Zhao Guomin? A figure of royal status. And a figure of this level. Calling the Emperor Boss Master? This is. I now suspect whether the official has granted certain privileges to this Emperor Boss with a special status? The speaker was the S-level ice mage who greeted Su Qin first. Her nickname was Birushua, with a head of purple big waves, a sweet and gentle appearance, giving people the feeling of a neighborly big sister. It's not surprising that she would think so. The Emperor's strength is truly extraordinary. Over 70,000 combat power. One set to defeat anyone. In addition, considering that the son of that level can call him master in reality, it's hard not to think more. Regardless of whether this possibility exists, only we know about this matter for now, so don't talk about it outside. The one speaking this time was a man wearing square glasses, about 1.85 meters tall, exuding a calm and aloof aura, giving off a vibe of a cool and aloof male god. His nickname on top of his head, Lu Qingzhou. As for what Lu Qingzhou said, several people nodded in agreement. At this moment, a blonde man stepped forward. With the future direction of the Divine Realm game, if I can follow the big shots, I will definitely soar to the peak of life in the future. As for this blonde man, about 1.7 meters tall, a handsome young man with bandaged hands, many people around knew him to some extent. Huang Chutian, usually lively and good at making friends, his own strength is also outstanding. He hides the profession of a Qigong master. Whether it's the level ranking or the combat power ranking, he ranks in the top 10 of the entire server. Chu Tian makes sense. Oh no, I've already joined a club. Will the Big Shots Guild not want me in the future? Which club are you in? Moonlight. 6. Your boss calls the Emperor Big Shot father. If the Big Shot takes a liking to you, you can leave with just a word, right? That's true. I really want to marry the Emperor Big Shot. I advise you not to have that idea. Hey Moon, do you have the contact information for Han Jiangxue? Do I need your permission? On the other side, when Su Chen and the two walked out of the virtual warehouse, Suyu took the initiative to hold the arm of her own Big Shot and walked towards the living room sofa, whispering, "How did you know about that mysterious identity of Mo1? It's so strange." Su Chen smiled and looked at Suyu, who was full of doubt beside him. "What's so strange about it? Do you want to know?" Suyu nodded repeatedly, "Yes." Hearing this, Su Chen reached out and rubbed the other's face, teasing, "If you perform well tonight, you'll tell me, how?" Suyu blushed. This bad guy dares to do it twice a day. Is my body okay? Thinking of this, Suyu pouted, "Unless you tell me now, otherwise, I won't do it for you tonight." Humph. Su Chen showed a triumphant smile. "So, if I tell you now, will you do it tonight?" Suyu was slightly stunned. Suddenly realized, oh no, I'd been tricked by this guy. By this time, the two had already arrived in front of the sofa. Suyu sat down with a pout, her beautiful eyes full of resentment. "Speak up." Su Chen also sat down, reaching out to embrace the little cat beside him. "Why so serious?" Suyu pouted like a pufferfish, turned her head away and hummed softly. What can she do? She was tricked by a certain stinky guy. Besides, she was curious. She could only go along with it. If this guy has some problems in the future, then I'll make him eat wolfberries 3 times a day. Seeing the aggrieved look on Suyu's face in his arms, Su-chen whispered, "Actually, it was Dezhu who told me." "Dezhu, I'm sorry for burdening you with this big and round blame. You have to bear it." He could say such words. Naturally, there was a reason for it. Suyu tilted her head. "Zhao Dezhu?" Su-chen nodded. "His father is Zhao Guomin." "Zhao Guomin?" Suyu frowned. "Why does this name sound so familiar?" "You'll find out if you search online." Listening to her man's words, Suyu took out her phone to do so, but each search left her speechless. She was shocked by the other person's identity. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su-chen once again recounted the incident when Suyu was undergoing surgery, when the dignified mayor of Hang City came to show goodwill, as well as the incident where Haoyue hegemony brought people to threaten him. Upon hearing these words, Suyu suddenly realized, this kind of identity. No wonder Zhao Dezhu went offline. He inexplicably said, "The Dragon Kingdom does not allow such corrupt individuals." However, Suyu then asked a crucial question: since Zhao Dezhu's identity is so important, why did he tell you Mo Wen's real identity? If he had known earlier, he could have sent someone directly to capture Mo Wen, right? Su-chen shrugged. Dezhu just suspected that the Mo family had some issues, collected some information, but had no evidence. But just now, through my little trick, judging from Mo Wen's reaction, isn't it all clear now? Su-chen added, and Dezhu telling me Mo Wen's identity, asking me to expose it, was also because he was afraid that when Mo Wen saw him, he might recognize his identity and not be able to extract any useful information. This point, Dezhu could tell from the way I spoke. Suyu nodded. Indeed. It sounds indeed flawless. Seeing Xiaoyu nod, Su-chen's tone suddenly became serious. The situation here is very complex, involving official corruption. Dezhu asked me to cooperate in this act, also for caution. After all, if he directly sent someone to investigate, if the umbrella over the Mo family got wind of it in advance and took corresponding measures, then nothing could be found out. Suyu nodded. I see. This sounds reasonable and well-founded, even if there are loopholes. As an 18-year-old girl, how much can she understand about official matters? Communicating with Dezhu afterwards, it was perfect. At this moment, Suyu looked at the time on her phone. 50 minutes left. I'm going to take a shower this time. No more mischief. Su-chen waved his hand. I'll wait until tonight. You pervert. Suyu got up and headed to the bathroom. This time, Su-chen didn't do anything like barging into the bathroom or showering together. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the competition. At this moment, in the Sky City, inside the arena, hundreds of participants gathered here. Master. At this moment, in the crowd, Zhao Dezhu found Su-chen and the others. Master, thanks to you this time, the person has been caught. With that, Zhao Dezhu gritted his teeth. But I never expected that the Mo family's involvement in the black and gray industries is not limited to those. There are also illegal trafficking of officials, kidnapping and selling young girls, forcing girls into high-interest loans to sell themselves, etc. Zhao Dezhu's words made several people's scalps tingle. It's hard to imagine how those victims will end up. How many families will be torn apart? This is no longer just about eating blood-filled steamed buns. It's about literally eating people alive. Yu Yurong clenched her small fists. How can there be such scum in the world? Death is too good for them. I suggest letting them experience the 105 kinds of ancient Chinese torture methods. Hearing this, Zhao Dezhu sighed. Such cases are not common in the country, even rare, but there are many overseas. The reason why such a family like the Mo family exists in the Dragon Kingdom is because of the powerful umbrella behind them. The top leaders, TSK. They are really sickening. Hearing this, Yu Yurong was surprised. Even the mayor couldn't afford to provoke them. Unexpectedly, behind them. Server announcement, the first round of the final elimination match from 128 to 64 is about to begin. Please prepare, participants. Notice, player Grandpa was absent from the match and has been officially judged as an automatic forfeit. Drawing lots begin. Just as the server-wide announcement appeared, the live broadcast screen of the Divine Realm officials also focused on the competition arena, displaying the random allocation of matches. He's here, he really came. The final elimination matches between the top players in each group. It's hard to imagine how intense it will be. That's right, each one is a godlike figure who emerged from the chaos of the group stage. Brothers, the betting is open. I bet 1 trillion, backing Emperor to win the championship. Is the currency upstairs dark coins? Can you bet on the championship league? The rules say that there is a betting segment for each match in the final elimination round, and all players on the server can participate, but the bet is in gold coins. Also, if the power gap between the two sides is too large, betting is not allowed for that match. It's my turn to bet on the monster to play. Back in the day, Chindaozi, he won 37 million with 20 bucks. Sun Wukong's second uncle, won 5 million with 20 gold coins, no problem. I only have 500 gold coins on me, should I just go all in? As the barrage in the live broadcast room boiled over, on the big screen of the arena, the match list appeared. For a moment, whether it was the audience in the live broadcast room or the players in the arena, all eyes were focused on the big screen. Match 1, Huang Chutian vs Who's Bigger. Match 2, Caribbean Pillar vs Big Cute Sister. Match 8, Greatness vs Sleeping Dragon. Match 12, Nostalgia vs Divine Path. Match 34, Waiting for Rain vs Heroic Spirit. Match 51, Emperor vs Moment. By Snowflake. In the spectator stands, not far from Su Chen and the others, about 3 meters away, Snowflake looked at the drawing results on the big screen, with a happy expression. I actually got a bye. I didn't expect to be in the first match, Huang Chutian said, looking back at Snowflake and Lu Qingzhou, grinning. Both of you, bet all your gold coins on me, let's make a big profit together. No problem. Snowflake gave a thumbs up. Lu Qingzhou also nodded slightly. Notice, first match of the final elimination, Huang Chutian vs Who's Bigger. Please enter the arena for the match. Match will begin in 30 seconds. As the two players entered the arena, at this moment, in the eyes of all players in the Divine Realm, the words League Betting appeared. And the time for all players to bet was only 30 seconds. Should we bet? Suyu looked at their leader and asked curiously. Hearing this, Su Chen looked at the odds. Huang Chutian win 1. 5 times. Who's Bigger win 105 times. Wow. The difference in odds is too big, master, shall we go all in? Zhao Dezhu raised his eyebrows. Su Chen shook his head. In this match, this Bigger will just be crushed when he goes up. With that said, he opened his backpack, looked at his own gold coins, totaling just over 100,000. The official event strictly prohibits match fixing, so there was no need to worry about that. Besides, he had some impression of Huang Chutian, just a way to make some money. All in on yellow hair, whatever we can earn. Got it. Listen to the boss. Going all in is a kind of wisdom. In an instant, as the few of them went all in on Huang Chutian, the odds for both sides in the betting also changed significantly. Huang Chutian win 1 times. Who's Bigger win 10-25 times. These odds, wow. Zhao Dezhu couldn't help but exclaim. And just as the countdown to the start of the match reached its final 3 seconds, Huang Chutian's chances of winning increased to 1.25 times. Obviously, among the millions of players in the entire server, there were still many gamblers who chose to bet big. This wave would either win a model at the club or end up working in the factory. At this moment, countdown ends, the match begins. In an instant, the players in the spectator seats, as well as the audience and players in the live broadcast room, all turned their gaze towards the arena. Little yellow hair, taste my great sword first. As the countdown ended, Diao De took a step forward and threw his heavy sword straight out of his hand. Skill Whirlwind Split. In the air, Diao De's heavy sword rapidly spun like a top, heading straight for Huang Chutian's face. Is that all? With a thought, the air around Huang Chutian seemed to come alive at that moment. With a light jump, he soared 3 to 4 meters into the air, dodging the heavy sword and simultaneously swinging his right fist wrapped in bandages. Boom! This punch unleashed a shockwave. An invisible fist wind, moving at a speed beyond ordinary human reaction, struck towards his opponent. Bang! 301. Diao De didn't have time to react before being hit by the oncoming fist wind, feeling a heavy blow to his head. Damn! Diao De roared. You forced me to do this. Diao De reached out his hand and seemingly grabbed the flying heavy sword out of thin air, as if it had been summoned. In the air, the sword made a 180-degree turn and headed straight for the back of Huang Chutian's head. Skill Weapon Amplification. Suddenly, the originally 1.5 meters high heavy sword in the air doubled in size. Damn! What kind of sword technique is this heavy sword using? It's one thing to control a sword, but to make it grow bigger? Someone in the spectator seats exclaimed. In the arena, as Huang Chutian landed, he felt a cold wind approaching from behind. He sneered and taunted, Diao De, is this all you've got? Forget it. Let's end this early. With those words, Huang Chutian turned to the side, just a second before the huge heavy sword hit him, extending his hands. Accept. Transform. As the air around him flowed, Huang Chutian used both his hands and feet. He spun 250 degrees in place, deflecting the immense force of the heavy sword. Release. The last word was uttered. The air around Huang Chutian suddenly became restless. Gusts of wind appeared out of nowhere, making his clothes rustle. At the same time, the huge heavy sword on the ground was lifted by this strange gust of wind and flew straight towards his opponent tens of meters away. Without giving the opponent time to react, Huang Chutian lightly jumped into the air, charging his right fist. Skill Air Cannon. Boom! A visible air column blasted out. 622. On Diao Da's side, before he could catch the returning heavy sword, he was hit by the fast-moving air cannon like a hurricane. Not only was he knocked to the ground, but even the ground next to the arena where he lay was blasted, sending debris flying. Obviously, to anyone with discerning eyes, Diao Da was completely restrained and unable to unleash his full power in front of Huang Chutian. It's time to end this. A silver light flashed in Huang Chutian's eyes. Talent shifting positions. Diao Da had just stood up. The next second, swish! A piece of rubble next to Diao Da disappeared and appeared in Huang Chutian's original position, while Huang Chutian himself appeared next to Diao Da. Hello! Skill Air Cannon. Boom! 755. Critical hit. With a face-to-face blow, Diao Da was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Talent shape-shifting. Talent displayed once again. The imposing figure in the air, instantly switching places with Huang Chutian on the ground. Goodbye. Huang Chutian, propelled by the descending force, didn't wait for Diao Da, who was about to fall into pain, to react. He stomped heavily on the opponent's chest. 322. Ah! Diao Da just felt the pain. Huang Chutian's fist then landed on his face again. 312. 333. Skill Air Cannon. Boom! 763. Critical hit. The final blow hit Diao Da's face. In an instant, the health bar above Diao Da's head emptied, and his entire figure disappeared on the spot. Huang Chutian killed. Who's bigger? Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Huang Chutian, advancing to the top 64 of the final elimination round. At this moment, the barrage in the live broadcast room was boiling. Wow, this little blondie is so cool. Wow. This smooth combo, 2000 health is the killing line? Completely caught off guard. What skill is this? It's too abnormal, and it even has spatial displacement. This is an S-level talent, right? Oh no, all 5 gold coins are gone. Put in 10 gold coins, get back 12 gold coins, this wave is a blood profit. As the first elimination match ended, those who bet on the victory of the blondie also received the gold coins they had guessed, and Suchin directly earned more than 20,000. Counting the betting gold coins, it reached 130,000. This little blondie is quite awesome. Zhao Deju appeared somewhat surprised, just based on his smooth combo. If we were at the same level and had the same equipment, it would be really close between us. Huang Chutian's attack methods can be ranged or melee, and he can even teleport to strike the opponent's face. Not to mention ordinary people, even the player who emerged from the group stage, who's bigger, was lifted up by Huang Chutian and had no power to fight back. Suchin smiled, so don't be careless when you meet anyone, the world is so big. There are plenty of experts. Just as he finished speaking, announcement, the second round of the final elimination match, Caribbean Deju vs Big Mo, please enter the arena. The match will begin in 30 seconds. When Zhao Deju took the stage, the odds were equally outrageous. However, despite this, adhering to the principle of making a profit, Suchen went all in again. Regarding the strength of Deju's disciple, he was still very confident. In the arena, Zhao Deju's opponent lived up to her name. She was a pink-haired, pink-eyed girl, about 1.6 meters tall, with a sweet and cute appearance. Not only cute, but also quite big. In the spectator stands, Suyu saw Su Chen's gaze shift towards the big Mo next to her, and she pouted, "What are you looking at?" The little vinegar jar shattered on the ground. Su Chen came back to his senses. "I'm not looking at anything." He just felt that this big Mo looked familiar. Took a few more glances. Suyu's beautiful eyes turned around, and she asked softly, "So, who do you think is bigger between us?" Su Chen, "Of course, my little you is bigger. Only by experiencing it firsthand can one know the weight of their little you." Suyu gritted her silver teeth. "You haven't looked yet? Can you say that without looking?" Su Chen leaned closer to the girl, using a voice that only the two of them could hear, and whispered softly, "Indeed, I haven't looked. I unconditionally trust you. If little you thinks I looked, then punish me with 300 pinches that night. How about that?" Well, after taking a few glances, 600 pinches would do. Suyu blushed. "Get lost. Want to eat and take advantage? Forget about it." However, while Suyu said this on the surface, the touch of jealousy in her heart disappeared instantly, replaced by a sense of joy. Anyway, someone was getting handsy at night. She won't fall for it. At this moment, in the arena, Big Sister Meng looked at Zhao Deju across from her and took the initiative to say, "Brother Deju, considering that my sister is a priest, could you go easy on me?" As soon as these words were spoken, not only the audience in the live broadcast room, but even the participating players in the spectator seats were all astonished. A priest? Can a priest actually make it to the final elimination round? Wait, isn't Emperor also a priest? I remember this girl. I heard that just a few days ago, she was betrayed by her friend over a drop of a purple equipment in a dungeon. Not only was she killed once, but her talent was also exposed to the public. Poor girl. What talent are we talking about? I heard that this big sister Meng has an S-rank talent. It seems to summon a holy beast, and the stronger her own healing skills, the stronger the holy beast summoned. What kind of holy beast does she summon? I don't know. It is said that the holy beast she summons each time is random. When she is lucky, the summoned holy beast can take down opponents of the same level in just a few moves. Wow, that's terrifying? Just as everyone was discussing fervently, Zhao Deju looked at Big Sister Meng across from him, grinned. Alright, brother will go easy on you. Big Sister Meng's eyes lit up. Really? But before Big Sister Meng could finish speaking, countdown ends, the match begins. The next second, a fairy wand appeared in Zhao Deju's hand. It's here, Fairy Zhu. Damn, is this a weapon? Could it be that Deju's profession is like that of the little fairy, transforming the whole body? Skill, sword/leap. Without giving Big Sister Meng time to react, Zhao Deju raised the fairy wand in his hand above his head, leaped tens of meters in a single bound, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Big Sister Meng. Then, without any mercy, Zhao Deju's fairy wand began to strike at Big Sister Meng. 592. 613. Ouch. Big Sister Meng winced in pain, her delicate body trembling. Skill, recovery art. Skill, healing art. Health plus 822. Health plus 332. Talent, Gate of Holy Light. A brilliant golden gate appeared out of thin air behind Big Sister Meng, accompanied by a resounding roar. The next second, a snow-white tiger with wings on its back, standing half the height of a person, elegantly walked out of the Gate of Holy Light. Roar! But just as the white tiger walked out, it found that its summoner was being attacked, no, assaulted. A fierce look flashed in the white tiger's eyes, and in just 2 steps, it arrived at Zhao Deju's side, its sharp claws descending. 555. Wow! Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. The damage from this summoned beast was almost catching up to Zhao Deju. It was like a 2-on-1 situation. However, with Zhao Deju's terrifying all-around lifesteal and nearly 8,000 health points, even with the help of the holy beast, the final outcome for Big Sister Meng was just a matter of time. At this moment, Big Sister Meng seemed to foresee her fate. Her eyes turned red, and she stopped attacking. Pointing her small finger at Zhao Deju, she said, "You stinky Deju, you hit me so hard. If you had told me earlier, I would have surrendered. Wait for me, you." Wah! Seeing this scene, the participating players in the spectator seats couldn't bear to watch. This poor little girl, covered in bruises, crying loudly. But at this moment, Zhao Deju said, "Practice more if you're weak." As soon as the words fell, Zhao Deju decisively raised the fairy wand and directly hit the head of Big Mengmei with the sword body. Just like hitting a cucumber with a kitchen knife. Bang! 555. The sound was extremely crisp. A good hit. Ouch, it hurts so much. Stinky Deju, I won't let you off. Tears the size of beans welled up in her eyes. Just as Big Mengmei finished speaking, she decisively chose to admit defeat. Continuing to fight would only result in more physical pain. As Big Mengmei's figure disappeared, server announcement, congratulations to player Caribbean Deju for advancing to the top 64 of the final elimination round. After an easy victory, Zhao Deju turned around, still proud, and waved to his master. Seeing this, Su Chen's mouth twitched. And at this moment, in the live chat room, there was an uproar. Fairy Deju is too much. The little girl is so cute, and you just sent her away like hitting a cucumber? How about next time you send her to my bed? I have another way to deal with her. Hee. Anyone upstairs wants to learn from Rong Mama? I guess this Big Mengmei will definitely find a chance to retaliate against Fairy Deju in the future. Too straightforward. Who wouldn't say that? Big Mengmei was betrayed by the daughter of the Shengshi family a few days ago, and today she was beaten by Fairy Deju until she cried. It's simply inhumane. The daughter of the Shengshi family? From the Shengshi group in the capital? The one trying to enter the gaming industry recently? Exactly, with a market value of billions, a real tycoon. Just because of a purple equipment, this daughter betrayed Big Mengmei? Is she crazy? It is said that this young lady, when teaming up with Big Mengmei, all the boys in the team were trying to please Big Mengmei, which made her feel neglected, so she became jealous and deliberately made things difficult. Not only that, this lady even posted a reward in the game group yesterday, offering 100,000 to anyone who kills Big Mengmei once. Poor Mengmei, 1 second. Anyone up for a group kill? Count me in. +1. In the spectator seats, as Zhao Dezhu returned, he proudly said in front of everyone, "Master, how was that? I didn't dare to be careless at all, I just kept hitting whenever I found an opening. But I didn't expect. That girl was full of openings. Su Chen, it's over. This disciple won't find a girlfriend in the future." Can't blame him, right? Caution is correct. But you are too rigid and straightforward. Shouldn't you blame the master in the future? Seeing that the master didn't say anything, Zhao Dezhu thought his performance was approved, and he chuckled, "Thanks to your teachings, master, otherwise I might have to beat that girl for another 2 minutes." Hearing this, Su Chen patted Zhao Dezhu's shoulder and said solemnly, "What are you talking about repaying kindness? If you cause trouble in the future, just don't mention it to the master." Upon hearing this, Zhao Dezhu scratched his head. Although he didn't understand the deep meaning behind the master's words, he still nodded and responded. Meanwhile, on the other side, Suyu, Yu Rong, and Ho Xiaoyu had already turned away, trying hard not to burst into laughter. Announcement: the third round of the final elimination match. Time passed by minute. In the following 5 matches, Su Chen did not choose to bet, mainly because he was not familiar with the strength of these players. Secondly, he didn't want to take risks. The battles in these 5 matches were also quite intense, with some weaker players winning against stronger opponents, using clever tactics, or completely overwhelming them. In short, the players who made it to this stage were not ordinary. Soon, it came to the 8th match. It was a match that all the audience was looking forward to. As long as the gifts are in place, the old thief is the production team. Announcement: the 8th round of the final elimination match, Yurong vs Wulong. Please both sides enter the arena. The match will start in 30 seconds. Due to Yurong's brilliant performance in the previous score battle, where she fought against 8 opponents at once, this has led to her current betting odds, which, like the previous Huang Chutian and Zhao Dezhu, are all within 1-3. However, despite this, holding onto a gold coin, it's also a principle of making money. Su Chen chooses to go all in. Soon, as Yurong walks towards the arena, all the male viewers in the live broadcast room all coincidentally shift their gaze to the 2 large masses in front of Yurong's chest. But before everyone could appreciate it for 2 seconds, a dazzling holy light instantly blocked everyone's sight, causing a wave of lament in the barrage of the live broadcast room. "No, Divine Realm officials, buddy, this is the only thing I'm interested in, you can't do this." Divine Realm officials, is this right? I'm asking you, is this right? Divine Realm officials, how is this not right? This is not right, this is wrong, this is absolutely not allowed, it is unacceptable. Brothers, please report to the Divine Realm officials in the live broadcast room, and the top 3 on the leaderboard should also be reported. Divine Realm, I trust you with my heart, and you pour urine on me. I treat you as a close brother, and you treat me as a distant cousin. The live broadcast room was in chaos. Soon, on the arena, when the countdown ended, as soon as the match began, Yurong did not hesitate at all. She directly lifted her short legs and rushed towards the opposite Wulong. For a moment, as Yurong ran, the 2 large masses on her chest swayed back and forth. Although the people in the live broadcast room couldn't see clearly, but the participants on the scene could see it clearly. Even their eyes widened. Not far away, Wulong looked at Yurong's speed. The magic staff in his hand appeared, and he sneered, "Foolish, I am a player with full control, you can't even touch me." Skill: Forbidden Prison. A small magic array appeared out of thin air under Yurong's feet, and her movement was clearly hindered. 313. Ha! Wulong was slightly stunned. When he used this move on others before, it would usually cause over 700 damage, at least 600. But why is it only over 300 this time? However, the next second, when Wulong's gaze fell on Yurong's health above her head, his pupils constricted. Health: 10012. Oh, over 10,000 health? With nearly a tenth of his mana spent on one skill, he only took 3% of her health? What's going on? At this moment, not only Wulong, but also the participating players in the audience seats, were equally stunned. They were different from the audience in the live broadcast room, because there is no live replay in the Divine Realm. In addition, these participating players only watched the resurrection match once. Naturally, they didn't know the current basic information and strength of the other participating players. Wow! Over 10,000 health, is this the highest health in this championship league? Is this mage fake? One skill only deals over 300 damage? Wait, this Yurong is so big, could she be wearing only defensive equipment, with all attribute points in defense? Wow, although I heard that the Emperor can also one-shot people, but her health is probably more than his. Really? I heard before that the Emperor has over 60,000 health. I don't know if it's true or not. Who said something so outrageous? It seems to be someone from the Haofeng. As soon as this was said, many people in the spectator seats looked towards Haofeng, only to see Haofeng with an expressionless face, looking like he couldn't be bothered to say anything. No one dared to approach, after all, what kind of personality this Haofeng boss had. But everyone knew, just as everyone was puzzled. In the arena, every time Yu Yurong approached, Wulong would use a skill to control her. Then he would move away, frantically using basic attacks, waiting for the skill cooldown. However, how much damage could a mage's basic attack really do to Yu Yurong? And so it went, both sides chasing each other. Every time the skill cooldown refreshed, Wulong would control Yu Yurong once. Then he would frantically use basic attacks. This cycle repeated, 3 minutes passed. During this time, Wulong used all his tricks, and now, he had no more mana. While Yu Yurong was still chasing him, her health had only decreased by over 3,000, still more than half remaining. What a waste of time. Huff. Just admit defeat. Wulong panted heavily as he ran. My movement speed is faster than yours. Even without mana to use skills, as long as I keep pulling you. Until the end. The loser will be you. Yu Yurong's movements made her ankles ache. But upon hearing his words, a smile crept up on her lips. No more mana? Well then, it's my turn now. Wulong's heart skipped a beat. Skill, phase charge. The next second, Yu Yurong's speed suddenly tripled, rapidly closing the distance with Wulong. Gradually, as the distance between them was less than 5 meters. Skill, swift charge. Boom! Yu Yurong leaped several meters. A punch hit Wulong accurately. 322. When the distance between them closed, Yu Yurong seized the opportunity, swinging her pink fists at Wulong. Oh la la la. 233. 250. Yu Yurong resorted to this strategy mainly because she had low mana. If she used her skills too early, once controlled by Wulong midway, it would be a waste of mana. So, who said she was brainless? She, Yu Yurong. Is she all about her chest? No, that's not right. Why does it feel strange? At this moment, the spectators in the stands, seeing Wulong being pummeled unilaterally, were dumbfounded. Wow, is this a battle of attrition? With over 10,000 terrifying health points, although his attack power wasn't high, among those present, there might not be many who could outlast this Yu Yurong. The outcome was sealed at this moment. A moment later, Yu Yurong defeated Wulong. Server announcement: congratulations to player Yu Yurong for advancing to the final elimination round of 64. On Su Chen's side, he won 35,000 gold coins. In the following 3 matches, he did not choose to bet until the 12th match. It was Su Yu's turn. Announcement: final elimination round 12th match, Longing vs Divine Path. Please enter the arena. Match will begin in 30 seconds. The moment the announcement appeared, all eyes were on the live broadcast room. And in this match, Su Chen still couldn't participate in the betting. Just because. Damn, the gap in strength between the two sides is too big. The Divine Realm officials have prohibited betting on this round of the league. What the hell? The person above looks like a newcomer. I have to sit up to watch the match. Goddess Longing, go for it. Even if I can't bet, my heart will only bet on you. Emperor warning. Do you think Divine Path will be defeated instantly? Who knows, but in the battle for thoughts and the performance in the group stage, just like the Emperor, the opponent didn't even have a chance to react, and was instantly defeated. I guess this Divine Path is also in jeopardy. I think thoughts are just insanely fast in attack speed, their health should not be that high. That's right, according to the latest news, the talent of the Divine Path will make the opponent suffer twice his attack power per second for several seconds, combined with his assassin profession. If the Divine Path strikes first, the outcome is really uncertain. Wow. Is it that terrifying? The barrage in the live broadcast room was lively. In the spectator stands, Su Yu tiptoed and lightly pecked her own boss's face. Under the envious and jealous eyes of many male compatriots, she walked towards the competition arena below. Soon, when both sides were ready, countdown ends, the match begins. Swish! At the moment the system prompt just fell, the figure of the Divine Path suddenly disappeared from its original position. At the same time, talent, blood seal curse. The next second, in front of everyone's eyes, above Su Yu's head, the blood loss prompt appeared for the first time. Health minus 732. Health minus 732. However, when the participating players in the spectator stands, as well as the vast number of netizens and players in the live broadcast room, instinctively turned their gaze to the string of numbers revealed above Su Yu's head, Health 120388382. All players? Participating players? At this moment, without exception, tens of millions of viewers across the country who were watching this live broadcast all widened their mouths, their pupils contracted. Their eyes were full of disbelief. In an instant, the barrage exploded. Damn, is the game bugged? This amount of health? This string of numbers is longer than my penguin account. Is this a joke? I thought the Emperor was already invincible, but it turns out his girlfriend is the real powerhouse. It's one thing to have such a fast attack speed, but this health, not even a level 100 boss has such an absurd amount? The Greek god of health. Over 12 million health? Is this still a human? Could the goddess be the daughter of the godly realm boss? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could there be such a heaven-defying talent in the world? I would rather believe that this talent can only last for a few seconds, rather than believe it is permanent. It must not be permanent. Even if it only lasts for a few seconds, it's still incredible, right? It's like being invincible for a few seconds. Makes sense. Just as the audience questioned and doubted. In the midst of their shock, Suyu on the competition arena moved. Skill all arrows released. Centered on Suyu, countless arrows fell from the sky, covering an area of several meters. 722. At a position several meters away from Suyu. As the arrows caused damage, the figure of the divine path appeared. Found you. A cold light flashed in Suyu's beautiful eyes. She raised the bow in her hand. And then, swish swish swish, over 20 arrows were shot out in succession. Seeing this, the divine path's pupils contracted, his muscles tensed, and he exerted all his strength to dodge to the side. However, 625, 633, just a fraction of a second too slow. The arrows that were shot came close. The health above the divine path's head was instantly depleted. Thoughts killed, divine path. Server announcement, congratulations to player Thoughts for advancing to the final knockout round of 64. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room was completely dumbfounded. The players they saw on the scene were also full of astonishment and confusion. Is this fake? And as the competition ended, Suyu's health bar disappeared from the top of her head. The people in the spectators stand slowly recovered from the unparalleled shock. They thought that having 10,000 health points was already heaven-defying, but never did they expect. The female boss not only had tens of millions of health points, but also such a strong attack method. When facing the opponent, the god-ranked player was instantly killed? Huang Chutian rubbed his eyes and said, "Wait, what's going on? Is this some kind of illusion in broad daylight?" Huang Chutian, wow, so powerful, with over 10 million health points. Even with an S-rank talent, it's impossible, right? Lu Qingzhou pushed up his glasses and squinted. If it's a permanent 10 million health points, an S-rank talent definitely can't achieve it, unless there is a stronger existence than an S-rank talent. Otherwise, this level of health points is probably subject to some kind of limitation, but even so, it's damn strong. Seeing Lu Qingzhou, who was always known for his composure, not only swearing but also showing a surprised look, Wang Chutian and Birusha looked at each other. The two looked at Suyu on the martial arts stage, then at the boss not far away, their eyes flickering. They were thinking about something. At this moment, Suyu walked out of the martial arts stage, feeling the naked gaze of the people. She quickly returned to the spectator stands and threw herself into the arms of her boss, rubbing her little face against him. She looked a bit embarrassed. This scene made the audience in the live broadcast room and the surrounding competitors twitch their mouths. Wow, just now she was so cruel to god-ranked players, but now that she's back with the boss, her cold face instantly turned into a look of enjoyment, like a little bird? This made the male compatriots envious. Jiru was so jealous that his face turned purple. Under the gaze of tens of millions, Suyu felt that just rubbing against him was not enough, so she tiptoed. "Boss, how was my performance? All the netizens?" This scene made all the netizens dumbfounded. To make a top-tier god who can kill anyone with tens of millions of health points act so dependent is one thing, but to even take the initiative to ask for a kiss and show a praise-me look, constantly calling him boss, is just unbearable. The emotions of the netizens were beyond Su Chen's knowledge. At this moment, he looked at the coquettish Suyu in front of him, reached out and touched her nose, and whispered, "Of course, my little Yu's performance was great. If she can continue to perform like this at night, that would be even better." Suyu blushed slightly. She let go of someone and turned her head, whispering in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Someone doesn't care about his health at all. I won't. If this guy is allowed to do as he pleases at night, it will be a problem everywhere. Just changing the sheets and clothes will do. But what if something happens to the body? Once a day is fine." Seeing Suyu's reluctant look, Su Chen took the initiative to hold her hand. Seeing that the girl did not resist, he knew. As long as he said a few more good words at night, and rubbed a bit more. Cough. In short, there was still a chance. Seeing the performance of this girl, Su Chen turned his head and saw Zhao Daju and the other two not far away, standing there dumbfounded, staring straight at him. He frowned. What are you looking at? Zhao Daju reacted first. Nothing. Just Master. Is Master's blood volume real? This is too. Zhao Daju's words also made the nearby Yu Yurong and Ho Xiaoyu listen intently. Hearing this, Su Chen asked in return, what do you think? Otherwise, do you feel? Your master's 500,000 combat power. Where did it come from? With these words, Zhao Daju and the others all gasped in shock, making outstanding contributions to the warming of the divine realm. The three originally thought that 4 million blood volume was already incredible, but now 12 million. If in the future, during the cross-server battle, the two big shots don't beat the shit out of those foreigners? Thinking of this, Zhao Daju couldn't help but give a thumbs up, admiringly saying, Master, you're amazing. Su Chen waved his hand. Oh, just a little bit, not worthy of the limelight. Just a little bit? Not worthy of the limelight. Directly onto the international stage, right? Well, Master's words are flawless. Announcement, the 13th round of the final elimination match, Lu Qingzhou vs. She's so deep, please both enter the arena. The match will start in 30 seconds. Seeing the next round of matches about to begin, Zhao Daju looked at the master and asked, Master, should we bet on this one? Su Chen glanced at the two opponents and nodded, bet on Lu Qingzhou. He did have some impression of this person. The former Champion League's top 8. Later, he almost stepped into the divine level mage. As for Lu Qingzhou's opponent, he had no impression at all. So it was clear who to bet on. Got it. When Zhao Daju responded, Yu Yurong, and Ho Xiaoyu all opened the betting for the match. Wow, the odds for this Lu Qingzhou are actually at 2-5. Yu Yurong was excited. The first time betting on such high odds. Isn't this a huge profit? Of course, mainly because Lu Qingzhou had few appearances in the group stage, most people only knew that his combat power ranked around 70th in the entire server, and no one knew his true strength. Seeing this, Su Chen raised an eyebrow. He went all in with his 190,000 gold coins, as long as the final odds could stay around 2-1. Then, he could directly earn 200,000 gold coins? Thinking of this, Su Chen didn't hesitate. As the saying goes, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. In the eyes of others, this was a 50-50 gamble, but Su Chen had inside information. This match was definitely in favor of one side. Lu Qingzhou, 4 minutes, killed his opponent 6 times. Soon, as the match began, the result was as expected. Lu Qingzhou, in particular, maximized the early advantages of the mage profession. Every time he released a skill, it was just right, not to mention hitting 100% of the time. But the condition for casting output skills was always that the opponent had to be hit by his control skills first. Only in this way could he achieve the maximum effect. After all, players have few skills to use in the early stages, and their mana is also limited. Therefore, the most important point to maximize the effectiveness of the mage profession is not to waste skills. All output is in the skills. Once a mage can do this, even if your own stats are slightly weaker than the opponent's, you can still win in a burst of output. Server-wide announcement, congratulations to the player, Lu Qingzhou, for advancing to the final elimination round of 64. The moment the announcement appeared, Su Chen looked at the 210,000 gold coins given by the system in front of him, plus what he had earned before. A total of 400,000 gold coins. So much money, hee hee. Su Yu let out a silly laugh. Seeing this, Su Chen leaned over and asked softly, Xiaoyu, how much gold coins did you earn in total? Su Yu smiled at the corner of her mouth. I earned more than 40,000 in total. Do you want it? I can give it all to you. Su Chen reached out and rubbed the other's head, smiling, I don't want it. Can you guess how many gold coins I have? Su Yu tilted her head. How many? Su Chen lowered his head, leaned close to Little Yu's pretty face. Give me a kiss, and I'll tell you. Hearing this, Su Yu turned her head in a huff. Then I don't want to know. Before she could finish her words, Su Chen, regardless of whether anyone was watching around, leaned down and kissed her. 400,000. Ha! Su Yu was stunned. $400,000? Su Chen shook his head. It's gold coins. 400,000 gold coins? Su Yu stared in shock. How much is that worth in total? At this point, Su Yu turned to Yu Yurong and asked excitedly, Sister Yurong, how much is a gold coin worth now? Yu Yurong thought for a moment. Gold coins have recently dropped in value by 1, each worth 19. Hearing the answer, Su Yu counted on her fingers and her beautiful eyes widened suddenly. 76 million? So much money. Seeing the girl's excited look, Su Chen rubbed her tender cheek. Do you want me to exchange these gold coins for money? Suyu took the initiative to hold the arm of her family's big shot. I'll listen to you, you can do whatever you want. Oh, I can do whatever I want.